I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 459, Diplomatic Mission I. So, what's up with the name thing? Leon said as he and Maya entered their room. The tent that August's adjutant had shown them to was quite large, as befitted Leon's status as one of the champions of August's army, with separated sound-proofed sections for the resident leader and their knights. But his retinue was so small that Leon barely filled the place, with more than half the tent remaining empty. Still, Alex and Valeria gave the two lovers their privacy, though Valeria seemed a little reluctant to leave Maya alone with Leon. "What do you mean?" Maya asked, the sound of her heavenly voice sending shivers down Leon's spine. "I meant, why did you ask me to introduce you as Naiad?" Leon asked. When making reintroductions between her and his knightesses, she'd mentally asked him not to share her true name. "Right now, that name is only for you and my mother to use," she whispered as she snuggled up to him from behind, pressing her buxom chest into his back as she wrapped her arms around his toned waist. "As happened with us, knowledge of my true name can allow someone hostile to us to attack my soul realm directly. I believe you humans have a similar concept, that of a mana glyph." Leon nodded, suddenly understanding completely. Someone who had her name could attack her source of power, her soul realm if they wanted. "What about Elise? Will you be sharing with her as well?" "Of course." Leon smiled, twisted in her embrace until they were facing each other, and then began hugging her back. They stood there in the room just silently enjoying each other's company for several long seconds, basking in the other's presence. They'd been too long apart and now just wanted to be as close to the other as possible. Leon wondered just how intense moments like these would be once they reunited with Elise, and his desire to see the war ended quickly redoubled. After a long moment, Leon and Maya parted from the other just enough to look each other in the eyes, then pressed their lips together in a prolonged and extremely intimate kiss. Soon after, they began to tug at each other's clothes. Maya was only wearing a soft ankle-length full-sleeved dress without anything beneath, so she was naked much sooner, with Leon only having to pull her dress up over her head. As soon as she was, Leon pushed her back against the bed that had been set up, and she tumbled onto the mattress with a look of surprise and arousal. Leon then spent the next few minutes lavishing his river nymph lover with oral attention, reveling in every moan of pleasure. But that only took them so far, and he quickly shed the remainder of his clothes and joined Maya on the bed. They spent at least an hour making love to each other, pushing the other over the edge of ecstasy more than a dozen times, with their extreme power filling them with energy and the drive to continue where they might have otherwise been spent. They might have continued for hours more, spending most of the night joined above or below or some combination thereof, but for a wave of magic senses that subtly washed over them. With the realization that they were being spied upon, Leon and Maya's moods turned in an instant. They'd been cuddling in between rounds, letting their hands explore each other's bodies, and then only a second later they were on their feet, adorned instantaneously with fresh clothes summoned from their soul realms. They knew from what direction that pulse had come from, but they were in the middle of a massive camp. It could have been any number of people who projected their magic senses like that. However, that list narrowed significantly when they factored in how warded the tent was. It took someone intimately familiar with its defensive enchantments to slip their magic senses past them like that, someone of high rank. But still, there were several dozen people who fit that description in range, and none of them appeared to have done so. Leon and Maya scanned each and every person with their magic senses, but all were busy with other tasks. No second pulse came, but their guard remained up. "Well, that ruined the mood," Leon said after they waited for longer than a minute in complete silence. "Only a little bit," Maya replied, flashing him a cheeky smile. "Have any idea who might have wanted to sneak a peek?" "None," Leon replied. "Maybe it was a vampire looking to kill you," she suggested. "I killed a few out in the forests before you ran after me that seemed to have been following you." "You did?" Leon asked in alarm. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "They were incredibly weak, none stronger than the 4th tier, Maya replied with a shrug. "They didn't seem important at the time." Leon scowled. "They might have been a part of a larger nest. Let's keep an eye out for anything unusual. And please tell me if you do something like that again. I don't want to be caught unprepared." Maya nodded, looking suitably chastened. Leon wasn't too upset with her, though. At the very least, it was nice to know what had happened to those demonic auras he'd sensed earlier in the campaign, and he knew that Zaffin would likely be tickled pink when he heard the news, assuming he wasn't currently listening in. Not far away, the Duchess of Vesentio sighed and leaned back in her bed. Prince August may trust Leon Ursus, and by extension, those Ursus vouched for, but Vesentio wouldn't, especially not when Ursus was accompanied by a river nymph, of all things. She caught a brief glimpse of her eldest brother in her mind's eye. He'd drowned 40 years ago when they were both children. They'd been playing in a lake near the capital of their home duchy when a river nymph appeared, ensnared her brother with her monstrous charm, and then pulled him beneath the water. Vesentio's brother didn't appear again for a week, and when he was found, he'd been almost completely eaten. There was little left save for bones and his swimming attire. No, Vesentio would remain vigilant. That Naiad was going to be a problem, she knew it. But that scene she had just witnessed when she'd projected her magic senses into Leon's tent, a scene of such love and tenderness between a northern barbarian and a monster that had been hunted to near extinction in the Bull Kingdom, that gave Vesentio pause as her heart raced. She hadn't known the intimate touch of anyone in years, and seeing so much naked flesh had her feeling some type of way. Her thoughts began to turn to Prince August and how well he'd filled out since his blood had awakened. She was curious to see what he looked like without any clothes, with that broad chest, wide shoulders, number. Idiot. She silently scolded herself. This isn't the time for that. We have a war to win and a monster in the camp. She'd remain vigilant. If that Naiad so much as breathed at someone improperly, Vesentio would be there to put her down, regardless of power, and with what she knew about the weaknesses of the Bull Kingdom's warding scheme, she'd be able to check in on the river nymph at her leisure. Just not so soon. The way those two had immediately leapt up after feeling her attention had been more than a little intimidating. In the morning, Leon and Maya walked out of their room in the tent to find that Valeria and Alex were already awake. Alex was smiling at them knowingly, while Valeria followed Maya with her eyes like a wolf waiting for a single moment of weakness before it challenged its alpha for control of the pack. It was a little disconcerting, but given what Leon knew about her, he couldn't blame her. For Maya's part, she returned the probing gaze with one of her own. For now, the two ladies seemed content to stare at each other, as if waiting for the other to make the first hostile move, and all while Alex was stuck between them, wondering just what in the hell she missed. Leon wasn't looking forward to telling Maya all the sordid details about his current relationship with Valeria. He'd definitely need Elise there with him when he did, just to ensure that the river nymph didn't immediately fly into a murderous rage at the thought of Valeria being their enemy. After a few long minutes of tense silence, a messenger from Prince August arrived, inviting Leon to a meeting to discuss their next steps. So, with some work in front of them, Leon and his tiny retinue left their tension behind to focus on that. Several minutes later, after making sure that Anzu was being well taken care of by the army's beastmasters, they arrived at Prince August's command tent. Figuring that it might be best not antagonize anyone with Maya's presence but also not wanting to alienate anyone, Leon turned to the ladies behind him and said, "I'll be right back out." Alex and Valeria nodded and moved back to wait in the crowded gathering area. Maya hesitated, staring at him until he nodded to her, wordlessly conveying that he wasn't going to be leaving. She glared at the guard, almost giving the poor man a heart attack, before turning around to join the other two. Upon pushing open the tent flap, Leon was greeted by the sight of Marcus, Alcander, Roland, and August all hunched over a map. All four looked up as Leon entered. "Sir Leon," August said with a smile. "Please, come in, we were just going over some plans." Leon did as he was bid, sliding in between Roland and Marcus to take a look at the map, which he found was a regional map of the southeastern southern territories. On it, the army was marked quite prominently, with them being about 200 miles from the southern coast. About 60 miles to their south was another mark, which Leon took to symbolize Duke Duronius and the rest of the survivors in his army. Even further south was a third mark directly on the coast, which Leon wasn't too sure about. "Are we waiting for anyone else?" Leon asked before they got started. "No, the others are currently coordinating the army's movements," Roland said. "We can afford to take some time to get you up to speed, but the rest of the nobles and legates have to move tens of thousands of people, and that takes time, and time is not something we're flush with." "True," August said before pointing to the map. "Let's start with where we've found ourselves following the last battle. We lost somewhere on the order of 10,000 soldiers and retainers. Duronius, on the other hand, lost more than 40,000. 40,000 dead?" Leon asked in shock. That was a staggering number, especially considering how many would have been wounded or potentially captured. Yes, Roland answered, however, that isn't where things end. If they were, I don't think that arrogant bastard would be running away quite as quickly as he is. Following that battle, our good Duke lost nearly all the support of the remaining nobles in his army, August said with a smile, obviously relishing his enemy's situation, even though a moment later his face darkened as he remembered the cost in lives that had been paid to make that happen. Most of them deserted his army during the fighting or when he fled the battle. At this point, he has an army of maybe 40,000 Legion soldiers, and that's us painting a bad picture. We, on the other hand, Marcus proudly added, picked up quite a few new supporters from those deserting nobles and even some from the legions that were under Duronius' command. Leon clicked his tongue in distaste. And they were just welcomed in with open arms? He asked. They were our enemies only a few days ago, are they just getting a free pass now? No, August said, right now, it might seem like it, but once we win and I re-establish order in the kingdom, those nobles will receive their reckoning. Leon lightly frowned. It was fine as far as reprisals went, but he was hoping for something a little more viscerally satisfying, a hope which he immediately regretted when he thought about Valeria. He was well aware that he was more than a little hypocritical when he thought about how he was giving her a chance despite everything her family had taken from him, while at the same time wishing bloody vengeance upon those who had chosen to fight for Octavius, only to defect to August when Duronius looked like he was about to lose the southern territories. So where does that leave us? Leon asked, leaving the introspection for later. We're at about 250,000, August proudly declared. Duronius has less than a fifth of our army. Where's he going, then? August's good mood flagged a little as he turned his attention back to the map. He's trying to link up with the Council of Discord. Leon nodded in understanding. The Council of Discord, or alternatively, the Council of the Gulf, was the admiral in charge of the fleets in the Gulf of Discord. One of those fleets had been seized by the forces loyal to Prince August under Constantine, Trajan's trusted knight who had been left in charge of the bull's horns, but all the rest of the fleets in the kingdom were in Octavius' hands. How bad is it? Leon asked. We're not sure, we haven't gotten eyes on the entire armada yet, August admitted. They're in a natural harbor that we haven't been able to fully get access to, but Sir Publius has sent us some missives saying that at the very least we ought to expect 5 fleets, perhaps as many as 7. Leon's face dropped. The kingdom had 15 fleets split between the Gulf of Discord and the Endless Ocean. The ocean was assigned the greater number, but that didn't mean the Gulf's fleets were lacking. In fact, every fleet had hundreds of ships, though most of those ships were relatively small. Still, there were at least half a dozen capital ships with thousands of Legion sailors and marines aboard in every fleet, most of which had flame lances installed, as well. Leon remembered those terrifying weapons well. They used fire magic to melt stone, then earth magic to launch the molten mass at terrific speeds. Leon couldn't even begin to comprehend how magically complex such weapons must be, but from what he'd seen during the war with the Talfar kingdom, they were not weapons he was eager to face down. If there were even 5 fleets present, then that was 30 capital ships, possibly more. Each capital ship could have 2 flame lances installed, making it nearly suicidal to attack the fleet even with their swelled numbers without some kind of hefty advantage. Is there a plan to deal with that? Leon asked. We have the makings of one, August hesitantly said, though we were waiting to see what you thought about it. Should I take that to mean that I'll be playing a central role in whatever this is? Yes. Leon took a deep breath, but he quickly replied, well, then let's hear it. If it'll end this war sooner, then I'm all for it. That's good to hear, August said. We're hoping to sway the Consul of the Gulf to our side. If he defects to me, then not only would we gain access to a massive fleet, but we'd also trap Duronius between us. He'd be forced to surrender. Assuming that the Consul accepts your offer, Leon said with a cynical tone. Assuming that, yes, August replied. Where do I come in on this? You have a griffin, you could fly above Duronius' head and reach the Consul before he does. I could also drop down atop him and end him right there, Leon said. At my current level of power, I don't think the Duke has anything that could stand in my way. He's only, 60 miles ahead of us? I could end this before noon. August cringed a bit. That's always an option, I guess, Sir Leon. We're hoping to take the Duke hostage. He is Octavius' grandfather, you know, Marcus said to Leon with a hint of reproach. Besides, I don't think it's a wise message to send to the nobles to see one of their most respected collaborators killed so unceremoniously. In battle, sure, but assassinated. That might present a problem. Damn politics, Leon bitterly thought. It would be better to have the Duke and those who fought with him face the arbiters and then the headsman, Marcus continued. Or killed in battle. It all just looks better that way, and we might be able to persuade more nobles to abandon Octavius if we show that we have a sense of mercy. Likewise, I wouldn't recommend trying to kidnap him. For all your confidence, he still has plenty of 6th-tier mages around to defend himself with, enough to even fight off a paladin who can fly. Marcus's words about mercy struck a chord with Leon, again reminding him of his and Valerius' relationship. He reluctantly set aside his idea. If your plan doesn't work, I'm going to be a tad irate, he said, saying no more on the subject. You won't be the only one, August said placatingly. So, that's it. I want you to deliver my terms to the Consul of Discord. Will you do that? That'll be incredibly dangerous, Leon said. Anzu might get shot out from under me if I take him that close to such a strong enemy position. The others looked like they were about to offer some words of protest or comfort, but Leon cut them off when he continued, but I'll do it. I have some ideas for getting around their defenses. In the meantime, I'd appreciate it if someone could watch out for my retinue. I'll be taking Naiad with me, though, so no need to worry about her. August nodded, then waved his hand and conjured a sealed envelope from his soul realm. This is my offer to the consul, he said. Time is of the essence. Leave as soon as you are able. I will personally see that your other 2 knights are not left hanging in the wind. Thank you, Your Highness, Leon said, taking the envelope. He took one last look at the map, then at the other 4. I guess I'll see all of you later. Good luck, Sir Leon, Roland said, the others quickly offering the same words. Given what he had now been tasked to do, Leon would take all the luck that he could get. Chapter 460, Diplomatic Mission to Aulus Arius. Abronius was in a terrible mood. This was a rather stark departure from his usual professional stoicism, but he felt like his current mood had been well earned. The first thing to try his patience happened several months back when he received word of Prince August's trial for the murder of Prince Trajan, followed soon after by the word of August's escape and the start of the Civil War. All of Abronius' attempts to get more information were blocked and stymied by bureaucratic horseshit that he had little patience for, and the only reason why he hadn't taken a galley straight up the Naga to wring some truth out of the bastards in the capital was that the war was still ongoing. Making matters worse, once Prince Octavius did get in contact with him, it was to insult him by placing him under the command of Duke Duronius, who'd recently been appointed the new consul of the Central Territories after Avidius was forced into retirement. All of that was concerning enough, but when Abronius heard that the consul of the South had been subordinated, too, he was furious. Consuls were answerable only to the king or if they had the proper orders, paladins not to other consuls. Abronius felt humiliated, a feeling which only compounded when Duronius refused his recommendations to take Ariminium by sea. Abronius felt like he could do it since the city was now only defended by a single legion, even if that legion had commandeered the local fleet. Abronius still had 6 more fleets, more than enough to take the city, he believed. But Duronius refused, stating that he wanted to take it by land and sea or, as Abronius suspected, he'd wanted to take the city himself rather than letting the fleets do it. The problem there was that the land army had been stalled by the rebel Prince August himself. Abronius wasn't sure if the term, rebel, still fit August after his communications with some of the king's counselors whom Octavius had dismissed, but it was still the official term so long as Octavius held the capital. So Abronius could only wait for Duronius to get his head out of his ass or to capture Prince August and win the war. Given how their past engagements went, Abronius wasn't optimistic about the latter, a sentiment which proved prophetic when he was informed that Duronius had recently lost a battle so badly that most of his surviving troops deserted him, leaving him with a paltry 2 legions, and that he was retreating to link up with Abronius' fleet. Figures he only wants to use the armada now, the consul thought, a scowl crossing his darkly tanned, sun-kissed skin, his hands running through the woolly black hair that he inherited from his foreign, dark-skinned father. His mother had been a landed noble, and he'd been her 10th child, while his father had been her 6th husband, an exotic warrior from far to the south with skin as dark as the midnight sky. Abronius had gotten more than a few sideways looks and dismissive comments from those in noble circles due to his obvious foreign heritage, which was part of the reason why he joined the naval legions. More foreigners were working on the seas than there were on land. In the fleets, he wasn't so much of an outsider. But now, he was waiting on Duke Duronius, one of the men that, in Abronius' eyes, at least, was a walking symbol of that feeling of isolation and otherness that he'd felt in the kingdom of his birth. He had to wait for the Duke to arrive, then wait on the man like he was the king that Abronius served, as if he were the king that had so accepted Abronius years ago, who had shown so much trust in him as to give him a consulship. No, Abronius was not in a good mood, but the letter on his desk that he was reading promised that his mood would improve, if only he did what was being asked of him. The consul sighed and leaned back in his chair, his gaze wandering around his office. He was on his flagship, in his office just across a large hall from the ship's bridge one level above, with the primary doors to the main deck below. A grand staircase was the main showcase of the open, multi-leveled hall, which was the one consideration for aesthetics on the Legion ship. Nowhere else in its structure was the ship so open and wasteful of space. His office wasn't too lavishly decorated for a man of his rank, with no works of art adorning its walls, no thick carpet, no marble statues anywhere. It was purely functional, with the polished wood and comfortable if simple furniture its only nod to the luxury expected of such an office. He found the simplicity comforting, but he doubted that the Duke would agree. In fact, he was looking forward to Duronius' reaction to the understated welcome that Abronius had prepared. No doubt that man expects to be received like an ancestor returned from the pyre, the consul smilingly thought. After a few more minutes of sitting alone in his office, Abronius finally took one last look at the letter he was perusing and made his decision. "All right, Publius, let's see if you can deliver." Duke Duronius came into the natural harbor where the armada was stationed like a conquering hero. His armor glistened in the late evening sun, his white steed standing tall and proud, his gray hair perfectly groomed. He looked the very picture of the noble and mighty knight ready to defend his king and kingdom. The same couldn't be said for his retainers, however. They wore harried looks, their armor dirty and crusted with blood, their formations ragged, their morale clearly broken from the way they collapsed almost as soon as they reached safety. They numbered roughly 800 and had moved out far ahead of the rest of the remnants of their army to properly coordinate the fleet's movements. They weren't running. Duke Duronius did not run from his enemies. But still, they had left 40,000 of their comrades behind and made a death march to the coast, crossing a distance of more than 300 miles of swamps and forests in less than 5 days. None of the Legion sailors who were there to witness their fatigue could blame them, though they weren't in a rush to provide any comfort. Word had been passed down from the consul, they were to only do the bare minimum to greet their esteemed guests. In contrast to the Legion soldiers, the sailors were tight and proper, displaying a professionalism as they went about their business maintaining their camp that hadn't been seen in Duronius' army since before it had been smashed by August earlier in the week. And what a camp it was! It was the closest natural harbor that the armada could dock at, but the closest city that could service their ships was more than 24 miles west. That meant their camp had to be quite large, otherwise all of their ships would have to stay out in the Gulf, and with the size of their combined fleets, that just wasn't feasible. Most of the armada was still out in the water, though, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Duronius' followers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it, or those that remained on their feet did. Duronius himself wasn't in the mood for taking in the view. A welcome party had been assembled for him, but the consul himself was nowhere to be seen. A mere legate had been left out to greet him, seriously offending the Duke. Walking right up to the legate while ignoring the man's greetings, Duronius demanded, "Where is Sir Abronius?" Completely unfazed, the legate instead smiled at the Duke's rudeness and said, "The consul of Discord is currently aboard his flagship. He's given orders to escort you there immediately so that you two may speak." "Then get moving," the Duke imperiously commanded, but again, the legate seemed to take it completely in stride. The legate and his retinue led the Duke and his entourage down to the beach where several rowboats awaited them. The consul's flagship was out on the water at the moment, and since there were no docks large enough for it to moor at the coast, they'd have to take smaller boats to reach it. The Duke scowled but kept his peace as he stepped into the first of the rowboats with several of his knights and half a dozen sailors. 10 minutes of rowing later, the boat was hoisted up the side of the flagship by an apparatus employing earth and air magic. And Duronius stepped out onto the deck of the consul's flagship. Again, he was greeted by several dozen high-ranking knights, but the consul was notable for his absence. "Where is he?" he irately demanded of the legate. "In his office, I'd imagine," the legate serenely replied, his attitude only serving to further infuriate Duronius. "This way, your grace." The legate then led the Duke past the other knights, all of whom didn't even bother offering any greetings, only silently falling in behind the two as the legate took the Duke toward the consul's office. By this point, the Duke was so angry and offended that he didn't even notice that the rest of his retinue aside from the handful that had accompanied him in his rowboat was missing. When they arrived at the door to the office, the legate held it open and graciously gestured for the Duke to enter first. Duronius, scowling, arrogantly strode in like he owned the entire ship. Within, he found the consul waiting for him, the darker-skinned man leaning back in his chair and propping up his chin with his arm, looking for all the world as if he were bored and waiting on a late lunch rather than the single most important noble in the entire kingdom. Standing around the room were a dozen more legates, their auras towering and oppressive, their expressions stern and unyielding. Walking in behind the Duke came the first legate along with half a dozen more, loudly slamming the door shut behind them. Suddenly, the Duke realized his position. His entourage wasn't with him, his secretaries, assistants, and other followers weren't at his side, and he was surrounded by powerful 6th-tier mages. With the door closed and the office sealed, he couldn't release his magic senses, nor could he hear what was happening outside. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "I'm sorry, Your Grace, but the meaning of what, exactly?" the consul asked, his voice a deep, intimidating baritone, his aura calm and unfazed by turbulent emotions. "Where are my people?" Duronius shouted. "How should I know?" the consul smarmily replied with a provocative grin. "Do I look like the person whose job it is to keep track of your people?" "Listen, you insubordinate muds," the Duke began, but before he could finish, two of the legates behind him kicked him in the back of the knees, while several others grabbed him and wrestled him down to the ground. The Duke shouted in wrath, but one of the legates pulled out a long rag to tie around the Duke's head and gag him. The Duke tried to call upon his magic, but there wasn't much stone or dirt around for him to manipulate, and before he could try and use his magic to create some for him to use or to call out a weapon from his soul realm, one of the legates slammed his head down into the floorboards of the office, stunning him momentarily. The Duke came to just a few seconds later, but by then it was too late. The legates had gotten him into restraints. They'd used enchanted silver manacles meant for powerful mages which inhibited the use of their magic and prevented mages from accessing their soul realm. It wasn't a perfect solution since it didn't completely stop magic use, but it was enough to stop Duronius from fighting back in any meaningful way before they got him to a cell where his magic would be completely inhibited. "Bold of you, to try insulting me in my own office, when I'm surrounded by my own knights," Abronius dryly stated, his expression not changing much despite what had just happened. The Duke began to scream and curse and fight against the legates as they hauled him up to his feet, but the gag kept him from making any sense. "Sorry, what was that?" Abronius insincerely asked, his attitude poking fun at the restrained Duke. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. Take him to the brig, let him wait for Prince August's arrival in chains. Pull up camp on the shore, too, just in case those legions coming in behind him try to rescue their commander." Leon stared down at the masses of ships below and frowned. None of the ships were by the coast, and it didn't seem there was much of a presence there, anyway. It made going to them peacefully much more difficult than he would have liked. He was riding Anzu, and he was alone, for the most part. Alex and Valeria stayed behind at the camp, while Maya had accompanied him most of the way and then merged with the swampy ground once he started drawing near the coast. She was still around, but she would stay out of sight until he started his return. Assuming he did return and wasn't shot out of the sky on his approach. There wasn't much armor he could put on Anzu that wouldn't weigh him down too much to prevent flight, and making matters worse, the two legions that Duronius had with him were closing in from the north. If Leon had to guess, then he'd say if they weren't stopping for the night then they'd arrive at the coast by daybreak. He sighed and signaled Anzu to descend. It looked like the camp on the shore had been mostly pulled up, immediately indicating to Leon that something was very wrong, but there were still a few sailors and smaller boats on the coast who he could talk to. At the very least, he could check in with them and extend his request for a formal meeting with the Consul of Discord. Leon checked himself over one last time before their descent was noticed. His armor had been too heavily damaged for him to wear, so he was only dressed in some lightly enchanted mail, over which he was wearing his old snow lion coat, still as glossy and brilliantly white as it had always been. He was vaguely entertained that he and Anzu now matched. He wore no weapons at his side, hopefully sending a more diplomatic message than he would normally. It had taken a while, but he was finally starting to come around to the idea of talking things out first rather than immediately resorting to violence. He didn't want to repeat his mistake with Valeria from almost a week ago. The sight of her bleeding and in pain wasn't one he wanted to see again, let alone cause. He was even starting to regret some of his earlier, rasher actions when he'd acted without thinking, but he pushed those thoughts out of his mind. He had a job to do. As the two descended, they were finally noticed by the sailors still on the coast. He could hear some shouting and the indicative sounds of clinking metal, indicating that the sailors were arming themselves. Leon did his best not to seem overly aggressive, landing a good distance from the sailors and well into the tree lines just past the beach. He then had Anzu approach at a slow, unthreatening pace as the sailors spread out over the beach. When he emerged from the trees, he paused, letting them see him and react accordingly. In short order, he found himself surrounded by more than 20 Legion sailors, though none of them were stronger than the 4th tier. "Identify yourself," a 4th tier woman demanded, brandishing a long spear at Leon. He presumed her to be the leader, and she certainly was dressed better than the others, with a prominent silver bracelet adorning her right arm. "I am Leon Ursus, a knight here representing Prince August. I've come to deliver a message to Sir Aulus Abronius, the Consul of Discord." "What proof do you have of this?" the woman demanded, her demeanor not lessening in the slightest despite Leon's lack of concern and his towering aura. Leon didn't get angry at her, though. In her place, he knew that he'd demand proof, too. As his response, Leon retrieved first his Heaven's Eye ID, then a letter stating his purpose that had been signed by Prince August and marked with his personal seal. As far as identification went, it was about as good as Leon was going to get. The woman spent a long time examining both documents, her eyes frequently alternating between them and Leon. After more than a minute, she tossed Leon back his ID and said, "Wait here, I'll relay your request." Leon nodded and made no further movements. With a few strokes of Anzu's feathers, the griffin, too, relaxed, furling his wings and softening his predatory gaze. In response, the rest of the sailors that had surrounded Leon also relaxed, though their spears were always pointed at least vaguely in his direction. Fortunately, Leon didn't have to wait long. He was worried that he would be stuck there for hours until Duronius legions arrived, but after only 20 minutes, the 4th tier knightess returned with another knightess, a legate if her 6th tier aura was anything to go by. "Sir Leon Ursus, the Thunder Knight," the 6th tier knightess asked as she approached, her expression turning into one of shock as she registered the fact that she wasn't able to perceive his aura, providing a strong indicator of his strength and lending a great deal of credibility to his claims. "That's me," Leon replied through barely unclenched teeth. "Sir Abronius will meet with you," she replied, not missing a beat despite her surprise. "We can escort you there, or you can fly yourself. His ship is the closest dreadnought." It was Leon's turn to be surprised. These were supposed to be the enemies of the prince he was here to advocate for, and yet they were going to allow him to approach their flagship without an escort. "Careful, Leon, this stinks like a trap," Zafin murmured from his soul realm. "Maybe," Leon muttered back. "Or maybe I won't need to employ violence for this job. That would be a nice change of pace. Plan for violence anyway, don't be caught off guard," the demon cautioned him. Leon didn't respond. After the business with Valeria, he was starting to get a little tired of Zafin and the Thunderbird's way of thinking. They advocated for a violent approach that had served them well, that Leon had embraced, that had already seen him assassinate Tiberius back in the capital more than a year ago. But that wasn't what he wanted right now. With Valeria's offer of peace, he wanted to believe stronger than he'd ever admit that such a tactic could work. But he knew that the demon and his ancestor would never agree to that and would more likely than not advise him to kill Valeria now that they had laid out their cards on the table if he were to ask their opinions on his current situation. "I'll go without an escort, I'm sure they can shoot me down if I make any hostile moves and there's no need to take any of you away from your duties here," Leon replied, giving them what he hoped was a reassuring smile. He wasn't sure, though, being reassuring wasn't something he was used to expressing. The 6th tier knightess seemed to relax a bit, though, so he figured he couldn't have done that poor of a job. "Very well, then, sir," she said. "Best not to linger here." The knightess pointedly glanced out into the forest behind Leon. "Right, thank you," he said, spurring Anzu forward and back into the air. "Now, Sir Abronius, why are you so trusting?" Leon wondered as Anzu flew slowly and lazily over the water, staying highly busy. Chapter 461, Diplomatic Mission 3, Sir Leon Ursus, the hulking giant whispered from behind his desk. He was easily 7 feet tall, and with a physique that Leon had only ever seen exceeded by Trajan. His skin was darker than most natives of the Bull Kingdom, but the way he spoke indicated he was far from foreign. His warm brown eyes glittered with intelligence, his face was square, strong, and handsome, his thick black hair was cropped even shorter than was the typical norm for the Bull Kingdom, and his lips were curled in the confident smile of a man completely in control of the situation. And Leon couldn't blame him for that feeling of control, for there were 7 other 6th-tier mages present. Even with his new 7th-tier power, Leon doubted he'd be able to take on all 8 of these 6th-tier mages by himself. Anzu was stuck waiting on the main deck, and Maya was out in the bay behind several layers of thick enchanted hull. "I've heard about you, the Consul of Discord," Sir Abronius said, his smile turning somewhat sarcastic and provocative. "The Thunder Knight, the White Griffin. I heard you were declared Lord of the Stone Giants by Prince August, that you killed 10,000 men and women with your own hand, that you were like a god of death in the forest reaping the souls of any foolish knight who wandered too far from his fellows." Leon did his best not to cringe, but his displeasure was still written all over his face. "What's wrong, Sir Leon?" the consul sarcastically asked. "You don't like these stories. Are they not accurate?" "Not in the slightest," Leon replied through slightly clenched teeth. He took a moment to relax his jaw before continuing. "From what I understand, those on the losing side always make up stories about those who defeated them. Easier and less embarrassing to say that you lost because the other side had a death god rather than because of the failings of your own side." "Well said," the consul said, his smile turning genuine for just a moment before slipping back into provocative mockery. "But surely there must be a kernel of truth in there somewhere. I won't deny that I've been rather successful on the campaign so far, but I'm far from what you've just depicted me as," Leon said. Abronius chuckled. "You'll have to forgive me, though," Leon continued, cutting off the consul's chuckling quite effectively. "You've heard about me, but I confess I haven't heard much about you." "Not surprising," Abronius replied, not taking any offense from Leon's statement. "The fleets don't see much use now, not since the Serpentine Isles were pacified 50-some-odd years ago. The Samar Kingdom is no threat, so the fleets have had little to do except patrol the merchant lanes and watch for resurgent piracy." Leon bitterly smiled. "I seem to recall the fleets getting in some work during Talfar's latest incursion, though not without some resistance on the part of the legate leading Armenium's fleet." "Yes, Prince Trajan got in touch with me regarding that particular incident," the consul said, his tone softening in empathy with Leon's obvious annoyance as the younger man recalled Trajan having to toss a legate around like a ragdoll to get the legate's fleet to move. In fact, he felt it important enough to reach out with a calm stone rather than simply writing me a letter. "I think he wanted to hear my explanation for my subordinate's behavior from me personally without having to come all the way down to the southern coast. This must have been after we returned to the capital." Leon wondered aloud. "It was, only a few months after Talfar was pushed back," the consul explained. "You can rest assured that that legate has since been convinced to retire early. I was actually in the midst of promoting his successor when all this unpleasantness broke out and Sir Constantine seized Armenium's fleet." "That's good to hear," Leon said, taking some small delight in the arrogant fleet legate's punishment. "I would never allow such insubordination to happen from one of my people toward a prince of such stature," the consul said with a proud smile, his gaze momentarily flickering toward the other legates in the room. "But you would allow it against a prince of lesser stature?" Leon inquired, his eyebrow raising in interest. "Now, Sir Leon, do my ears deceive me, or is that the tone of a man finally getting to the point of his visit?" The consul replied, his smile widening until it took on a more authentic look. "Perhaps," Leon said, keeping his tone playful for just a moment longer before his demeanor turned completely serious. "I've been sent by Prince August to seek your support for his claim to the throne." "Have you, now?" the consul quietly breathed as he looked the young man over. He saw Leon's deep, dark brown hair, the unusual golden eyes, the strength in his body that his loose-fitting clothes and beautiful snow lion coat couldn't hide, and most of all, the power of his aura, which so dwarfed the consul's own that Abronius couldn't truly perceive it, indicating a minimum of 7th-tier strength. "I don't deny your power, Sir Leon, and I quite respect you for achieving it so young, but I do have to wonder at the wisdom of Prince August sending someone so young on such an important task. I would question it, too, and I did," Leon easily replied. "However, of all the knights in Prince August's service, I was the only one with a history with the diplomatic corps. It wasn't a long time I was with them, but I suppose that history made me seem like the best qualified to conduct such a task. Leon could see the consul lean back in his chair in what Leon hoped was an indication of being quietly impressed. He hoped this because Leon was, for the most part, making things up as he went along. He had no idea how this negotiation was supposed to work. For all his projected confidence, he truly wished August had sent someone more experienced in these matters like Aeneas or Gratian instead of him. But Leon kept himself steady as best as he could. The past few months had given him some perspective and served to teach him many things, and while he was nervous now, he knew that he was doing so much better than he would have even half a year ago. "Does Prince August have a specific offer in mind?" the consul asked, one of his eyebrows rising to match Leon's previous expression. "I can't imagine His Highness would send someone all the way here just to ask for my support without anything else." Leon smiled again, knowing that the consul wanted to see what August was offering before he made any decisions. He wasn't going to blindly support August without seeing some benefits. Leon just hoped that there were some benefits included in August's letter. He didn't know for certain because the prince had neglected to explain the letter's contents to him, neither had Leon tried to open the sealed letter to investigate. Leon reached into his soul realm and procured the letter. The legates at the consul's side tensed for a moment as Leon channeled his magic and took a few steps forward, but he moved slowly and didn't release any killing intent, so they kept their weapons stowed. Abronius took the offered letter, examined the seal, and once he was satisfied as to its authenticity, tore it open and began to read. It was only a single page, so the consul was finished quickly. No promises made, no offers to try to persuade me, just a polite request." Abronius' demeanor had completely changed, his voice dripping in confusion, his brow furrowed in thought. "I have to admit that wasn't the sort of letter I was expecting, Sir Ursus. I can't speak to that. I wasn't told what was in it," Leon replied. "That's irresponsible," Abronius observed. "You were sent here to negotiate with me, yet you weren't given the terms of the negotiations." "It does seem strange when you think about it," Leon replied, not too awfully bothered but still compelled to try and comprehend August's thinking. "If I had to guess as to his intentions, I'd say it's not so much about the offer. I'm meant to be a threat." "You're a 7th-tier mage," Abronius replied, his confident smile returning to his face. "Prince August is betting that he doesn't need to offer generous terms, only to spell out his position." "And it is a strong position," Leon added. "Duke Duronius has been defeated and now flees this way with his tail between his legs. His armies have been shattered and scattered, and now, even Octavius' greatest advantage, that of having 2 full paladins on his side, has been neutralized. Prince August has 2 7th-tier mages, control of the silver mines and mints of the eastern territories, and is now dominant in the southern territories. With his losses, Octavius is vulnerable in the central territories, and I doubt there are going to be any reinforcements from the west coming anytime soon. If I were in your position, I would seriously consider defection, because trying to fight against Prince August at this stage might not be the best course of action." "Indeed, Prince August is winning from where I sit," Abronius agreed, though Leon was guessing that the consul wasn't letting on just how much he believed that he'd seen the larger man twitch when Leon mentioned August's control of the kingdom's silver mines. "I take it you haven't gotten any word from the northern territories recently?" "None that I've heard," Leon admitted, letting his suspicions stew in the back of his mind for a moment. "Octavius has been losing badly up there, too," Abronius explained. "At first, his forces were under the command of Marquis Grandison, but Dame Minerva and the Brimstone Paladin kicked him around the Great Plateau like a line ball. Grandison was killed in the fighting, and Octavius' forces there haven't managed to recover. As far as I'm aware, Sir Clovis is now fighting on your side, making the situation in the north as untenable for Prince Octavius as it is in the south." Leon cocked his eyebrow. "I hadn't heard about any of them, but I'm glad that the consul of the north has seen fit to finally take a side. That should, not including you, only leave the consul of the ocean and western consul in Octavius' camp." Abronius hummed in agreement. "Those two have been politically marginalized with Octavius' latest reforms." The consul practically spat the word, making it clear to Leon what he thought about Octavius' ideas of reform. "I suppose that makes it my turn to choose a side, now, doesn't it?" "Before you make a decision, there's something I'd like to ask you," Leon said. "Go ahead," Abronius said, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. "How's Prince Octavius' financial situation?" Abronius almost did a double take. Of all the questions Leon could have asked, that wasn't one he was expecting. I only ask because you seem to look a little frustrated when I mentioned that Prince August has control of the kingdom's silver production. Is something wrong in the capital? What isn't wrong in the capital? Abronius muttered in disgust. I think I know what you're implying, Sir Leon, and you wouldn't be wrong. Prince Octavius hasn't the funds to pay the armies and the fleets anymore without Eastern silver. He has control of most of the kingdom's food production in the west, but clearly, that hasn't done him much good. Not yet, Leon replied a little more smugly than he intended. To be honest, supply problems have been present in Prince August's camp, which is why we've been relatively aggressive so far, not trying to fortify ourselves in the east despite being outnumbered. If we'd waited a few more months, we'd probably be starving if we reached this point. As it is, our supplies probably wouldn't last long enough to return our army to Ironford. Is that really something that you want to admit to me? The consul asked. Is the fact that you haven't been paid in how long something you wanted to admit to me? Leon shot back. A little honesty is good for us, I think. We deserve to know what we're getting into. How about this? You support August and furnish his people with the food that you've gotten from Prince Octavius. I'm sure he's given you plenty to spare. With Abronius' quick, hesitant nod, Leon continued. In exchange, Prince August will be able to pay your sailors and marines their due. Maybe even with a little bonus to make up for making them wait so long for their pay. The mints haven't shut down just because we're in a civil war, so I'm willing to bet there's a substantial stockpile just waiting to be paid out to those who prove loyal to the cause. Sir Leon, be careful, you're almost sounding reasonable, Abronius said in mock warning and a bit of genuine amazement. You won't make it far as a politician if you continue on like this. Who says I want to be a politician? Leon laughed as the idea of being an active figure in Bull Kingdom politics flitted through his head. He wasn't politically weak, of course, but he'd never be a proper courtier or bureaucrat in the kingdom. He hadn't the temperament for it, of that he was certain. So, Sir Abronius, what do you say? Will you support Prince August? Abronius made a show of thinking hard and staying silent as he stared at Leon, trying to keep his expression stoic and unreadable. But allying with August was his best choice. Both he and Leon were well aware of that. His armada was essentially unassailable out in the Gulf, but August controlled the land and didn't need to assault his fleets. The only problem they might pose was if some of the ships made their way up the Naga River to reinforce the capital, but Leon doubted that would happen from what Abronius had told him. And besides, if Abronius did decide to aid Octavius, his fleets would be much more vulnerable meandering through the southern wetlands than they would be out in the Gulf. Leon almost wanted Abronius to declare for Octavius just so he could see Maya tear some of these ships to bits. Let's say I agree, what do you think I ought to say to Duke Duronius' army when it arrives? Abronius asked. Maybe make a show with your flame lances, make it clear that they won't be receiving any aid from your fleets, Leon said. Prince August will extend an offer of surrender to them. If they're smart, they'll take it. Duronius is a proud man, he might choose death instead of surrender. How many of his subordinates will do the same? Leon countered, especially since he's lost just about everyone but the legions. Hopefully, once they see that those who defected to Prince August were welcomed into his forces, they won't feel the need to fight to the death. Hopefully, Abronius said. If they fight, we'll beat them again, Leon said with a shrug. We've beaten them at almost every turn despite having a terrible numerical disadvantage. How do you think another battle would go now that we outnumber them more than 4-1? Badly for them. Exactly. We're not foreign invaders, we're their countrymen, they'll surrender. You're mighty confident about that. Do you think I have cause not to be? Abronius couldn't help but chuckle, which soon turned into full-bellied laughing, taking Leon completely by surprise. It took a moment for the consul to settle down, and when he did, Leon asked in mild shock, what was that about? Know something I don't. Ah, maybe I do. Maybe I know for a fact that Duronius won't surrender. What makes you so confident in saying that? Because he didn't just roll over for me when I took him prisoner, Abronius said. Leon blinked as he froze, his brain freezing as it processed what the consul just said. You took the Duke prisoner? He asked. He knew that the Duke's army was still hours away, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made that the Duke would ride ahead. Indeed I did, the consul proudly replied. I suppose that means I threw in my lot with Prince August before you even arrived, Sir Leon. The old spymaster got into contact with me before you even arrived. I was just waiting to find out what you would offer me. You can take to His Highness my acceptance, and my expectation that my sailors and marines will be paid what they're owed. Leon laughed, both at himself and at the situation for how the consul played this. "I'll do just that," he said as he regained his composure. "You won't regret this, Sir Abronius. I'll make sure of that. I may be a fool for doing so, but I trust your word, Sir Leon," the consul said as the two men locked eyes. Mutual respect could be seen in both of their gazes. "I'll see you again. I look forward to it," Leon replied, giving the consul a genuine smile. With that, Abronius had one of his adjutants see Leon back to Anzu, and the young knight didn't stick around. He only took enough time to circle Abronius' flagship once before he was off. After all, the capture of Duke Duronius was a huge move, and he had to report back as soon as he could. Chapter 462. August support. August couldn't help but feel energized as he rode into the rocky natural harbor in which the Consul of Discord's armada had been stationed. Laid out in front of him was the armada, well over 1,000 ships strong. To his right and left, Duronius' legions, which had surrendered once they realized they'd been caught between his army and the fleets. Behind him were his followers, numbering somewhere around 250,000. Legions and noble retinues all together. The south was his. It wasn't firmly in his grasp, but he'd been getting letters and other messages for days from nobles and exarchs since his victory over Duronius, pledging their support for his campaign. Most of it was blatant bandwagon hopping, but he found it difficult to blame these people. Octavius held the capital and August had been declared a traitor and a kinslayer. The trial had been a sham, but many lower nobles and the exarchs hadn't been present, so they'd only had the official word to go on. Now that it seemed like August was winning, however, it suddenly didn't matter too much what Octavius had declared him to be. Riding just behind August were his champions, the strongest mages of his force who were supporting him, Roland and Leon. The two made for a spectacular sight, with Roland in full armor while Leon rode his griffin in resplendent formal attire, the former's aura strong and robust, the latter's towering over everyone else's. A welcoming party met August at the small stone docks that had been hastily built at the harbor at which the flagship had docked. It was a true leviathan of a ship, too large to sail on most rivers save for those which were slow and deep, such as the Tyrrhenian or the Naga, but it boasted 2 flame lances, emplacements for enchanted trebuchets, 10 ballistae to a side, and a deadly ram on the front. It was a floating fortress made of enchanted heartwood with a crew of thousands. And its captain had pledged it and all the rest of the ships to his cause. August had been surprised and elated when Leon returned with his news, but the reality of the situation hadn't struck him until his arrival, until he could see with his own eyes the scale of the force that had joined him. He was both overjoyed and depressingly subdued about it. On the one hand, the Southern Armada was the final key he needed to fully assert his control over the southern territories, and with its transport ships, getting his army north to the capital would be child's play. On the other hand, it was at least 100,000 more people who could die in his war, probably more, and that responsibility settled itself over August's shoulders like a heavily weighted coat, crushing him so that he could barely express his joy at this turn of events. He dismounted his horse and made only light conversation with the knights that had come out to welcome him and escort his command staff to the capital ship. He wasn't in the mood to speak right now, and as they continued on, his mind was more and more occupied with what he was going to say to everyone, for there was much he needed to say. The past few months had been eye-opening, to say the least, and he needed to express his revelations to his followers. And so it was that August and several hundred of his followers and bodyguards were escorted over the dock and up the ramps to the flagship. There he was greeted by the sight of a good portion of the ship's crew standing on the deck in full dress uniforms and in inspection formation. At the front were a dozen individuals, all of 6th-tier strength and dressed in the telltale uniforms of legates. In front of them was a lone man, dark of skin and large of build, handsome and powerful and dressed in the crisp, perfectly tailored uniform of a consul. "Welcome aboard the BKS King Anastasius, Your Highness," the consul cheerfully exclaimed, his expression one of joy and delight. It seemed real enough, but August was a little unsure. Regardless, he responded in kind, smiling and offering compliments on the state of the armada and its crew, all of the near-meaningless platitudes that were expected under such circumstances. They stood there for several long minutes making their introductions, with all the legates coming forward to greet the legates and nobles in August's entourage. Leon and Roland, however, stayed at August's side, not straying far. Finally, once the long introductions and traditional small talk were over, the consul led August's group inside to the ship's largest formal meeting hall, which really wasn't that big in the grand scheme of things, but on a ship, was almost extravagantly large. There were only a handful of seats in the room, with August taking one, the consul taking the other, and almost everyone else remaining on their feet, standing behind their respective commanders. The only exceptions were four of the consul's legates, the Duchess of Vesentio, Duke Gratian of Lentia, Marquis Aeneas, Roland, and Leon, though August noticed with some amusement that Leon only took a seat once the silver-haired knight at his side poked him a few times and whispered something into his ear. August saw the ghost of a scowl cross Leon's face, but the young magical prodigy took his seat. Now, the consul began, taking the initiative to speak before anyone else. Let's get something over and done with right away. Bring in the prisoner. From another door entered a second group of legates, though they numbered only 6. Between them in chains that glowed with bright white light enchantments came an older man, gray of hair but still clearly strong of body. His noble attire was a little wrinkled and dirty, but other than that, he seemed in perfect health, with not even a hair out of place. Duke Duronius, August recognized, and he'd been well taken care of by the looks of him, even if he didn't seem to have been given a change of clothes. August noted that the man was glaring at him as if he wanted nothing more than to wrap his chains around the prince's neck and squeeze August's head off. He'd never be able to do so, however, for the 6 legates escorting him had firm grips on his chains, and he couldn't even speak for his mouth had been roughly gagged. Our guest, Duke Duronius, the consul of Discord proudly stated, his eyes locked on August. As a symbol of my dedication to your cause, your highness, I present to you this traitor, and await your judgment regarding what to do with him next. August stared at the Duke for a long moment, his deep brown eyes never wavering even for a moment, not even as the Duke hatefully stared back with as much venom as he could muster in his state. Finally, August simply and almost emotionlessly said, "Send him back to the brig. Any cell will do, so long as it can hold a man of his power." "As your highness wills it," the consul said. He subtly jerked his head and the legates half-dragged half-walked the Duke back out of the room. August glanced around the room, gauging the reaction to his order. He noticed some confusion and even disappointment here and there, and he could guess why. Many were hoping to see him order the Duke's execution right then and there. But that wasn't what August wanted. Punishments and executions could come later. For now, all he wanted was peace, and the Duke was more valuable for achieving that aim alive than he was dead. Before he began to speak, August also noted that the consul was not one of those who seemed disturbed or otherwise surprised at his order. In fact, the consul seemed to be completely unfazed by everything, smiling around at the room and waiting for August to speak with the patience of a man with nothing to fear. August lightly sighed, steeling himself for what he was about to say. For what he needed to say, for he could not continue without making himself abundantly clear. "Sir Abronius, I thank you for your hospitality and your offer of support," he began, deciding it might be wise to praise the consul a bit to get on his and his people's good side. "Ancestors know that the entire kingdom needs loyal and brave men and women like yourselves to stand up for it when cravens and traitors have hold over our sacred capital, the place where my ancestor, the sacred bull, first ascended to human form." August paused to allow the consul to respond, which he did in his deep, almost reverberating voice, "And we are honored for your presence and your trust, your highness. Each one of us not only considers it our duty to rid the capital of these vipers which seek to strangle us all, but we consider it an honor beyond all others to fight at your side and see your mission through." August gratefully nodded, making brief eye contact with all the fleet legates and tribunes who filled the consul's half of the meeting room. "The honor is mine, to have so many brave and dutiful men and women believe in me," he said, letting his voice ramp up a bit to now address everyone in the room rather than simply the consul. Rising to his feet so that he could more emphatically make his points, he continued, "And my mission is one that requires such bravery to accomplish. For over the course of this war, I have realized the true nature of the task which my ancestors have set before me. To see the kingdom that has been built upon all of our labors brought to glory. The glory of freedom from the tyranny and oppression that my treasonous half-brother would see us all labor beneath. My half-brother would see all of us who are not of noble blood thrown out of their positions. He would overturn half a millennium of reforms enacted by my royal father, his father before him, and his before his. He would return us to a time when commoners were commoners, when peasants were peasants, when nobles were nobles, and when merchants were merchants, forever. If my half-brother wins this war, we would all be slaves to our class, noble and common alike. And all to serve his vanity. Nobles would be trapped in a cage of gold, where all the rest would be caged in iron and dirt, never free to pursue their passions and fit only to serve at the pleasure of my half-brother and those who sycophantically follow him. August paused to look around the room, gauging the response. For the most part, there wasn't much, with everyone seeming to take time to digest his words and respectfully maintain their silence. And an oppressive silence it was. August was a little downtrodden by this subdued response. He'd been hoping for something a little more exciting since most of the knights in the room were common-born. As August turned, making eye contact with everyone he could, his eyes eventually landed upon Leon and Roland, the two strongest warriors in his camp, though it was arguable in Roland's case. Roland smiled and nodded, his support never in question. Leon, on the other hand, had the more powerful response, especially since, due to his background, August was far more eager to have his approval, though it was far more subtle. His face remained stoic, his posture stiff and formal, his aura and demeanor calm, but as his golden eyes locked with August's, a smile briefly appeared on his lips, giving August the swiftest of glimpses into Leon's approval. August took a deep breath to steady himself for the inflammatory declaration he was about to make and gave Leon a subtle and grateful nod. "Friends, countrymen," he whispered, breaking the oppressive silence in the room, "we are held back by notions of nobility. Notions of birth and inherited authority stymie our growth and weaken our kingdom. It is time to set these things aside, not just for the benefit of the royal family, as was my forebears' intent, at least in part, but for the benefit of all our people. When I went to Armenium to aid my uncle and relieve the Talfar siege, my uncle, Prince Trajan," August halted for just a moment, and he was a little more gratified to see far more eyes turned in his direction with the mention of Trajan's name. Even now, months after his death, his name still carried a great deal of weight with the legion and nobility. "Promised to support me over my half-brother, but he only did so under the condition that I continue my family's work in liberating us from the archaic notions of class that stifle our people and diminish their talents. I agreed, but it wasn't until I saw the scale of death that our people have to endure in this war that I truly recognized its importance and necessity. All of us deserve the freedom to choose what to do with our own lives. We all deserve to thrive under our own powers, and to rise to greatness without being blocked by the jealousy of those who resent our skills and talents. And I would not have the support of anyone who does not share these ideals. I would not accept the support of any noble who would stand against the march of progress and resist the changes that are necessary to ensure the greatness of our kingdom. If you support me, then you support my vision of the future, and you will work to see it come to be. Now, then, Sir Abronius," August said, now facing the utterly baffled consul instead of slowly circling in place so that he could make eye contact with everyone, "will you support me? Will you dedicate your efforts to see the chains that shackle us to mediocrity broken?" August waited, demanding an answer from the consul. There wasn't much choice that he could make, though, since Duke Duronius was now languishing in a prison cell. But August saw conviction in the consul's eyes, he saw the passionate fire of a man who believed. "I will support you, Prince August," the consul growled, his baritone voice smooth and calm, betraying none of the thoughts or emotions that August felt were there. Turning now to the next highest-ranking person present, the Duchess of Vesentio, August asked, "And you, your grace? Will you support me?" This was the much harder question, August knew. The Duchess, if she agreed, would essentially be handing over her ancestral lands to the crown if August were to win, something which no noble in their right mind would ever agree to. It may not happen immediately, but her noble rights and privileges would be forfeit. August knew that the question would likely have been much easier if he'd chosen others to answer before her, to build up some momentum before giving her a chance to shoot him down. But he didn't do that, he wanted to hear from her, first. The Duchess fixed her cold gaze upon the prince, but August showed none of his anxiety, he simply stood before her, wordlessly prompting her to answer. "You say freedom, your highness," she said, her voice soft but still carrying to every ear in the room, "but what would that mean for me? If I were to agree, what would that make me? What would that make any future children I might have?" "That would depend on you, your grace," the prince replied with a smile. "However, you can rest assured that your private property would remain untouched, even if political power must be returned to the crown." And there it was. If there was to be any nail in August's coffin, that statement would be it. He unambiguously stated that she would have to forfeit her title and political authority to him. She controlled her emotions well, giving nothing away, but August could hear disbelieving and discontented voices murmuring elsewhere in the room over his asking of such a thing. "Your grace, what is your answer?" August asked. August felt like the Duchess, stare was going to bore holes into him. She didn't look around at the others, she didn't try to pander to them, she simply sat there, thinking over the possibilities. Finally, after an excruciatingly long period of time, she said, "I agree." The room fell silent, the quiet mutterings silenced by her unexpected agreement. But August gave her a glowing smile, then moved on, turning to Duke Gratian. "Your Grace, will you support me?" Gratian's control over himself wasn't as great as the Duchess's was. He stared, his mouth opened just a bit to showcase his shock in August's speech, his question, and in Vesentio's answer. But standing behind him, his younger brother Gaius stared at the prince in something more akin to awe and wonder. As the youngest member of his house, Gaius knew that the most he could hope for was to remain a knight in his older brother's service, maybe being granted a small castle or villa to live in and administer some of his brother's land from. If what August was saying was true, then he could be whoever he wanted without the threat of his family disowning him or retaliating against him. If he wanted to follow in the third Prince Antonius' footsteps and become a scholar, he could do so without fear of political judgments. He wouldn't even need to swear himself to any other lord or to the king as the Legion Knights did. As if feeling his brother's excitement, Gratian lightly scowled. He was a rich man, though Lentia wasn't that rich of a duchy. He'd be quite well off even if he lost his title and some of his land. The more time he took to think, the more August could see his expression starting to turn. "I will support you, Your Highness," Gratian whispered, to the collective shock of everyone listening. But August again smiled and moved on, giving no one any more time to recover. But from there, things went much easier. The rest of the nobles didn't feel comfortable refusing when even the most powerful of their number were agreeing, and none of the Legion Knights were particularly disposed toward disagreement, anyway. The support for August was nearly unanimous, save for a few of the lesser nobles who slipped away before August could call upon them. Not that he cared too much, they had less than 10,000 troops between them, not enough to affect the war in any meaningful way at this point. When August reached Roland, his friend almost leapt to his feet in expressing his support for the prince. Leon, on the other hand, remained seated. August was hoping for a bit more from the young 7th-tier mage, but all he got was a quiet, "Your Highness has my support." August contemplated dangling the option of becoming a paladin in front of him, but he resisted that urge, for he doubted Leon would take it up if he turned down even the Archduchy of the Great Plateau, and he could do without the embarrassment of Leon turning him down in front of everyone, as August was sure would happen. But he was going to take what he could get. He had the support he needed, and pride bloomed in his chest with every person who continued to agree. By the time it was all over, he felt like he was floating. "Thank you, everyone," he shouted, his voice quavering with the emotion of a man who was just proven right, despite his worst fears. "When we retake the capital and throw my traitor half-brother to the curb, we will usher in a new era in this kingdom." "What are you doing?" Octavius demanded, hissing through his teeth in rage. He stood outside the royal palace, now nearly deserted save for a handful of royal guardsmen. It was long past sundown, though given how few people still worked within, the time of day hardly mattered for there was so little foot traffic. The subject of his furious question was his maternal uncle, the Earthshaker paladin, Petrus Duronius. The paladin was just as furious as Octavius, and his aura and killing intent both radiated from him like light from the sun. "I'm going to rescue my father and slaughter that royal bastard like the swine that he is. And anyone else who gets in my way," he shouted. "You will do no such things." Octavius roared in response, his eyes wild and his clothes disheveled. "You will stay here as you have been ordered. If you leave, I will declare you a traitor." "You'll do no such thing," Earthshaker responded, "because you have so little left. If you stand in my way, you'll die. I will not stand idly by as your cause is destroyed out from beneath you anymore. But I will return, dear nephew, and when I do, I shall have my father. And once we are back, we can fix this sinking ship you call a kingdom." Earthshaker waited no more for Octavius' rantings, moving on the stables to fetch his horse. With his magic senses, he could see the Sapphire Paladin standing by a few buildings away, but she wasn't moving against him despite how much Octavius was screaming for her. He could see the embarrassment on her face as Octavius screamed himself hoarse right there in front of the royal palace for all the guards and what few people still remained within to see. She was the only one he was worried about, for if she stood in his way, then he might have been stopped. As it was, Earthshaker was so preoccupied with the news that his father had been taken prisoner that he couldn't even muster any lecherous thoughts about the beautiful blonde paladin, as would have otherwise been his wont. Instead, he came peeling out of the stables without a single squire to act as his entourage. To wait for them would have cost him time, and he had others along the way he could recruit. No, his pride and honor demanded that he leave with all haste as soon as he could. His eyes turned dark as he rode across the bridge connecting the capital island to the rest of the capital city. He would do exactly what he just declared he would. He would rescue his father, murder August, and destroy anything in his way. The possibility that he might fail in this task was not one that ever entered his mind, for he was a 7th-tier paladin and the only 7th-tier mage that August had was hundreds of miles north. Getting his father back would be easy. Earthshaker just had to get there before anything could happen to him in captivity. Chapter 463. The last push. Leon breathed in the cool, salty air of the Gulf Coast. He was as happy as he'd been in a long while. He had Maya back, he and Valeria had made some measure of peace, and now, finally, it seemed like the civil war drawing to a close. August, once he had gotten the formal oaths of support from those who had verbally agreed to his declaration a week ago, had ordered his army to begin their march on the capital. That army was a little smaller since many of the lesser lords deserted, but their forces accounted for less than 15,000 total knights, men-at-arms, and levies. August still had 8 legions with him, counting those who had defected to his side from Duronius' army. August didn't mind these defections too much as far as anyone knew there'd be time enough to deal with those nobles later. For now, he had to secure the kingdom as a whole and couldn't get bogged down dealing with minor lords. There still weren't enough ships to transport everyone, though, even as large as the Gulf of Discord Armada was. Constantine sent a letter from the Bull's Horns suggesting that he deploy the fleet he'd taken over to aid in this endeavor, but August refused, with the reasoning that Armenium mustn't be left undefended at this most crucial of stages. As a result, all of the legions were packed aboard transports and sent off while the noble armies would follow along the coast, then up the river as closely as they could. Leon was aboard the leading fleet's flagship, the Bull King's ship Julius Quartus Taurus, a massive beast almost as large as the consul's vessel. Its magic engine propelled them onward, the complex enchantments inscribed upon it soundlessly using the very water beneath the hull to push them through the waves. The 6 merchant cities on the southern coast had already sent messages of submission to August, as had most of the nobles and exarchs ruling the territory along the Naga and all its branches. That gave the fleets more than enough entry points into the river networks of the southern territories and beyond. Leon could feel it in the air, the anticipation, the excitement. The civil war had only been raging for a few months, less than half a year, but the sailors and soldiers around him were ready for it to be over. More than 100,000 of their countrymen had already been killed in the fighting, and that number was only a conservative estimate. Leon was, himself, just as ready to bring an end to this thing, to bring justice to those who had murdered Trajan. All he had to do now was wait as the ships bore him and the army he accompanied north, all the way to the capital. His lips curled upward in a deadly smile. Yes, he was quite looking forward to ending all of this. Sir Leon, you'll be given command, August said as he and the entire command staff comprising several dozen legates and just as many high lords pored over a map in the center of their meeting room. Think you can handle it? August's tone was provocative, challenging. Leon smiled. No question about it, he replied with an ease he hadn't ever had. One of my knights, Dame Valeria, grew up in Calabria. Her father was the exarch of the city for years. I don't doubt for a second that we'll be able to find a way in. Excellent, August replied. The rest of us will take the larger ships up this other route further to the west. That's going to be the only way we'll get the dreadnoughts and their flame lances up to the capital. All the rest of the waterways are too shallow to bear their mass. Your Highness, I still think it folly to send Sir Ursus up to Calabria, a walled city, without flame lances, the Consul of Discord interjected. We don't need to split our forces so. We can simply sail the entire armada up this deeper channel and seize Calabria on the way. That's an option, Marquis Aeneas conceded, though his tone made it clear he wasn't agreeing. However, time is of the essence. Octavius won't take the loss of the southern fleets lying down. I imagine he'll be sending the Consul of the Endless Ocean and his larger fleets to deal with us. We need to make our way up the Naga and bring an end to this war now before we get bogged down in a pointless naval engagement that will only serve to further weaken the kingdom. Sending Sir Ursus up to seize Calabria now is our best option to break past it quickly before Octavius can send whatever reserve forces he still has to reinforce the city and block our passage. If we get sandwiched between river defenses in the north and the consul of the ocean in the south, we'll be screwed. I agree, added Roland. Dame Minerva, Sir Clovis, and the Brimstone Paladin have secured the northern territories and are beginning their march south from Tira. Whatever armies that Octavius has in reserve will be needed to block them, but I doubt they'll be enough, not if he keeps both of his paladins in the capital as he's been doing. Octavius has been put on the back foot after our victories, but that doesn't mean he's lost. If we let our position go to our heads, we could find ourselves suffering a few defeats and losing all the gains we've made so far. Abronius shrugged. I'm not saying we should wait, just that we don't need to split our fleets. I can do this, Leon confidently responded, his voice strong and even. Confident and sure of himself. Give me a fleet and a legion and I'll take Calabria before you even reach it. It will present no obstacle to our advance. Please tell me I wasn't talking out my ass back there, Leon practically begged Valeria. The two were joined by only Alex as they were sitting in the cabins of the leading flagship that had been allocated to Leon. Both of the two knightises had been present in the strategy meeting, so they knew what he was talking about. Maya, meanwhile, was out swimming. Apparently, riding a boat was a mildly uncomfortable experience for a river nymph, so she rarely came back aboard if the sun was still up. You weren't, Valeria replied, an amused smirk gracing her face as she softly chuckled. I can get us into Calabria with minimal casualties if we have to storm the city. Should be pretty easy, actually. Like, how easy? Alex asked. Like eating 10 sausages in one sitting easy or getting Anzu to like you easy. Valeria couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the strange comparison, the sign of a small crack opening in her stoic expression. The sausages. I think, it'll be a walk in the park, that's my point. All right, Leon replied, giving Alex a confused, searching look, all while she tried desperately to hold back her laughter. What? She asked as evenly as she could. You two have been acting so oddly recently, everything good? Valeria unconsciously rubbed her shoulder, the one that Anzu had savaged during Leon's confrontation, but said, everything's fine. We had some disagreements, but we've found some common ground, Leon explained in a little more detail, but when Alex leaned in with an expectant smile, he only said, it's a private matter. Sorry, private matter, Alex said with a mischievous look in her eye. You two are fucking, aren't you? Don't think I can't smell the sex wafting out of your quarters. What? Leon shouted in response, his neck popping as he did a double take. We're not, no, Arrella, we're not having sex. Leon's tone was panicked and insistent, and he briefly glanced at Valeria to back him up. However, the young silver-haired woman looked mortified beyond speech. Her pale cheeks had turned scarlet and she seemed to be looking everywhere except Leon or Alex. Then who is it I hear moaning in the night in the throes of pleasure? Alex challenged, her trolling smile growing wider. It's not even a question in my mind, you two have been doing the dirty every night. Alex then turned her attention to Valeria exclusively rather than both her and Leon and said in a conspiratorial tone, I'm actually kind of jealous, I haven't been able to find a guy the first like enough to let him take care of me in that way anywhere on this ship. Tell me, is Leon good? I mean, I'm fairly certain he is, judging by what Lady Elise has told me, but she won't give me details. All right, stop, Leon loudly demanded. Alex, I think you're taking this a little too far. Honestly, if you were serving any other knight, you'd probably be seeing some punishment for comments like those. She said, glancing back at him. His sharp gaze seemed to break through her playfulness, and when she looked back at Valeria, she could see the embarrassment and discomfort on Valeria's face. Oh, yeah, I think I might have. I'm sorry, Val, I was just messing with you. It's fine, Valeria whispered as she did her best to regain her composure. I'm fine, it's fine, all fine, sorry about that, I took that too far, Alex repeated as she slid closer to Valeria. I know you haven't been sleeping with Leon, it's Naiad I've been hearing. Alex then suddenly snapped back up, her gaze turning back to Leon. Where is our resident river nymph, by the way? I don't think I've seen her in days. She's following the ship, Leon said, only too happy to get away from Alex's teasing. Oh, that makes sense. Will she be with us during the assault on Calabria? Assuming there is an assault, I mean. She should be. Good. Then victory is as good as ours, especially with Val on our side. They've made it far, Earthshaker said from the riverbank, hidden in the marshy forest. His attention was turned in the direction of the fleet sailing its way past through the city at the mouth of the river, and he could see why the fleet was moving so fast. It wasn't stopping at the city, despite being able to rest and resupply there. It could be thus implied that they hadn't stopped at any other settlements along the coast, either. The ships weren't moving too fast, relatively speaking, and now that they were fighting the current, they'd be moving much slower. Still, there were quite a few, and Earthshaker wasn't willing to take on so many right here, not when he had no idea where his father was. Turning to the nobles at his side, he ordered, "Tell me what you know of these ships." The noble in question paled a little under the 7th-tier mage's gaze. He was only a 3rd-tier mage himself, and a rather poor baron as well. He had, until about a week previous, been a part of August's army, his territory situated deep in the eastern territories. August's declaration to abolish the nobility had caused him and a number of other like-minded nobles to desert. They'd largely stuck together so they could protect themselves if August sent his army after them, but they hadn't been attacked. In fact, they'd run into the Earthshaker paladin on the road barreling for the old site where the fleets had been waiting. For Duronius, unfortunately for him, Earthshaker had been too late to stop the armada from departing, but the nobles wound up following him after he declared that he'd be taking August's head. "I think that's the fleet my cousin told me about, the one led by the Thunder Knight, but it's hard to say from here, especially without their dreadnoughts," the noble hastily replied, his voice weak and squeaky. Another noble nearby, a southern hereditary knight with only a handful of knights loyal to him, added, "Those big ships won't be coming in on this route." "Too shallow." "Good," Earthshaker replied, "won't have to worry about flame lances, then." "Still, that's a lot of water between me and them," the paladin thought to himself. As an earth mage, swimming wasn't his forte, and he was reluctant to assault the ships so far out into the wide, slow-moving river. As if sensing the paladin's worry, the southern hereditary knight said, "If you're looking to stop this fleet, there's a good spot to assault it further upriver. This river will narrow a bit and pass through some hills. The forest will give some cover to advance, while the narrowing river will allow us to block it off and prevent them from simply pushing past us." Earthshaker scowled. More and more ships were making their appearances until he could see a couple hundred coming in from the Gulf and passing through the merchant city. He wasn't sure if his father was among them, but searching them all would be a daunting task. Fortunately, he had more than 10,000 knights, men at arms, and all their levies at his back, but those numbers presented a challenge of their own. They were yet another reason why the amphibious assault wasn't going to work here. "Then that's where we'll go," Earthshaker growled, hating that he was having to wait even a little bit longer. "When they reach that point, we'll take those ships." A few of the nobles behind him audibly gulped. It was a daunting task, attacking those ships and their full complements of marines, let alone whoever else was with them. Not that Earthshaker cared, of course. All he wanted was to free his father, and if he got to kill some Augustine troops and other traitors while he was at it, then all the better. Leon Ursus, so-called Thunder Knight, the paladin thought to himself, his inner voice dark and filled with contempt. "Not my pick for the first commander to kill, but I suppose he'll have to do." Chapter 464, Earth and Sky. Maya collapsed into bed next to Leon, a sigh of satisfaction escaping from her lips. Both she and Leon were in his relatively small bedroom in the leading ship of the fleet, doing their best to make up for every second they'd lost when they'd been apart. When they were alone, clothes came off and they practically glued themselves together. Now, they lay in bed basking in the afterglow. I love you," Leon whispered as he tried and failed to steady his breathing. Even for mages of their power, they'd gone so hard at each other that they both needed a few seconds to catch their breath. Maya giggled softly, cuddled up closer to him, and responded in a voice as light and melodic as a wind chime, "I love you, too, Leon." The two were silent for a long moment after their shared declaration, unable to form any more words, simply enjoying each other's company. It was almost 5 minutes before Maya spoke again, and this time her breathing had steadied, though she continued to press her well-endowed figure into Leon, unwilling to separate from him in the slightest. "How much longer until we arrive?" Understanding what she was asking for, as she had asked this same question at least once a day since they'd set off from the Gulf Coast almost 2 weeks prior, Leon answered, "We'd reach the capital in a few days if Calabria wasn't in the way. As it is now, we'll get to Calabria tomorrow. We'll probably have to take the city, but with us, I can't imagine that'll take longer than a day, but then we'll wait for the rest of the fleets to catch up. Shouldn't take much longer than a week for that to happen. After that, we'll move on to the capital. So, it'll be about a week and a half at the earliest before we'll be able to see Elise again. That's not soon enough, Maya complained, but Leon didn't think she was being overly serious. They'd both agreed to move with the fleets just in case anything unexpected got in their way. Neither had seen Elise in almost half a year, but as much as they wanted to reunite with their fire-haired lover, they'd both agreed that doing something reckless and getting themselves injured, killed, or captured in an attempt to see her sooner was counterproductive. Better to be cautious and reunite properly and permanently rather than doing something stupid and having to leave again assuming they managed to see her at all. I understand your impatience, every fiber of my being wants to be with her again, too, Leon said, slowly running one of his hands through Maya's light brown hair. We'll get to be with her soon, though. Just a little bit longer. Maya began to sensually stretch her body out, intentionally rubbing her body up against Leon's as much as she could. Anyone who gets in our way will wish they hadn't, she said as she gave Leon a predatory smile. Leon was almost concerned about the implications of that smile until he saw the look in Maya's eyes. He saw no violence there, only heat and desire, and he realized that that smile wasn't her looking forward to violence, but rather something else entirely. Knowing that their break was over, the hand that Leon had been using to hold Maya close against him drifted downward, stroking her back all the way down to her shapely rear. Once there, Leon grabbed a hold of her and flipped her over onto her back. Maya gasped in delight and wrapped her long bronze legs around Leon's waist, ensuring that they stayed locked together. With a provocative smile, Leon leaned back onto his knees, pulling as far away as Maya would allow, then set his hands upon her breasts, stroking and kneading, lightly flicking her nipples. Maya moaned with pleasure and desire, but as Leon began to lean back in, aiming to seal her lips with his, they both suddenly froze as a wave of magic power washed the ship. Both irritated that they had been interrupted by someone using their magic senses again, they were on their feet in but an instant, clothing appearing over their bodies so quickly it was almost as if they hadn't been naked in the first place. They knew that what they had felt was no friendly aura, it was the magic senses of a powerful mage, at least 7th tier, and within that power, they could feel a potent killing intent. Whoever had been the source of that power was no friend of theirs. A moment later, alarms began to ring out on the ship, loud high-pitched squeals created by magic that began to wake the entire ship from slumber. It was almost midnight, so most of the crew had been asleep. Now, the ship began to rock as sailors, marines, and soldiers began to spring from their sleeping arrangements and prepare themselves for battle. Leon and Maya simultaneously projected their magic senses. Their waves of power rushed up the river, without the smallest stone on the shore going unnoticed. They saw nothing of note for several miles. The landscape was relatively hilly and well forested until their magic senses caught up to the scout ships that sailed ahead of the main fleet. These ships consisted of 3 war galleys and a dozen other smaller boats well suited to riverine warfare. And all these ships were burning. A long stone bridge had been built across the river, similar to the one that Leon and August had used to escape the Central Territories at the start of the war, but that one was much farther north if it even still existed. It spanned the entire river, its arched supports allowing the river to continue flowing beneath it while rising above the water like a stone wall, ready to block the passage of the fleet. On that bridge Leon and Maya could see hundreds of knights waiting for them, watching the scout ships burn and sink into the deep river. Nowhere could either of them see the mage that had sent out that pulse of magic power. The knights on the bridge were led by a couple of 6th-tier mages, but the rest were much weaker. None of them had the power to startle Leon or Maya as they had been by that pulse. Without missing a beat, the two darted out of Leon's room and out into the hall where a groggy Alex and relatively more alert Valeria were already poking their heads out of their doors. "What's goin' on?" Alex mumbled in sleepy confusion. "I done hear us being attacked. The forward scouts have been annihilated," Leon quickly informed them. "We're heading up to the deck to prepare to defend this ship." "Got it," Valeria said, conjuring her armor out of her soul realm. Leon found himself a little jealous. His armor was still heavily damaged, more than Legion blacksmiths could fix. He'd have to fight without armor until the capital was taken and he could get a Heaven's Eye smith to perform some repairs, since the only other armor he had consisting of cheap mail and gambeson wasn't enchanted enough to be worth the light restrictions to his flexibility it would demand. Alex was a little more sluggish getting ready, but in less than a minute, she was out in the hall with most of her lighter armor on and looking far more alert. Once the 4 were ready, they began sprinting up to the deck of the ship, stopping only once so Leon could release Anzu from his cell. Once they hurtled out from beneath the deck, they found dozens of Marines already there ready to repel boarders and preparing some of the ship's weapons, which amounted to a single trebuchet and a pair of mangonels. The ship was large enough to carry a crew of hundreds bumped up to about 1,500 with many Legion soldiers hitching a ride, but it still wasn't large enough to have its own flame lance. Those were reserved for the dreadnoughts, the fleet capital ships, which were too massive to sail the same route that Leon's detached fleet had taken. Fortunately, Leon could see the rest of the ships in the fleet numbering a little over 100 preparing their own weapons, though that mostly amounted to marine archers and rams. "Get into the water, I'll keep in touch from there," Leon whispered to Maya, who nodded back and in a flash was over the side of the ship and in the river. Since she'd returned, Leon had taken some old advice from Zafin and asked her to teach him her ability to speak into other people's minds. Zafin himself was reluctant to do so, citing Leon's lack of power, which Leon took issue with. Maya, however, was only too happy to teach Leon what she knew. He hadn't managed to get a good hold of the technique yet, but thanks to their bond after she told him her true name, it made things between them a little easier to make up for his lack of skill. "What should we do?" Valeria asked. Leon glanced around, noting that there didn't seem to be any enemies on the riverbanks. They were all concentrated further upriver, at the stone bridge. "Wait here, I'm going to check in with the legate," Leon replied. He had been given command of the mission by August, but he knew next to nothing about ship warfare, so he was more than happy that a fleet legate had been sent to command the ships of the fleet. The ship's bridge was located in a tower near the center of the top deck, about 4 stories high. It wasn't a wind-powered ship, leaving no need for a mast, unlike many of the war galleys that accompanied them. In a single bound, Leon jumped from the deck of the ship all the way up the command tower and through the large observation windows of the bridge, taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't yet been closed. "Sir Ursus!" The legate cried out in alarm as Leon appeared, landing among the bridge crew. "Do you know what's happening?" Leon asked. "I have a good idea," the legate replied. The two quickly caught each other up on what they knew. Leon, as it turned out, had more information, and didn't learn much from the legate, but who sent that wave of magic senses? The legate asked as their explanations finished. "And why would they do that?" "They tipped their hand and showed us what was ahead, whoever it was. I think they may have wanted to draw our attention to that bridge," Leon said. "Regardless, they were powerful, at least 7th tier. Given the presence of that bridge and the power I sensed in that pulse of magic senses, I think we may be dealing with the Earthshaker Paladin. And if we're unlucky, then Sapphire might be here, too." Leon could hear several of the younger knights working on the bridge fail to suppress gasps of fear, and the expressions of many of the older knights grow far more serious. "We need to be ready for an attack from either side of the river the entire way north," Leon continued. "You're saying that this is a trap, meant to lure us further upriver where they have an ambush party waiting?" the legate asked, before nodding to himself a moment later in agreement. "We have nowhere else to go, there aren't any other river tributaries of note between us and that bridge, none that we can use to go around it. If we want to proceed, we're going to have to go through that bridge, and that means they could ambush us anywhere between here and there. I could see Earthshaker building another bridge south of us to lock us in if we overcommit to this," Leon mused aloud. "If our ships get boxed in, we might take too many casualties to take Calabria, we could even lose the entire fleet in the worst-case scenario. We do have options, though," the legate said. "We have an entire legion spread out among our ships and no reason not to let them off." "I like that thinking," Leon said, smiling. He could think of nothing better than fighting with solid ground under his feet, though he wanted to stick close to the river where Maya could cover him. "We let off a few thousand soldiers on either side of the river, leave a few ships behind to cover our rear, and then make for that bridge." The fleet had land support from the noble retinues that had shadowed them from the coast, but the nobles were eventually forced to take other routes. The land around the Naga was just too swampy for them to keep up with the ships, so they'd peeled off to take some backroads north. The fleet wasn't slowed down by them, but it also meant they couldn't provide the fleet with support from the riverbank. "Sounds like a plan," the legate replied. "Sir Ursus, if you could stick with us here on this ship, I think that would be for the best." "Huh," Leon was surprised to hear that. He wasn't keen on fighting on the ship, even one as large and steady as this one was. He was already having to constantly use the old technique that Zafin had taught him to stave off motion sickness. He wasn't looking forward to trying to maintain it and fight at the same time. I guarantee that this ship will be at the center of whatever engagement is going to happen, the legate explained. Whoever is leading this attack will almost certainly strike here. Sir Leon, we're going to need a mage of your caliber here with us, if only to lead the assault on that bridge if I'm wrong. Leon suppressed his urge to grimace, but he could see many of the bridge officers subtly glancing in his direction, anxiety written all over their faces. He didn't like it, but he couldn't abandon these people. The legion he was traveling with was an experienced Eastern legion, he could trust them to do their jobs once on the riverbank. The legion fleets, however, were far less experienced, and he could see the need to have a powerful mage backing them up. Or, more accurately, leading them. I can do that. Leon carefully controlled his tone to project nothing but confidence, smothering any and all disappointment he felt in agreeing. Thank you, the legate said with a strange smile. Or one that Leon found strange, at least. It seemed far more genuine than those he usually received from nobles and higher-ranked legion knights, and it unnerved him a bit. But it also gave a warm feeling in his chest that Leon couldn't identify. Perhaps the joy of acceptance. He couldn't say. Regardless, he said, I'll be down on the deck, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, sir, the legate replied, only a moment later barking orders to signal the plan to the rest of the fleet. In only a matter of seconds, Leon was back on the deck and had Valeria and Alex caught up on the plan, but they weren't the only ones who needed to know. He directed his thoughts toward Maya, toward his river nymph lover, letting thoughts of her fill his mind. He could feel her location on the ship's right, even with her as intangible water. He then projected his magic towards her, not as magic senses, but in a pulse that wasn't too dissimilar. Rather than projecting his awareness, it was his voice and his feelings that he was sending. He could feel his bond with her resonating, aiding him in his wish to communicate with her. Maya, can you hear me? He silently whispered, hoping that he did everything right. I can hear you, she whispered back, her voice filling his mind and steadying his heart. Leon smiled at his success, then gave her the plan, too. So be ready, this ship will be the first to make contact with the enemy. It doesn't have to be like that, she replied. I could be the first to make contact. Leon was hesitant to agree. He didn't want to rely on her for everything, but as he looked around at the assembling soldiers and marines, he set aside his pride. Go do some damage, my love, he said. But be careful, come back to me uninjured. I should be saying that to you, my mate, she replied, relishing the title she used for him. And then she was off, rocketing upriver, literally in her element. Leon almost felt sorry for the knights that were holding that bridge, they had no idea what was about to crash into them. Maya swiftly left the slower and more cumbersome ship behind, but the fleet followed her with as much haste as they could. About 5 minutes later, though, the ship suddenly and violently shook as if it had run aground. The water of the river surged up, buffeting the ship and crashing up onto the deck. Half of the marines and most of the soldiers on the deck fell over, some who were too close to the edge even going overboard. What the fuck? Alex shouted as she hit the deck. Valeria barely managed to keep on her feet, but from the way she was glancing around in panic, Leon could see Alex's sentiment mirrored in her. With a quick pulse of his magic senses, Leon saw the issue. A massive stone wall had erupted from the riverbed and crashed into the underside of the ship. The ship was too sturdy to take too much damage, but Leon could see that many of the lower compartments had been breached and the ship had been halted in place. A moment later, Leon saw knights and men at arms appearing on either side of the wide river, rushing down from the cover of the trees to the riverbanks. The bridge continued to rise, pushing the stem of the ship higher into the air, until the ship began to slide backward, its magic engines failing to push it over the bridge. It took only a few seconds for the bridge to rise above the water, giving the Octavian knights on the shore more than enough opportunity to attack the ship. Archers, Leon roared, his aura towering and his voice commanding and authoritative. On your feet and get shooting. His command was obeyed without complaint. Hundreds of archers began to shoot down at the advancing tide of knights and men at arms. Unfortunately, these men and women attacking the ship were well armored, and few fell to the hail of arrows. The mangonels and trebuchets had a little more effect, hurling exploding stones that killed many and hurled even more into the river, but the Octavian forces continued, undaunted. Before they even reached the halfway point, Leon's gaze slid back up to the tree line where he could see many more knights carrying small boats down to the river. They weren't going to rely only on the bridge to reach the fleet. Behind Leon's ship, the rest of the fleet began to react, firing arrows in their own shipborne weapons, but having only marginal effect due to their range. Leon could see even more Octavian forces down the river were appearing upon the nearby hills and were hastening down toward those ships, too. However, Leon couldn't spare them any more thoughts, for a moment later, a huge pillar of stone erupted from the riverbed right next to the ship, carrying several dark figures several dozen feet above the deck. Leon's expression darkened. His hunch was at least partially correct, for he recognized the foremost of those people, the Earthshaker Paladin, his blonde hair shining in the moonlight, his classically handsome features shaped into an arrogant smile as if everything on the deck beneath him was also beneath him. The expression alone was enough to make Leon instinctively want to take the Paladin's head. The Paladin wore the gleaming white plate armor of his station, but in his arrogance, he'd left his head bare. He and his companions had been hiding under the river the entire time, though how they escaped Maya's notice Leon had no idea. Regardless, here they were. Leon's eyes slid off Earthshaker for a moment and landed upon his allies. He recognized most of them as the nobles who abandoned August, though he had no idea what their names were. Damn traitors, Leon thought, feeling a slight ironic thrill at his use of the term. Maya, he said, projecting his voice to his river nymph lover. He could sense that she was building up for a massive attack on the Octavian forces holding the bridge. From what he could tell, the sturdy stone bridge was about to be washed away as if it were made of twigs. Leon, she said back. We're being attacked here. No need to worry, keep going, but keep an eye out for another 7th tier mage, a user of water magic. I can't imagine this other mage would provide anything resembling a challenge, so if you're in trouble, don't hesitate to call, I'll be there in only a moment. Maya's voice was tinged with concern for him, but Leon wasn't worried at all right now. I can handle this. Don't worry, I won't be prideful if I end up biting off more than I can chew. If things turn bad, I'll call for you. You'd better, Maya whispered as she let loose with her power upon the unsuspecting Octavian bridge force. Leon wanted to watch, but he had other things to deal with, so he turned his attention back to his ship and its immediate surroundings. During their brief exchange, Earthshaker's stone pillar stopped rising and the Paladin and his people jumped down, crashing onto the deck of Leon's ship. An instant later, Earthshaker threw a pair of fist-sized stones into the air, which promptly exploded, showering the surroundings with stony shrapnel and killing a handful of the Legion soldiers and marines who the Paladin had landed amongst. Leon Ursus. He bellowed, conjuring a halberd from his soul realm and pointing it directly at Leon. Come fight me, barbarian. Leon was only too happy to accept this challenge, but he took a moment to address his retinue first. Deal with the others as you see fit, he growled as lightning magic filled his body. We've got your back, Alex vigorously declared, drawing her sword and moving to engage one of Earthshaker's nobles. Valeria and Anzu did likewise, as did several tribunes who were also on the deck. Earthshaker was unable to come to the defense of his allies, for in the blink of an eye, Leon appeared in front of him, his adamant weapon already raised and falling down on him, the blade sparking with golden lightning. The Paladin raised his halberd and just barely managed to block, though the force behind the blow forced him down to a knee. A few small bolts of lightning arced off the blade and sent root-like burns snaking along the plate covering the Paladin's arms, but he didn't seem to care. He dug his heels into the wooden deck and pushed, using the considerable physical strength that his earth magic granted him to force Leon back, their weapons locking together. That was weak, Earthshaker taunted, his handsome face twisted in a mocking smile. I expected more from a member of House Rame. Leon immediately disengaged, his surprise momentarily sapping his strength. Earthshaker cackled like a madman as Leon gained some distance, the rest of the Augustine troops on the deck making way and giving the two dueling Paladin-level mages as much room as they needed to fight. And now, you run, Earthshaker shouted in between guffaws. I can't imagine my information is correct. How can this savage be the heir to House Rame? No, you're nothing more than a foreign upstart, a nobody. Your magic means nothing, your blood is weak and ignoble. As the Paladin ranted, Leon conjured a lightning spear in his offhand and hurled it at him. For a moment, it seemed like Earthshaker was about to try and take it, but at the last possible moment, the Paladin ducked and let the bolt fly right over his head and strike one of his comrades right behind him, killing the 4th-tier Octavian noble instantly. Earthshaker glanced over his shoulder, shrugged, and turned his attention back to Leon. Nice throw, he admitted. Now, savage, I will give you one chance to tell me where my father is, and if you do that, I won't sink your little toy fleet. Earthshaker stared at Leon, completely disregarding the screams and the clashing of blades and the dying all around him. The Octavian troops on the bridge had come close enough to drop ramps and board the ship and were already pouring out onto the deck despite the best efforts of the Augustine archers to stop them, but Earthshaker had eyes only for Leon. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself. It seemed that the rumors started when he unleashed his power fighting Duke Duronius had spread. If that was the case, then there was no reason to hold back. He smiled and began to channel the power of the Thunderbird without restraint. His body began to sparkle and pop with lightning, the golden lightning turning into streaks of silver blue as they forked all over him. His aura grew to match his power, rising to reflect the divinity that he had inherited from his ancestor. Within his soul realm, he could feel both Zaffin and the Thunderbird turning their attentions upon him as he, for the first time since he'd learned how to conceal his powers, consciously called upon his unfettered magic. "Embrace my power, Leon," the Thunderbird suddenly implored, her voice echoing from every corner of his mind. "Defeat this man and prove yourself worthy to be the sole inheritor of my legacy. Hide no longer. Show these pathetic imbeciles the power of our clan." Leon disagreed with the idea that he had anything to prove, but this wasn't the time to respond. Thankfully, Zaffin's statement was a little more subdued, but only just. "I've got 50-50 odds on you fucking this up, boy," he growled. "Personally, I think I'm going to bet on you coming out ahead." "Thanks," Leon replied sarcastically. Earthshaker had murdered Trajan. Leon wasn't going to let this opportunity pass him by. Earthshaker was going to lose this fight. Leon could allow no other possibility to exist. To that end, he decided that he'd answer Earthshaker's demand in the only way that seemed appropriate. Leon let his power rush into his blade, causing innumerable arcs of silver blue lightning to erupt from the blade, and charged. Chapter 465. Earth and Sky 2. Leon had no armor, he had no real defenses. So, Leon had to rely on the speed and devastating power of his lightning magic and his family's powerful offensive fighting style. He didn't discard thoughts about his defense entirely, but he committed to the idea that if he didn't want to be hit, then he'd have to put enough pressure on the Earthshaker Paladin to prevent a counterattack. Leon's body blazed with the silver blue lightning of the Thunderbird, the distinctive power of House Rame. He glared at the Earthshaker Paladin, then charged. He'd show the Paladin the reason why the Thunderbird clan had conquered this plane so many millennia ago and why his house reigned as the most influential family in the region for so long after. For his part, as soon as the Earthshaker Paladin saw Leon's lightning, he felt his heart almost stop. He'd never borne witness to the power of House Rame, and now that it was before his eyes and magic senses, he took an unconscious step back. He could sense a frightening power in every arc of lightning that Leon emanated. If possible, he did not want to confront that power head-on. This was almost counterintuitive since as an earth mage, head-on fights were his bread and butter, but in this case, he could fit no more thoughts in, for in an instant, Leon was upon him. Leon raised his blade with his charge, then brought it crashing down upon the Earthshaker Paladin as soon as he was in range. It was almost a mirror to their first engagement, and in a panic, Earthshaker tried to block it as he had before. He raised his halberd to stop Leon's blade, but Leon only smirked and packed every ounce of power he could into his swing. The adamant blade glowed a brilliant silver as it sparked and cracked with the Thunderbird's lightning. As soon as it came into contact with the wooden haft of Earthshaker's halberd, the wood melted away like ice before the flames of the hottest hell. Leon's sword cleaved right through it, chopping the weapon in half. But the sword didn't stop there. Leon pushed on, slicing the long blade into Earthshaker's shoulder, cleaving through the Paladin's beautiful white steel pauldron, but finally stopping when it hit the underlying mail. Leon's sword stuck in the Paladin's armor, but that was right where Leon wanted to be. Lightning surged down his arm and into his blade, then from there, it transferred into the Paladin's armor. The armor had been spectacularly enchanted, but lightning mages were few and far between in the Bull Kingdom, so the armor's enchantments that protected against lightning were light and almost token. Silver blue lightning shattered those enchantments with barely any resistance, quickly scorching everything from the Earthshaker Paladin's right shoulder all the way down to the bottom of his ribs. Earthshaker screeched in pain as he felt his body begin to seize up. He circulated his mana as best he could to fight off Leon's terrifying power, and he felt his body begin to loosen again. He then hardened his skin, it now having been proven that his armor was insufficient, and he jerked and twisted his body to throw Leon off. With a mighty heave backed by his earth magic, he managed to tear Leon off his shoulder, sword and all, and toss him back several dozen feet. A good chunk of his burnished armor and more of his blood than he wanted to quantify went with the prodigal rain, but after it had failed to stop Leon's magic, Earthshaker hardly cared. With an animalistic growl, Earthshaker reached into his soul realm and retrieved a huge straight sword, long enough that a mortal would have to use it two-handed, but Earthshaker twirled it like it were as light as a marching baton. Leon smiled, having landed on his feet. He'd come out the undisputed victor in that short exchange despite Earthshaker's seeming lack of debilitating injury, and he charged again without delay, hoping to recreate or surpass that success. His sword glowed with power, and with a clap of thunder accompanying him, Leon was on the paladin once more, wildly swinging his weapon. Earthshaker defended himself admirably. Leon's blows rained down upon him and he blocked just about every one. But now and then, one of Leon's strikes penetrated his defenses, ripping through his plate and tearing into his mail and cloth padding. The only reason the paladin wasn't bleeding from a dozen wounds after only 30 seconds was due to his hardened stone skin, which even Leon's lightning had trouble getting through. With a mighty roar, Earthshaker threw Leon once again. Before Leon's feet hit the deck of the ship, Earthshaker conjured one of a handful of boulders he kept in his soul realm for just such an occasion as this. Without earth beneath his feet, he'd have to use his magic to conjure stone just as a fire mage would use their magic to conjure fire, rather than using the stone and earth that was already available. For an earth mage, this was terribly inefficient, so Earthshaker had taken to carrying stones around in his soul realm just in case. The boulder he conjured was roughly the size of a small carriage. It hovered next to the paladin for only a moment before being crushed and reformed into a spiked ball and hurled at Leon. Leon saw all this happening practically in slow motion as his silver-blue lightning coursed through his veins, its power raising his speed to new heights. As soon as his feet touched the wood of the deck, he was sprinting forward, aiming to slide just beneath the stone ball. However, as he passed under it with barely a foot to spare between his hair and the spikes, the boulder suddenly and violently detonated, throwing down finger-sized stones onto his face and sending stone shrapnel tearing through his clothes and skin. Leon felt the familiar fiery bite of pain, but his wounds weren't serious. He pushed himself back up as swiftly as he could. He managed to struggle back to his feet just in time to dodge a blow from Earthshaker, who had taken the opportunity to charge at the seemingly stunned Leon. Angrier than he was before and determined to give Earthshaker only that one blow, Leon stomped his foot on the deck and let loose with his lightning magic. The two 7th-tier mages were inundated with arcs of silver-blue lightning, their ears were assaulted by booming thunder, and the shockwave traveled right through them and stunned many of the nearby troops. Earthshaker was thrown back with a terrible howl, while Leon was left completely unaffected. They paused their duel to take a breath. Leon was covered in small lacerations from the exploding stone, while Earthshaker was covered in burns from Leon's lightning and his armor had been almost completely stripped away, save for a few tattered bits of mail and gambeson. All in all, Leon felt like he'd gotten the better of the paladin, and a confident smile bloomed on his face. "All right," Earthshaker said, his voice raspy and pained. "I'll admit, there may be something to those rumors. After all," the paladin fixed Leon in a stony stare, one utterly devoid of warmth or kinship. It was a look that spoke of nothing but steely determination and hostility. "You probably are, a rame. You ought to be enough to ransom for my father." Earthshaker seemed like he had more to say, but Leon had no intention of listening to the man who murdered Trajan and committed who knows how many other crimes. Leon knew of a few from Gaius, he knew enough to be disgusted. With barely a moment missed, Leon summoned a lightning bolt and hurled it in Earthshaker's direction. Earthshaker panicked for a split second, but he managed to hurl himself to the side. Leon's lightning bolt, however, had been aimed at his feet, not at his chest, and it exploded upon the deck where Earthshaker had just stood. The paladin managed to avoid the worst of it, but he was still showered in white-hot sparks which set his tattered gambeson aflame. Cursing, Earthshaker ripped the remnants of the cloth armor off his body, leaving him wearing nothing more than silk grass trousers and his greaves which had been burned black by Leon's lightning. His exposed body, however, wasn't as vulnerable as others might be, as his skin was mottled gray and resembled gray limestone more than flesh. With a wave of his hand, Earthshaker conjured another boulder, but instead of hurling it at Leon, he crushed it with barely a thought. In less time than it took even Leon to blink, the boulder had been rendered into a thick cloud of sand which began to whirl around Earthshaker like a desert tornado. Leon didn't give the paladin any more time. He lunged forward again, conjuring several small trick weapons he'd built during his experimentations back in the capital. On his wrists appeared wind blade bracelets, while on his fingers he materialized 3 iron rings of fire that could launch a single fireball apiece. None of these weapons were particularly powerful, but he hoped that they might prove to be something of a distraction that might create an opportunity to do more serious damage to the paladin. Rushing forward, Leon opened first with a quick blast of lightning, doing exactly what he hoped Earthshaker was expecting. His silver-blue lightning tore through the sand wall, melting much of it. For just a moment, Leon managed a glimpse of the madly grinning paladin as another boulder came tearing out of the sand. But Leon was ready for it and dodged to the side, letting the boulder glide right over him. With a burst of speed, Leon whipped right past the sand tornado as the boulder detonated, showering everyone around them, Augustine and Octavian alike, with stony shrapnel. With a better idea of what Earthshaker was doing, now, Leon channeled his magic into his trick weapons and then conjured a lightning spear. In but an instant, he fired all 3 of his prepared fireballs into the sand, letting them splash across the raging shield that Earthshaker kept. Even more of the sand melted, becoming unusable and giving Leon one more opportunity. He took it without hesitation, hurling the silver-blue lightning spear with as much power as he could bring to bear. Earthshaker had been about to throw another boulder, but he saw the lightning bolt just in time and brought the boulder in to protect himself. The lightning struck the boulder with terrifying force, obliterating it entirely and sending its superheated fragments exploding back into Earthshaker's face. The paladin screamed as he found himself unable to adapt his hold over the stone quickly enough to prevent himself from being battered by it. Chunks of his stony skin were torn from his exposed face and he was given a few more burns to add to his growing collection. Only a second later, Leon let loose with his wind blades, aiming just to Earthshaker's sides. The paladin was distracted by pain and the sand shield tornado had weakened. Leon's 2 wind blades sliced right through it, harmlessly scattering the sand across the deck of the ship. Earthshaker, now bleeding from numerous cuts on his face, was left almost defenseless. He still had his stone skin, but Leon didn't think that would be enough. He rushed forward, channeling more of his magic power into his sword with every step. He was upon Earthshaker faster than the paladin could react, his sword blazing silver with a halo of blue around its edges, and he drove the blade straight into the paladin's chest. For a moment that seemed almost an eternity, the blade caught on Earthshaker's stone skin. Leon felt his heart seem to stop as his blade failed to penetrate. His magic reserves were starting to feel taxed, and he knew that if this strike failed, he'd have to take a more conservative approach to the fight. And then that moment was over. Leon's lightning ripped the stone clean from Earthshaker's body, along with whatever chunks of flesh it was attached to. The blade then bit deeper, sliding between the paladin's ribs and impaling his lung. The channeled power now poured from Leon's sword, covering the paladin in sparks and arcs of brilliant silver-blue lightning. Earthshaker's torso blackened as his flesh was seared in the intense heat. His impaled lung shriveled in his chest as it was cooked from the inside. His eyes turned red and his skin bruised as the lightning surging through his body ruptured his veins, arteries, and capillaries. Leon could feel the paladin fighting back. As devastating as his strike was, Earthshaker was as durable as his chosen element. With a great heave, the paladin managed to push Leon away, the blade in his chest being torn from his chest at the same time. Earthshaker howled in pain and fury as blood poured out his body while Leon wisely retreated to take stock of the situation. The paladin was gravely injured. Were he any weaker, Leon would have even confidently stated that the wound was mortal. However, before Leon's very eyes, he saw stone spreading across Earthshaker's chest, swiftly covering his injury and preventing further blood loss. "You," Earthshaker growled barely coherently. "You, and your fucking family, even dead, you're still," his voice trailed off as he began to wheeze, his injured lung having deflated. Leon wasn't so naive as to assume that this meant the Earthshaker paladin was any less deadly, though, so he began to prepare himself for the next bout. He didn't have long to wait. Acting purely on instinct and rage, Earthshaker charged, all of his skin turning back to stone. However, he moved almost in slow motion in Leon's eyes, who nimbly dodged Earthshaker's incredibly powerful but cumbersome swing. Instead of biting into Leon's flesh, his sword sliced deep into the deck of the ship, cleaving through the potent enchantments that were supposed to prevent that sort of thing. Earthshaker tried to pull his sword free of the ship, but it stuck in the thick wooden planks, and the paladin was in too much pain to think straight. Under normal conditions, he would have abandoned the weapon, but as he was, it only pissed him off even more, and he strained to pull his sword free. Leon wasn't about to miss this golden opportunity. He surged forward one last time, aiming a deadly thrust right in between Earthshaker's shoulder blades. Leon could feel his strength starting to wane. It took a great deal of power to cause meaningful damage to the paladin, and his reserves were now running perilously low. As a result, it took a second longer for his lightning to rip away Earthshaker's stone skin, but the paladin was already in such a state that he wasn't able to capitalize on that extra second. Leon's sword ripped through his skin, severing his spinal cord just below the neck, and exiting his body just to the side of his sternum. Earthshaker, blinded by pain and kept standing only by magic, could only stare at the blade sticking out of his body as his lifeblood flowed down along the blade and dripped off the point. Weakly, he raised a hand to touch the blade, but Leon wasn't going to give him time to come to terms with his death. Lightning once again lit up the paladin's insides, surging through his body and destroying everything it touched. Organs were liquefied, bones were scorched black, skin sizzled, and muscles seized up. Earthshaker's body lost all strength, lost all ability to resist, and he went as limp as he could with so much of his musculature seized up tight enough to start tearing itself off of his bones. Leon stood there behind the paladin holding up his body for a long moment, panting with exertion, flooding the paladin's body with lightning. He just kept pushing his power more and more into the paladin, venting every frustration he had endured over the past half-year into his defeated foe. He began screaming as the paladin began to glow with lightning, his skin becoming momentarily transparent as it arced along Earthshaker's bones from the tip of his head down to his toes. After a few more seconds, Leon realized that he was screaming, and that finally brought him back to his senses. He went silent and halted his attack. Earthshaker's body had completely blackened from burns, looking like little more than a burned piece of meat on the end of Leon's blade. Leon stared at it, unable to do anything, unable to even realize that the battle around him had halted. All eyes turned to him and the dead paladin. Finally, Leon pulled his blade from the back of Earthshaker's body and let it fall. It crumbled into ash as it hit the deck, becoming nothing more than a black stain on the wood. Slowly, other knights and men at arms began to throw down their weapons. They were those who had abandoned August and thrown in their lot with Earthshaker when they'd met him on the road, but now that they'd seen him fall, all fighting spirit left them, and they began to surrender, a few at first, but more and more as the silence continued. Leon surveyed the deck in a daze, somewhat aware through his elation at achieving some manner of revenge, winning his duel, and his fatigue from the fight and the war as a whole that the battle was over, at least on this ship. And his side had won. Chapter 466. Calabria 2. The Earthshaker paladin was dead, his body charred to ash. Leon was still standing, his aura mighty even as his mana reserves dipped perilously low. The noble armies that had accompanied the Earthshaker in his attack on the fleet were surrendering, and as Leon glanced around the deck of his ship, those who didn't surrender quickly leapt over the edge, landing either on the stone bridge or in the river itself. The Augustine troops, on the other hand, began to madly cheer. Their casualties had been remarkably light, the scouting fleet aside. Alex and Valeria approached Leon, while Anzu bounded forward to press his head into his human's hands. However, before anyone could say so much as a word, the consequences of Maya's assault on the bridge which had blocked the scouts became apparent. A great wave of water came flooding down the Naga River, big enough to buffet even the largest of the ships in the fleet. Carried by this great wave were hundreds of bodies and many great chunks of stone, the remains of the bridge. "Everybody hang on," Leon roared, his order relayed up and down the ship and echoed across the fleet. Right before the wave hit them, Leon glanced at the rest of the fleet. The Augustine rebels and the Octavian troops that had accompanied Earthshaker had surrendered on his ship, but they yet to do so on the rest of the ships they'd managed to board. However, many of those that had been on the shore had fled, for the Legion was already assembled on both sides of the river and were advancing upon them. It looked like the battle had been won, but the fighting wasn't over, yet. That's going to be messy, Leon thought, wondering just how many people were going to die because they couldn't stop fighting long enough to brace themselves against the imminent flooding of the river. Leon closed his eyes, got down on the deck, and braced himself as best as he could. The rest of the people around him did likewise, with even Anzu huddling down and lowering his center of gravity. Everyone waited for the wave to hit the ship, and they waited, and they continued to wait. Long seconds after the wave should have hit them, they waited still. Leon hesitantly opened his eyes to see just what in the hells was happening. He saw the great flood of the river parting around them, avoiding the ship by some power that he could only assume was Maya's doing. The rushing, corpse-filled river got close enough that Leon could have stuck his hand over the side of the ship and brushed it. It crashed past the ship, rising almost halfway up the ship's bridge tower. But the ship remained steady. No Augustine troops were washed overboard. The same, however, could not be said for those who had attempted to retreat by jumping off the ship. The water spared no strength as it hit them, crushing nearly all of them beneath its immense weight. What was left of them was quickly swept downriver, where many of their fellows who had tried attacking the other ships also found themselves washed away. Even better, those ships that had been boarded were quickly fighting off their attackers, while the legion that had been dropped off on the riverbanks advanced on those who remained on land. Leon smiled, relishing the victory, his chest swelling in pride at the thought of finally having gotten some measure of the revenge he'd craved against those who were directly responsible for Trajan's murder. "Well done, boy," the Thunderbird said, her voice dripping with as much pride as Leon felt. "Your power is growing quite nicely." "Thank you," Leon replied. "Yes, you're almost not an embarrassment," Zaffin added. "I might even tell a demon or two about you once I return to the void." Leon frowned, his mood dampening a bit at the thought of Zaffin leaving. Over the past few years, he'd gotten used to the demon's presence, and the reminder that their arrangement was temporary wasn't one that Leon enjoyed. He was silent for a long time, long enough that his opportunity to respond came and went. He felt the attention of both the Thunderbird and Zaffin turn away from him, while Alex, Valeria, and Anzu all turned back to him, waiting for his orders. He glanced at them, then around at the gathering soldiers and marines. It seemed that everyone was waiting for him to make some kind of speech, or at least to acknowledge their victory. "We've won," he shouted, keeping it simple. But as simple as it was enough, for several hundred Augustine troops on the deck immediately began shouting and screaming in elation, making it clear to the entire fleet that victory was theirs. With their victory and the routing of the surviving Octavian forces, the fleet decided to stop roughly where they were for a few hours. The prisoners taken during the battle were secured to await judgment by Prince August. The Legion elements on the riverbank were taken back aboard their respective ships. The battle had been over so quickly that a few battalions hadn't even the opportunity to disembark, and Maya returned to Leon's ship. She'd done so in a dramatic fashion, too, leaping aboard the ship like a fish from water, landing on the deck of the ship right next to Leon. A few startled Marines almost went for their weapons, but Leon had quickly pulled her into a hug, showing everyone that this wasn't an issue. Once all of this was taken care of, the fleet got moving north again. They had a schedule to keep, and neither nighttime nor an attack by a paladin was going to stop them. During the next few days, however, their situation changed a bit. The prisoners they'd taken during the battle were interrogated, and intelligence was gathered and corroborated, indicating that Calabria's garrison had been left understaffed after the Earthshaker paladin came in and took most of their knights for the attack. Hearing this, Leon and the fleet legate ordered them to pick up the pace and sent numerous scouts further ahead to confirm the situation. By the time they finally got in sight of the city, it seemed that those reports were true. The legion they were transporting was led off and began moving to secure the city gates and the districts outside of the walls, but it hardly seemed necessary, for the gates never closed. The legion was able to march straight into the city, while the fleet sailed unimpeded right up the river. Leon, still aboard the fleet's command ship, could only watch from the bow of the ship in disbelief as they went completely unchallenged. In fact, he saw just about no one in the streets next to the river, and his repeated pulses of magic senses confirmed that most of the citizens who remained in the city had hunkered down within their homes. The Exarch's palace was a little different. A garrison remained there, but in the palace courtyard what seemed like a reception was waiting. The man who seemed to be the Exarch that replaced Justin Isonos and his assistants and retinue were standing there, all dressed to the nines as if they were expecting the king himself to visit. Notably, Leon didn't see a single weapon amongst them, though there were a few mages strong enough to conceal their weapons and armor in their soul realms. Many of the fleet ships entered the river ports and began disgorging marines to secure them. Leon, his small retinue, and a battalion of Legion soldiers disembarked here, as well, and started marching through the streets toward the Exarch's palace, guided by Valeria. She'd grown up in the city and knew it like the back of her hand. Along the way, they met up with more Legion battalions advancing through the streets, each one as baffled as Leon was that there were no signs of resistance by the remaining Octavian contingents. A few minutes later, Leon and company were striding into the front courtyard of the Exarch's palace. Little had changed about the place since he'd last been here when he'd accompanied Trajan and August back to the capital from his time at the Bull's Horns. The only real difference was the palace's inhabitants, most of whom seemed to be standing out in the stone courtyard. Before anyone else could speak, the exarch, or the man Leon assumed to be the exarch, stepped forward and loudly said, "I would speak with His Highness Prince August's representative." Leon continued to calmly walk forward, growing more confident with every step that what seemed to be happening was, indeed, happening. He approached the exarch, Valeria to his right, Alex to his left, and Maya and Anzu right behind him. The Legion battalions were spreading out in the courtyard, facing the exarch's knights and maintaining their vigilance. "Are you the man to whom I should be speaking?" the exarch asked, his tone deliberately neutral, though Leon saw a moment of recognition in his eyes when the exarch took to inspecting him more closely. "Suppose I am," Leon said. "What's on your mind?" A little tightness appeared in the corners of the man's mouth, as if he were straining to keep up his stoic mask under the insulting pressure of Leon's informality. "I wish to surrender this city to Prince August," he declared. "Neither my retinue nor the remnants of the city garrison have any intention of resisting His Highness in any way." Leon smiled, nodded, and pointedly glanced at the rest of the assembled knights, all of whom were either watching the exchange or keeping an eye on the Legion soldiers that were still pouring into the courtyard. "What about them? Are they surrendering too?" "Of course," the exarch said, his tone almost questioning, for he thought the answer obvious. "I ask because apparently some of the garrison joined the Earthshaker Paladin in his attack on our fleet," Leon explained. He smiled as many of the knights began to look a little more nervous, and the exarch himself sprouted a few small beads of sweat on his brow as the implication of Earthshaker's failure settled in their minds. "Our knights were pressed into service," the exarch hurried to justify. "We had no choice, and it wasn't like there were many of our knights here in the first place. We couldn't say no to a paladin." Leon looked around again, noting that many of the remaining knights were incredibly nervous. Terrified, even, he could understand, given their circumstances. "I suppose, then, that there's no reason for me not to accept your surrender," Leon said, choosing not to hold the actions of Earthshaker against them. He could leave that to Prince August, though, even if it were his place to punish these people, he probably wouldn't. Their surrender was enough for him. "In the meantime, it'll be best if you and your people remain in your quarters until His Highness arrives." The exarch seemed to let out a held breath. "Thank you, Sir Leon," he said, understanding that Leon wasn't making a suggestion and that he was being remarkably merciful by only placing them under house arrest. "You know me?" Leon asked in surprise. "Of course I do," the exarch replied, though he seemed a little embarrassed about his admission. "We've been getting plenty of news here, especially about Prince August's commanders. Word of the Thunder Knight's exploits has probably reached the furthest ends of the kingdom by now. You're being spoken about in the same breath as Dame Minerva, Duke Duronius, and the Brimstone Paladin." It took a moment for Leon to move past that revelation, a moment where he had to fight with every ounce of strength he had not to visibly cringe or groan. What a splendid occurrence," he sarcastically muttered, not even wanting to think about what Elise thought about his titles. The exarch looked mortified at the thought of having offended Leon, but before he could make any apologies, the legate in charge of the legion accompanying Leon's fleet arrived, and Leon was quick to have him take charge of the knights and have them escorted to their chambers where they'd await the prince's judgment. For the most part, with this handled, Leon's job was almost done. The legion's legate and the fleet legate could largely handle the burden of command, so apart from a few meetings to ensure that they coordinate and were properly supplied, Leon didn't have much else to do with the city now in Augustine hands. The sun had set and Leon was ready to head for bed. He'd taken the same room he'd stayed in during his previous visit to the city, leaving the fancier rooms for others who would arrive in a few days. But even though Leon was ready to turn in for the night, the city was still swarming with Legion soldiers taking control of the streets, establishing patrols and filling in for the guards and military garrison that Earthshaker had depleted during his ill-fated attack on Leon's fleet. As a result, Leon felt a little guilty going to bed so early when so many others were still working, and to try and take his mind off of it, he decided to go for a walk through the palace. The grounds were fairly extensive, and there were plenty of places for Leon to aimlessly wander around without getting in anyone's way. The first place he decided to go was the closest private courtyard, a place that should be deserted at such a late time. He'd heard it had some training platforms and he figured some physical exercise would help settle him down enough to get to sleep. His assumption of how populated it would be was proven wrong when he strolled into the courtyard and found someone had beaten him there. She wasn't training, she was actually on a nearby terrace staring down at the central training platform in the courtyard. Her silver hair sparkled in the moonlight, her deep blue shirt and pants alluringly hugged her figure, and her normally serious and stoic face had relaxed into a gentle smile. Leon debated whether or not he should disturb her. "I can see you, Leon," Valeria said, suddenly turning to stare down at him over the stone railing of the terrace. Feeling a bit sheepish, Leon waved and made his way to her, going up a nearby staircase. "Can't sleep, too?" he asked as he joined her on the terrace. "No," she whispered, not once turning to face him. She let him approach from behind, silently communicating just how much trust she was putting in him to be so willing to keep her back to him. Leon had no intentions of betraying that trust, calmly joining her at the railing while maintaining a respectful distance. A distance that shrank a bit as Valeria subtly edged a bit closer while adjusting her posture. "Any reason for that?" Leon asked. "How about you?" Valeria evasively countered, flashing him a quick, friendly smile. Taking her obvious deflection in stride, Leon made a bit of a show out of thinking, before sighing and saying, "Most of the fleet and the Legion are still up. We don't have much else to do, but it still bothers me a bit that we've got the extra time to go to bed before them. I get that, we'd only be in their way if we tried to stick around, but I get it. Yeah, I guess without paperwork, people working at our level don't have much else to do," Leon said with a wry smile. "Your turn. What brings you out here so late?" "Craving some training. If that's what I wanted, I'd be down there, not up here." Valeria nodded meaningfully down at the training platform. "So what is it, then? Any reason why you're so curious?" Valeria smiled again at Leon, her expression turning teasing and playful, neither of which Leon had seen very often on her face. "I'd assume you could just sleep with Naiad. I get the feeling she'd wear out even the most energetic lover, and then some." "She can be quite vigorous in her affections," Leon admitted. "However, I'm not really in the mood for that right now. Felt like going for a walk but didn't want to go very far. So, here you are, so, here I am." The two were silent for a long moment, Valeria staring down at the training platform, Leon staring up at the dark near-midnight sky. "What's really troubling you?" Leon quietly asked. "Why do you care? You're my knight," Leon said without pause, but after taking another second, he added, "and, I like to think, my friend." "Really?" Valeria skeptically asked, cocking an eyebrow at him. "Despite everything, yes, I like to think so. I can understand if you don't think the same." Valeria frowned and turned back to the training platform, not answering Leon's implied question. "It's strange being back here," she murmured, her tone full of melancholic nostalgia. "Everything's exactly the same, but so different at the same time. I spent nearly my entire childhood within these walls with my father and all of his household. She crept a little closer to Leon, her voice cracking as she held back her emotions as much as she could. "I haven't heard anything from them. Not a word. I know you hate my father, but he's still my father, and I can't help but feel lost without him." From the way she said lost, Leon knew that wasn't the only thing she was feeling. Scared, worried, abandoned, he could imagine she was feeling all of that, too, but she wasn't ready to express it. She took another step toward him, and this time, he took one toward her and laid a hand on one of hers that rested on the balcony railing. "Tell me about him. Your father, I mean," he said. Valeria took a deep breath, likely pushing down whatever was going through her mind, and slowly began. My father had me start my training young. Nothing too fancy, and it was mostly just playing at the time, but he trained me personally. After I turned 8, though, he had me train with the palace's master at arms right down there." Again, Valeria took another step closer to Leon as she waved down at the training platform below. The two were practically touching now, and all it would take for them to be leaning on each other would be for one to shift their posture just a little bit. He'd often watch from one of these terraces, giving me pointers and criticisms. He always did his best to look out for me, to teach me not only to be a better fighter but to be a better person. She paused long enough for Leon to glance at her and found that she'd turned her eyes to him. For a moment, they made eye contact, and Leon found himself almost irresistibly drawn into her remarkably blue eyes. She moved closer again, turning her body to face him as he instinctively responded in kind. He always did his best to be a good man. He ruled this city with justice and fairness foremost in his mind. He never abused his position for personal profit, he ensured that I grew up knowing nothing but warmth and kindness. The people here loved him, I know that. Leon was feeling more than a little awkward now, but he didn't move. He wanted her to keep talking, and he had to admit that he was curious where this was going. He didn't back down. I can't help but dread the moment when the two of you meet, she admitted, her eyes turning glassy with unshed tears. I don't want two of the most important people in my life to try and kill each other. I can't think of anything more terrible than that. Leon nodded, maintaining eye contact with her as she pushed forward again, pressing herself into him. She was a little bit shorter than Leon, standing at the perfect height for him to kiss her forehead if he were so inclined. Instead, she pushed herself up onto her toes and pressed her lips against his. It was a chaste kiss, but it was one full of emotion, both fear and love. Leon's arms unconsciously gently wrapped themselves around her waist as she curled up in his embrace. And then they separated, Valeria moving back a few steps and easily breaking out of Leon's arms. Leon didn't pursue, letting her put some space between them again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, she said, her voice quivering with panic. Look, can we pretend that didn't happen? Her cheeks turned scarlet, and she looked in Leon's general direction but didn't once make eye contact. Leon took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he was about to say. Valeria, he hesitantly began, I like you, as both a friend and as more than that. That hasn't been an easy thing, given the history between our families, and I've run from those feelings before. But I'm committed to trying to make peace between us. The last thing I want is for you to be my enemy. I don't want your father to be my enemy, I want to try this peace thing. Fuck, I'm bad with words, I guess what I'm trying to say is that at the end of all this, when we finally find your father and get this thing hashed out, I hope that we can still be friends. Just friends, she asked, her tone turning a bit playful, but it sounded forced to Leon's ears as if she were trying to make it sound like a joke that she could play off if he said that friendship was all he wanted from her. Leon measured his response. He liked her, to be sure, and he knew that Elise would be ecstatic if the two of them were to start something more intimate, but he didn't want to get her hopes up only to disappoint her. He had no idea how the conflict between him and Justin Isonos might be resolved, he'd never even spoken to the man before. But he also wanted her to be more than a friend, that much he was willing to finally admit. Let's start with friends and see where we go from there, Leon suggested with a genuine smile. I don't want to promise anything I can't deliver on, and I can't see the future. Most of all, I don't want to hurt you any more than I already have. So let's take things slow. Valeria smiled and quickly composed herself. I can do that, Leon, she whispered. Chapter 467. Fulfilling an order. August arrived in Calabria only 3 days after Leon, sailing in with a fleet so large that many of its ships had to moor themselves in requisitioned docks, run themselves up onto the riverbank, or simply anchor themselves in the river. On the same day, the noble armies that had taken the land route to Calabria arrived, causing the Augustine forces around the city to outnumber the city's inhabitants more than 2 to 1. The army was so large, in fact, that most of the legions and the noble retainers had to make camp beyond the city's outskirts. Leon met August down at the docks, leaving most of his higher-tiered legion knights to keep the palace secure, just in case. There, he told the prince of the Exarch's surrender and gave him a brief rundown of the battle with Earthshaker. He'd already sent messengers with the same information, but he wanted there to be no misunderstandings between him and August. It was a sentiment that August appreciated even though he didn't seem too happy about it on the surface, and he didn't speak much until Leon escorted him and the rest of the command staff to the palace, where they met with the Exarch. August quite graciously pardoned them for any part they played in acting against his people and released them from house arrest. Given that they'd surrendered, this wasn't unexpected. Leon, for his part, knew that it would simply be better for everyone if August left behind the previous administrators to continue governing Calabria after they departed, otherwise he'd be obligated to leave behind a military garrison to keep the peace. After that, August and the rest of the command staff retired to plan their next moves. They couldn't stay long in the city without risking putting a burden on their supplies, and they had to move quickly to reach the capital at the same time as Minerva and Brimstone. Their only concern was what Octavius might do in response, as they had received reports that he still had a substantial force guarding the capital, one big enough to meet either of the Augustine armies in the field if he were so inclined. Octavius stared out at his city, as he'd taken to doing after relieving Avidius, the previous consul of the Central Territories. The sheer incompetence of those around him was stressful, and there was only so much he could do to compensate for their failures. Staring out at the majestic city that he possessed was one of the few ways he was able to relieve some of that stress. He'd been doing it more and more lately, as news of mounting defeats kept coming in. After Earthshaker abandoned him, Octavius had barely been seen in public at all, spending most of his days in his private chambers and refusing to see most people. He'd done great things, he knew that. He'd gotten rid of all the dirty-blooded people that were stinking up the palace, replacing them with those of proper breeding. He'd passed a few laws denying commoners the ability to be knighted, as well as several others that cemented the nobility into their proper place above the commons. He was slowly but surely returning the Bull Kingdom to what it should be, a kingdom that valued its old traditions and ceremonies. A place that valued respect. But he wasn't getting much of that anymore. He was surrounded not only by incompetence but also by traitors and men and women with weak hearts, many of whom had quit the capital when news that Duronius had been defeated reached the city. With August closing in and winning in both the north and south, the rats that were abandoning his ship were only growing more numerous. The only reason everyone hadn't abandoned him, he knew in his heart of hearts, was because Sapphire was still with him. As if his thoughts were a summons, the door to the terrace opened and Sapphire walked through, her light blue clothes hugging her body in all the right places, her golden hair glittering in the light of the setting sun. "My prince," she whispered, her voice soft and supplicant, "we've received word from down south." She paused, hoping for some reaction from Octavius. He'd not even acknowledged her appearance, let alone seemed willing to have a conversation with her. Her clear blue eyes slid past him and landed upon the city in the distance. Even from here, she could see the effects that the war was having. Nearly 30% of the city's inhabitants had fled, leaving great swaths of the city dark and bereft of people. Her heart sank as the thought that she'd backed the wrong horse played itself through her mind once more. It was a thought she'd been having more and more, lately. "Octavius," she murmured, hoping to get her prince's attention. "I want my coronation to happen as soon as possible," Octavius suddenly said, acting as if he hadn't heard her previous words. "All the court shall attend. I'll have a parade, too. I want the people to see their new king. They've gone too long without a king, they need to know that everything is right with the world." "Julius, love," Sapphire repeated, the word, love, leaving an ashy taste in her mouth. "Petrus has been defeated on the Naga. Leon Ursus has ascended to the 7th tier, and most of the southern nobles and many of our legions have now declared for August. They're sailing north as we speak, they'll be here in a week or less." "Ah, I see," Octavius replied, his tone as light as if Sapphire had only said something about the weather. "Well, be sure to send a message to my uncle. If he attends my coronation, I'll forgive him for leaving me. If he doesn't, I'll have no choice but to view him as a traitor. And have him arrested and charged." "Petrus is dead, murdered by August's pet savage," Sapphire replied, her tone growing in strength and insistence, slowly demanding that Octavius actually listen to what she was saying. "There are other rumors about him, too. I doubt that. My uncle can't be killed, he's the strongest man in the kingdom," Octavius breezily replied, speaking as if a child had just tried to tell him the sky was green rather than blue. "Find whoever relayed this blatantly false information and have them meet the headsman. They're willfully spreading propaganda to weaken us and support my bastard half-brother." Sapphire didn't move, she simply stared in disbelief at Octavius, wondering just where her prince had gone. "Your Royal Highness," she began, her tone sharpening and her aura spiking, hoping that that would be enough to get Octavius to pay attention and treat these matters with the seriousness they demanded. "The traitors Minerva and Brimstone have defeated our forces in the north. They've gotten the consul of the north to ally with them. They're marching south. If we don't do something quickly, then we're going to be boxed in by August in the south and them in the north. Send the troops, we have to cut them off," Octavius said, still not turning to look at his lover. "They'll be exhausted after so much fighting. They'll flee before our mighty armies like ice flees from fire." As a user of water and ice magic, Sapphire felt mildly insulted by his last statement, but she kept herself in check. But she knew that her days of sleeping with the prince were over. If this was going to be how he acted, then she knew she was never going to be the queen. "Yes, Your Royal Highness," she replied, not even bothering to relay the rest of her information about just how many people were fleeing the city or about how the noble and legion troops they still had were hemorrhaging manpower as their people deserted faster than they could be replaced. Instead, She turned around and left the prince alone, an ugly look in her eyes. A number of possibilities flitted through her mind, from kidnapping the prince and taking him into the Western territories to continue the war there, to making her stand here in the capital. Whatever she decided, though, she wasn't ready to declare this war a failure. She wasn't yet ready to give up on her dream of being the queen. Emily watched from the window in her office as the Octavian troops moved through the streets, hurriedly setting up barricades and other hasty fortifications. Some Legion magic engineers even went so far as to demolish abandoned houses and set up small forts within the city, as well as blocking off entire streets with stone walls a couple dozen feet high. The city's garrisoned army was getting ready for a siege, but that wasn't all. She could see numerous ships leaving the lake and making their way north along the Naga River. There were only a few war galleys among the group, with most looking more like appropriated fishing craft, but Emily guessed these ships were ferrying troops north to meet Minerva's southbound army, but there couldn't number more than 20,000 even with all the ships she could see. There were also many Legion soldiers mustering to the south of the city and setting up more fortifications in that direction, including laying the foundations for hasty city walls, which the capital had never needed before in the entire 5,000-year history of the Bull Kingdom. She sighed in dejection. If she had her way, she'd have leveraged the power of Heaven's Eye to have Octavius deposed, but unfortunately, Heaven's Eye was officially neutral in all political matters. If any of the other kingdoms got word of Heaven's Eye meddling in political affairs, the powers that be in the Central Empires would probably move against Heaven's Eye. Her superiors would then lay her out to dry in order to save the guild as a whole. So her hands were tied. She couldn't directly act against Octavius, no matter how concerned she was about the people of the Bull Kingdom or, more specifically, about the man who she was certain would become her son-in-law relatively soon. The last thing she wanted was to see Leon killed in all this fighting. Already she could see the toll it was having on Elise, who was so depressed about not having directly heard from Leon since he left Ironford that she could barely work up the motivation to get out of bed most days. But they both understood that Leon wandering around the swampy south was hardly the best of positions to be sending messages from, so Elise and Emily were patient. Despite their worries, they had both been confident that he'd find a way to return home. That confidence was paid off when an official declaration from August sent to her informing her about his move on the capital had been given a personal postscript from Leon asking her to tell Elise that he would be home soon and that he loved her. That quick word alone had been enough for Elise to leave Emila's palace and finally join her in the tower. "How long do you think he'll be?" Elise quietly asked as she joined her mother at the window. "A few days at the quickest," Emily replied. "They only left Calabria last night, Butterfly. He'll be here soon, but they're sailing against the current." Elise took a deep breath to steady herself for what the two were about to do, then backed away from the window to make sure she was ready. Emily stayed there for a few minutes more, for she had no need to check to see if she was ready. She knew she was. Only about 15 minutes later, one of Emila's assistants poked his head through her office door and said to the two waiting ladies, "He's here." "Send him in," Emily replied, her tone all business and lacking any sign of her usual frivolity. "Last chance to back out," Elise whispered once the assistant closed the door. "Not a chance in any hell that's happening," Emily murmured back. Not even a minute later, the door was opened once more, letting in a man who appeared about middle-aged, but judging by his vigorous aura, which Emily, with all her 7th-tier powers, couldn't see through, indicated that, middle-aged, was likely at least several centuries old. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he walked in with attractive confidence that showed he was perfectly well aware that he was the most powerful person in the room. Despite this, when his clear gray eyes met Emila's bright green, they stayed there, not straying even a little. He didn't leer at Emila's alluring figure, shown off by her tight, black formal dress. His eyes didn't drift to stare at Elise, they stayed respectfully fixed on Emily. "Lady Emily, a pleasure to finally meet you," he whispered in the distinct sing-song accent of people from the sacred Golden Empire. "Dr. Viserion," Emily replied, a smile breaking out onto her face, though it was one that lacked personal warmth. This was a business deal first and foremost, and it was one that could get her in a lot of trouble if too many people heard of it. "I'm glad to finally meet you, too." The two met in the center of Emila's office, where she introduced Elise to the doctor as well, who remained respectful and not arrogant in the slightest, despite the extreme difference in magical power. He was dealing with powerful members of Heaven's Eye, after all, and Heaven's Eye as a whole was far more powerful than he would ever be. Once the three had taken their seats on a pair of sofas, the doctor wasted no time getting right down to Business. So, to what do I owe the honor of a personal invitation? He asked, his tone pleasant and inquiring. Oh, nothing too dramatic, Emily replied. I merely wish to inform you that we've been contracted by a private party to ensure that you receive everything you need for your job. The doctor raised an eyebrow. I thought that heavens I couldn't fulfill my order. I believe that Prince August himself attempted to fulfill it, and you weren't able to accommodate in a quick fashion. That indeed was the case, but that was at least 6 years ago. With the intervention of this person who wishes to remain anonymous, our options have expanded, have they? The doctor replied, his expression turning into one of understanding as he paused to think for several long seconds. Crucially, he didn't ask about who this mysterious benefactor was or question the timing of this news. So, you're telling me that the final ingredients I need are ready, Emily finished. It took more than a bit of arm twisting, but it shouldn't be too difficult to finish with what we've collected in the past few weeks. With a dramatic flourish, Emily retrieved a sheet of paper from her soul realm, written upon which were several dozen ingredients that were critical in the brewing of potions that could help repair a body's connection to their soul realm. The doctor took the paper and quickly examined it. I've actually gotten a few of these thanks to Prince August, he said. The heartwood amber, mana from a 7th tier beast who focused on earth magic, and crystal powder from the mines on Tetsu Island have all been acquired. The rest of this I need, though. Then consider it yours, Emily replied. And I wish you good luck in your endeavor. Chapter 468. Stunning announcement. Leon breathed in the cool morning air, grateful to finally stand upon solid ground again. It had been a long trip up from Calabria, almost a week from the city, whereas it only took a couple of days when he'd last sailed down the river. But now, after almost 6 months, they were back. He was back. He could see the capital about a dozen miles in the distance, just waiting for the Augustine forces to take it. And they were ready to do so. To his left stretched out 7 legions, slowly arraying themselves into their distinctive checkerboard formations on the plains to the south of the capital. To his right on the other side of the Naga River were the noble armies, arranged in more or less a straight line with their cavalry on the right flank. The fleets, meanwhile, covered the Naga River so completely that it almost seemed the river was made of wood and nothing more. August had other forces, too, with several more legions and loyal nobles he could call upon, but they were to stay in the south and keep the place peaceful in the absence of a prince or consul, the consul of the south having been killed in the last battle between August and Duronius. Once everyone was in position, they would begin to advance upon the capital. Their advance would be slow since their scouts had indicated serious fortifications were being constructed by the Octavian troops, but Leon had no doubts they'd overwhelm everyone in their way. At least 3 legions from the western territories had come to defend the city along with an unknown number of noble levies, but with August's force advancing from the south and Minerva's from the north, they'd be hard-pressed to defend the entire city. The scouts had also mentioned a steady stream of deserters and city inhabitants fleeing the city, but without solid numbers, Leon was just going to be safe and assume the capital was fully staffed and ready for a long siege. Leon was looking forward to seeing Minerva again, too. It had been months since he'd last seen her, and he wanted to see her reaction to his ascension and the death of Earthshaker. He wasn't sure if August had told her about both events in their communications, but he hoped the prince had refrained and kept it a surprise. More than that, though, was the knowledge that Elise was waiting for him and Maya to come back. It was hazy in the distance to most of the army, but to Leon's 7th tier eyes, the Heaven's Eye Tower was still perfectly visible in the western districts of the city. Elise was there in her mother's palace at the tower's foot, and every fiber of his being yearned to make his way there first and foremost. But he doubted that the city's defenders would be so accommodating as to just let him make his way to the tower. He could see the walls they'd constructed in his way, which would have to be surmounted before the Augustine forces would enter the city. The walls were pretty short, but still tall enough that he couldn't see anything immediately beyond them. It took almost 2 hours, but finally, everyone got fully formed up and in position on the banks of the river. Roland and August were in the lead dreadnought, and when the signal horn was sounded and the flares were launched, that ship began leading the way north. The signal was relayed west by the legions and east by the nobles, spurring the entire army to begin their march. Leon gave his signal to Anzu, who began trotting out in front of the legions. Maya was riding right behind him, lightly grasping his waist to keep herself balanced since she was riding with both of her legs on one side of the griffin rather than astride. She was ready to jump back down once the fighting began. Behind Anzu were Alex and Valeria, both of them riding borrowed horses. Leon had been quietly hoping that Marcus and Alcander would join him again, but they'd opted to ride with the nobles for this one last push, which Leon could understand both of their families were in that division of the army, but he was still a little disappointed. The legions quickly crossed the plains, occasionally making their way through a few small groves of trees. But as they drew closer, Leon began to feel a quiet sense of unease. He couldn't hear anyone on the other side of the walls reacting to their presence. His senses were sharp enough to be able to pick up on troop movements and horns, despite still being miles away, but he heard nothing. What's going on? He wondered to himself. We're too numerous to have gone unnoticed, they have to have seen us. Did they abandon the city? Is that why they're not reacting? Were those reports about desertions underselling just how bad it was? As soon as they drew to within 10 miles, Leon projected his magic senses, hoping to see what was going on. He didn't expect it to work, thinking that there would be enchantments in the low walls that would block that very tactic, so he was more than a little surprised when his magic swept over the walls unimpeded. He was even more surprised to see that the walls were completely unmanned. There weren't even legion soldiers or city militiamen behind them. What in all the hells? He muttered aloud. What is it? Maya asked, her embrace tightening a bit in apprehension. Nothing. Nobody's preparing to meet us, Leon replied. He felt Maya project her senses after his, and a moment later, she confirmed that what he was seeing, or, more accurately, what he wasn't seeing, was real. There weren't even any troops in the streets or suburbs immediately neighboring the walls. Leon scowled. He momentarily contemplated calling the army to a halt, but he wasn't in a hurry to do so. 7 legions, an army of nobles at least 100,000 strong, and hundreds of ships don't just stop on a whim, even if he didn't like what they were marching towards. But they still had some time. Dame Alex, Dame Valeria, he called out. The 2 ladies riding behind him quickly advanced almost parallel with him and looked to him for orders. I need a message passed on. Make sure that the legates know that there don't seem to be any defenders on those walls and to advance with caution. Yes, sir. Alex and Valeria replied in unison. Alex peeled off to the west to speak with the legions while Valeria went east to the riverbank to send a message to the fleets. They'd just have to deal with whatever this was, though. Leon doubted that August or anyone else would want to call this attack off in favor of sending out more scouts. A few minutes later, Alex and Valeria returned, their messages relayed to the rest of the commanders. Leon felt a few waves of magic power pass over him as legates and nobles alike projected their own magic senses to corroborate his report as they drew closer, but no one called the army to a halt. They kept on moving. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself. Whatever this was, it unnerved him. It took about 2 hours to cross the remaining land between them and the walls. Leon and the stronger members of the army could have done it in a matter of minutes, but they were slowed down by the need to stay in formation with the weaker members of the army. But they made it, and not a single Octavian fighter showed themselves to challenge their advance. Even as Leon, Anzu, and Maya leapt into the air and landed on the top of the wall, no one revealed themselves to contest their advance. It was as if the entire wall had been constructed, then immediately abandoned. Or, perhaps more accurately, as Leon got an up-close look at the wall itself and the land immediately behind it, abandoned before it was finished. It was only about 10 feet high, after all, barely enough to defend against mortals, let alone experienced and powerful mages. It had no crenellations, no towers, no fortifications of any kind. It wasn't even enchanted, so it only took a little bit of applied force from a few 6th-tier mages, and holes were punched into it that allowed the legions to advance. The same happened for the nobles, but there were no such obstacles for the fleet to bypass, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. The legions that Leon accompanied streamed past the wall and, after only a few thousand more feet, finally began to enter the suburbs of the city. This far from the commercial centers of the capital, the houses were small, though freestanding. Only a few apartment blocks could be seen here and there. What really drew Leon's attention, though, was the utter lack of people on the streets. He could see a few terrified faces in building windows staring at them as they marched past, but there wasn't a soul to be seen outside as the legions entered the city. This trend continued as they pressed further in, without a single inhabitant of the city seen outside, guard, soldier, or citizen notwithstanding. Leon's sense of unease grew with every step he took through the deserted streets, a feeling which seemed to be shared. "Where is everyone?" Alex asked from just behind him. "The civilians are still here hiding in their homes," Valeria observed, "but I haven't seen a single enemy soldier since we arrived." "Neither have I," Leon said, keeping his magic senses projected to scan the city, looking for anything that might indicate where the enemy had vanished. They'd been there only a couple of days beforehand, when the Augustine scouts had first shown up, leaving Leon more than a little confused. Maybe they all left, Alex suggested. That's a possibility, but don't take it for granted, Leon said. For all we know, they're hiding somewhere in the city ready to ambush us, so keep your guard up. Leon was believing that idea less and less as more of the city fell into range of his magic senses. Most of the commoners, houses and apartment blocks didn't have the necessary enchantments to block magic senses, so he could see that there were still hundreds of thousands of people at least in the city, despite the empty streets. However, he couldn't sense hide nor hair of any Octavian troops. Do you sense anything? Leon whispered into Maya's mind. Nothing concerning, she replied. I can't find anyone who might seem hostile. The only possible place they could be hiding would be the palace in the center of the lake or in that one place in the southwest. Leon understood what she was saying. Only the Legion headquarters southwest of the city or the royal palace had enchantments strong enough to block her magic senses, and she couldn't see any Octavian troops outside of those places. A few flares went off in the distance, colored bright yellow, the agreed-upon Augustine signal for advancement. It seemed that Leon's group wasn't alone in finding no one to block their passage. Leon quickly fired off a yellow flare of his own and pressed on. All throughout the city, the Augustine forces advanced without challenge. There was no fighting, no one stopped to pillage the houses or attempt to sack the capital. Everyone was just as unnerved as Leon was with the silence in the city. After a few hours of slow and steady marching, Leon eventually reached the noble district. But that distance only confused him even more, for he saw through his magic senses that the northern forces had entered the city, as well, meaning that the city garrison had clearly not sallied out to face them. Minerva and her legion reached the bridge to the capital island before anyone else, with Leon coming in only a few minutes later. Minerva herself seemed barely changed in the few months since Leon had seen her last, with the same cold expression and air of professional detachment about her. She was dressed in shining plate armor, but she had her helmet off, revealing her sharp features and tied-back black hair. She had dismounted from her huge gray charger to wait at the first of the bridge's gatehouses, which was also curiously missing its guard detail. When Leon came riding up on Anzu, Minerva's stoic face momentarily warmed, then morphed into shock as she registered his aura, as well as that of Maya riding right behind him. "Sir Leon," she called out as Leon approached, Legion battalions in tow. "You're looking quite well, as are you, Dame Minerva," Leon heartily replied as he slid off Anzu's back to greet the knightess. The two briefly clasped each other's wrists. "How was the march south?" "Not as eventful as your journey north, I should think," Minerva replied. "After leaving the northern territories, we didn't see any of Octavius' people at all. Kind of a disappointment, to be honest. I was hoping the Sapphire Paladin might make an appearance so we could match the defeat of Earthshaker that you and your people managed. Good job with that rat bastard, by the way." With a dark chuckle, Leon said, "I definitely enjoyed that one. That pig fucker deserved far worse, but I made it painful. I can't deny that I wish I'd been there for that. I would have made it last. He deserved nothing less than the full might of every hell brought down upon his worthless ass. We'll have to get together once all this is over so you can tell me all the details that I didn't get in my report." Leon smiled, still looking for some vengeance. Minerva nodded and smirked at him as if he'd just asked the stupidest of questions. "What we've done up north has hardly quenched my fire," she growled. "Then I suppose we'll just have to find Sapphire and drag her to justice if she won't be so accommodating as to come to us. Maybe wring some catharsis out of her for you." "Good idea, and congratulations, Leon, on your ascension. Truly, you're putting the rest of us to shame with how quickly you're rising." "Thanks," Leon replied. His eyes then turned to the lake, which August's fleet had just entered from the Naga River. "We should get moving, don't want to fall behind. And I want to see just what in all the hells is going on here. These guys can't have disappeared too long ago, or the city would have descended into anarchy. They've got to be here somewhere." "Right," Minerva agreed, her tone shifting as she stared out over the bridge. "Who's securing the Legion headquarters?" "The 10th and 11th Legions," Leon answered. "Ah, yes, I remember. I suppose that leaves this as the only place where there might be some violence." "Maybe," Leon replied as he and Minerva walked out onto the bridge, their followers not far behind. He was starting to relax, having concluded that if there was going to be any fighting, it would have started by now. They pressed on, passing each gatehouse without incident, for there still wasn't any sign of guards. It wasn't until they finally reached the last gatehouse that someone finally revealed themselves, and it was quite possibly the last person that Leon expected. He saw walking along the road from the royal palace toward the bridge the armored form of the bronze paladin, his brown armor polished to a mirror shine and glistening in the sunlight of the early afternoon, his immense axe slung over his back. He radiated power, his aura thick and mighty. Though they were both 7th-tier mages, Leon couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. Bronze, if his aura was anything to go by, completely outclassed the Earthshaker paladin in sheer power. "Hail, Dame Minerva and Sir Leon," he called out to them, his tone stiff and formal, his aura suddenly weighing down upon them in a clear threat, but not enough to truly hinder them. "By the order of His Majesty, King Julius Septimius Taurus, you are all ordered to stand down immediately." Leon froze in surprise. His shocked question, which he wasn't even able to give voice to, was echoed in the minds of every other person behind them in some form or fashion save for Maya. The King's Awake, Chapter 469, Unexpected Peace. The Sapphire Paladin's heart raced in her chest. It was midnight, and she hadn't been able to sleep for almost a full day. There was just too much going on, and even in the few hours she had to rest, sleep wasn't coming. How could she? After all, August would arrive in the city by morning, and their defenses were not anywhere close to being finished. Cold dread had long settled into her stomach, for she knew that there was no way she was going to be able to hold the city for long. Prince Octavius had holed up in his room, refusing to leave or to acknowledge the position he was in. He was still acting as if August were hundreds of miles away, as if Duke Duronius weren't captured, as if Earthshaker hadn't been defeated, as if their northern army were still intact. At this point, it was Sapphire alone who was keeping Octavius, 'cause alive, and given how many nobles and their retainers were fleeing the city as August's fleets drew closer and closer, she wasn't going to get any help. The royal palace was almost completely deserted, save for herself, Octavius, and a legion. Nearly all of the bureaucrats had abandoned them, fleeing into the city to hide with their families or quitting the city entirely. Even now, Sapphire wanted to leave. Being a noblewoman, she wasn't too attached to the Bull Kingdom as a state, and she knew that as a 7th-tier mage, she could find employment no matter where she went. If she wasn't going to become queen, then leaving the Bull Kingdom would be the best option. But if there was one thing she hated, it was quitting. All wasn't lost here. There were still noble armies waiting to be called upon in the west, along with a few spare legions. If she and Octavius left the capital, they could still salvage the mess that had been made of this whole endeavor. Committing herself to this one last chance, Sapphire rose from her bed where she'd been trying to get just a little bit of sleep and quickly dressed. Before she could leave her room, however, a loud rapping came from her door. She rolled her eyes in annoyance, presuming it to be one of her assistants bringing her word about some other problem that everyone else was too brain-dead to solve without her. Again, someone knocked on her door, irritating her to no end. This was the middle of the night during the brief time she'd set aside for sleep. Disturbing her might as well be a death sentence given the circumstances. Straightening out her clothes, she walked over to the door as the rapping continued, angrily opening it and shouting, "What?" Any further shouting died in her throat as she registered who was on the other side of the door. Two men stood before her. The first was thin, short, and possessed 3rd-tier strength. He was one of her lower-ranked assistants, one of the few who was assigned to stay outside her chambers during the night shift. The other man was far larger, extremely tall with broad shoulders, his powerful frame clad in bronze armor with gently glowing runes along the joints. "Dame Sapphire," the bronze paladin growled, clearly annoyed at her attitude. "Come with me." His tone brokered no argument. His aura pressed down upon her, showing full well that any resistance on her part was going to be futile. She'd never beat him in a straight fight, and as the senior paladin, he technically outranked her. She quietly followed him, quiet as a mouse and almost as meek. If the bronze paladin was here instead of guarding the king, it meant nothing good for her, she knew. They didn't go far. Bronze led her to Octavius' conference room where numerous others were already waiting for them, consisting of the 3 legates of the legion stationed in the city, along with a dozen other administrative legates and a few of the handful of bureaucrats still in the palace. "Have a seat," Bronze said as he sat down to the right of the head of the table. "We have a serious matter to discuss." Sapphire did as she was bid, not saying a word, and keeping her eyes on Bronze the whole time. Bronze was silent for a long moment, just letting his aura completely overpower everyone else's in the room, exerting his authority by his presence alone. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally said, "King Julius has woken up." "I apologize for the abruptness of all this," Bronze said as Leon and Minerva stared at him in abject shock. "I had a message sent to Prince August, but it clearly didn't arrive in time to stop the advance. I had the legions defending the city pull back, though. They're currently staying at the Legion headquarters and here at the palace." Minerva and Leon continued to stare at him for a moment longer. Minerva was the first to find her words, and she loudly said, "Hold on, hold on, hold on." "Dame Minerva," Bronze intoned, his deep voice and deeper aura settling into something that felt more like appeasement than threatening as it became clear that neither Minerva nor Leon were going to fight him. "Time is of the essence, here. His Majesty only awoke for a short time, but it was long enough for me and Penitent to explain how badly things have gone over the past year. He gave only one order, for everyone to stand down. I hope you comply with that order. I'd hate to have to fight Sir Leon, here. Or should I say, Thunder Knight. Maybe, the White Griffin. Neither of those, please," Leon murmured as the reality of what was happening started to settle in his mind. He turned around and said to the equally baffled people following them, "Looks like there's going to be no fighting today. Hands off weapons." With Leon's loud shout spurring her on, Minerva turned around to give even more specific orders, having all but a single battalion fall back to a few large squares around the far side of the bridge to wait. "Thank you," Bronze said as the legions began to slowly shuffle back off the bridge, relaying what they had just heard as they went. He then turned his attention to the lake around them, where he could see Prince August's ship making for the capital island while the rest of the ships spread out on the lake. "Looks like Prince August received my message if he's coming with only a single ship. How about we go and meet him, and we can talk for a while on the way?" "That's fine with me," Minerva said, glancing at Leon who nodded in accordance. "Very well," Bronze said, his aura lightening considerably as his mood turned far more cheerful. He then started walking off toward the capital's docks where August would try to have his ship moored. Minerva, Leon, and their retainers closely followed. "By the way, Sir Leon," Bronze said as they walked, "congratulations. I sensed your power as soon as I saw you. 7th tier at your age. Truly, words can't express how impressed I am at your achievement." "Thank you," Leon replied. "And who, may I ask, is that young woman riding your griffin?" Leon smiled and said, "That's Naiad, my lover." "I see," Bronze murmured. "I suppose she's not a threat, then. Her power does worry me a little bit." Leon glanced back to see Maya smirking at him as they discussed her. "Oh, she'll threaten you for sure if you do something to piss her off," he said, winking at his lady as he spoke, "but she doesn't pose much of a threat to anyone if you don't attack her first." "Wasn't going to do that," Bronze said, chuckling. "I may be an old man, but I'm not so old that I'm ready to die." "Sir Bronze," Minerva said, her tone deadly serious, "please tell us more about His Majesty. What happened with the king? I can give you the broad strokes, but as I don't want to tell this story 1,000 times, I'll not get too detailed until we meet up with Prince August," Bronze replied. "That doctor that Prince August hired from down south, the one from the Sacred Golden Empire. Do you remember him?" "I do. He managed to get his pompous mitts on the last of the items he needed to brew a potion to assist the king with his recovery. I knew he was injured and indisposed. Who hasn't at this point? But why now?" "Can't speak to that," Bronze replied in a mildly amused tone. "I can tell you, though, Penitent and I were more than a little surprised when he showed up with the potion in hand ready to heal His Majesty. Regardless of all that, it worked. The king woke from his slumber for a few minutes before returning to sleep. He should wake again soon as he begins to regain his strength, but for now, Penitent and I are doing what we can to ensure that no more citizens of the kingdom die in this war." "About damn time," Leon said, not bothering to lower his voice. "If all it took was the two of you making a move, you should have done so sooner." "I understand your anger, Sir Leon," Bronze replied, not fazed at all by Leon's accusatory tone. "However, legally speaking, we paladins are not allowed to move without the king's permission. His Majesty will be perfectly within his rights to have my colleagues who pledged themselves to the princes sent to the headsman, hiding behind the law, huh?" Leon countered. "Prince Trajan was murdered by these people, and you could have stopped them." Bronze went quiet, but he directed a disapproving glance over his shoulder to Leon. "I agree with Sir Leon," Minerva quietly stated. If His Majesty had to choose between the kingdom as it is now after months of war or having to punish a few of his most loyal paladins, I think I know which one he'd prefer. You two don't have to agree with my decision, Bronze responded, his voice sounding like it was passing through clenched teeth, but I hope you can understand why I chose to do what I did. I am a paladin, and my first duty is to the king, not the kingdom. I won't raise my blade against my own countrymen unless I am fulfilling direct orders from my king. Everyone seemed to recognize that they were getting nowhere at this point, so they went quiet and proceeded to the dock in silence, but the heavy atmosphere of accusation remained. For his part, Leon wasn't too angry, but his opinion of the Bronze Paladin had diminished greatly since he had come to Trajan's aid during the war with Talfar. I guess he could choose the kingdom over the king then, but not this time, he thought. August's ship couldn't easily come into the dock given its size, so rather than waiting for a solution, Leon watched as August, Roland, and a number of their subordinates climbed into rowboats and were lowered into the water. Leon could see even from hundreds of feet away the look of anxiety and desperation on the prince's face as he was ferried to the dock. That look didn't seem forced, for as soon as August climbed out of the boat and onto dry land, he almost ran to Bronze and demanded, "Where is my father? Take me to him at once." "He remains in his villa, Your Highness," Bronze said, his voice cheerful enough that it was impossible to guess the contention he'd just had with Leon and Minerva. Without waiting for another word, August took off down the streets of the palace complex toward the villa, moving as fast as he could while still maintaining his royal dignity. "Sir Leon, you and I should follow His Highness," Bronze stated. "Dame Minerva, you should take charge here and prevent any violence from breaking out. With the king awake, this war is over." Minerva briefly glared at Bronze, but she made no arguments, instead silently walking down the docks toward the disembarking soldiers and cutting Roland off before he could follow the prince. Leon and Bronze, meanwhile, turned to do just that, walking after August while Alex, Valeria, Maya, and Anzu waited by the docks. Leon had some ideas about why Bronze wanted him to follow, but if what he was saying was true and that the war was over with the king awake, he didn't think there was much harm in seeing what was needed of him. They walked in silence for a long time, long enough to leave just about everyone else behind. With August and his small entourage hurrying ahead of them, they were practically alone. "You know," Bronze hesitantly said, "you'll probably be offered a position as a paladin once His Majesty fully recovers." "Good for me, I guess," Leon replied. He then took a deep breath and said, "I'm going to resign after this war is officially concluded. I'm not cut out to be a Legion Knight, and I have other things to do than stick around. If I'm offered a position as a paladin, then I'm going to turn it down." Bronze's response was merely a quiet, "I see." The two proceeded onward in silence from then on, passing the checkpoint to enter the private forest where the king's villa lay, and finally laying eyes on the villa itself. Leon had never been to the place, so its relatively small size struck him as a bit odd, but the robust defensive enchantments dispelled any doubt as to where he was. No mundane place would be so heavily fortified, especially not one that lacked outer walls and towers. Bronze wasted no time leading the two of them inside, through the courtyard where August's small guard detail had been left, and to the back of the building where the king's bedroom was. Upon entering, Leon was momentarily shocked to see the king himself, the thin, weak, unhealthy-looking man laying asleep in a large bed that made him look even smaller. His aura was as weak as his body appeared, but Leon could feel a hidden power there that defied his attempts to perceive it. If he had to guess, then he'd say the king was probably 8th tier, even though by all other accounts he looked weaker than a 1st-tier mage. The man next to the king's bed likewise drew Leon's attention, for his aura indicated he was stronger than the 7th tier, too. However, before Leon could make any more observations about the man, he noticed that the Sapphire Paladin, Prince Octavius, and the Penitent Paladin were all waiting in the corner of the room. Octavius looked miserable, despite being dressed in clothes fine enough to sell for a mid-sized farm in the countryside. Sapphire was equally downtrodden, her lustrous golden hair now matted down and unwashed, her face lacking any makeup, her clothes simple and unbefitting of a woman of her status. Under normal conditions she looked like she was getting ready for bed, not about to present herself to the Bull King. Penitent, meanwhile, was dressed in shabby brown robes. His aura was potent, though, even more so than Bronze's, leaving Leon to conclude that he was probably the most powerful of the two elder paladins. Someone Leon almost wasn't expecting to see was on the other side of the room. Leon recognized the bookish and scholarly looks of Prince Antonius, the third prince. Both of them politely nodded to each other in recognition, but neither spoke a word. Finally, Leon's eyes landed upon August, who was kneeling next to the bed, the king's hand in his. The only people in the city who Leon figured would be considered missing from this meeting were Roland and Brimstone, both of whom were still coordinating August's occupation of the capital with Minerva. "How long will he be awake for?" August asked the disturbingly powerful man preparing something by the king's bedside table. "I can't say, could be a few minutes, could be as long as an hour," the man replied, his tone lacking any and all respect that would normally fill someone's voice when speaking with royalty, but he didn't seem to care in the slightest. Leon noticed that no one else seemed to care, either, for no one spoke up to chastise him for his casual demeanor. "You can't do better than that?" August asked. To the doctors, Leon could think of no one else this man could be obvious displeasure. He set aside what he was doing to look the young prince in the eye. "August, your father has been unconscious for years. That doesn't mean he'll be full of energy when he wakes up. It's going to be a few days or even weeks for him to recover enough to get out of bed, I'd say, let alone stay awake for longer than a few hours. But worry not, he'll make a full recovery in a matter of months, I can assure you of that now that he's managed to wake up once." August audibly gulped and forced himself to remain calm. Thank you. Don't thank me, I'm just doing what you hired me to do," the doctor replied as he turned his attention back to what he was doing. Only a few seconds later, though, it seemed he finished his work, as he was left with a handful of some kind of rough whitish powder wrapped in a handkerchief. He then held the handkerchief under the king's nose for a moment, letting the king breathe in some of the powder. And then the king opened his eyes. Chapter 470. King Julius. The king opened his eyes excruciatingly slowly, but Leon could tell that even then, it took his mind a few extra minutes to catch up. His gaze was hazy and unfocused, his blank expression barely changing even as August began frantically calling out to him. Father, I'm here, can you hear me?" August practically shouted as he hurriedly took the king's hand. "August," the doctor interrupted as August began to lightly shake the king. "Give your father a moment. Step back." The doctor's aura spiked, impressing his will upon the young prince. August was forced back, and the doctor stepped between him and the king. "I'm sorry, I lost myself for a moment," August whispered as he took a few steps backward and composed himself. Antonius walked over and clasped his shoulder. "We're all excited that father is waking up, but let's give him some space to come to his senses." Yes, you're right," August replied as he let Antonius lead him away from the bed and closer to the opposite wall from where Octavius was waiting. Leon redirected his attention to the second prince, and he saw that Octavius was quite blatantly not looking at the king, and instead staring at the floor. Every few seconds, though, he'd look up and hatefully glare at August, bronze, penitent, and even once or twice directed his glare in Leon's direction. Otherwise, he looked pathetic, barely holding himself up with anything that might resemble noble posture. Bags were forming under his eyes, and his clothes were wrinkled. Leon, relishing Octavius' current circumstances a bit, returned the prince's glares with a victorious smile. He wondered how much the second prince knew about his exploits under August, since he didn't seem to be too wary of Leon even though Leon's power now vastly outstripped his own fifth-tier powers. He was a bit worried about the prince's punishment, though. By all accounts, Octavius hadn't been nearly so far gone when the king secluded himself as he'd gotten by the time the war started, so Leon could see the possibility that Octavius might be forgiven by the king. If that happened, Kairos asked a weak, hoarse, pained voice. Leon's heart almost stopped as he recognized the name of his grandfather, and he slowly turned his gaze away from Octavius and back to the king. He saw the king's eyes stuck on him, but still unfocused enough that his eyes almost seemed to be staring at the wall behind Leon. "Kairos," the king repeated as he began struggling to push himself up in bed, his eyes still fixed in Leon's direction. The doctor rushed to the king's side while everyone else stared at Leon in utter bewilderment. Most of them knew who he was, of course, but it was still beyond startling that the king had been able to recognize him as a member of House Rame despite the state he was in. "I'm not Kairos Rame," Leon said, not knowing what exactly else he could say. It didn't seem anyone else was listening, though, as their eyes quickly turned back to the king as the doctor managed to get him up and tucked enough pillows behind him to keep him comfortable for a little while. "Be quick, I can't say for sure how long he will be awake," the doctor said as he then stepped back, his movement drawing the king's attention away from Leon. "Father," August cried out as he rushed forward, ignoring Antonius' half-hearted attempts to hold him back. The youngest prince fell to his knees at the side of the bed as he took his father's hand and brought the king's knuckles to his lips. The king took a deep breath that seemed to steady him a bit, and his eyes focused on August. "I know you," he quietly stated. "August." "Yes, father, it's me," August said as tears began to fall from his eyes. "You're back." "That can't be," the king muttered as he squinted at him. "August is, your majesty," Penitent said as he stepped forward, his surprisingly mild and neutral voice cutting straight through to the king's mind as far as Leon could tell, for the king immediately turned his eyes toward the paladin. "You've been asleep for a long time. Many things have changed in these past few years. Do you remember what Bronze and I told you the last time you were awake?" "The last time," the king murmured as he scrunched his face up in thought. "Things are cloudy, I can't." The king went silent as his expression cleared up into one of deadly seriousness. "I remember you telling me something about a war." "Yes, your majesty, there have been two, but the most pressing concern has been the conflict between your sons, who you left to steward the realm in your absence." "Conflict? Yes, I'm starting to remember," the king said, his voice growing stronger with every word until it sounded almost normal, if a little tired. "Your majesty," Penitent continued, "the perpetrators of this violence have been brought before you. The princes Octavius and August have been fighting for months, now. The death toll stands in the hundreds of thousands." The king didn't verbally respond, but he managed to sit up a little straighter as a hint of color appeared in his deathly pale cheeks. He turned to look at August, still kneeling at the side of his bed, and at Octavius, who was sitting down and refusing to meet his father's eyes. "Your majesty, we need guidance in this critical time, so much is different than what it was only a few years ago," Bronze said, his deep voice taking on a pleading tone that Leon hadn't thought him capable of. The king took a deep breath as the room fell into a silence that swiftly became oppressive. No one wanted to speak while the king considered the problem as best as he was able. "The legions," he finally managed to ask after what seemed like an eternity. "Where are they right now?" "A couple have been completely destroyed, but most of them are currently deployed in and around the capital," Bronze replied. "Send them back to their assigned locations," the king ordered, before immediately reconsidering. "Have 5 remain around the capital. I'll leave it to you to decide which to choose." "What about the nobles? Many of them have seen their personal armies destroyed and many more have been killed," Penitent explained as quickly as he could. "There are others still deployed in the field with their retainers, however." "Send their retainers home, too," the king croaked. "Tarry not, I want them back in their palaces and castles as fast as human legs can carry them. Their lords, however, must stay and give an accounting of themselves to me personally. All who disobey are to be branded traitors and subject to all punitive measures that apply." "Yes, your majesty," Bronze said, wasting not a moment as he ducked out of the door to relay the king's orders to the waiting soldiers outside, who would then pass those orders on to everyone else in the capital. Leon briefly contemplated how everyone would take it. The king was back, so there was cause to celebrate, especially since it heralded the end of hostilities. However, August had come so close to seizing power in his own right, and his supporters had come so far that he could easily see many nobles and even some legates pushing him to oust his father and take the throne now that they were so close to it. He didn't think such sentiments would get very far, though, given what he could sense about the king's injured aura and with both the Bronze and Penitent paladins enforcing the king's will. "Where are the others?" the king inquired. "My wife, Isabel, Stefania, Trajan, why are so few here to see me?" "Most of them are out of the city," Penitent replied. "The queen is currently being held in house arrest, while Brimstone is out in the city ensuring that order is kept while it remains under Legion occupation. Earthshaker is dead, killed by Sir Leon over there." Penitent gave Leon a quick nod of acknowledgement, while his tone lacked any tone of accusation that might have worried Leon some. "Sir Leon?" the king asked as his eyes returned to Leon. "You look familiar, yet I don't know you. Identify yourself." Leon didn't take a single step forward, nor did he genuflect before the king. Instead, he simply said, "I am Leon Ursus, your majesty." The king looked Leon over completely, taking full stock of Leon's appearance: no armor, the simple sword strapped to his hip, his build, hair, facial features, aura. "You don't look like a Valeman," the king said after taking Leon's measure. "You look more like a Rame." Leon sensed the eyes of everyone else in the room flickering back to him, but his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the king. "So it would seem," he said, neither confirming nor denying the blatant accusation in the king's words. King Julius glared at Leon for a moment before seeming to let the matter rest. He turned instead to his children. He didn't, however, speak to August or Octavius first. Antonius, he said as a warm smile broke out across his face. Come here. The young scholarly prince put on a beaming smile as he strode forward and embraced his father. King Julius held the third prince close for a few seconds as they whispered into each other's ear, and when Antonius pulled away, he had tears in his eyes and a smile wider than the Naga River plastered over his face. He returned to where he'd been standing in the room and politely went quiet. Now, you two, Julius growled as he turned to regard his feuding sons. What in the name of our honored ancestors have you two done? He was clearly gaining strength as he more fully woke up, and by his voice alone Leon might have thought him recovered in full. The only thing that proved this vigor didn't extend into the rest of his body was its complete lack of energy. The king remained in his bed, barely even moving his head to glare threateningly at August and Octavius. Father, August began, his voice cracking as he went quiet. Octavius wasn't even able to get that much out as he could only sit there in his chair, hunched over like a beaten dog, and tellingly not meeting his father's gaze. What was that? Julius loudly said as he tried to lean forward. You must forgive me, your father is an old and sick man, so I can't hear you. I mean, you must be speaking now, because I know you would never defy me when I demand answers. So speak up. Uncle Trajan is dead, father. August cried as tears began flowing down his cheeks. He was murdered by the Earthshaker Paladin on Octavius' orders. The king sank back into his pillows as shock froze his expression in place. He stared at August in disbelief. Then, his head began to slowly turn towards his second son. Still, Octavius didn't make eye contact. A damning accusation, the king murmured. Octavius, my boy, come here. Julius extended a shaking arm out to Octavius, his hand outstretched for the prince to take. But Octavius ignored it and said not a word. After a long, tense moment, Julius let his arm fall down upon his bed covers. Will you not even speak in your own defense? He quietly asked. Is this crime that your younger brother is accusing you of true? He's not my brother, Octavius whispered. I must have not heard you correctly, Julius said, his paradoxically vibrant light brown eyes narrowing in anger. Repeat yourself, and speak up. August is a bastard, Octavius shouted. He has no right to our name and no right to call himself a part of our family. He's nothing more than a baseborn bastard, and if you had any sense in your skull you would have given him and that whore mother of his to the elements upon his birth. Julius was speechless as he stared at his son in shock. Leon could practically see the man's heart shattering before his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel terrible on the king's behalf. Leon had no idea what kind of family dynamic existed before he became embroiled in their disagreements, but if the king's expression of utter shock and surprise was anything to go by, it had been, at least on the surface, relatively harmonious. And now the king was seeing just how badly it had splintered. Julius didn't languish in sadness for long. Only a few seconds after his face fell, he began struggling to rise as his face contorted in fury. You would dare to speak of your family in such a way, he sputtered as he struggled, with August, Bronze, and Penitent all rushing forward to aid the king as he tried to stand. Please, King Julius, the doctor said, though it seemed clear to Leon from his unenthusiastic tone that it was a token effort at best, you need your rest, don't try to stand. I'll damn well stand, the king shouted, his voice shaking. His eyes had locked Octavius in place, the prince shrinking down into his chair like a child that knew he was about to be punished. For a moment, Leon saw Octavius glance at Sapphire pleadingly, but the blonde paladin didn't once look in his direction. She simply stood by, unmoving, as if she were a statue and nothing around pertained to her. I will, the king shouted as those who'd come to help him began entreating him not to rise. However, his weakness was not one he was yet able to overcome, and Julius slumped back down into his pillows. You there, Sir Leon. Leon looked up in surprise, unprepared for being called out. I order you to do what I cannot. Discipline that insolent child. Leon fought to contain his smile as the king's furious look told him exactly what to do. With his lightning magic and without any hesitation, he seemed to cross the room in a single step to the sound of thunder. Antonius and August held their ears in pain from such a loud sound in such a closed environment, but everyone else was mildly irritated at worst. Octavius, however, barely had a chance to move his hands upward before Leon's open hand struck him across the cheek so hard that it lifted him out of his chair and sent him sprawling across the floor. "Why you?" he shouted as he turned back up to Leon, blood flowing from a cut on his lip and his cheek rapidly turning red. He looked more pained by the humiliation and surprise than the actual pain, though. And that didn't satisfy the king. "Again!" he roared, to which Leon was only too happy to comply. The lightning mage backhanded the arrogant prince, sending him face first into the wall. "You will explain yourself to me," the king wheezed. "What did you do?" "Give him some space, everyone," the doctor suddenly interjected as he pushed August aside to take the king's arm and rested his fingers against his wrist. Arrest him," the king groaned as he sank further into his bed, his eyes slowly closing. Leon then took a little initiative and kicked Octavius in the stomach, ensuring he wasn't going to try and get off the floor. Leon wasn't going to get the immediate execution he'd wanted, but he knew that the arrest order was likely the best he was going to get, at least for the time being. For his part, Octavius did little more than lay there on the ground, not even trying to get back up. It was as if all royal dignity had left him, leaving him not even capable of trying to get back to his feet. "I'll escort the prince back to his chambers and set up a guard detail," Bronze said as he picked Octavius up by the scruff of his neck like a kitten. "Let's go, boy. If I have to carry you out of here, I will, but it'll demean your entire family, so I'd prefer if you walk out of here on your own 2 feet. Bronze practically pushed Octavius toward the door, making little attempt to be gentle. The paladin gave Leon a quick nod as he walked past, and though Leon was tempted to ignore it, he at least gave Bronze a quick nod in return. The king had fallen back to sleep, whatever the doctor had done to wake him back up having worn off. Everyone else was quiet for a few seconds following Bronze taking Octavius away, but once it was clear that the king was out again, August turned to the doctor and asked, "How long until my father wakes again?" "I can't say for certain, but it should be sometime tomorrow," the doctor replied. "He should have enough strength then to eat on his own, so ensure that his servants are ready. He'll be confined to his bed for at least a few days, perhaps as long as a week depending on how his recovery goes. He should be fully ambulatory and no longer need my assistance after that, though, so I will go and prepare my things for my departure." Without another word, the doctor quite unceremoniously followed Bronze out of the room. "I think I'll go and see to my affairs, too," Leon said before anyone could respond. "I've got some things of my own to get in order." "Sir Leon," August cried out, stopping Leon in his tracks. "Please, stay a while, there are many things we have to discuss." "Whatever you have to speak with me about can wait," Leon replied. "I have a couple of ladies waiting on me, and they are where my priorities lie." August looked like he wanted to argue, but then he thought better of it. "I understand, Sir Leon. I'll send for you tomorrow." And like that, Leon left them to work out their own devices. He was a bit curious as to what would happen with Sapphire, but at this point, all he wanted to do was to get Maya and his retinue and then find Elise. Everything else could wait. Chapter 471. Post-bellum Maya, "I'm on my way out," Leon whispered into Maya's mind, a smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the bond that they shared. It took a moment for the river nymph to respond, and when she did, even in Leon's mind she sounded breathless. "Ah, we'll be ready," she sounded a little strange, Leon thought. Probably shouldn't have used her name like that so flippantly. Leon quickly left the king's private estate, feeling almost like he was ditching shackles that had constrained him for years as he did so. He'd been serious when he told Bronze that he was going to resign from his knighthood now that the war was effectively over. There were bigger and better things on his mind now than rebuilding the hollowed-out bureaucracy of the Bull Kingdom. Picking up the pace as much as he was able to without appearing completely ridiculous, Leon soon found himself at the docks grinning like a madman. He easily found his small retinue nearby thanks to his bond with Maya, staying out of the way as the fleets and legions occupied the docks. Leon, for just a moment, watched as the soldiers and marines disembarked from the smaller ships, glad that he wasn't going to be around for when the word was finally passed down for them to all go home. He figured that there would be a lot of people angry that they had come so far only to be sent home without doing anything. Of course, there would also be people who were relieved that they'd be able to go home without killing any more of their countrymen, but those weren't the people who would create problems. Regardless, that wasn't his mess to clean up. He strode over to Maya, Valeria, Alex, and Anzu, a smile still plastered all over his face. "What's up, Sir Leon?" Alex said as he approached. "You look happier than I've seen you in a long time. War's over, King's back in charge, armies and fleets are being sent home, Octavius is in prison. I'm feeling pretty good right now," Leon replied, not feeling at all shy about expressing his happiness to almost being done with all of this. "We've got nothing else to do, so let's get out of here." "To the tower?" Valeria asked as if she'd read his mind. "To the tower," Leon confirmed, his eyes turning over to Maya. "If Elise is going to be anywhere, it's going to be there." Maya smiled but didn't reply. She simply sat up a little straighter on Anzu's back, anticipation, excitement, and a few traces of fear written all over her face. As they started walking, though, something occurred to Leon. "Alex, do you have any plans for the future?" "Huh," she replied, completely blindsided by the question. Leon glanced over at her, his smile fading as a look of utter seriousness replaced it. "Let's say I wanted to leave this kingdom and I wanted you to come with. Would you do so?" "Can't imagine leaving little old me behind," she teasingly asked. Leon responded with a stony look, wordlessly telling her that he wasn't joking. Alex frowned and averted her gaze. I don't know," she muttered. "I understand that that's a big decision," Leon continued, "and that you'll need some time to think about it. But I also wonder if Dame Minerva's transferring you to my retinue was meant to be permanent. If this war is well and truly over, then I want to move on, and I would like it if you were to come with me. I'll need friends where I'm going. But I also know that it might be a more attractive choice to stay here where your family is, maybe taking up a leadership role in the Legion." Alex silently listened, not giving him an immediate answer. The Bull Kingdom was all she'd ever known, and though she'd known that Leon wasn't going to stick around, she thought there'd still be time left before that happened. "How long do you think you'll stay?" she asked. "I can't say, depends entirely on how the next few weeks play out," Leon replied. "If the king manages to make this piece of his stick and Octavius is punished, then I think I'll resign almost immediately. If not, well, I don't know what'll happen because I don't know what might crop up. I might stay here for a year or two more as I wrap up some old business, but suffice it to say that I've got some other things on my mind than the squabbles of House Taurus and I'll be leaving relatively soon." "Like the problems of another powerful house?" she asked, giving him a pointed look. Leon was almost annoyed, but given the rumors about him, he wasn't going to get upset at her public implication of his true identity. Besides, there didn't seem to be anyone paying attention, anyway. "Might be," he said. "Just think about it, I won't be sticking around the Bull Kingdom for much longer if all things go according to my current plans. I don't want you to be blindsided by that, and now you have an invitation to join me whenever you might want to take that up." Leon glanced at Maya and Valeria, who were listening in without saying anything. He knew both were going to follow him out of the Bull Kingdom as well, or at least he knew that Maya would. Valeria was a little more up in the air. "That offer extends to you too, as well," he said, just in case it wasn't clear. Valeria smiled and nodded, a gesture that Leon returned. He didn't think she would leave, not after they agreed to try and give peace a chance. If you even need to ask me," Maya playfully scoffed. "Don't forget that you still owe me a child, no matter if our circumstances are now different. I'll get that child even if I have to chase you down to the ends of the universe itself and take it." Leon chuckled at the thought of Maya tearing through the void searching for his manhood as the river nymph shot him a sultry smile. "I doubt it'll come to that," Leon replied. "I'll give your offer some thought," Alex said. "I still have family in the Northern Territories, family I haven't seen in a while. Dame Minerva has also been quite good to me, she practically took me under her wing during my time here. I'd like the opportunity to speak with her before making any decisions." "I understand completely," Leon responded. "No matter what you decide though, you're still my friend, and you'll always have a place in my home should you ever get the idea to come by." Alex grinned at him and playfully threw a soft punch into his shoulder. It might have been far too disrespectful of a thing to do, but if Leon wasn't long for the legions, then she wasn't going to hold back her friendly demeanor in public anymore. The group didn't say much more as they proceeded back across the bridge to the city proper, then onward to the Heaven's Eye Tower. It was a quiet and eerily peaceful journey since most of the capital's citizens had either fled the city or holed up in their homes. The main thoroughfares were overrun with August's troops who had yet to start pulling out of the capital, but no one got in their way. Still, it took about an hour of relatively leisurely walking to arrive at the tower. Leon paused for a moment at the door, unsure how exactly to proceed. His heart was hammering away in his chest and his hands were lightly shaking. He wondered if this was the best course of action, or whether it was better to go to Emily's estate since he couldn't fathom that the tower would even be open given the circumstances. At the very least, the nearby stables were empty, so he couldn't board Anzu while he was in the tower. "Let's go," Maya whispered into his mind. No more delays. Leon glanced back at his river nymph lover and met her lake blue eyes. They were set and determined, ready to see Elise again. She even slid off Anzu's back to walk in on her own 2 feet. He nodded and pushed open the doors. Leon, Maya, Anzu, Alex, and Valeria all strode into the tower. Beyond the entrance area, the main lounge area was just as deserted as Leon expected it to be, though given the fact that the doors hadn't been locked, he questioned his thought that the tower was closed. There at least seemed to be a few attendants on duty as only a few moments passed before a Heaven's Eye attendant made her presence known and approached the group. "Welcome, Sir Leon," she said in greeting. She briefly turned to acknowledge the others, but she continued to address Leon, her attitude one of utmost respect. "Lady Elise is waiting for you on the top floor. We can board your griffin for you if you would like." "Thank you," Leon replied. "I would like that very much." He turned to Anzu and managed to coax him into staying by the door as the attendant gestured back over her shoulder for a beastmaster that Leon recognized as the man most responsible for training Anzu into a proper war beast. Anzu allowed him to lead him off toward the Heaven's Eye stables, while the attendant escorted the remaining 4 to the magic lifts in the back of the lounge. It was a quiet and fairly tense ride up to the 9th floor, but also mercifully short, not giving Leon and Maya time enough to stew in their excitement and anxiety. As soon as the lift opened, Leon and Maya wasted no time walking down the short hallway toward the set of doors at the end of the hall which Leon knew would lead into Emila's office. Emila's office was circular, with a great fire pit in the center, decorative columns sectioning off several parts from each other without diminishing the open floor plan, and an enormous desk on the far side of the room, behind which sat Emily herself, a gentle smile on her face as she watched Leon's party enter. The room was richly decorated, but neither Leon nor Maya absorbed any of it as their eyes searched the room for Elise. They didn't have far to look, for Elise rose from where she had been seated as the doors opened and began walking toward them, an enormous smile on her face, her long black dress hugging her body in ways specifically designed to entice without sacrificing dignity. She sashayed over to the door, her brilliant emerald eyes fixed on Leon. "It's about time you," she began, only to freeze in place as she finally registered Maya's presence, the rest of her statement dying in her throat. Leon immediately rushed forward to pull Elise into a tight embrace while Alex and Valeria maintained a respectful distance. The attendant bowed and left, closing the door behind her, while Maya only took a few hesitant steps forward. "We're back," Leon whispered into Elise's ear as he reluctantly separated from her. She'd only partially returned the embrace as her eyes hadn't yet left Maya. "Where," she began, only to trail off as she took a step toward Maya, her face contorting in surprise and confusion. After a few quiet seconds, though, her expression hardened, and she began striding toward Maya with a look of absolute determination. It almost seemed violent, but her aura remained relatively calm and free of killing intent. Maya was able to stand strong and didn't flinch as Elise approached her, but her eyes did flit once or twice in Leon's direction, communicating to him her intense worry. But attention was swiftly brought back to Elise as she wrapped her arms around Maya's waist and pulled her in for a passionate kiss, pushing herself up onto the balls of her feet just a bit to reach the tall river nymph's mouth. Reactions were fairly mixed. Leon smiled as he walked over and hugged Elise from behind, and Emily leaned back in her chair with an enormous grin on her face. Meanwhile, Alex burst out laughing and Valeria's face went scarlet as she tried to avert her gaze, only to continue staring at the scene from the corner of her eye. After what seemed like both an eternity and barely a moment, Elise separated from Maya at least, above, for her arms remained locked around the river nymph's waist. "Where have you been?" she demanded to know. "Maybe we can talk about that later," Leon said before Maya could respond, sending a quick apologetic look Alex and Valeria's way. Elise suddenly pulled back from Maya as if suddenly self-conscious and said, "Yes, we've some stuff to do, yes." "If by stuff, you mean getting our house back, then sure," Leon playfully stated, refusing to let her go as she tried to pull back a bit from him, too. "Has everything been resolved in the royal palace?" Emily interjected as she rose from her desk and sauntered over. Only under her teasing smile did Leon pull away from Elise, but not so far that they would have to reach far to touch the other. Yes, Leon quickly answered. The king is awake, and he ordered an immediate end to all hostilities. Octavius has been arrested, and August's armies should be dispersing soon. That's good to hear, Emily responded. This war has played hell with the Bull Kingdom's economy, let me tell you, but all things considered, I'd say it's going to pull out of all this unpleasantness fairly well. Might take a few years, though, Leon nodded, but he wasn't too interested in the economics of the kingdom. Now, let's head home, Emily continued, looking to Elise. We've some guests to arrange sleeping arrangements for, I presume. That would be most appreciated, Valeria said, speaking for both her and Alex, who furiously nodded. Wonderful, Emily said as she led everyone out of her office. Once she passed Elise, Leon, and Maya, Elise quickly took Leon's arm and pressed her lips against his. Welcome home, she sensually whispered as her head retreated from his. We've much to catch up on, don't we? Chapter 472, Commitment. So, where were you? Elise demanded of Maya, her voice even and carefully measured, her attitude imperious and demanding. Leon could tell that she was trying to project authority as she suppressed both her joy and anger at seeing Maya again. She, Leon, and Maya were now alone in Elise's room, with Anzu moved to Emila's stables, and Alex and Valeria shown to guest rooms in Emila's estate. Leon and Elise's villa was still technically in the hands of the Bull Kingdom's government, so moving back in would probably take a few days even with the power of Heaven's Eye on their side. I had to go back to Saren, Maya explained as she told Elise of her journey back to the city of the river nymphs and the meeting with her mother. Elise nodded in understanding once the story was over. She didn't once interrupt to ask a question, she just listened quietly as Maya filled her in on the details. And Leon chased me down and forced me to reveal myself, Maya finished as she smiled radiantly at Leon. Elise then directed her gaze his way, fixing him in a sharp, almost uncompromising stare. Leon returned one that was almost defiant. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong, he understood that Elise was just angry that Maya had left in the first place. You could have done me the courtesy of sending word, Elise complained, turning away from them both with almost exaggerated haughtiness. This isn't something I wanted to be surprised with. How would you like to be surprised? Leon teasingly asked. I can accommodate you however you want, unless it's a ring, don't bother, Elise said in a clear joke. But Leon didn't take it as a joke. He went quiet, glanced over at Maya, then stood up from his chair. What? Elise began as he dropped down to both knees in front of her as she sat in her chair, staring at her with such serious intensity that there was no way in any hell she could have averted her gaze. Without a word, Leon reached into his soul realm and retrieved his gift for her, something which he and the Thunderbird had labored over for weeks after he had it commissioned in Ironford. It was the golden lotus bracelet, its petals now thoroughly enchanted to emit light based on the time of day, just like the flower it had been inspired by. The sapphires in its petals pulsed with magic power while the gold petals themselves glowed red in the morning, purple at midday, and a gentle blue at night. It had far more practical enchantments than just those, though. I love you, he said to her without a shred of insincerity, and I could barely stand to be away for so long. I know that this is just a thing, and so shouldn't mean much, but I wanted to get you something that showed how often you've been on my mind. Elise's eyes were as white as plates, the green in them sparkling in the purple light of the lotus bracelet. She started making strange blubbering sounds as if she were trying to say something but just couldn't quite form the words. After a few seconds, she just stopped trying and quickly extended her wrist. Leon took her hand in his and briefly brought his lips to her knuckles, then the back of her hand, then her wrist, only to then clasp the bracelet around it. I'm not good enough with the kinds of magic you employ, so I had to get the Thunderbird's assistance. That thing isn't just decorative. Once you unlock your elemental magic, it should boost your abilities with earth magic quite a bit, plus a little bit with water and light. Elise barely heard what he said as she was utterly captivated by the intricate piece. The way the light spilled from the sapphires set within its golden petals, the swirling root-like clasp, and the power that she could feel within it was almost too much for her to process right now. Do you like it? Leon hesitantly asked, unsure as he was how to take her reaction. Elise looked up at him, stared into his eyes for a quick second, and then threw herself into his arms, practically sobbing from the emotional overload of the gift and Maya's return, all of her attempts to remain domineering and in charge utterly ruined now. I love you, Leon whispered into his red-haired lover's ear. I'll love you too, Elise managed to sputter, though her smile had practically split her face in half and tears streamed down her face. She glanced at Maya still sitting in her chair, staring at the two of them with a longing gaze, and gestured to her to come over. Maya happily jumped out of her chair and threw her arms around the two of them. We can go over the details later, Elise said to them. Right now, nothing matters except that you two are home. The sentiment was certainly shared among all three of them, and it wasn't long before they were ditching their clothes right there so that they could express their feelings in more ways than just with their words. Elise moaned in satisfaction and snuggled closer to Leon as he collapsed on the bed next to her. Maya was over on his other side, earlier pleasure leaving her utterly unconscious, her arms still above her head even though Elise had untied them from the bedposts almost half an hour ago. Leon smiled and pulled her closer, their naked bodies pressing together as if they were trying to join themselves into one. It's good being back, he whispered into her ear. If I have my way, I'll never be gone for so long again. I'm not sure that's a promise you can keep, Elise replied, still a little breathless after receiving his affection. I'll be doing my best, though. At the very least, I doubt I'll last another month in the legions with the king taking charge again. I can't lie, it'll be nice to have you around more, Elise said as her fingers idly stroked Leon's broad chest. What do you want to do after that? Leon took a moment to consider how to broach this topic, but settled on straight-up honesty. After all the waiting he'd had to make Elise do in their relationship, the least he could do was to be honest about his intentions. I want to leave the Bull Kingdom, he said. Elise's hand froze on his chest. Her entire life had been spent in the kingdom, the idea of leaving wasn't as enticing to her as it was to Leon. If you don't, Leon continued, I can wait until you're ready. I'll wait as long as you want, but I can't stay here forever. You know that I have many places to visit here on Eterna outside of the kingdom, and then the Nexus after that. Leon briefly thought about Valeria and the information she'd shared. He'd yet to talk to Elise about the things that happened between him and her silver-haired friend while they were gone, and he wanted Valeria there with him when he did. Suddenly, Elise raised her head to look him in the eye and gave him a self-deprecating smile. Give me some time, all right? She asked. I want to go with you when you leave, but I can't just yet. However long you need, he repeated. They went quiet for a long moment. Elise's eyes eventually fell on the golden lotus bracelet that she still wore. It was the only thing she was still wearing, in fact. You know, she said, some might consider this a gift worthy of a marriage proposal. Do you include yourself when you say, some? Leon playfully asked. Maybe I do, she replied, indulging in the teasing for just a moment before her tone took a more serious and apprehensive turn. Would that be a problem? Leon pulled her tighter against him and, without a trace of hesitation, said, absolutely not. He kissed the top of her head and wrapped his other hand around her, keeping her against him in a tight embrace. I love you, Elise. I don't need to put a title like married on what we have to make my feelings any stronger. For you and Maya, I would forsake all others. As far as I'm concerned, I'm already committed to you too. But I also know that marriage means a lot to a lot of people. I don't really think I need it, but if that's what you want. He trailed off for a second as he gently took a hold of Elise's chin and tipped her head up so that they could make eye contact. Then I'll do anything. He heard her breath hitch in a tiny gasp, and he leaned down as far as he could to press his lips against hers. It was uncomfortable, so he couldn't hold it for long, but he wanted her to feel his honesty, his love, and his commitment. When their lips separated, Elise smiled up at him, twisted herself so that she was resting atop him instead of against his side, and then pushed herself up to straddle his waist. That is something I want, she admitted, her eyes meeting his. Leon felt his heart flutter in that moment, and he wanted nothing more than to make Elise and Maya as happy as he could. He was already bonded with Maya, but he needed to do more with his relationship with Elise. Then let's get married, he said. Elise burst out laughing, her body going limp against Leon as she threw her arms around his neck. I can't believe that's how you asked, she said in between bouts of laughter. Leon might have been a bit concerned had he not been able to hear the joy in her voice, and she pulled back just enough to seal his lips with hers. A few seconds passed like that, neither moving much in order to stay connected, both feeling the other's rapidly increasing arousal as their bodies ground against each other. When they finally did separate their lips just a little bit, Leon asked, "Is that a no?" As if, Elise cried, "I don't want some elaborate proposal ceremony, that you asked in the first place was enough. I wasn't sure if you would, to be honest." Her voice took on an insecure tone as she stopped talking, one that Leon didn't think he'd ever heard her use before. So he pushed himself up even more, far enough that Elise's legs fully left the bed, then he turned and tossed her back down on the bed. "I get the feeling that I still need to show you just how much I love you," he said, a playful gleam in his eyes. Elise smiled and tried to rise back up to embrace him, but he only pushed her back down, his eyes drinking in the sight of her fit, well-endowed body as it hit the mattress. After a moment, he grabbed her legs behind the knees and lifted her lower half until it was positioned directly over his hips and rapidly stiffened manhood, his lower head gently rubbing against her lower lips. He could feel her desire, all heat and wetness. She wanted him, he wanted her, they needed no more preparation. He leaned down, pushing inside of her as he went. She gasped in pleasure as he filled her, her eyes glazing over, her heart only settling once he bottomed out and paused. She glanced back up at him and saw him gazing over at Maya, who had begun to stir. "Maya," Elise whispered, reaching over to take the river nymph's hand in her own. Maya's eyes shot open. She glanced over at them, and once she registered what they were doing, she rolled over next to Elise and pressed her breasts into the redhead's face. Looking back over her shoulder, she gave Leon a rather cheeky smile, which he took as a sign to begin round 8 or was it 10? He'd lost count in earnest. It was an overwhelming feeling, having both of these women here with him again. He couldn't believe the luck that had led him to them, even if their relationships with Maya in particular didn't exactly start off in the best of places. That didn't matter anymore, he loved them both, and he wouldn't give them up for anything. They were his family. Chapter 473. Jorman in the Isles. As Leon woke up with Elise and Maya snuggled up against him, he couldn't help but relish the moment, not wanting it to ever end. If any concept of heaven existed, Leon figured that he was living it right now. Having both ladies in bed with him wasn't anything new, he'd experienced this same exact scenario many times before Maya left. However, now, it was something else, something far more intense. The bond forged between Leon and Maya and the proposal he'd made to Elise had changed everything, even if nothing outwardly seemed different. But as much as Leon didn't want to leave that moment, it had to end at some point. They'd spent far more than 12 hours in bed, though most of that had been spent in a sex coma following their vigorous exertions, and Leon could hear Emila's servants moving about beyond Elise's door. He vaguely remembered a quiet knock on the door the previous night while the three were in the midst of their passions, but all three had silently chosen to ignore it in favor of more carnal pursuits. Now that he was a little more even-headed, Leon figured it had simply been a messenger coming to inform them that dinner was ready. His belly rumbled, though as a 7th-tier mage, food was more of an indulgence than a necessity. Still, his stomach had yet to realize that and was demanding he rise and find something to fill it. Leon was able to ignore this demand until Elise and Maya began to stir. It took almost an hour for them to finally struggle out of bed, get ready, and then join the others for a late breakfast. Alex teased Leon a bit for his bedraggled hair, but he didn't mind. Just being back in the capital had lightened his mood more than he'd thought was possible. But after a while, his mood began to darken as he made more frequent glances at Valeria. The events at Calabria played out in his mind again, the feel of her lips against his as vivid now as it was back then. And he knew that it was better to discuss all of what had happened between them with Elise and Maya sooner rather than later. So it was that he found himself alone in a private room with Valeria, Elise, and Maya following breakfast. "So, what's so important that you had to pull us all aside?" Elise asked, her tone playful but masking an undercurrent of anxiety that Leon could pick up on. Leon was quiet for a long moment, and when he glanced at Valeria, he could see that she was more than a little nervous, too. He'd asked if she was all right with having this conversation now rather than putting it off, and she'd reluctantly agreed. "First of all, I suppose I should say that no matter what Valeria and I are about to reveal, we are not enemies." Leon mostly focused on Maya as he said this, for he knew that if she thought Valeria was a threat to them, then she'd act without mercy, and he didn't think he'd have the power to stop her before she did something irreparable. "Okay," Elise said, her unease growing as her eyes flitted to Valeria in confusion. Maya, meanwhile, only silently nodded to Leon in acknowledgement, but he saw her eyes narrow in suspicion as they turned to Valeria. "Valeria and I, well, I suppose you can say that our families have been made enemies by circumstances, but the two of us have reached something of an accord," Leon said, not quite sure how he should broach the issue. Fortunately, once that much was out, he managed to spit the rest out too, with Valeria pitching in here and there to further explain her father's side of things. By the end of their long, only somewhat rambling explanation, Maya and Elise had been completely filled in on how and why Leon's father had been killed by Justin's assassins. Elise had known most of these events before from what Leon had told her before the Civil War, so she wasn't too surprised by this reveal. Maya, on the other hand, had been kept almost entirely out of the loop on this front, but fortunately, she kept to her tacit agreement and didn't attack Valeria. Her aura had a hidden thread of killing intent, though, that Leon thought meant that if it weren't for that agreement, Valeria would probably already be a red smear on the wall. Leon lightly shook his head to get rid of that grim image and turned his attention back to the matter at hand. "You two have made peace, then?" Elise hesitantly asked, looking at Leon in steely expectation. Leon quickly glanced at Valeria and waited for her to speak first. Given the harm he'd done to her, he wasn't about to start making assumptions about her intentions. "Yes, we have," Valeria replied, surprising Leon with how unhesitating she was. "I don't want to be enemies with anyone, I just want to practice my magic in peace. So I'll do whatever I need to do to maintain that peace and keep the people I love safe." Valeria warmly smiled at Elise, who smiled back, though the redhead's was a little more thin-lipped and forced. Leon soon found out why when Elise turned back to him. "The way you handled this was terrible. I can't overstate that." Leon withered a bit under her gaze, but he didn't try to deny it. She was right, and he deeply regretted his confrontation with Valeria. "I can't disagree. I made a grave error in judgment with how I approached this with her and it won't happen again." "It'd better not," Elise said, an icy chill in her voice. "Please, that's not necessary," Valeria interjected before anyone could say anything else. "I understand why he confronted me like he did. Without knowing what I was capable of, it was best to project strength and take control of the situation as much as was possible. No permanent damage was done, I don't even have any scars. So let's not go making such a big deal out of this." Elise shot a glare at Leon, but then quietly nodded to her silver-haired friend. "If that's what you want, Val, then I can let it go. But I won't forget it." Maya seemed to growl at that, her face one devoid of amusement, but for a different reason. "It isn't a big deal," she said to all three, surprising no one more than Elise, whose head whipped around in surprise. Leon acted to cut off a threat. If anything, what he did during that confrontation was too soft. "Were I the one confronting you," Maya trailed off, but her threatening gaze and suddenly much more obvious killing intent was enough to finish her statement. "No," Elise shouted before Valeria or Leon could respond. "That's not how people act. We are not beasts. We exhaust our options for peace, and only when we do should we resort to violence." Maya clicked her tongue in disagreement, not even bothering to point out how infrequently people followed Elise's guideline. "Better to just end the threat, I say. Kill your enemies and be done with them." Leon cringed inside, knowing that he'd spoken those very words before. But it wasn't just his regret for attacking Valeria that had him rethinking many of his habits and instincts. After going through the war and seeing how many people defected to August's side, how his mercy and restraint had grown his forces, how often the senior knights had been right when they'd advocated for more lenient strategies to use against their enemies, he was starting to call many of his beliefs into question. "There is something to be said for both schools of thought," Leon stated before what looked like an inevitable argument kicked off. "There is no guidebook for us to follow in these things, and there's no single answer that'll solve every problem we have, not in civilized society. Killing everything that threatens you only works out in the wilds, not here or so I've been told." Leon's pathetic attempt at a joke didn't seem to land, for no one laughed. He cleared his throat and quickly moved on. "Things like that don't work, not where people look out for each other and might seek revenge. Killing Valeria would only ensure that her family and those who back them will remain our enemies forever, while making peace with her could save us a lot of bloodshed in the future. In this case, I think it's the better option." Maya scowled, but she didn't argue the point. Leon found her expression quite familiar, recognizing many of his own failings in it. Deciding to add her voice to the mix, Valeria said, "Lady Naiad, as I said before, I understand the desire to inflict violence upon me. If you choose to indulge that desire, I won't blame you. But know that I am not your enemy. I am not Leon's enemy. My father abandoned me at a critical moment, leaving me alone and vulnerable. I still love him, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm with all of you, now. Maya's scowl deepened, and she replied, so you say. Time will tell if you're lying, and if you are, know that I will be the last thing you see. Fair enough, Valeria cheerily replied, showing not an ounce of fear at the river nymph's threat. There will be no violence here. Elise shouted, I don't want either of you fighting each other. No one's fighting here, Leon said, looking between Maya and Valeria. Right, I'm not going to start anything, you know that, Valeria replied. If you're certain about this girl, then, I can restrain myself, Maya said, haughtily turning away from Valeria in favor of pretending to examine a mural on the wall as if the silver-haired woman was beneath her concern. I suppose that's the best we're going to get, Leon said as he frustratedly ran his fingers through his hair. He almost thought everything they had to discuss was done, and that they had gotten one of the best results they could hope for after revealing his and Valeria's complete relationship, but when he looked up and made eye contact with Elise, he knew from her subdued glare that things weren't quite as done as he'd hoped. But it seemed that whatever was on her mind, Elise didn't want to make a big deal out of it. She glanced at Valeria, grabbed her arm, then practically dragged her out of the room, silently telling everyone that their little meeting was over, at least for the time being. Far to the west of the Bull Kingdom, across a great swath of the endless ocean, lay the Serpentine Isles. Once, the main island chain numbered 8, but after the Bull Kingdom subjugated the islands, they numbered only 5. Almost a century ago, they were great shipwrights and sailors who made their living raiding the western and southern coasts of Eterna. The Serpentine pirates were known and feared far and wide, but the Bull Kingdom put a stop to that, slaughtering their pirates, burning their fleets, and executing the Jarls of the 8 islands, destroying the 3 westernmost islands in the process. Now, the islands were ruled by earls, rulers elected by the aristocrats of the islands and confirmed by the Bull King. The Serpentine peoples were pacified, their great skill in shipcraft turned to more mercantile pursuits, or building the smaller ships of the Bull Kingdom's fleet. Their people manned the decks of merchant and legion ships alike, providing the tribute that the Bull Kingdom demanded after their subjugation in timber, ships, and their young men. Or so it was supposed to be. Jormund smiled as the Earl was dragged out of his stone palace, built with white stone imported from the Bull Kingdom. With a quick nod of his head, Jormund gestured toward the nearby cliffs, from which the palace overlooked the city to the east, while the west was covered in jungle so dense and so dangerous that no one had ever managed to reach Muspel, the great mountain at the center of the island, the biggest in the entire island chain, by land. Craterrock, the only settlement on the entire island big enough to be called a city, was the seat of power for the Serpentine Isles, as it was the one closest to the Bull Kingdom, lying on the eastern coast of the northeasternmost island. It had been built along a huge natural bay, so large that the remnants of the Bull fleet that burned within it seemed tiny in comparison, the fires that danced across even the biggest of their enchanted hulls looking like little more than candles in a lake. Jormund crouched down behind the Earl as the nobleman was forced to his knees and forced to look at his city as Jormund's pirates stormed through its streets, looting and burning, killing and raping with abandon. See that? The pirate lord whispered into his ears, pointing first at the destroyed fleet, then at the burning forts along the coast. No one's coming to save you. You've lost. Then, just, get it over with, the Earl demanded, spitting a wad of blood onto the ground. No, 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 Jormund replied as he stood back up, his face contorting in displeasure. Rolf, fetch me that knife. A giant among men, towering at just over 7 feet tall and built like a statue come to life, Rolf grinned and stepped out of the crowd of watching pirates, pulling a wicked-looking hooked knife out of his soul realm as he approached Jormund and the Earl. I'm not done with you, yet, Jormund said, staring down at the Earl in disgust and taking the knife from Rolf. You defied me one too many times. You no longer get to decide how you die. Jormund began to laugh maniacally as he ran his fingers through the Earl's hair, before then taking a handful of it and pulling the Earl's head back. Jormund then raised his knife and slashed across the Earl's chest, slicing through his clothes and leaving his chest bare, with a long gash across his left pectoral muscle. Jormund then raised his knife again, laughing as he did, but before he slashed the Earl again, he paused. As if sensing the looks of the dozens of people behind him, Jormund turned to the rest of the crew of his personal flagship that had followed him to shore, his most trusted followers. What? He asked, his tone suddenly lightening up. Dozens of his crewmen were staring at him, several with looks of exasperation, others smiling in resignation as Jormund indulged his need for drama. He only defied you once, Jormund, one of them shouted, smiling like everything was just one big joke. Once was enough. Jorman insisted. Then just get it over with already. Another of his followers shouted, treating this show like it was only the opening of a play before it got to the good parts. Come on, we still have to get those surviving ships stripped of their armaments before we can move on. That'll take days. All right, you damn spoilsports. Jorman chuckled as he turned back to the Earl in front of him. Honestly, can you believe these guys? No patience for this dance, no desire to do things the right way. They just want to slash and burn and pillage, without care for the finer points of such serious matters. Jorman stood there with the Earl for a silent moment, just watching the fires spread through the city below them. Then, with one clean movement and not another word, Jorman used the hooked dagger to open the Earl's throat and kicked him off the cliff and down into the streets hundreds of feet below. No one down there would notice, not with all the rest of Jorman's thousands of followers doing what they do best down there. Show's over, folks, thanks so much for coming. Jorman shouted, taking a dramatic and sarcastic bow as his followers cheered and clapped. Now get back to stripping those ships. I want us able to proceed south in a week. Jorman and half a dozen of his closest comrades began to walk toward the palace. His crew, meanwhile, began to make their way back down the winding road toward the city, eager to complete their work and leave and maybe to get a little plunder from the city as they returned to the ships. As they did, however, one sailor from one of Jorman's other ships came sprinting up the hill as if a flock of thunderbirds was on his tail. Jorman, he shouted as he drew near. Jorman, I bring news. What is it? Jorman shouted back, only somewhat irritated at the distraction. The war in the Bull Kingdom has come to an end. Prince Octavius has been imprisoned. Jorman grimaced in displeasure. There weren't many others with inherited bloodlines left in Eterna for him to take. To accomplish his task without the use of beings with such powerful blood was just not practical. He'd been counting on their little civil war going on a little longer while he made the necessary preparations in the Serpentine Isles so that he could then take one of the princes and finally finish what he'd started when he was cast deep below his home island so many years ago. But it seemed that wasn't an option anymore. Once one of those princes settled into power, they'd be long gone, never vulnerable again. If he wanted to take one of them for himself, then he'd have to move quickly. Jorman sighed, then glanced at his comrades, the 6 friends that had stood by him through and thin, the men and women who wanted him to succeed, the men and women who wanted to see the birth of a god. It seems, Jorman said, that we're going to have to pay a visit to the Bull Kingdom a little earlier than we'd planned. Chapter 474, Royal Summons. After Elise and Valeria left him and Maya, Leon didn't go looking for them for a few hours. He didn't want to interrupt anything they might be discussing, and he wanted everything that had been talked about in their previous conversation to have its chance to sink in. It wasn't because he was nervous about facing Elise after the way she left. After facing such dangers in the Civil War, he knew that that reaction would just be silly. But eventually he did work up the nerve to go looking for Elise and talk to her one-on-one. He found her alone in a sitting room, idly staring out of a nearby window with an open book in her lap. She looked up when he walked in, but her usual smile was tinged with sadness when they made eye contact. "Hey," Leon said as he walked over. "Hey," she replied as she glanced back out of the window, then closed her book. "Come to chat." You could say that, though, chat might be a bit too casual for what we might need to discuss. As Leon sat down, he didn't slouch over, he remained upright and formal, his eyes on Elise to underscore how seriously he was taking this. Elise bitterly smiled but didn't say anything for a long time. When it became clear that she didn't want to start, Leon said, "I know that I handled the situation with Valeria quite terribly." Hardly an astute observation. "I think everyone knows that you handled it terribly," Elise replied, a comforting hint of playfulness in her voice. "It's probably for the best that you refused to take her into your harem, your family's history notwithstanding. She's too good for you for having forgiven you so easily. I think such forgiveness beyond most people." Leon nodded, finding no fault with her statement. "After talking with her, though, I think I can understand why you did what you did," Elise said. "I am so sorry about Lapis, your giants, your unit." Leon nodded again, not wanting to talk about them right now, but knowing that their loss greatly contributed to his decision-making back then. "I felt like I had to act against any threats I saw, even if Valeria hadn't yet done anything hostile to me," he said, his eyes turning downward in shame. "It's no excuse for inflicting such wounds upon her, though, no excuse for rash behavior." He went silent, and Elise stared at him for several long seconds with a shallow smile on her face. You're definitely different now than you were when you left, she said. I can see that plain as day. I don't think I've ever seen you so remorseful. It's been a hard few months, he replied, his voice cracking halfway through, his stoicism cracking just a hair with no one but his fire-haired lover fiancé there to see. The two went quiet for a few seconds again, neither quite knowing what to say to the other. Elise was, again, the first to break it. I love you, Leon. More than I can ever properly express. And Valeria is one of my only friends, one of my best friends. I've said this before, but it seems it needs repeated. I could never stand by and watch the two of you fight each other. The idea of one of you killing the other is one I just can't take. I think, at this point, it's not something you need to worry too much about, Leon said. I don't want to repeat that mistake. I'd rather be friends with her than enemies. Even if we do wind up enemies in the end, I'm not sure I could go through with killing her. And why is that? Elise asked, giving him a searching look. She didn't know him to be the sort of person who forgave so easily, who was so willing to let someone who was connected to his enemies go. He and Valeria were quite similar in a lot of respects, but in this they seemed to greatly differ. Leon endured her silent assault as well as he could, but her brilliant green eyes cut through him like a hot knife through warm butter, and he had to look away despite knowing that it would only make him look guiltier. He hesitantly began, warring within himself about whether or not to tell Elise the truth, whether or not to admit the truth to himself. Before he could answer in full, however, one of Emila's servants knocked on the door and poked her head into the room. Forgive my intrusion, but Sir Leon, the Bronze Paladin has arrived looking for you. His Majesty has requested your presence. Thank you, I'll be right out, Leon replied, and the servant retreated from the room to wait for him out in the hall. Leon, however, was in no hurry to leave, and he remained right where he was sitting, his golden eyes locked on his fire-haired fiancée. Seems like you have to go, Elise reluctantly said. Seems like it, Leon replied. However, I'll not leave until I've said my piece. This wasn't something he wanted to kick down the road. He made a mistake, and he wanted to make sure that Elise knew in her heart that she wouldn't have to worry about either him or her friend. I like Valeria, he declared. And, when I say, like, I don't necessarily mean romantically, but the seeds of romantic interest are certainly there. I know she feels stronger about me than I do about her, but, you can envision a future with her in it? Elise asked, an easily detectable trace of hope in her voice. I can, Leon affirmed. I truly meant it when I said I wanted to make peace with her. I would like it if she stayed in our life. Elise finally let a smile show on her face, but it was brief and soon replaced with a more serious expression. I'm happy to hear that, she said. It might take some time, but I think I can forgive you for this. But let me tell you that you are beyond lucky that Valeria was so quick to do the same. I know, Leon softly said as he rose to his feet. I love you, Elise. Love you too, fiancé, she replied as one last smile graced her lips before she looked back out of the window. Leon stepped forward, gently took her head in his arms, and kissed her forehead. It wasn't only Valeria who was too good for him, he knew. He pulled back only a second later and said, I think I should go see what's going on with Bronze. Leon found himself back at the king's private villa, and this time, it looked quite a bit different. Rather than being fairly remote and deserted, now there were dozens of officials waiting in the courtyard and outside the villa's gates, easily over 100 people who had some business with the king. But Bronze led Leon right past all of them, straight into the king's bedroom. They walked in on a meeting about some bureaucratic nonsense that Leon almost immediately tuned out, but at least the king himself seemed to be doing much better than he was the day before. He displayed a bit more vigor as he listened to the officials speak. Likewise, his aura was a little heavier. Leon was still unable to see through it, all but confirming that the king had managed to ascend to the 8th tier despite the injury that left him comatose for years. Once Julius's eyes landed on Leon, however, they remained fixed for an uncomfortable amount of time, after which the king dismissed everyone else. Bronze and Penitent almost stayed, but the king told them to wait outside, as well. Leon almost thought the two old paladins were going to make a bigger deal out of wanting to stay, but to his surprise, they said nothing more and left the room, only pausing to ensure the door was shut and the soundproofing enchantments were active. So, Sir Leon, Ursus, was it? The king said, his voice still hoarse and gravelly from lack of use in the past decade, though he didn't seem pained by it. That is, indeed, my name, Leon replied, hardly bothering to be respectful. He was already planning his exit from the Bull Kingdom, so he wasn't going to genuflect to the king in private, no matter how offensive it might seem to Julius. Fortunately, it didn't seem that offensive to him, as the king proceeded onward as if everything were normal. Is it really, though? The king asked. My paladins have told me a different story. They say your name isn't Ursus. Your paladins aren't all-knowing, Leon replied, smiling at the king. However, I will concede that my name was different before I came south. Back then, I was Leon Rame. With Justin missing and no one else around, he wasn't at all afraid of confirming who he was to Julius. The king sighed in surprise and gratification as he leaned back into his pillows. I thought so, he whispered. You look so much like your father and his father, I knew immediately. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. Ancestors, I miss them, Julius sighed. I think your family would have loved you, judging by what I've heard. You would have been one of their best knights. Now, you could be one of their best archdukes. Leon's smile grew a little strained and cocked his head slightly. Sir Leon, I would like to acknowledge you as the heir of House Rame and directly infeth you as the Archduke in Tira. That way, we can all skip the legal hurdles that might come up if you petition the court for such an acknowledgement and a return of your ancestral lands. What do you say? As if the possibility that Leon would decline never entered his mind, Julius reached out his hands, clearly expecting Leon to fall to his knees before the bed, take his offered hands, and kiss the golden signet ring emblazoned with the charging bull of House Taurus on his right middle finger. Or so it seemed to Leon, at least. Needless to say, Leon did not do that. Instead, he suppressed a chuckle and replied, That's not going to happen. Far as I'm concerned, you can keep Tira and the entire plateau. Though, there is a little bit of business I still have up there. Contrary to Leon's expectations, the king didn't seem at all aggrieved with his response. Julius simply let his hands fall back to the bed and gave Leon a bitter smile. I can't deny that I'm sorry to hear that, Sir Leon, the king said, his tone sad and regretful. This kingdom was greatly lessened without Kairos, without your family. Leon nodded again, appreciating the sentiment behind the king's words. I suppose I understand your decision, Julius continued. I hoped more than I reasonably should have. I suppose that your presence heralded the return of House Rame. Ancestors know we could use your house's steady stewardship in times like these. However, your decision is yours to make, and it's a reasonable one. But tell me, what business have you up there if you don't intend to succeed Kairos? Well, first off, before we get to that, I wanted to look into getting my villa in this city back after it was seized by Prince Octavius. Consider it done, the king instantly replied, his tone almost dismissive as if it weren't even a big deal to him. Secondly, I was hoping to poke around Argent Palace a bit. It was the seat of my house for so long, and I just wanted to connect with my past a bit, if I could. Doesn't mean I want to become the next Archduke, though. I'm just looking for a few sentimental things. Anything in particular? No. Julius's tone had been a tad suspicious, but Leon's quick answer shut down any further questioning in that direction. I will grant you a special dispensation to explore Argent Palace, he said after a few short seconds of thought. I intend to consecrate the place as the memorial for House Rame, then, if you don't want it back, leave it untouched, leave it for the wilds to reclaim. Leon chuckled a bit, knowing that Julius really wanted him to take that title back since he kept giving him so many chances to recant his decision. But that wasn't going to happen. His future lay outside the Bull Kingdom, outside Eterna itself. He wouldn't be able to reach it if he allowed himself to be tied down to the Great Plateau and be answerable to the Bull Kings, and even though he was slightly tempted by the offer of the title, Tira was hardly portable. That sounds fine, Leon responded. I'm sure my grandfather would have been greatly touched by your gesture. But I'm fine with letting the Archduchy of the Great Plateau stay in royal hands. The king was silent for a long moment, stretching out this one last chance for Leon to change his mind. Only when it became more than abundantly clear that Leon was not going to do so did the king finally sigh and say, Very well. Sir Leon, I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Thank you. If you don't mind indulging me, I don't suppose you would share with me what those endeavors entail. Leon bitterly smiled and shook his head. I'm not at liberty to say, he said. Partly because I don't want people following me, but also because my plans aren't exactly solid, right now. He had the archives in Tira to follow up on, and then the map he found in the cradle. He knew that his future would involve investigating the remains of the Thunderbird clan on this plane until he'd gained the power to achieve apotheosis, after which he'd try to make his way to the Nexus, rebuild the Thunderbird clan, and take the head of Lord Cameron. However, that was about as detailed as his plans currently were, and he could think of few things he wanted to do less than try and explain all of that to Julius. "How about, then, you tell me about your childhood?" the king asked, his tone relaxing as his emaciated body sank further into his bed. His dark brown eyes, however, remained bright and attentive, showing Leon that he was simply getting more comfortable, not losing strength. "Any particular reason why you want me to do so?" Leon asked in confusion. "Your family and mine have always been close, and I'm simply curious as to the events which transpired regarding Lord Artorias and the destruction of his villa." Leon couldn't sense any deceit in the king's words, so he indulged the older man with a brief overview of his time in the Northern Vales when it was just him and his father alone in the Forest of Black and White. He gave the king no details about Justin's involvement in Artoria's death, but he did bring up the fact that his father had been killed. He wanted to solve that problem on his own, if he could, and he didn't want to drag Valeria into any trouble with the king if it could be avoided. "No," Julius whispered as Leon ended his story with the death of Artorias and the beginning of his journey south. "Young Artorias, I can't believe it." Leon was a little uncomfortable talking about such things, even in the vague and lacking in details way he was, so he simply waited in silence for the king to regain his composure. He ended up waiting a long few minutes before the king managed to look his way again. "Sir Leon, I suppose this is as good a time as any," Leon said, suddenly interrupting the king and changing the subject. "I am hereby informing you, your majesty, that I am resigning my titles as a knight and as a legate in the royal legions." The king was stunned into silence as he stared at Leon in disbelief. He could tell that Leon wasn't going to stick around, but this declaration had still caught him completely off guard. So be it," the king replied. He was again disappointed, but he wasn't going to get in the way of Leon's ambitions. He owed House Rame that much. "Thank you," Leon said, a little surprised at how easily the king accepted his resignation. "By the way, I don't suppose you can tell me what you intend to do with Octavius?" The king grimaced as Leon brought up another terribly painful subject. "Octavius will be tried once I regain my strength, so in several weeks at the most," Julius replied. "I've met with both my chancellor whom I had to rehire and the High Arbiter, both of whom have explained many things to me that have happened over these past few years. I think I may have to order my son's execution for high treason." The king's voice was carefully measured, but Leon could hear the subtle wavering that betrayed the king's true feelings. He didn't want to have his son killed. He'd missed almost an entire decade, and once he woke up, everything about his kingdom had changed, and just about none of it for the better. It occurred to Leon that he was probably also mourning Trajan, and the prospect of losing another family member was likely devastating for the frail-seeming king. Leon nodded, unsure of what to say. Eventually, he settled on, "And, August." Julius sighed once more. "I don't know," he said. "House arrest for the time being, but he's amassed too much support to just send him immediately to the headsman right now. He's too popular among the legions and the nobility. Hells, I have half a mind to retire as soon as I've recovered and make him the new king just to put an end to all this. Make him king since he fought so damn hard for it." The king chuckled for a few seconds as if what he said was nothing more than a joke, but Leon didn't think it was. He could easily see the king choosing to retire rather than punish another of his sons, especially since August had been acting mostly in self-defense. "Will you be staying here to see this through to the end?" the king asked. "Maybe," Leon replied. "Depends on how long my journey north takes me. I'll be taking you up on your dispensation to visit Argent Palace as soon as it comes through official channels. I also want to check in with some friends in the Northern Vales before leaving this region of the plain, so I might be gone long enough that I miss Octavius, trial and punishment. Well, if this is the last we see of each other, Leon Rame, I wish you all the best." "Right back at you, Julius Taurus," Leon replied with a nod of his head. The king didn't even bat an eye at Leon's lack of respect. In fact, he responded only with a warm, almost fatherly smile as Leon rose to his feet and made his way to the door. Leon spared the older man one last look back before he opened the door and departed. He ignored the looks he got from the people in the courtyard as he emerged from the king's bedroom, and only barely acknowledged Penitent and Bronze as they moved past him to rejoin the king. Freedom, absolute freedom. He was no longer a knight, beholden to the legions, with superiors and orders and political enemies. He was a free man. His smile about split his face in half as he breathed in the fresh air of the king's private forest, and he took a leisurely pace walking back toward the royal palace. There were some people he'd want to say goodbye to before he left, but he supposed he could postpone those to later. Right now, he just wanted to revel in the fact that his time in the Bull Kingdom was all but done. Or so he hoped. Better not make assumptions, he thought to himself, trying not to lose himself in the feeling of liberation that suffused his body. But even amid his joyous mood, that thought settled in the pit of his stomach like a bad meal, refusing to let him forget. The king had just let him leave with barely any resistance, and Leon couldn't help but feel that it had been too easy and that the Bull Kingdom wasn't quite done with him yet. Chapter 475, Changing Circumstances. As Leon leisurely strolled through the grounds of the royal palace, his thoughts eventually turned to what to do next. He had no timetables, no responsibilities that forced him to be somewhere. He was well and truly free to decide what to do next. Or, at least as free as Elise and Maya would allow him to be, and he'd still have to inform Valeria and Alex that the king had accepted his resignation, though it still struck him as far too easy. As far as he was concerned, it was now an indisputable fact that he was no longer a knight or a member of the royal legions. At the very least, he wanted to go back to Tira for a little while. Those archives below Argent Palace were calling his name, and he wanted to leave as soon as the order from the king that granted him unfettered access came down. But where to go after that? He wondered, and then it hit him, a grave duty that he had to tend to. The stone giants need their dead back. Instantly, his mood began to turn as he remembered Lapis and the 100 dead giants in his soul realm. "Sir Leon," called out a familiar voice, breaking him out of his rapidly souring thoughts. When he looked toward the source of that voice, he saw Dame Minerva walking toward him, several of her assistants at her back. "Dame Minerva," he said in greeting, "it's good to see you, but I have to correct you on something. I'm no longer a knight." "Oh, have you been made a paladin? Something more?" Minerva asked, smiling at him in congratulations. No, I actually quit," he replied, instantly freezing her friendly expression. "You quit?" she asked in momentary confusion. He's already told her multiple times that he wasn't going to last long in the legions, but she hadn't thought he'd be resigning so soon. Yeah," Leon replied, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward for springing this on her like this. "The king just accepted my resignation, so, I guess it's just, Leon, from now on, sans the, sir." "I see," she whispered. She then turned around to her assistants and said, "Go take a break, I'll see all of you back in the office." Leon cocked an eyebrow as his heart began to race in anxiety. Minerva was pissed, that much he could tell even if she wasn't showing it too obviously. Once the two were alone, Minerva demanded, "What are you thinking? The Bull Kingdom needs you here." "No it doesn't," Leon immediately replied, despite wilting just a bit under the weight of her disappointment. Trajan may have been his mentor, but he'd struck up a fairly good relationship with Minerva, too, and disappointing her was one of the last things he wanted to do, even if he knew he had to in order to leave. "What are you saying? Prince Trajan didn't take you under his wing just so you could abandon the kingdom he sacrificed so much for?" Minerva's icy exterior began to crack and her true anger began to shine through, with her eyes narrowing and her voice beginning to rise in volume. But Leon, oddly enough, began to calm down instead of growing more nervous. "I would disagree with that sentiment," he said. "Prince Trajan didn't do his best to make me a good knight in the service of the Bull King, he did his best to make me a good man, full stop. It's something that I've spent a rather shameful amount of time not letting sink in, I think, but I'm ready to start trying to live up to that example. But with all that said, I'm just not a good fit for the royal legions. Besides, I didn't abandon the Bull Kingdom, and I'm not abandoning it now. My job here is just done, you don't need me here anymore. I mean, my skills kind of start and end with putting sharp bits of metal into people's fleshy bits. I'm hardly the person the Bull Kingdom needs right now. People like you and Prince August are indispensable, but I'm just another guy with a knack of ending lives. You don't need me, so I'm moving on." As he spoke, Minerva began to compose herself, her immediate anger slowly vanishing with every word. He knew that she was well aware of his shortcomings. "Dame Minerva, let me ask you something. If you so believed that my place was here, as a knight in the legions, why did you have me only stay home after Prince Trajan was killed?" "I didn't," she began before trailing off, Leon's point having struck home. She nodded in understanding. "I'm sorry for losing myself like that, Leon. It's just been a long few months. That it has, Leon agreed, a warm smile blooming on his face. I think the months to come might be longer, though. Fixing what Octavius broke won't be easy. Minerva sighed and shook her head. No, it won't. He hollowed out the government about as much as he was able. There just weren't enough nobles around for him to replace everyone that he purged. I'd say only about 10% of the bureaucratic positions that have to be filled were by the time we arrived in the city. Leon visibly cringed. Minerva continued, we've already started working on rehiring as many of those administrators and paper pushers as we can find, but it's probably going to be years before the kingdom is running as smoothly as it was only 6 months ago. Perhaps even as long as a decade or two. We're also waiting on seeing how the king will deal with the nobles, and if enough of them rise up in rebellion over Prince August's stated goals, then, well, I doubt that'll happen. The nobility has been fairly well decimated during the war, so I doubt they'd be able to muster enough forces to try and force the king's hand, but you can't always count on nobles being practical and willing to cooperate. I can't pretend that I don't envy you for that, Leon jokingly stated. Keep it up, smartass, and I might consider being more justifiably angry, she replied, lightly smiling. I suppose it's for the best, though, that you're not going to stick around. I know that even if you stayed, I wouldn't have anything for you to do that would complement your skills. I do make some pretty mean omelets, though, Leon replied. Don't ask how long it took for a Heaven's Eye chef to teach me what was required, Minerva chuckled as she gave Leon an odd look. You look a lot happier than I think I've ever seen you. I'm feeling a lot happier right now than I have a long while, Leon replied. A sudden lack of responsibilities along with a reunion with my lovers can do that for a man. Minerva sighed in envy. Good luck to you, boy, though I suspect you won't need luck if you pursue whatever you intend to come next with as much passion as you train with, thanks. I don't suppose while we're here, you could tell me a little bit more about the current situation. I have to admit that I'm kind of curious. I'm not sure I should be saying this to someone who just resigned, Minerva teased, but she didn't deny Leon the knowledge. Both Prince August and Octavius have been arrested. Octavius was moved to the dungeon while August is in his old apartments, though, so it's pretty clear which side His Majesty currently falls on. What about the princesses? Princess Stefania and Princess Christina are already on their way home. I don't know what will happen with regard to them. I suppose Princess Stefania will return to her old life while Princess Christina will finally be presented to the royal court and allowed to choose what to do with herself. Leon nodded appreciatively. He was already chafing from just 4 years in the legions. He couldn't imagine what Christina endured during her 18 years stuck in the royal harem. Beyond that, Bronze has effectively been appointed regent until the king is back on his feet full-time, and we're already starting to work with the old minsters and the consuls to establish an interim government, keep the peace, and make sure the armies are sent home until the bureaucracy has been completely restored. So, things are a little touch and go right now, and there are a lot of nervous people with the legions taking a more active role in governing, but most of the exarchs are still in power and the nobles haven't had their territories stripped yet, so even with everything that's happened, I'd say we're about as mercifully stable as we could possibly ask for. That's honestly good to hear, Leon replied. I'd hate for things to get so bad that you'd have to turn to me for help. Minerva momentarily glared at Leon, only to be met by his cheeky smile. She, in turn, couldn't help but smile and lightly punched him in the shoulder. Keep up that attitude and I'll recommend to the king that you be drafted as a paladin, Sir 7th tier mage. Ah, you've got me shaking in my boots, Leon said as he exaggeratedly rubbed his shoulder. You're wearing sandals, not boots. Would you look at that? So I am. I'm also clearly not shaking. All right, boy, get out of here, Minerva cried with good-natured humor. Go enjoy your life, do whatever it is you're planning on doing. Don't have to tell me twice, he said as he turned to leave. Before he did, though, he glanced back over his shoulder and said, Hey, if we don't see each other again, thank you. What for? Minerva asked. I suppose, everything, Leon answered, and he refused to elaborate. He simply waved at her and began walking down the road back toward the bridge to the city. Minerva smiled as he walked off, a feeling of melancholy settling into her stomach as she watched Leon leave the nest, so to speak. But that feeling quickly passed as she remembered just how much work was on her plate, and she started making her way back to the royal palace. For his part, as he walked, Leon began to think about everyone else who he might want to say goodbye to. First among them were Charles, Henry, and Elan. He hadn't seen them in more than a year, and if he had a blade at his throat, he might admit that his friendship with them was probably over if he didn't see them soon, if it wasn't already. It was painful to admit, but he was starting to learn that friends don't necessarily stay that way after enough time spent apart. But he still wanted to know for certain. He didn't want to leave the kingdom without getting together with them at least one more time. Then there was Marcus and Alcander. It was still quite possible that they remained in the city, for while they were related to landed nobles, they were also knights in the Royal Legion. After they fought at his side for a couple of battles, Leon at least wanted to touch base with them before disappearing into the wild blue yonder. Lastly was Gaius. Leon's feelings of anger and hatred towards the young nobleman had long since cooled, then warmed again into something that resembled respect. And Leon didn't want to leave before he played another game of keeps with him and unambiguously won. Beyond them, there weren't many people that Leon was close enough to that he wanted to seek them out before leaving the kingdom, at least, none that he wasn't soon going to be related to once he and Elise tied the knot. Assuming he didn't screw up badly enough to get her to call the thing off. He groaned a bit, remembering their conversation right before Bronze showed up to summon him to meet with the king. It seemed to him that Elise, in her desire to keep the peace between him and one of her best friends, wasn't taking the destruction of his family seriously enough. Hells, it seemed that Valeria was taking it much more seriously than Elise was, given how quickly she'd forgiven him for confronting her the way he did. I'll need to talk to Elise about this before we take the next step, Leon morosely thought. I'll just wait a little while longer until any lingering anger from this morning has dissipated. When he returned to Emila's estate, he found almost everyone gone. Elise was at the tower working, while Alex and Valeria had gone out to train in a nearby park. Only Maya was still in the palace, idly lounging in a garden near Elise's private wing. Before he could move to join her, however, one of Emila's servants intercepted him. "Sir Leon," the young man said as Leon walked across the atrium. Leon responded as he turned around. "Feel free to drop the, sir. Just resigned." The servant blinked in confusion, but then quickly said, "As good sir wishes. Lady Emily requested to meet with you once you returned. Where is she? Just follow me." A minute or two later, Leon was shown into Emila's private offices in her estate. Unlike her office in the tower, this room was far smaller and cozier, as well as far more private since there weren't dozens of attendants, secretaries, and servants waiting in the wings. At least, as far as Leon could tell. Emily herself was sitting behind a desk poring over some documents with a look of seriousness that Leon rarely saw on her face. However, as soon as she looked up and saw him, a more familiar playful smile appeared on her face as she rose from her seat and walked around her desk. "Leon," she said in a warm, motherly greeting. "Please, come in, have a seat." Leon complied, and she sat down across from him, her eyes seeming to bore holes in him with their intensity. She and Elise looked so much like each other. The same shade of brilliant green eyes, the same fire-red hair, the same voluptuous, hourglass figure. The same frivolous attitude, in some respects. "What's going on?" he asked, feeling a few twinges of discomfort as the silence stretched on. "I wanted to touch base with you," Emily said, smiling at him. "You know, feel out your intentions, where you want to go, what you want to do. Your plans for the future, essentially. I mean, you've ascended to the 7th tier, congratulations. By the way, so I wanted to know if you had any higher aspirations than what you've already attained." "I see." Leon quickly filled her in on the meeting he had with the king, including his resignation and the agreement to return his and Elise's villa. "Though I kind of doubt that we'll be living there for too long. I was hoping to leave the Bull Kingdom soon." "Oh, where will you go?" Emily inquired. "Probably the Central Empires," Leon replied. "There are some things in those regions that I want to check in on." "Care to share what they are?" "I would like to keep those matters private, if possible." "No offense, I trust you implicitly, but it would just take a depressingly long time to explain." Emily lightly frowned, but a moment later she said, "I suppose I can restrain my curiosity for a while. However, your resignation does lead nicely into something I wanted to bring up with you." "What is it? How would you like a position with Heaven's Eye?" Leon blinked in surprise. "Wasn't expecting that, especially not so soon. I don't know. Can you be more specific?" Emily smiled. "Heaven's Eye is always on the lookout for new talent, and if you're not going to be a knight in the service of the Bull Kingdom anymore, you'll need something to do. I can write a letter of recommendation to the big shots down south that'll ensure you a nice, cushy position down there if you need it. Leon chuckled. You know, Elise asked me to join you way back during my days at the Knight Academy. I can't lie that I really wish I took her up on that offer. However, right now, I'm not quite ready for that. I just left the Legion, and I have some personal business to take care of. Places to see, you know how it is. I do, Emily replied as she nodded sagely. You need some time to explore your freedom. I couldn't phrase it better myself. Take all the time you need, Leon. My offer will remain open indefinitely. I appreciate it, Leon honestly replied. I'd recommend taking it up sooner rather than later, though, I may be recalled back to Heaven's Eye Central Tower soon. I may have bent a few regulations not too long ago. Wait, what? Leon stared at her, utterly flabbergasted. However, she simply leaned back in her seat and chuckled, treating the whole thing like a joke, and he wasn't sure if it was genuine or if she was just putting on a show for his benefit. Oh, don't worry about it. If I were you, I'd worry more about when I plan to marry Elise. Leon froze up, wondering just how in the hell she'd found out so soon about his proposal. Elise may have told her, but he thought they had an unspoken understanding not to tell anyone, yet. Maybe I should have made that a spoken understanding, Leon thought in panic. We haven't set a date yet, and I don't have one in mind, Leon replied. This time, it was Emily's turn to freeze up, her eyes locked on Leon. The only part of her body that moved was her lips as they slowly blossomed into a wide, utterly joyful smile. So, she whispered as her voice returned, every word bringing more and more joy and boisterous energy into it, you and my daughter have gotten engaged. Leon cocked an eyebrow as his heart skipped a beat. Did Elise not tell you? He asked. She did not, Emily replied as she shot out of her chair and sat down next to Leon on the sofa. What happened? How long ago did you propose? Was it even you that proposed? Oh, tell me everything. Leon, feeling more than a little overwhelmed with her sudden enthusiasm, moved back a little as she got closer with every question. Nay, never mind. He almost shouted, cursing at himself for making assumptions and spilling the beans. Emily didn't back off, but she still stared at him, her eyes bright with expectation, her smile so wide that it was a wonder she could maintain it. Please don't tell Elise I said that, he asked. Trying to keep this a secret? Emily asked, pulling back slightly. I asked her last night. We haven't spoken about when to tell everyone else, Leon murmured. Please don't let on that you know. Emily began to laugh as she finally gave Leon some space back. I will do my best, she said, her smile not lessening in the slightest. Leon felt like he just made a huge mistake, but he thanked her regardless and got out of the office as fast as he could without being overly rude, leaving Emily still sitting there, any possibility of punishment for interfering in the civil war now driven from her mind in light of this most joyous of news. My little girl is finally getting married, she thought with unrestrained, utterly unrepentant glee. Chapter 476. The imprisoned prince. A week passed in relative silence after the king awoke. The capital remained largely under lockdown, despite all military forces save for the First Legion departing the city to return to their assigned positions. The noble armies were disbanded and ordered to return home, the most rebellious of the nobles were arrested, and all in all, a period of relative peace settled in. While that was certainly a cause for celebration, the capital was still shrouded with a heavy and somber atmosphere as the king and his ministers did their best to restore the bureaucracy and get the kingdom functioning again. It didn't help matters that the noble district remained desolate, with only about a quarter of those who owned property there still in the city, and vast swaths of more affluent common neighborhoods being devoid of people, as well. The kingdom's economy had also taken a serious blow as trade both internal and external slowed when hostilities began. Food stopped flowing from the fertile west into the more barren north and east, while many smaller merchants in the south went under when foreign ships stopped coming. Perhaps the most serious issue, however, was what to do about the princes. The king focused mostly on bandaging the wounds of his kingdom and healing his own injury, leaving him with little time in the day to devote to dealing with August and Octavius. At the very least, however, his other children came to see him regularly. Even Herculanus was able to tear himself away from his duties as a blood priest of Lineage Hall to see him. Stefania and Christina also returned home, and in an attempt to apologize for being gone so long and, by extension, preventing Christina from being presented to the court, the king didn't require her to return to the harem. Instead, she was given opulent apartments in the palace proper, though she still wasn't allowed to leave the capital island just yet. By the time that week was over, the king had managed to rise to his feet. He was an 8th tier mage, now, and as terrible as the injury to his soul realm had been, he still made a rapid recovery thanks to his power and the skills of the doctor that August had hired. He wasn't the steadiest on his feet, though, so when he finally left the villa, he did so in a specially made chariot that would allow him to sit as he was driven around the capital by Penitent, while also letting the people see that their king had returned and was back in charge. Unfortunately, he didn't have the energy to spare for a long tour, so he and his escort stayed on the main thoroughfares so that they could return to the royal palace in good time. After that tour came a more important duty. The king had spoken a great deal with his former high ministers, who had all been reinstated, as well as with the high arbiter. He had a good idea of what had happened during the time he spent comatose, and as a result, he went to go and see Octavius first. The second prince was being held in the dungeons. His cell wasn't as bad as the one he'd briefly imprisoned August in following the trial, but it was far from the splendor and majesty that he was used to as a prince. And yet, when the king managed to hobble down to the cell and look in through the window on the door, he found Octavius just sitting on the cot, staring at the wall, not doing anything, least of all raging at the guards about his accommodations. "Give me a moment," the king said to his entourage. He had several dozen guards with him, along with an equal number of his higher-ranked ministers, and both the bronze and penitent paladins. Everyone but the paladins immediately obeyed his command, retreating from the cell to give the king and his son some privacy. The paladins hesitated to leave, but when the king nodded to them, they left accordingly. That left the king and his son alone, with only a heavily enchanted steel door between them. But the king could see through it easily enough. He could see the bare walls of gray stone, completely seamless in construction and so well enchanted that Octavius was completely unable to use his magic. The floors were likewise bare stone, but there were a few pieces of furniture that ensured the prince wasn't entirely uncomfortable. The cot was far from being a proper bed, but a few blankets and fine linens had been provided for him. There was also a small table and a chair, along with a toilet and sink in the corner. "Octavius," the king murmured, his voice having regained most of its deep, authoritative rumble in the week he'd spent recuperating. There was no way Octavius couldn't have heard his voice, but he didn't react at all. He just sat there on his cot, his back pressed up against the wall, staring at nothing. "Can you hear me, my son?" the king asked. Again, Octavius didn't seem to react, though the king did notice a few slight twitches that showed it was just a front. "Speak," Julius commanded, his patience wearing thin. "Your king commands you to speak." Octavius' eyes flitted over to the small window in the door, barely large enough to show the king's eyes and a bit of his nose. "My king," the second prince scornfully muttered, making no attempt to stand up or follow any of the proper ceremonies that were expected in the king's presence. "Is that all you are?" he asked contemptuously. "Just my king, here for no other reason than to punish a traitor. Might as well get it over with. I had Uncle Trajan killed and started a civil war. Send in the headsman and put me out of all of our miseries." Julius's stern demeanor cracked just a little in both rage and pity, and he asked with a strained voice, "Is that what you want, boy?" A swift end on the headsman's block. "There are worse ways to go," Octavius replied in resignation. "One swing and everything goes dark. After everything you've done, you think you'd get off so easy?" The king responded. Octavius had just admitted his guilt to him, and it infuriated him. Julius loved and idolized Trajan, and the only thing stopping him from breaking the door down to wring his son's neck was the fact that it was his son's neck. "I can hope," Octavius replied, his tone light and detached, as if they were discussing something as inconsequential as the weather rather than his impending execution. The two were silent for a long moment, with Octavius content to sit and wait while Julius had to restrain his anger. "Why?" the king demanded to know. "Why do all of this? You would have been king after me anyway." Octavius finally deigned to level his gaze toward the door and hold it, his eyes narrowing in fury and righteous indignation. His voice, however, remained deathly calm. "Oh, could have fooled me when you forced me to share power with that underage bastard. Or, I suppose, you did fool me. He was your brother." The king roared back. "You were supposed to be his mentor. To show him how to wield real power. He was only 15 and your blood had been awakened, and yet you felt so threatened by him you abandoned the capital. I suppose it only serves to prove your fears true. You didn't and still do not possess the qualities of a good king." "And whose fault is that?" Octavius retorted, his voice rising in pitch and volume. "When I was a boy, the only one of us you ever had time for was Herculanus. You moped around the palace like an abandoned dog when your firstborn son ran off to join the blood priests." Octavius suddenly stopped, taking a moment to check himself. The king did likewise, recognizing that his anger wasn't going to help these matters. The prince, after steadying himself, continued, "Even back then, I was never good enough for you. None of us ever were. Why do you think Antonius left to become a scholar, and Stefania quit politics altogether to do whatever the hell she does? If you want to know who to blame for all of this, look no further than the fucking mirror, old man." The king glared through the window at his son, his heart beating madly in his chest as adrenaline freely flowed through his body, and his primitive instincts demanded that he go into the cell and punish his son for challenging his royal authority. But he was almost 200 years old, and blood of the sacred bull or not, he was just too old and experienced to let his anger get the better of him. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "Whatever your problems were with me, they were with me. They do not excuse the murder of Trajan. They do not excuse the damage you've done to this kingdom and its people, the lives you've ruined, the people who've died because of the actions you took. You are a traitor, and you will be sentenced as such. Your trial will be in several weeks. I have to work on fixing all of that damage, otherwise this would have been your trial." The king moved away from the door, but as his face disappeared, Octavius suddenly asked, "Wait. Father." The king paused, wondering just what his errant son wanted. What about Sapphire?" The king briefly frowned as he thought about all of his paladins. The way he saw it, he only had 3 left: Bronze, Penitent, and Brimstone, and even the last one was tentative. Roland was too weak and Julius had already stripped him of the title. Roland had been refreshingly gracious about it, but Sapphire was going to be another matter. She was just as much of a traitor as Octavius, and Julius wasn't entirely sure what to do with her. He only counted himself fortunate that Leon had killed Earthshaker a couple of weeks ago, otherwise, he might have found himself hesitating to punish 2 paladins rather than only one, despite the crimes Earthshaker was responsible for, both recent and old, that would have seen anyone else made a head shorter. "I haven't decided. Your queen might just be following you to the headsman's block regardless of what the loss of a 7th-tier mage might do for this kingdom." Octavius was silent for several long seconds. Finally, just as the king was about to leave, the prince said, "If it's not too much trouble, could you tell her that I'm sorry?" Julius didn't immediately respond. The audacity that Octavius was displaying had already boggled his mind, but this was straining his already taxed patience. Out of everyone you could have asked after, you wanted to express your sorrow to the paladin you made unfulfillable promises to. The one who assisted in murdering my brother, your uncle. The one who subverted the rule of law in this kingdom and helped you start a civil war that has left hundreds of thousands dead. The king's tone wasn't so much anger as it was disbelief. Octavius had, by this point, already blown right past his ability to be angry, and the king couldn't even be bothered to raise his voice beyond, mildly miffed. "I notice you haven't asked after your sisters," Julius observed after a few moments of silence. "They're not my sisters," Octavius replied. "We may share the same father, but not the same mother. Stefania and Christina are nothing to me. Then again, I suppose Christina would have been useful for a political marriage, but that hardly changes my personal feelings. I care far more for the woman who would have been my queen than those so-called sisters." The king had no words with which he could respond. After that declaration, as far as he was concerned, he and Octavius were done. They had nothing more to talk about, and their relationship was essentially non-existent. He closed the window and began hobbling away with as much dignity as his weak body could muster. He didn't end up making it that far, but it wasn't because his body failed him, rather, it was because he lost himself in thought and needed to take a few minutes to think things over. Octavius wasn't entirely wrong, in some respects. The burdens of kingship were heavy, and Julius rarely had much time for his family. Perhaps that was why his children weren't particularly familial, despite their shared blood. The only sibling Julius had was Trajan, and Trajan was decades older than him. Julius's father didn't have any siblings at all, so Julius had little idea how to be a part of a real family. That he had 6 children at all was practically a miracle, even more so since they were all born within half a century. Julius sighed. He'd have to meet with August. His youngest would undoubtedly ascend to the throne after he retired, that much was already certain. This war hadn't made August king, but it had made him the unofficial heir. As a result, Julius was going to have to get on the same page as August, and that probably meant taking on some of his proposed policies. At the very least, most of those policies were influenced by Trajan and Julius himself, so Julius was hardly chafing under these circumstances. He even lightly smiled as the thought that this war had given him the excuse he needed to start revoking titles from the landed nobility. The Bull Kingdom had almost 40 dukes, 21 marquises, more than 100 counts, and thousands of barons. There were about to be a lot less of all of them. He'd also have to deal with his queen. She hadn't set foot outside of the royal harem in years, but that didn't stop her from being at least partially responsible for some of what had happened. Octavius didn't use his connection with her to get to her brother Earthshaker and her father Duronius without consulting with her. Hells, I'm probably going to have to clean out my entire harem if I'm to oust that woman, the king thought to himself. Ancestors help me, I wish you were here with me, Trajan. Kairos, the day after Julius visited Octavius was the first day he managed to return to the court and take the throne since he awoke. The throne room seemed much bigger than he remembered, but since almost half of the nobles who were normally a part of the court were either in prison or under house arrest, and many administrative posts yet remained unfilled, this made sense. The throne room was much less filled than it should have been. Notable for their presence, though, were both Leon and August. Leon was there dressed in simple gray and white, though he stood with so much dignity and bearing that he appeared nobler than those who decked themselves out in gold and silk grass. Of course, that dignity and bearing may have had more to do with his aura and the gorgeous red-haired woman at his side than the way he held himself, but regardless, the king was happy to see him, even if he and his lady were off to the side watching everything from a relatively secluded alcove. August, meanwhile, appeared much less humble. He was dressed as a prince ought to be, with the deep greens and sparkling golds of the royal house, and a dozen well-dressed knights at his back, including Roland. With his blood awakened, his body was now tall and tremendously well-built. His aura was stable and dense, well on its way to the 6th tier, and he carried himself with neither a sense of arrogance nor servitude. All of this combined made for an arresting sight, and August drew almost as many eyes as the king himself once Julius walked into the throne room. The palace seneschal drew everyone's attention, and they all genuflected as was appropriate. Even Leon, the king, was amused to see, though his bow was token and shallow. The king, feeling a little run down and ready to get this business over with, spoke no words until he sat upon the grand silver throne. He took some comfort in the mural above the throne that depicted the first Bull King standing triumphant after forging the kingdom in the fires of war. However, his mood quickly soured again as his eyes drifted to the side and landed upon the Rame, the last Thunder King that had surrendered during the Bull Kingdom's formative conquests and been named the first Archduke of the Great Plateau, at the first Bull King's side, tearing at the hole that Kairos left in the king's heart and a reminder that Leon was not going to stay. With a sigh, the king sat upon the silver throne and said, "Let's get this over with. Bring them in." If anyone in the court was surprised or offended at his curt attitude, they didn't let on. They could all see the linens on the ground in front of the throne that were specially enchanted by the blood priests to absorb blood, and the block upon them. Only a moment later, a host of guardsmen came marching in, all of them at least 5th tier, dragging a dirty, weak person between them. As the guards parted, the aged figure of Duke Duronius, trussed up in chains and a gag over his mouth, was revealed. Captivity hadn't been kind to the old man, even though he'd been afforded as many luxuries as his rank demanded when under arrest. Julius took some small amount of satisfaction in that. The seneschal wasted no time laying out the crimes of the duke for the entire court to hear, but the room was deadly silent. It was as if no one was sure that Julius was going to follow through on what he was obviously intending. Julius noted that Leon's golden eyes stayed locked upon Duronius even as the seneschal spoke. Similarly, he noted Dame Minerva's hawkish gaze locked upon the chained duke. From the unspoken promises of violence that the king read in their eyes, he suspected that if he were to pardon the duke for whatever reason, Duronius would find himself dead soon after, anyway. But Leon wouldn't get that opportunity. As soon as the seneschal finished, it was the king's turn to speak. "I sentence you to death," the king rasped, hatred and antipathy constricting his voice enough that he could barely form the words. Duronius was one of the leading minds behind the civil war, and he was about to learn what the king's justice was. His rank wouldn't help him here. From off to the side, Bronze stepped out into full view of the court, his dark brown armor glistening in the light shining in from the windows. In his hands, he held his massive bronze axe, and as he approached the duke, the guardsmen forced Duronius down onto the block, right into the perfect position. Bronze didn't hesitate, nor was Duronius ever given a chance to speak. In only a moment, Bronze separated the duke's head from his neck with a single, clean stroke. The Duchy of Valencia and all other titles that were held by the former duke are hereby revoked, the king intoned, his voice gaining strength now that the deed was done. The guardsmen quickly removed the duke's body, and the doors opened again, letting in another group of guardsmen enter with a second chained figure between them. Quite a few landed nobles had been taken prisoner who were guilty of too many crimes to be forgiven, even if their lands were taken. Duronius was only the first of many. The king sighed again. It was going to be a long day, but the kingdom would be immeasurably improved by the end of it, even if the administrative burden these new lands would place upon them compounded their existing problem of a hollowed-out bureaucracy. The king proceeded undaunted, dealing out justice to those that most sorely. Chapter 477. Wavering certainty. Leon wasn't going to pretend to anyone that seeing the executions of Duronius and dozens of other nobles who had thrown their lot in with Octavius wasn't satisfying. However, he didn't revel in it, and Elise, who had accompanied him to the throne room to witness it, had even less enthusiasm for it than he did. As a result, they soon took their leave, meeting up with Maya who had waited in the lake nearby. They returned to their home, not Emila's palace, but their villa, which had been returned to them by the king. It had been effectively looted by Octavius when it had been seized, but there had been little of worth there anyway since Elise and Leon had taken pains to leave nothing behind that they would miss. Still, Leon's enchanting workshop had been completely emptied of all its stored resources. Even the poor quality, unenchanted gear that he had stored there to test his enchantments on had been taken, though he wasn't about to start trying to pressure the kingdom into giving that garbage back. In restocking the place, Leon had also turned in his ruined armor to be repaired. He'd have to reapply all the enchantments once the repairs were finished, but he considered that a bonus since his skills had greatly improved in the years since he started, and he knew he could do a much better job of it now than he had when he first started. Perhaps I'll even be able to combine my armor with my flight suit somehow, or install some miscellaneous magical weapons on it, he thought as he handed over the scrap metal and tattered fabric that his armor had become. Leon and Elise's relationship had improved since the initial fallout from Leon coming clean about his confrontation with Valeria. That wasn't to say that everything was all fine, but Leon greatly preferred it to the way things had been before the Civil War had kicked off. She had known about Valeria back then, too, but Leon was loath to return to keeping such things from his lover. Or rather, lovers, for Maya had joined them in the villa, and this time, she certainly wasn't sleeping in a guest bedroom. She was a much simpler person than Elise, preferring to spend her days lazing around the villa when she wasn't helping Leon with some of his water magic training and learning to use her mental communication technique, or lost in the pile of limbs that the three became whenever they were in bed. Valeria, on the other hand, was far more involved in Leon's affairs. She insisted on training with Leon whenever he was in the training dojo and accompanying him whenever he left the villa. As his first knight, she reasoned, it was her place to be at his side wherever he went. As a result, she had taken up residence in one of Leon and Elise's guest bedrooms, as she was still technically a knight in his service even though he was no longer a knight himself. Fortunately, she didn't insist on being with Leon when he was restocking his enchanting workshop, and when Asia and Christina returned to the city, she had a few more reasons to leave rather than staying in the villa waiting for Leon to do something. As for Alex, she decided that she still needed some time to think about her future. She didn't want to leave the Legion or the kingdom behind so flippantly, even if she was sorely tempted to follow Leon south to the Central Empires. As a result, she wound up staying in the barracks at the Legion headquarters instead of Leon and Elise's villa, and she didn't swing by all that often in the week they'd been home. Any other knight might have been offended or angry that one of their subordinates wasn't attending to them, but Leon understood her reluctance to leave everything behind and gave her all the time and space she needed to decide what her future might look like. He did, however, make sure that she knew his upcoming schedule, just in case, for he wasn't going to be staying in the capital for much longer. He felt that it was about time he returned to Tira. Leon woke up spooned up against Elise's toned backside. Maya was on the other side of their fire-haired lover, the two practically buried against each other with Leon's arms around them. It took every scrap of strength Leon possessed to rise from his bed and leave them sleeping, but he had some last-minute work he needed to finish. He should have gotten it done the night before, but his ladies had been rather aggressive in pulling him into bed. Not that he'd resisted all that much, but it did mean that he had to get up early. It had been almost 2 weeks since he returned to the capital with August and the rest. No one had stopped by to visit him, and neither had he gone to the palace to visit them. From what he knew, though, he was certain it was more because they had to stabilize the kingdom rather than because they didn't want to see him. He felt sure that August and Roland would have tried to persuade him to stay by now otherwise, but it was what it was. He felt a little uneasy about the entire affair, though, now that he had some time to think and take stock. It felt a little bit like he was abandoning everyone by quitting so suddenly, and he had to admit that he kind of was. However, his future lay outside the Bull Kingdom, and he didn't want to get pulled into any more of the Bull Kingdom's wars before he could leave. With Octavius bound for the headsman's block, there was little else that he wanted to stick around for, even if he was going to grudgingly miss some of the people he'd come to know. Leon made himself a quick breakfast and went to his workshop. He'd completely depleted his stores of offensive spells in the early stages of the Civil War and hadn't much of a chance to restock, so that was what he threw himself into during most recent days as he waited for his armor to be repaired and the king's permission to access Argent Palace to come down. It was quite liberating, not having much of anything to do and no one to answer to. He could devote all of his time to his personal goals and passions, such as studying enchantments and training. But those were only short-term goals. The king had sent the promised dispensation that cleared Leon to have access to Argent Palace only several days previously, and Leon wanted nothing more than to return to his family's archives, this time with more time to explore and search for secrets and knowledge. Those bronze golems that maintained the place he found particularly fascinating. If he had to guess, they were probably similar to the stone giants, and if he could make more of them, the possibilities were almost limitless. It wasn't long before Elise, Maya, and Valeria were all awake. It was going to be a long journey north to Tira, so they didn't waste much time before they packed themselves into a huge wheelless carriage and got on the road. Anzu rode behind them in another carriage built to transport war beasts like him in comfort, while all of their luggage that Leon wasn't carrying in his soul realm was packed into a third carriage. Then they had 3 more carriages for their Heaven's Eye escort, making for quite the caravan escorting them to Tira. So, Elise said as they got themselves comfortable in the carriage it was spacious enough for them to all have enough room to sleep if they wanted. Let's go over everything again, just to make sure we're on the same page. We'll stop by the tower first, Leon said, the carriage pulling out into the noble district and leaving their villa behind. His tone was a little down, less enthusiastic than he might have thought it would be. He felt some small pangs of regret, leaving the place so soon after moving back in, but he had a terrible sense that if anything happened in the city while he was still there, he'd get pulled in regardless of the fact that he'd quit. It just made sense to him to get out of the capital for a while and let everything cool down and stabilize before spending too much time at home. Right, we have to visit Lord Ajax, Valeria responded. We'll get ourselves situated before doing anything. We don't know how long we might spend at Argent Palace. Hopefully not too long, Leon replied as he turned his eyes out of the window. I don't think there's much of worth left there that isn't in my family's archives. Still, that might take us at least a week just to take a cursory look at what all is in there. Maya visibly stifled a yawn. She couldn't read, and there was little that bored her more than staring down at thick stacks of paper and ink. What else can we do in the city? Valeria asked. She'd never been to the city before and didn't know what kind of attractions the city had. I was hoping to check out the lightning fields, Leon said with a little more energy. I can't help but get a little worked up over the possibility of seeing a field of lightning rods designed to help lightning mages train. Not surprising, Elise replied with a resigned smile. I was there for 2 years, but I confess I didn't get out too much. Maybe we could see a few races or plays. Constantine's dome features at least one series of gladiator matches every week, and there are chariot races at least once a month. They even have other kinds of magical competitions there almost every day. There are also plenty of other places on the plateau we could spend some time. I think there are hot springs close by that we could visit, a few lakes where we could spend some time swimming, maybe go hiking in some of the more exclusive reserves. Maybe your uncle will have some suggestions, Leon replied, his eyes still turned out of the window, but most of that does sound like fun. A brief silence followed as Elise and Valeria stared at him. Love, Elise whispered. Leon's eyes finally swiveled back to her. Are you all right? His fire-haired lover asked, her face lined with concern. Yeah, Leon unconvincingly replied. Yeah, you don't seem that confident in your answer, Valeria observed as she leaned back in her seat and stared at him, her concerned look demanding an answer from him. You seem like your attention is elsewhere, not here with us. Leon frowned, instinctively almost denying that assertion, but he caught himself. I suppose it is, he murmured, his voice barely audible despite the carriage being incredibly silent. You're conflicted, Maya said into all of their minds. I can sense it, you're having second thoughts about leaving. Neither Elise nor Valeria said anything, but they leaned in, prompting Leon to give voice to whatever was weighing upon his mind. I suppose, he hesitantly began, unsure exactly how he ought to articulate it. Well, when I quit and the king accepted it, I suppose I felt free. Freer than I had in years. I could do anything I wanted, go wherever I wanted, devote myself to my own pursuits for once. I guess it really hammered home just how discontented I was in the legions. Are you having second thoughts? Valeria asked. She took this incredibly seriously, given the tone of her voice and the stony expression on her face. She and Leon had a tentative alliance, but if he was now thinking about not leaving the Bull Kingdom, absolutely not, Leon replied, instantly dispelling those thoughts. I just kind of regret how I went about it. Not the resignation itself, though. Should have waited a little longer, I think. Maybe. I don't know, I guess now that I've had some time to think and relax, I just feel a little guilty about leaving everyone hanging in such a tumultuous time. Not that I think I could have helped much, they need administrators, not swordsmen. Elise and Valeria went quiet for a moment, empathizing with Leon's feelings. Maya, however, was a little less empathetic. Let those who have the skills and the will fix what's broken, it's no longer our business, she declared. Leon raised an eyebrow and turned to face her, only for her to take his face in her hands and literally hold his gaze. You owe them nothing. You've killed for them, brought that Austin or whatever back to this city, and ensured the defeat of their enemies. What more could they ask for? Leon smiled, agreeing with her on most levels and not intending to go back, but there were still a few twinges of guilt running through his mind. It's not about owing anyone anything, he said, taking her hands and pulling them down into his lap. I wouldn't really consider them friends, but I have a good impression of men like Roland and August. If they'd asked me to stay, if they'd insisted they needed my help, I can't say my conviction to leave would have held. I might have gotten myself stuck here for years more, but I can't help but think that maybe they could have used my help in some way. Keeping the peace or whatever. It feels right that I did this, that I quit and left, but I'm still more invested than I'd like to be in seeing this place at peace. Is that why you quit as suddenly as you did? Elise softly asked, reaching over and resting her hands upon Leon and Maya's. You wanted as clean a break as possible between yourself and this kingdom. Yes, Leon replied, maybe I wasn't as conscious of it in the moment, but that's what I wanted. Just to go my own way, to move on from here and deal with my own horseshit from now on. As he spoke, Leon's eyes found Valerius. Wordlessly, he communicated that he wasn't forgetting about their deal and the business they shared. Or at least, he hoped that's what he was communicating. Focus on that, then, Elise said. We'll make plans to leave the kingdom soon-ish. Maybe in a few months, just to make sure this place is as peaceful as you want it to be. A year, maybe. I really hope it doesn't take that long, Leon responded with a tired chuckle. It shouldn't, Elise replied. The king is back in charge, August is now crown prince, Octavius is in the dungeon, everything is fine. So how about we all just settle in, then, and enjoy this peace that all of you worked so hard to achieve? Elise pulled a small metal lever on her seat, letting it slide down almost into a thin bed. It's going to be a long journey to Tira, so we might as well get comfortable. The other three smiled and leaned back in their own seats, continuing to talk about nothing in particular as they relaxed and enjoyed the ride in all the comfort that Heaven's Eye could provide. Chapter 478, Tower Security. Tira was much the same as it had been when Leon last passed through it. The Julian Road was flanked by large marble statues of heroic figures, all of which were painted. The entrances to the city proper were gates built into triumphal arches, and everywhere Leon looked, he could see evidence of the city's prosperity. That it had been the site of bitter fighting when Brimstone and Minerva had come through could barely be seen thanks to the efforts of the Legion engineers who took pains to rebuild much of the infrastructure that had been damaged. Only a few cleared areas where buildings clearly once stood spoke of the harm that had been done to the city. Leon briefly wondered if the slums on the northern side of the city received such treatment. He doubted that Minerva would consciously exclude them from any needed repairs for any reason, but he couldn't help but wonder anyway. As the Heaven's Eye caravan wound its way through the city, Leon's eyes were glued to the window. The streets were crowded, and the people went about their business without any widespread fear that Leon could detect. He didn't have much emotional attachment to the city, but Leon was still glad to see that the seat of his family's power for tens of thousands of years hadn't been ruined. When the caravan arrived at the Heaven's Eye Tower, Leon, Valeria, Elise, and Maya all got out of their carriage. Anzu was also brought out, and after letting Leon give him some head pats, he was led off to the stables while the caravan proceeded on to Ajax's palace. Elise had ridden ahead, so Leon knew they'd be staying with Ajax while they were in the city. However, he wanted to stop by the tower before doing anything else. Upon walking in through the front doors, Leon paused. He vividly remembered walking in almost 5 years ago, completely unsure of what he was doing, where he was supposed to go, or who he was supposed to talk to. He'd been overwhelmed with the opulence of the tower and its patrons and found himself completely lost. And then he met Elise. He'd been captivated by her from the moment he first saw her. Standing there in the tower entrance brought all of those memories pouring back, and Leon's lips turned upward into a bright smile. Elise slid up against him from behind, entwining her fingers with his. Leon turned to her, his golden eyes locking with hers. Neither said a word, but from the smiles they exchanged, they knew they were thinking about the exact same thing. The moment quickly passed, and the group advanced further into the tower. Ajax was going to meet them in his office, so they made for the magic lifts in the back, ignoring the looks the wealthy-looking patrons gave them as they passed. Elise was relatively well-known among the city's elite after spending 2 years working in this tower, and she knew she'd been recognized by several of the local nobles relaxing in the lounge. But she didn't once entertain the thought of wasting time to go around to greet these people. Only a few minutes later, they were on the top floor with Elise knocking on the door of Ajax's office. Long seconds passed in silence as they waited for word to enter. When none came, Elise gave the others a strange look and knocked again. Once more, the door remained closed and no one permitted them to enter. "That's strange," Elise quietly said. "Is he not in?" Leon wondered aloud. "Maybe. It's not like him to be far from his offices, though. But now that I'm thinking about it, it is strange that he didn't greet us downstairs. Even if he were busy, there should have been someone waiting for us. Do you think he thought we'd go to his palace and is waiting for us there?" Valeria conjectured. "No, I specifically told him that he didn't have to take off of work just for us and that we'd meet him here." Elise knocked again and again received no answer. "Hold on a moment," she said, quickly walking back down the hall and opening one of the smaller doors branching off of it. "You." Leon heard her call out. "Ah, Lady Elise," came the slightly panicked and surprised reply. "Greetings. I'm looking for my uncle. Do you know where he might be?" A moment later, Elise stepped away from the door as a young man, clearly one of Ajax's secretaries, appeared. He was rather slight of frame and build, but his dark brown eyes and easy-going smile gave an impression of a warm and intelligent young man. "My lady, there was a security incident last night, and I believe Lord Ajax is still dealing with it," the man said, his tone one of utmost respect. What security incident?" Elise demanded, a hint of panic entering her voice. Leon could understand that reaction, for this was Heaven's Eye. Security incidents just weren't supposed to happen here. The secretary paused for a moment as he cast a suspicious look toward Leon, Valeria, and Maya, but with Elise still there silently pressuring him to answer, he must have figured that it wasn't worth questioning them when Elise was right in front of him. So, he joined them in the hall and began his explanation. It was a day like any other for Ajax. It was spent poring over various documents that required his attention, mostly communiques from various nobles inquiring after their property. There was a higher volume than usual, but he understood that there were a lot of people who were anxious about their valuables and other accounts they held with Heaven's Eye now that the civil war was over. Still, it was a lot to keep track of, as well as keeping all of Heaven's Eye's operations on the Great Plateau running smoothly. But it was a job that Ajax took to remarkably well. He enjoyed his free time, to be sure, but he wasn't nearly so carnal or hedonistic as his sister Emily down in the capital, taking new husbands and concubines whenever she started getting bored, but it was Heaven's Eye that he lived for, and its great mission. Ajax was working late into the night, for Elise and Leon were arriving sometime around noon the following day. He wanted his plate to be completely clean for when they arrived to ensure that he could spend time with his niece and her lover. Consequently, save for a relatively small complement of guards and a handful of Ajax's own assistants, the tower was completely empty. Suddenly, A bright red light appeared near the front of Ajax's desk and began silently flashing like a strobe. Ajax's heart almost stopped as it captured his attention. He knew what that light meant, but he'd never seen it activated before. It was the silent alarm. Pressing one of his fingers down on the light, a light projection appeared in front of him like a screen, while his desk became covered in runic circles like a console, allowing him to control most of the major security enchantments that filled the tower at his leisure. Quickly sweeping most of the papers off his desk, Ajax pressed his fingers down in the center of several runic circles, and the light screen in front of him changed from pitch black to showing him the source of the alarm, the offices for the Heaven's Eye Blood Mages on the 4th floor. Standing behind the main desk was one of the senior blood mages, an older third-tier man who had forgotten more about blood magic than most people would ever learn. Standing just behind him was a tall woman with strawberry blonde hair, sharp features, and, from what the enchantments were indicating, an aura stronger than the 5th tier. Judging by how she'd managed to get into the tower without him sensing it, Ajax guessed her power was much higher than the 5th tier. Clearly, she'd taken the blood mage captive. He wasn't even supposed to be working right now, and from the look of terror on the old man's face, Ajax didn't think for a moment that he was there willingly. They were in the middle of some kind of ritual, with several glass orbs in front of the old man. Single droplets of blood were suspended in the orbs, and the orbs themselves sat in the center of several enchantments that the old man was manipulating with his magic. Most concerningly was that one of these orbs was wrapped in golden talons which symbolized the head of House Rame. As far as Ajax knew, it was Kairos' orb that was still gripped in those talons. Ajax took all of this in less than a second, and he activated a few more of the runic circles on his desk. He didn't sense anything in the tower change, but he knew that the tower's defenses had been raised to their maximum level. The magic lifts were locked down, the guard detail had been alerted, and a number of traps and weapons were brought online. The one that most interested Ajax, though, were light enchantments hidden in the magic lanterns that illuminated the entire tower. With only a few quick flicks of his fingers, he could use those lanterns to fire beams of light magic and slice apart anything that he could see. He would have done so immediately if the blonde woman weren't standing directly behind the old man, keeping him too close for Ajax to be comfortable firing the beams without hitting his own employee. For several long seconds, Ajax hoped he'd get a good angle, but the woman didn't move from behind the blood mage. Ajax eventually lost his patience and rose from his desk, though not before sealing almost every door in the tower and preparing several other traps beforehand. After he was done, only Ajax and the Heaven's Eye Guard detail would be able to move through the tower with impunity. As calmly as he could, Ajax strode out of his office and toward the lift at the end of the hall. "My lord," someone shouted as he passed one of few other doors. Ajax paused a moment to see who it was and found his 6th-tier head of security walking out of the security office. "What's going on? Did you not see the silent alarm activate?" Ajax asked, his concern growing. "No, my lord," the man replied. Ajax didn't take long to ponder what that meant. Dealing with the threat was far more important right now, but it did make him raise his estimation of this woman's capabilities. "Someone's taken one of our blood mages captive," Ajax explained, quickly filling the guard in on the situation at hand. "Grab your best people and come with me. Have everyone else sweep the tower for any other interlopers. This is a breach of the highest level, so be careful." "Yes, my lord," the head of security replied as he ducked back into his office. He was an efficient man, and in this situation, Ajax appreciated that above all else. The head of security returned less than a minute later with his 3 guard captains, all 6th tier and decked out in some of the finest weapons and armor that Heaven's Eye could afford to equip its personnel with. "My teams are already starting their sweeps," the head of security said as the 5 began marching toward the lifts. "Good," Ajax whispered, feeling his pulse start to quicken as they stepped into the lift. They dropped to the 4th floor, all 5 of them preparing themselves on the way down for what they saw as an inevitable fight. When the lift stopped and the doors opened, they spilled out into the blood mage's office with a precision that would have shamed the royal legions. Ajax seemed to be a lot less prepared than the guards, striding out of the lift as if he were walking in a park, but he was ready and able to call upon not only all of his immense magics, but also those of the tower as well. The scene that awaited them hadn't changed from when Ajax had taken his eyes off of it. Only about 5 minutes had passed, and the woman was still standing behind the old blood mage watching him as he performed some kind of ritual. "My lord," the blood mage cried out as Ajax and his people stormed into the room. What is going on here? Ajax demanded to know, his eyes locked on the woman, his brow rapidly furrowing in concern. Now that he could put his eyes upon her, he could see that her aura roughly matched his own. She was a 7th tier mage, and a powerful one at that. Ajax flooded the room with his magic senses and was gratified to see his guards taking the situation deadly seriously. The woman glared imperiously at Ajax as if she were daring him to challenge her. She showed no signs of having been caught doing something off limits and stood with the pride and confidence of someone who thought without a shadow of a doubt that they belonged where they were, or someone who thought that they were untouchable. I had some urgent business to take care of, she coolly replied. Time is of the utmost importance and I couldn't wait for the tower to reopen in the morning. Ajax smiled, but there was no mirth or welcome in the upturning of his lips. Rather, his smile was predatory, a baring of his teeth in a primal threat to someone trespassing in his territory. Theocleos, are you all right? He asked the blood mage, though his eyes never left the woman. Why yes, my lord, the old blood mage replied. This woman snatched me off the street and demanded I test this blood sample she brought. She threatened my family if I didn't comply. Ajax's demeanor grew sharper, his hands glowing as they filled with his light mana. I'm terribly sorry about that, but lives depend on the results of this test, the woman said. She continued to stand there, unmoving even as Ajax's subordinates began to creep closer and Ajax's aura became more turbulent and violent. You can explain in a cell once we verify your identity, the Tower Lord growled. No one takes my people prisoner and threatens their families. Without another word, the 4 guards surged forward, swords appearing in their hand as they made to secure the woman as quickly and painlessly as they could. Ajax's head of security reached her first. He reached toward her with his empty hand, but even as his fingers were just about to brush her black, almost skin-tight clothing, she showed no sign of distress. It became immediately apparent why, as the head of security's fingers phased right through her as if she weren't there. Which she isn't, Ajax thought, recognizing the wisps of dark smoke that wafted off of her body at the point of contact between her and the head of security. She was a user of darkness magic, and the form they could see was nothing more than an illusion. Without a moment's pause, Ajax poured all of his magic into an omnidirectional attack, letting light radiate from his entire body and fill the office with its brilliance. Pure white light banished every shadow in the room, wrapping around columns and down behind the desk until the office seemed like nothing more than a featureless white void. The only control Ajax expended in his use of magic was to protect his subordinates from his deadly rays, even though such wide-ranging attacks weren't nearly so dangerous as more focused strikes. He moved not a moment too soon, for his light also froze a pitch-black tendril of smoky darkness just before it impaled his head of security in the back, rising from the floor like a stone spike. Ajax only had to follow that spike into the one shadow that hadn't been affected by his light, and he had the true location of the woman. Lunging forward at the shadow on the ground in front of the desk, Ajax reached out for it, intending to drag the woman out of the shadow and into his light. Unfortunately, as his fingers brushed against the shadow, they stopped, unable to proceed no matter how hard he pushed. The shadow shook under his pressure, though, and slid out from beneath his fingers and shot across the floor. Ajax followed after it, his body almost becoming a beam of light as he dove after the shadow. But he wasn't able to move fast enough, and the shadow slipped under the door frame of the magic lift. Ajax was stunned. The defenses of the tower were raised to their maximum level. That shouldn't have been possible for only a 7th tier mage. But he didn't let that stop him for long. With his power and position, the doors were opened a microsecond later, and he raced into the lift. He couldn't see the shadow even as light continued shining from his body, indicating that the woman had slipped not into the lift compartment, but into the lift shaft itself. Roaring in frustration, Ajax slammed the runic circle to take him down to the ground floor. The lift moved almost pathetically slowly, and once it opened and Ajax stormed into the lounge, the woman's shadow was long gone, if it had even gone to the ground floor in the first place. Ajax's eyes took in every detail of the room, his light banishing every natural shadow that existed, but still there was no sign of the blonde woman. Darting out of the front door, slamming it shut behind him and into the square just outside, Ajax continued his search, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Ajax growled in dissatisfaction and went back inside. He found several teams of his guards in the lounge waiting for him, half a dozen of whom seemed just about to open the door to join him outside when he strode back in. As he did, the lift in the back opened and his head of security and 2 of his 3 guard captains came walking out of it. I couldn't stop the trespasser, Ajax declared. Keep the tower on high alert until the morning. Public operations are to be restricted to the lounge without exception until we either find her or determine that she's not hiding somewhere in the tower. Yes, my lord, I'll see these orders relayed at once, the head of security responded. Good, I need to speak with Theocleos. I want to know what exactly he was being forced to do, and she wasn't found. Elise asked in alarm. I'm afraid not, my lady, Ajax's secretary grimly replied. The guards have been sweeping the tower all night and no sign of her was found. The only thing we can conclude is that she managed to escape somehow, despite the tower's defenses. How is that even possible? Elise demanded. The secretary was at a loss as he couldn't explain it even if he tried. He was a paper pusher, not an expert in the tower's defensive wards or in darkness magic. However, there were a few aspects of this that seemed remarkably familiar to Leon as he listened. His eyes drifted over toward Maya as he recalled something that she did soon after saving everyone from the vampires who attacked his villa. She'd killed a darkness mage who'd managed to infiltrate Emily's palace that night. Chapter 479. Disturbed Plans. Maya, did you ever tell Emily or Elise about that darkness mage you killed in Emily's estate? Leon asked her, speaking into her mind. Maya glanced at him, understanding blossoming on her face, followed quickly by embarrassment and slight shame. No, I didn't, she replied. Leon was momentarily irritated, but given they slept together almost immediately after he urged her to tell Emily about it, he wasn't too surprised he'd forgotten about it, too, so he clamped down on that mild anger. Where is my uncle now? Elise asked the secretary. I believe he's still down with the blood mages supervising the audit of their offices, the secretary replied. He has to make sure that the intruder didn't steal anything or leave anything behind. Thank you, Elise replied as she turned back toward the lift. She and the other three got back in it while the secretary returned to his duties. Barely a few seconds later, they were stepping out into the head office of the local Heaven's Eye blood mages. The place was a flurry of activity, though there weren't that many people there. Ajax's imposing form was sitting behind the desk with two blood mages poring over a stack of forms next to him while a handful of blood mages and tower guards could be heard working in the storage room just beyond. Nothing seems to be missing, the older of the two blood mages said. I can't say for certain whether or not she took anything, but I didn't see her do anything of the sort, and just about everything of note has been accounted for, my lord. Keep searching, Theocleos, Ajax replied. Any irregularities, I want to know about. As Ajax looked up and saw his niece and the other three, his stoic, vaguely angry expression instantly softened, and he rose to his feet and stepped out from behind the main desk. Little butterfly, he exclaimed as he pulled Elise into a fatherly hug. Ah, I'm sorry, I lost track of time, otherwise I would have met you downstairs. Uncle Ajax, she replied, wrapping her arms around his waist. He was much too tall for her to comfortably reach any higher. Are you all right? One of your assistants told us what happened last night. Oh, yes, I'm fine, none of us were injured, though not for her lack of trying, Ajax responded. If I weren't so quick on the draw, one of my guard captains might have bitten the dust in our brief tussle. It's good to see you're all right, then, Leon said as he stepped forward. I fought a 7th-tier darkness mage myself during the war with Talfar last year. Such magics are difficult to counter. You can say that again, Ajax replied, extending a hand out to Leon, which the younger man unhesitatingly grasped in greeting. It's good to see you doing so well, Leon. I must admit that I was a little bit worried about you after you left last time. Thanks for the concern, I appreciate it. It hasn't always been easy, and I've made some bad decisions, but everything's worked out so far. Leon smiled surprisingly good-naturedly, taking Ajax a bit by surprise since the image he had in his mind of Leon from their last meeting was that of an aloof and reserved young man, not someone who so readily and so genuinely smiled. Uncle, what else can you tell us about what happened last night? Elise interrupted, her melodic voice tainted with worry and concern. Ajax glanced back at the working blood mages, then back at Leon and Elise's small group. His eyes lingered on Maya for an almost worryingly long time, but he showed no other reaction to her obvious power. He then turned back to Elise and said, let's talk somewhere else. Only a couple of minutes later, the 5 of them were seated facing each other in the sofas in Ajax's office. Ajax was amused to see Elise and Maya sitting next to Leon on the largest sofa, with Leon in the center. Valeria and Ajax, meanwhile, took single-person armchairs. He couldn't help but wonder as to the exact nature of everyone's relationship, even if the way Maya and Elise were leaning on Leon made how physically intimate they were clear enough. Elise wasn't about to let him ask any questions on that front, however. "Uncle, what have you learned?" Ajax's gentle smile began to dim. "I've learned a bit, but it's not something that I think others ought to hear. Leon, it concerns you." His eyes drifted toward Valeria and Maya as he said this. It was a subtle signal, but one that he neither attempted to hide nor thought for a moment that Elise would miss. Leon mimicked Ajax, glancing at Maya and then at Valeria, his eyes lingering on the latter far more than the former. Maya already knew that he trusted her with his life, she could sense that through their connection. Valeria, on the other hand, might have needed a little bit more assurance from him, and he tried to convey his sincerity with his eyes. "I trust Naiad and Valeria as much as anyone can be trusted," he declared. "They know my secrets, there's little point in keeping anything more from them." Ajax looked a little startled when Leon said, "Naiad," clearly recognizing the term, but he kept silent about it. The rest of Leon's declaration, however, elicited a sigh of resignation from him before he began to speak. "So be it," he said, settled back into his chair for what he thought was going to be a long conversation. "The woman who infiltrated the tower last night was testing a blood sample she had against several other samples of Rain blood we have in the tower." Leon leaned back in his seat, unconsciously pulling Maya and Elise a little tighter against him. "Was she?" he murmured in thought. "Naiad killed a darkness mage not too long ago, too," he said, quickly explaining what Maya had relayed to him of their confrontation, with Maya adding in a few more details that she thought might be relevant. "And, you just pulled him out of his shadow? Just like that?" Ajax asked, astonished. He knew from personal experience just how difficult such a thing was, and he'd even failed to replicate it the previous night. "I did," Maya replied, looking a little smug as his eyes narrowed when her voice resounded through his mind. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" Elise quietly asked, her tone dangerous and angry despite how calm and even it was. "I was distracted after," Maya answered, her smug attitude vanishing like someone had flipped a switch and turned it off. "We can talk about that later," Leon whispered. "For now, let's focus on the immediate threat." Elise scowled, but she agreed with Leon about what the priority was right now. "What was this blood sample?" Valeria asked, interrupting any tensions that might have started forming. "A tattered bandage covered in old dried blood," Ajax replied. "It was just a small scrap, and it looked like it had survived being burned. Despite that, however, the blood on it was almost useless to her. My blood mages managed to confirm that the blood belonged to someone of House Rame, though they couldn't glean any further information. This woman probably already knew that, though, given that she had demanded that the bandage be tested against these other samples. Do you have that bandage fragment with you?" Valeria further inquired. "No, I destroyed it as soon as we were done with it," Ajax replied, smiling as Valeria gave him a disapproving look. "There's little need to keep the evidence, Dame Valeria, was it?" She nodded. "The sample was confirmed by my blood mages to be of no further use, and I didn't want to risk it falling back into the hands of someone who could infiltrate my tower," Ajax continued. "Besides, my blood mage whom she'd taken captive told me that she seemed desperate and on edge. I believe that it was probably the only blood sample she had. We're not bringing this matter to the kingdom, they've got too much on their plate as it is, so there wasn't any need to keep the sample around for long." Leon nodded, finding himself intrigued by what Ajax said. What made him think she was desperate? He asked. Her general demeanor, her demands for him to hurry, a few small things she said. Apparently, she was sent from somewhere else and her friends or allies seemed to be waiting for her in a dangerous place. Whatever that means. Theocleos wasn't able to get any specifics beyond the fact that she was supposedly sent here alone, though her allies are probably waiting on word from her. So we know that she isn't working alone, they're after my family, and they've already made an attempt to act against me once while I was in a heavily warded Heaven's Eye building, Leon summarized. His eyes drifted over in Valeria's direction again and saw her lost in thought. He hesitated to ask her what her opinion of all this was with Ajax in the room, but he had a suspicion that these pieces were fitting together in her head just as they were in his. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Leon asked Ajax, hoping for all that he was worth that there wasn't. "I don't think so," Ajax replied, to Leon's immediate relief. "My people are handling the investigation here in the tower, and we have no other leads to go on about who this woman might be." "I'm sorry, Leon," I know this is a personal matter for you, but I can't offer anything more unless we have another encounter with this woman or her allies." Leon nodded, doing his best to look appropriately crestfallen, but secretly feeling relieved that he had a little more time to deal with all of this himself without involving anyone else who might complicate matters. "I suppose it is what it is," he said. "We'll be careful from here on out, but we still have some business to get to while we're here in the city." "You mean you didn't come up here to visit little old me?" Ajax playfully asked. "Whatever you need, I'll do my best to assist you." Leon nodded gratefully. "For me, I was hoping to empty out my vault. I'll probably not be staying in the kingdom for much longer, so I don't want to leave a vault full of stuff here when I could just take everything with me." "Makes sense," Ajax replied. He might have been a little upset if Leon was closing all of his accounts, but his accounts were remaining open. It was only his vault that he was emptying. No matter where he went after leaving the kingdom, he'd always have access to his money with Heaven's Eye. Elise then spoke up, her cadence a little slower and her tone a little lower than usual, indicating that she was still thinking about the attack. "We're also intending to look around Argent Palace, but in light of what happened last night, I'm not so sure that's a good idea," she said, looking at Leon. "If word got around of our visit and this woman heard, then she might come after us." "You said that woman was a 7th-tier mage?" Maya inquired, cutting off Elise's thought. "Yes," Ajax affirmed. Maya responded with an almost derisive smile, her eyes narrowing into a predatory glare. "If she thinks she can take my mates away from me, then I'll kill her." There was no hesitation in her voice, she was all confidence and certainty. As far as she was concerned, so long as she was around, Leon and Elise were safe from everything under the sun. Leon smiled in gratitude, though there were still a few things that Ajax revealed that had him thinking. Where the woman had gotten the burned bandage and whose blood was on it were at the foremost of his questions. Unfortunately, he knew he probably wouldn't be getting answers to those questions anytime soon, if ever. "I'm very happy that someone so powerful is willing to defend Leon and my niece," Ajax said, responding to Maya, "but I think being cautious is the best bet right now. It would probably be to everyone's benefit to hold off on visiting Argent Palace for the time being, at least until we can be assured of your safety." "We can both be cautious and still check the place out, though," Leon objected. "We don't have to use the front gate and attract a lot of attention, we only have to send word that we'll be visiting and then enter the palace estate from another way." "I assume you have another way in if you're suggesting this?" Ajax asked. "I do," Leon replied. "Several, in fact, several." "Huh," Ajax whispered as he started losing himself in thought. "Well, you can count me impressed," he sarcastically muttered. "I still think it's risky," Elise firmly stated. "It was always going to be risky," Leon replied. "Even before this woman appeared here, there was always going to be the possibility that, in entering the place with the king's permission, my family's enemies would hear of it." Leon's eyes strayed in Valeria's direction, and she didn't meet his eye. She was instead staring at the floor, trying and failing to hide her growing look of horror. "You know what?" he suddenly said, abruptly changing gears. "Why don't we just take care of the vault right now, then we can sleep on the problem. Even if we decide to go with my idea, we can always wait a little while, it's not like we've a time limit or anything." "That would certainly go a long way to assuaging my worries, Leon," Ajax replied, his handsome face breaking out into a wide smile. "I'll have the vault brought up here, and once you're done emptying it, I'll accompany all of you back to my palace and get you settled in. I'm sure it's been a long journey and you need your rest." "That we do, Uncle," Elise replied, her tone exhausted and exasperated from what had been discussed and proposed. Leon, however, was silent. He had no intention of resting, at least, not immediately. He was more than willing to wait a little bit longer to access his family's archives again, but at the first opportunity, he wanted to get Valeria alone and talk about whatever was obviously on her mind. Chapter 480. Leon's guess. Tens of millions of silver coins and 99 gold talents went into Leon's soul realm. Accompanying them were more than 100 different gems, from the most valuable diamonds and sapphires down to more mediocre amethysts. He had enough gems to independently power all of his enchanting work for a long time to come. Once his vault was emptied, Leon and Ajax arranged to have all of those silver coins put into his account with Heaven's Eye, raising his account value to about 45 million. That, Leon thought, would be enough money to finance his enchanting experiments for quite a while. In fact, Just thinking about that massive hoard of money was enough to have Leon practically walking on clouds with a massive smile on his face. That smile only got wider when he thought about the gold in his soul realm, in all of its shining glory. But once he and his small party were taken to Ajax's palace to rest and relax, his smile vanished, and his good mood began to sour. The palace was, itself, not too dissimilar to Emila's down in the capital. It was a little bit smaller and lacked the gardens that Elise had cultivated, but it was more than enough for the four of them to have all the space they could possibly ask for. The stables, too, were open and luxurious, allowing Anzu to have his own tremendously comfortable cell. Leon, Elise, and Maya all got a spacious suite to themselves, while Valeria was given one of her own, giving everyone all the privacy they needed. Elise seductively began once she, Maya, and Leon had gotten a little more situated in their suite and Ajax's servants that brought in their luggage had left. What should we do now? She sat down on the huge bed and leaned back as she hungrily stared at Maya and Leon, one of her hands slowly running over the soft covers and onto her thigh, pulling her dress up above her knees. Maya needed no other invitation. She walked right over and roughly pushed Elise down onto her back. The river nymph's hands began playing at the buttons and knots that kept Elise's dress in place. I know exactly what we should do, she said out loud, her voice acting as a potent aphrodisiac for both of her lovers. Leon, however, couldn't participate. He stared at the sight in longing, his lower head at attention and demanding that he join his two ladies, but he had something else he had to do first. With as much willpower as he could bring to bear, he said in the strained tone of a man who didn't want to leave but knew that he had to, "You two, have fun. I have something I need to do right now." Maya's hands froze in place as she turned her attention away from Elise's body and toward Leon as he took a few steps toward the door. "What business?" she asked. Elise joined Maya when she sat up as much as she could with Maya straddling her hips and pressing her back in the bed. "Leon, we've barely touched each other on the entire journey north. You can't leave us like this," she complained, her tone more pleading than demanding or irate. "I'll be back shortly," Leon replied as he gave the two the most loving and appreciative smile he could. "However, I need to speak with Valeria right now. I think she knows more about that mage that infiltrated the tower than she was letting on. Even if she doesn't, she was acting real suspicious back in Ajax's office, and I just wanted to check in with her and make sure she's all right before burying myself too deeply in either of you. I know that if I did that, then I'd probably be unable to tear myself away until tomorrow morning at the earliest. Is this something you want to do on your own?" Maya asked despite knowing the answer. She could feel Leon's emotional state through their connection, and she could feel his desire to be alone and his need for truth right now. "It is," he replied. "Then go take care of it," Maya replied as she pushed Elise back down into the bed covers. "I'll keep Elise happy until you return." Before Elise could respond, Maya had her dress pushed to her waist from both ends to reveal her tantalizing underwear that seemed to be failing at its job, leaving strategic holes in places to give access to her most sensitive places. Without another word, Maya had her lips on one of Elise's nipples and one of her hands buried between Elise's legs. And so, with Elise's cries of pleasure ringing in his ears and a tremendous sense of regret and longing, Leon bottled up his titanic arousal and got out of the suite before his desires could distract him from what he needed to do. It helped that once the door was closed behind him, all sounds were blocked and he could focus on the task at hand instead of Maya on top of Elise. A few quick seconds later he was back out of the room set aside for him and his ladies and was at Valeria's door. After a few strong but patient knocks, Valeria opened the door. "Hey," she said in a cheery voice that wavered just enough for Leon to suspect its authenticity. "What brings you here? I'd have thought that the three of you would be immersed in each other right now." Leon smiled bitterly and replied, "Don't make me think about that. We need to have a few words, and if you remind me of what they're doing while I'm gone, I might not have the patience to stay as long as this might require." "Okay," Valeria replied as she opened the door wider and stepped aside. "Come on in." Leon thanked her and walked into the central lounge area of Valeria's suite. Valeria closed the door behind him as he entered and took a seat in a nearby armchair. "So, what's this you need to talk to me about?" she asked, crossing her legs and staring at him with slightly anxious curiosity. Leon took a deep breath, steadying himself so that he could think about what to say before jumping right in. He didn't want to sound too accusatory, he wanted her to know that he still trusted her. "I wanted to talk to you about the incident last night with Ajax and that shadow mage," Leon said, and immediately he saw her relatively cheery attitude disappear. I don't want to make any assumptions, but I thought that you might have some insight to offer into the matter. Insight that you might not want to talk about in front of everyone else. What kind of insight are you looking for? Valeria asked, her body language growing a little more defensive as her legs uncrossed and she folded her arms across her chest. I don't really know, Leon replied. All I know is that you reacted a little strangely in that meeting, and I just want to know why. You know that I'm committed to our agreement, and I want to make sure that everything is going all right. That there's nothing that might threaten that arrangement. Valeria seemed for a moment like she was going to argue with him, but after a brief glare, she relaxed. You know, for someone so quiet and supposedly introverted, you notice more than I think most people might expect, Valeria said. Leon offered no more than a smile as a response. After a moment, Valeria continued. I don't know anything for sure, that's why I didn't speak up back then. It's mostly just a suspicion in the back of my mind, something that occurred to me that I can't shake. Go on. I think that the man that broke into Emily's palace and the woman who broke into the tower were both my father's agents. Leon leaned forward as she confirmed what he was starting to himself suspect. But I can't say for certain. I've told you before that my father always kept me far away from his day-to-day business, even if he occasionally saw fit to update me on the mission as a whole. I remember you saying that much, yes. What else can you tell me? Leon kept his tone soft and questioning, implicitly leaving her the option to refuse if she wanted. He was gratified to see that she did not. It didn't really strike me when Lord Ajax was talking, but when Naiad told us about that man who attacked Emily's palace, things started to click in my head. If you've got things clicking up there, you might want to get that checked out, Leon muttered with a quiet chuckle, hoping to keep the mood light. He wanted this to be more of a chat between friends and allies, not an interrogation between enemies. Valeria blessed him with a sarcastic smile before she continued. I wasn't too close with my father's agents, with the exception to Adriano's and Timotheo's. They were close enough to us that my father adopted them. The rest, I only saw on occasion and had no formal introductions. However, the man Naiad killed sounded like Lucas, since he vanished around the same time as Naiad appeared in the capital. From the description of her appearance and her powers, I would guess that the woman last night was Rhea, another of my father's 7th-tier mages. Remind me, how many 7th-tier mages does your father have? At this point, 2, Rhea and Alexandros. Alexandros is a shorter, stockier man, with pale skin and dark hair. Leon nodded despite knowing that that description didn't help all that much at this point. Do you have any idea what Rhea might have been doing? Leon asked. My guess is as good as yours, she replied. Leon nodded as he considered the situation. She found a blood sample from somewhere, he thought out loud. She obviously thought it was related to me, so she brought it here to Tira where it could be tested against the stored blood of the rest of my family. I don't think my father has any blood magic specialists in his service, Valeria said. I don't think she realized that blood that old wasn't useful if it hadn't been magically preserved. If she did, she never would have risked such a thing. Or at least, I don't think she would have. As a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I can't help but wonder why she targeted Heaven's Eye, of all places. Surely Lineage Hall would have been a less well-defended place to target. Wouldn't they also store the blood of your forebears? That's a very good point, Leon said as he leaned back in his chair. Maybe we ought to ask Ajax to look into any potential security breaches in the local ancestral temples. That would probably be a good idea. We'll get that done first thing in the morning. So, she found some blood and brought it here to be tested. That might mean several things. First, it probably means that Tira was closer to wherever she found that blood sample than the tower in the capital, or any other ancestral temple where my family's blood might have been stored. If she targeted the tower, then she had some reason to do so, and she also needed to kidnap a Heaven's Eye blood mage to assist her. That blood mage was probably right. Then, she must be desperate, Valeria whispered as a look of concern fell across her face. My father's people don't just do all these things because it's convenient. They use bribery and coercion wherever possible. I can't imagine that she couldn't just come into the tower and ask to have the sample tested. Maybe that would have taken too long. If she's as desperate as you think, then maybe she didn't think she could afford to go through legal channels. Valeria began to frown as a new thought occurred to her. Neither my father nor Alexandros were with her, at least as far as Lord Ajax was aware, so where were they? Leon finished her thought. She gave him a deadly serious and fearful nod. Ray's desperate and my father and Alexandro's must have been taken out of the picture somehow. That's the only reason she would have done all of this without support and in the manner she chose. She thinks her father is dead, Leon thought as Valeria's expression began to turn more and more towards fear than anything else. We can't say for certain, Leon quickly said, hoping to cut off whatever dark thoughts were brewing in her head. Lord Justin is an 8th tier mage by all accounts. I can't imagine there's much outside of the Central Empires on this plane that can harm him. We don't know Ray's circumstances, or if this is even her. But my father's been missing for so long, Valeria quietly replied. I would have thought he'd have come back by now, but if he's been, Leon rose from his seat across from her and slid into a seat on a sofa that was closer to her. He almost laid a hand on her forearm, but he thought that might have been a bit too much, so he stuck with a serious tone and an earnest gaze. Let's not go making assumptions absent more conclusive evidence, he said. We don't even know that was really Rhea. Lord Justin's power is no minor thing, and if we should be making any assumptions, it's that he's still around and simply hasn't shown himself for whatever reason. Valeria didn't look too reassured, but she took a few moments to compose herself anyway. It was long enough for Leon to regret his choice of reassurances, for he essentially told her that Justin had willingly abandoned her rather than simply being unable to come back, and he was too embarrassed to try and correct himself. He knew he'd just dig himself deeper into that hole. All he said was, "We'll find him. We'll find him." I hope so, Valeria replied as she slumped down into her chair, looking a little lost. Until then, Leon said, not sure how to comfort her without seeming too familiar, yet still wanting to help get her mind off this. What do you think we should do regarding Argent Palace? Valeria took a deep breath and didn't immediately answer. After a moment, she pushed herself back up into a more attentive position and asked, "You said you have more private ways of getting into the estate, right?" "That I did," Leon replied. "Then that's what we should use. If Rhea is here and looking for you, then the best thing we can do is avoid her at all costs. Entering Argent Palace through the front gates would be like sending up a flare of your exact position." Leon hummed in agreement. "The problem there, though, is that the last time I got into Argent Palace, I must have tripped an alarm somewhere, because the guards protecting the place were alerted to my presence. So we're going to have to inform them that we're there, regardless." "When were you last at Argent Palace?" Valeria suddenly asked, a smile of intrigue blooming on her face. "When I was coming south from the Vales," Leon replied. "I almost got caught, but I got a few minutes to myself in my family's archives before I had to bail." "Why am I not surprised?" Valeria said with a gentle laugh. Leon almost joined her until a possibility suddenly entered his mind. Tira had the closest tower to the northern Vales. The bandage Rhea had been burned, and he'd burned his home down as he left. If they went north looking for their missing people, he thought, his face starting to twist in worry and dread. Maybe they found my old home. He thought about the forest of black and white, how dangerous it was at night, the secrets it held. The map he'd found at the cradle certainly revealed that there was something there that Leon had never seen even in all the years that he'd lived there with Artorias. Could Justin have gone north looking for Adriano's and this, Timotheo's, then gotten into trouble up there? Is that why he's been missing? "What is it?" Valeria asked, worry etched into her face as Leon went silent and a grave look began spreading across his features. "Nothing good," Leon murmured, momentarily contemplating not telling Valeria his suspicion. But the moment passed and he wasted not another filling her in on the possibility that just entered his mind. "You mean," Valeria whispered in dread. "I think your father may be up in the northern Vales," Leon replied. "And if Ray's as desperate as has been suggested, then he's probably in some kind of danger." Chapter 481, Changing Plans, the Northern Vales. Elise asked for confirmation. "Yes," Leon affirmed, his tone grim and irate. "Offended, even. The chances of him being anywhere else are slim, I think. I can't think of anywhere else he and the rest of his people could be other than my childhood home." "Maybe," Elise responded as she leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. It was the morning after they had arrived, and all four of Leon's party had assembled in one of Ajax's sitting rooms to decide what to do during the day. With Rhea or a woman Valeria guessed was Rhea in the city, they'd decided that heading to Argent Palace right now was a little too risky, even with all that they could do to mitigate those risks. Leon didn't like it, but it was what it was. So, with the entire reason for their visit to Tira now off limits, they had to decide what to do instead, and for Valeria at least, that decision was easy: venture north to the Vales and look for her missing father. For all that she felt betrayed and abandoned by his disappearance, she couldn't just let Leon's guess go uninvestigated. She couldn't just abandon her father, even if she felt that he had done just that to her. Leon had already decided to go with her. He doubted that she'd be of any help to him in the archives with this weighing down on her mind, and besides, he didn't think he had it in him to deny her this and see her either leave him or be distracted during their time in Argent Palace. So, he figured that since the palace wasn't going anywhere, it was safe to put it off for just a little while longer. They could take care of their business in the north, then visit the archives on the way back south. All told, he doubted this delay would last longer than a few weeks. 2 months at the most. On a more personal note, it had been years since he'd last seen his former home, and the more he thought about returning, the more his heart demanded that he do so, despite the dangers inherent to the forest of black and white. There was also that mysterious location in the east of his home vale that he had to check out, and he now felt confident that he had the power and gear to do so in relative safety. Plus, he was livid that his home seemed to have been invaded in this way. Well, it wasn't his home anymore, not since he burned it down on his way out, but the idea of allies of those who murdered his father walking around that place was something he found offensive on a deeply personal level. So, with that decided upon, the only problem lay with Elise and Maya and what they would decide to do. "We don't know for certain that he's there, it's only a guess," Valeria said. "But I think that if he were still in the kingdom, then he would have reached out to me by now. He's been gone 6 months, he has to have run into trouble up there." Elise glanced at Leon. He'd told her of the dangers that lived up there, of ice wraiths and banshees, of tree sprites, river nymphs, and trolls, and of all the other things that he could think of. As beautiful as Leon claimed it to be, she wasn't in a hurry to see it for herself, but from seeing Leon so often leave in his only recent return from war, she was loath to let him go off on his own again. "It'll be a hard trek north," Leon said. "I'd understand if you didn't want to come with. You think I'd just let you two leave here on your own?" Elise asked, her tone almost offended and accusatory. "I know that I probably won't be able to follow you into the forest of black and white, but I can at least come with you to the Brown Bear's tribe." "No, I don't expect you to just let us leave," Leon honestly replied. "But what kind of person would I be if I just expected you to drop everything to come with? It's a long way over some of the coldest and harshest terrain on the plain. I don't want to subject you to that, but I also hate the idea of leaving you here." "I get it," Elise said, "it's a long way and the Vales are dangerous. But I won't be left behind again while you gallivant around the edge of the world. I'll get some Heaven's Eye guards to come with us, and I can accompany you at least partway." Leon smiled. Truth be told, he hated the idea of leaving her behind, too. Their relationship had first started with him leaving for several months, then coming back for only a few days, then leaving again for more than a year. They'd been together for almost 4 years, and yet they'd only been together for less than 2. Now that they could be together permanently and without fear of being split up by their responsibilities, he would have to tear out his own heart if he wanted to leave her behind. Even then, judging by the fire in her eyes, he didn't think that would work. With a quick glance at Maya, he knew that it would be pointless to try and convince her to stay behind, too, even if he were of a mind to try. All 4 of them were going to go north and there was little point in discussing that much any longer. "All right, then," Leon said. "Let's get the specific logistics worked out. If Valeria is right and Rhea is desperate, then there has to be some reason for her desperation. So, I think it would be safe to assume that we're probably working on a time crunch." "Assuming we're right in our assumptions," Valeria added with a cheeky smile. "Assuming that, yes," Leon conceded, returning the smile. He glanced around at all 3 ladies. Maya had been rather quiet during the entire conversation, but he knew if she objected to anything, she'd make her mind known. From what he could see, they were all on the same page. "So, why don't we get started on working out what all of this is going to look like?" It didn't take long for them to work out the logistics. Elise had already figured most of it out before they'd started seriously talking about going north. Not that they needed to work much out, they weren't going to be bringing too many people. Once they were done with that, though, Valeria had one last thing to say. "Thank you, everyone," she said, her voice quivering with emotion, her eyes starting to glisten with unshed tears. "I know none of you have to do this for me, but it means so much that you're willing to go so far to help me. Don't even think about it," Leon said with a smile. We're friends, this is nothing. Valeria smiled as Elise then took her hands. We're with you, no questions asked. Even if you don't share our bed, your family as far as I'm concerned. The two embraced, Valeria quietly starting to sob as Elise whispered more words of comfort into her ears. After a few moments of watching this, Leon's eyes wandered over to Maya and saw that Elise's sentiment was not shared in his river nymph lover. Got something to say? Leon asked her, his tone soft and light, not a trace of accusation could be heard in it. It disturbs me how quickly this woman has been accepted, Maya said. You resisted me quite fiercely when we first met, yet this woman who is connected to your enemies is comforted and embraced, almost to the point of excluding us, jealous. Leon playfully asked. Maya responded with a glare. Leon smirked back at her before his expression turned more serious. She's not just some woman we picked up on the side of the road. Elise has known her since she was little, and I've also known her for years. Known her longer than I've known you. Do you remember that she was there at the villa when you killed those vampires? Was she? I confess I wasn't paying those other humans much attention, Leon bitterly smiled. Would probably do you good to change that mindset. I think that where we're going to be ending up in the near future you won't be powerful enough to get away with it. Anyway, I understand why Elise is acting like this, but I think that we can talk to her about this when we get back because I do agree somewhat that her need to take care of Valeria is getting a little bit excessive. I hope that, until then, we can all remain civil. And I do mean everyone, the two of us most of all. Maya shrugged and said nothing more. She pointedly didn't look at Elise or Valeria for the rest of their conversation. Hey there demon, Leon said as he hopped off the throne in his soul realm. Human, Zafin lazily responded from his pavilion. He sounded barely attentive, as if he were in the middle of something and Leon was little more than a fleeting distraction. I don't suppose you noticed that I emptied out my vault. Zafin didn't immediately respond, so Leon entered the pavilion and lay his eyes on what Zafin was doing. Thousands of fire runes and other modifier runes had been written in the air and swirled around the fiery demon like a gentle tornado, each of them glowing a hot red-orange. However, even for all his skill in enchanting, Leon couldn't discern even the barest hint of what the demon was actually doing with all those runes. What in the hells are you doing? Leon asked, both amazed and mildly horrified at what he was seeing. The demon finally turned his eyes toward the human and growled, proper enchantment. Your recent gains in power have been enough to push me closer to what you might call the 9th tier, but it's still proceeding excruciatingly slowly. Excruciatingly slowly, huh, Leon muttered as he took in all of the runes flying around the demon. You going from 3rd tier power to the 8th tier in 4 years is slow. I'm not gaining that power, I'm regaining that power, Zafin testily replied. There's a world of difference. Leon responded as he reluctantly tore his eyes away from the runes and made eye contact with his demonic partner. Well, the reason I'm disturbing you like this is because I emptied out my vault, and so have access to some high-quality gems for enchanting. With my mind palace completed, I wanted to make a permanent version of that training platform thing that you used to get back to the 8th tier. Zafin's burning yellow eyes flashed brighter and the runes floating in the air around him halted for a moment. It's about time. The demon roared, the bright orange fires that covered his body almost exploding in intensity. I'm glad you're happy, but there are a couple of caveats we're going to have to address first, Leon said with a predatory smile. Name them, Zafin said, barely hesitating. First, you're going to have to make good on your promise to teach me your mental communication technique. No more fucking excuses this time, and you have to teach me everything I need to know about this enchantment rather than simply giving me the whole thing to copy. I want to know exactly how it works. Zafin didn't take long to deliberate, though he did spare a few seconds to get in a few jabs at Leon's expense. I would have figured you'd have researched it on your own, boy. Maybe you're not as skilled in enchanting as you think you are. I've made no claims as to my skills, and I've been focused more on brushing up my fundamentals than studying something that advanced, Leon countered. Zafin quickly swept his fiery arm through the air, dispelling the hovering runes. Leon still wasn't sure what they had been doing, but with the prospect of gaining a new spell that could control the mists of chaos to give him more power right in front of him, he controlled his curiosity. All right, then, settle in and let old Uncle Zafin tell you all about the powers you wish you had, the demon mockingly said. Leon fought the urge to roll his eyes and held his tongue. I think you've already started on learning a mental communication technique with your fish girl, so let's go over the basics that she's taught you. There, did you get all that? Zafin asked, several hours after beginning his lecture on his mental communication technique. Or do you need me to explain all of that again and speak slower, with smaller words, so you can understand? No, you ass, I got it all the first time, Leon said with a dark expression on his face. He'd thought that since he was making progress with Maya's communication technique, then he would be able to learn Zafin's and maybe combine the two, or at least have both for different situations. However, now that he knew how to do it, he understood why Zafin had repeatedly told him he was too weak to use it. It required extremely fine control over his magic power and a good familiarity with magic senses. In truth, it shared many similarities with Maya's technique, in that it was much like magic senses that projected his voice instead of other senses. But that wasn't even accurate, for magic senses only appeared like sight and hearing because, as Leon understood it, that was how his brain was choosing to interpret the information it received. In the case of Maya and Zafin's ability to speak directly into another person's mind, things were much more complicated. For one, he had to know someone was there to use the technique. It had to have some kind of target for him to focus on, something with an aura that he could observe, otherwise his voice wouldn't be projected. The second and much harder part was actually getting his magic power to pulse in the proper way. To use magic senses, he had to project his magic power and fill his spine with mana, letting his projected power resonate with the power in his spine. To use these finicky techniques, he had to have much finer control over the power in his spine so that he could pass on information rather than passively receiving it. That in itself highlighted how easy Leon found it to communicate with Maya like this. Their soul realms were connected, and they shared a great deal of their emotions with the other already. Speaking to each other through this connection was child's play with what they already shared. For everyone else, Leon would have to be able to get his magic power to resonate in a certain way with theirs, effectively spoofing their magic senses so that they could hear his voice. After several hours of trying, Leon was left frustrated and jealous that river nymphs and demons apparently found this so easy to do. Then again, Maya was more than 170 years old and Zafin was at least 500,000, so he took some small comfort in the fact that they'd had much more time to practice communicating in this way. It also gave him some ideas about spying on other people if he could get his power to resonate with their projected magic senses, or even feeding them false information. He wondered if that was even possible, receiving the information from someone else's magic senses as if they were his own, or making them see or hear things that weren't there. Or making them not see or hear things that were there. Or maybe I could just learn some shadow magic, that seems much less complicated than this, he sarcastically thought. But Leon didn't get much time to think about, for a moment later, Zafin launched into an explanation of his enchanting array that would accumulate the mists of chaos and help them to be absorbed. He didn't get very far before the Thunderbird finally deigned to show herself, however. She came tearing out of the mists as Zafin conjured light projections of the necessary glyphs, all hovering around him in their proper places. The spots for the gems that would contain and refine the power of the mists were clearly shown. "What are you two doing?" the Thunderbird demanded to know as she assumed her human form and strode into the pavilion. "Teaching," Zafin flippantly replied. "You're hardly a qualified teacher," the Thunderbird said as she turned her gaze to the hovering projections. "This is too strong. It must be weakened if you don't want the gems you have to shatter. It needs to be strong or else it'll be useless," Zafin protested. "Gems are as common as fleas on a dog's ass. If they break, just replace them." "That sounds expensive," Leon said, shuddering at the thought of having to constantly buy and break the stones. "Oh, for the," Zafin exasperatedly began. "Look, I get that you're now part dragon or whatever, but you have to use what you have. Otherwise, why have it? In case I want to use that stuff for other things," Leon said. "If there's a better way to use these gems without destroying them every time, then I want to know what they are." "Don't listen to this noisy campfire," the Thunderbird said, turning her attention to Leon. "Use this enchantment instead, it's much better for your purposes." She snapped her fingers, conjuring another light projection in the air, showing a similar, though much simpler enchantment than the one that Zafin was showing off. "Fine, fine," the demon replied, letting his own projection drop. "If you want to use that weak baby shit, I won't stop you. Just don't come crying to me when you want some real enchantments that'll put some embers on your chest." Ignoring the demon's grumblings, the Thunderbird said to Leon, "I'd say it's time to resume your training. It's been too long, We need to keep you limber and in the best condition that you could possibly be in. What do you say? Leon glanced at her, at the blatantly not looking at them Zaffin, and then at the enchantment still floating in the air. He thought about the lies that the Thunderbird had told him, and of the dangers that he still faced. Promise me that you'll never lie to me again, Leon said, his tone as serious as it could be. I will never lie to you again, of that you have my undying word, the Thunderbird unhesitatingly replied. I burned that bridge with the great black dragon. It might make your life a little harder if it decides to tell the rest of his clan about you, but my first responsibility is to you, not to him and his desire to disown you. He was the one thing I ever lied to you about, nothing else will I conceal from you. I also apologize for my earlier deception. You have a right to know about your own heritage and the capabilities you may have inherited from it. Leon nodded, his eyes drifting to the edge of his mind palace far out in the distance. If the great black dragon was out there, well, it hardly mattered to him right now. It wasn't like he could call upon that power at will, no matter how hard he tried, and he had tried, and quite a few times, at that. There wasn't much reason for him to be bitter. It wasn't like anything was being actively taken away from him, since as far as he was concerned, he never had that fire in the first place. Far better to resume his training with the Thunderbird and be that much more prepared for whatever might be to come, especially since his confrontation with Justin and his return to his childhood home was on the horizon. All right, Leon said. I'd like to resume training, if you'd be willing. The Thunderbird smiled. Let's get to it, then. Let's start with enchanting, and this enchantment in particular. Chapter 482, The Brown Bears, Last Chance for Anyone to Turn Around, Leon said as the doors to Clear Ice Fortress began to open, the great steel slabs moving excruciatingly slowly. At his side was Elise and Valeria riding Anzu, while Maya stood at his other side. Behind them were half a dozen Heaven's Eye guardsmen of at least 4th-tier power and one negotiator. Elise decided that if she were going all the way to the Northern Vales, then she might as well make use of Leon's connections to secure some trade deals with the Brown Bear tribe for silk grass, and so had decided to bring more than just guards. The negotiator himself was a 6th-tier mage, fairly short and bookish, but serious and humorless. He carried in his soul realm gifts for the Valemen to help ingratiate them and make their negotiations easier, and had even briefly consulted Leon on what gifts might be appreciated. I don't think anyone's going to turn around now, love, Elise said, smiling at Leon. She was dressed all in white, her clothes thick to keep out the profound chill of the frozen mountains and trimmed with white fur. In fact, everyone was dressed fairly similarly. It was going to be a hard trek north over some of the roughest and coldest terrain on the plain. Only Leon and Maya were going to be somewhat immune to the bitter cold of these mountains. No one was particularly worried, though. At the very least, Leon's fire magic would prove its worth outside of combat. All right, then let's get moving, Leon said, returning Elise's smile as he led their group out through the gates and into the mountain passes of the frozen mountain range. It was a hard march over broken ground, through caves, and even up the odd cliff or two. With Anzu and Leon being capable of flight, however, the group never strayed too far from their path, even when the cold bit at their exposed flesh and did its best to rip through their clothes. But this was a path used by poor Valemen who traveled south to sell silk grass for silver and other things. Leon's group was properly equipped and supported by Heaven's Eye. It only took a matter of days for them to emerge on the other side of the mountains, cold, tired, and kind of hating life, but fully intact and none the worse for wear. Elise even started to regret not turning back on the worst day, when they had to hurriedly find shelter during a terrible snowstorm, but she pushed on regardless. She was the happiest of them all when they finally made it down out of the mountains and into the foothills at the southern edge of the Northern Vale where the Brown Bear tribe made its home. Leon wasn't too far behind her in terms of joy. He'd missed the simplicity of Vale life, and just being back in a place where he could see mountains in all directions had him practically swooning. The cool, crisp Vale air, the sound of the wind rustling the leaves of the distant forests, the smell of pine and Vale flowers, even the thinner ambient magic, it all spoke of home and comfort, and he began to relax. A smile was almost omnipresent on his face as they proceeded north, only occasionally stopping to rest. It took only 2 more days at their leisurely pace to reach the central plain and see Vale Town in the distance. It had hardly changed in the few years since Leon had been gone. Still a relatively small city, though only by southern standards. It was home to at least 20,000 people, and from what Leon could see with his magic senses, it had actually grown a little since he'd last stopped by. So, Where are we going? Elise asked. They began to draw closer to the city's outskirts. We're heading for the longhouse in the center of the city, Leon said, drawing everyone's attention toward the fortified longhouse of Torfin Ice Eyes on a gentle hill. In the entire city, it was the only location that had stone works of any kind, with several layers of stone walls protecting the hill. Every other building in the city, including the longhouse, was made of timber. They got more than a few strange looks as they passed the people on the street, especially Anzu and Leon, but no one stopped them. It probably helped that they weren't obviously armed or armored and that Leon was known in the area, even if he'd been gone a fairly long time. Interesting place, Valeria said as they started making their way through the winding and unplanned streets of the city. Not as interesting as I'd heard, but interesting. Disappointed there aren't people making blood sacrifices or fucking in the streets. Leon dryly asked. Those were the two most common rumors of life in the Northern Vale spread by those in the South who'd never been. Maybe a little, Valeria cheekily replied. Maybe I'm just surprised everyone's leaving us alone. Torfin Ice Eyes runs a tight ship, and we're strong and numerous enough that the Valemen won't go out of their way to antagonize us, Leon replied, not worried at all about the attention they were getting from the locals. They arrived at the longhouse a little bit after noon without any trouble. Despite Leon being well-known, he and his father had never been particularly friendly with anyone outside of Torfin and his thanes. At the very least, his lack of caution was vindicated since they weren't once challenged as he led his small group straight to the main doors of the longhouse and pushed them open. Leon had only managed to take a single step into the longhouse before he was almost violently accosted by a great bear of a man, tremendously tall, long brown hair, a beard of legendary proportions, a powerful body banded with corded muscle, piercing gray eyes, and the aura of a fifth-tier mage radiating from his flesh. Little Lion. The man roared, his voice so deep that it was a wonder he didn't shake the foundations of his longhouse with every word. Welcome back. Torfin. For this man could be none other than he held Leon close, practically suffocating the younger man in the tribal chief's bare fur cloak and layered silk grass shirt. Leon quickly wrapped his arms around Torfin in turn, embracing the older Valeman like an old friend. Leon wasn't sure if that label applied to them, but he was certainly happy to see the Valeman chief again. It's good to see you again, Torfin. Leon replied, his voice muffled as Torfin was still holding his face in his great bear fur cloak. Ah, Torfin said as he relented a little and let Leon pull back, but he kept his hand on Leon's shoulder like he was a favored nephew. Come here, let me look at you, Torfin said as he stepped back, a smile plastered on his face that was so big that not even his enviable beard could hide it. And as Leon's form and aura fell more and more into his eyes, Torfin's eyes began to grow wide and his grip on Leon's shoulder weakened. You are looking pretty good, Little Lion, the Valeman chief stated appreciatively. The South must have treated you well. I mean, look at you. You're a man, now. Leon smiled in embarrassment. He was a lot weaker and skinnier the last time he was here. He knew it had to be a shock for him to suddenly show back up covered in muscle and emitting an aura too. Powerful for Torfin to see through. And you're looking as strong as ever, I see, Leon responded. Haha, I'd have to be, Torfin boomed. Our tribe has grown considerably in the past few years. But where are my manners? Please, come in, come in. The chief waved Leon's companions inside. Leon saw that Elise was already charmed by the chief's jovial and outgoing attitude, as was the negotiator from Heaven's Eye. Maya and Valeria, on the other hand, seemed much less impressed. Whoa, Torfin gasped as Anzu tried to follow everyone inside. Is this thing with you? The Valeman chief asked Leon, his tone growing more serious. Leon could sense the fluctuations in his aura that indicated he was about to draw a weapon from his soul realm. Hurriedly, Leon replied, yes. Yes, Anzu is my war beast. Ah, all right, then, Torfin muttered, keeping his eye on Anzu for a few seconds longer as Leon tended to the griffin. A few minutes later, Anzu was resting in a warm corner and everyone else had taken seats at Torfin's favorite table. There weren't many other people in the hall, and Leon happened to notice that none of Torfin's thanes were present, either. So, Little Lion, please introduce everyone. Torfin loudly requested. Leon smiled and took Elise's hand first. This is Elise, my fiancée, he said with a huge smile. A pleasure to meet you, Elise said with a more distant but dignified smile. And you, Torfin replied with a smile and nod of his own. Next came Maya sitting on Leon's other side. He took the river nymph's hand with his free hand and said, This is Naiad, my mate. Torfin blinked in surprise at the term, but he didn't question it. Good to meet you, he said to Maya, though the river nymph barely spared him a single look. Lovely woman, too, he said sarcastically, a hint of steel entered his voice. He didn't take too kindly to being so disrespected in his own hall, and Leon was certain if Maya had been weaker than Torfin or unconnected to him, she'd have been thrown out. Leon squeezed Maya's hand and gave her a meaningful look. She sighed in exasperation but at least deigned to give Torfin the briefest of nods, which went far enough to alleviate Torfin's wounded pride that Leon was comfortable moving on. That is Valeria, my knight, Leon stated, and the others are with a detachment sent by Heaven's Eye, a group of merchants in the south who were looking to set up some formal trade deals with the Brown Bears. Sounds fine, Torfin replied, his suspicion and reluctance only broken by a warm smile sent Valeria's way. And everyone, this is Torfin Ice Eyes, the chief of the Brown Bear tribe and an old friend of my father's. Torfin's expression changed into one more suited for a proud and powerful tribal chief for a moment before coming back down to a warmer and more genuine smile and welcoming demeanor. If it hasn't been made clear enough yet, Torfin said, please make yourselves at home here. If you're a friend of the Little Lions, then you're a friend of mine. Leon cringed a bit at the repeated use of his old nickname, but he didn't mind Torfin using it. He did, however, catch Elise smirking at him out of the corner of his eye, and when he glanced at her, she had the widest smile on her face. When they made eye contact, she mouthed the words, Little Lion, at him. Well, looks like I'm never going to hear the end of that, Leon thought. Torfin continued, I don't have the room for everyone here, so Little Lion and you three ladies can sleep here. The rest of you will have to wait a little while, but I'll find somewhere for you to spend your nights. Dinner was a fairly raucous affair. Torfin made sure that his guests were settled, generously fed, and given all the meat and water they wanted. He also called for a small feast to celebrate Leon's visit, and even those Valemen who didn't know Leon or hadn't known Artoria's well-found cause to celebrate with Elise, Valeria, and Maya in their midst. In fact, many of the younger or brasher warriors started trying to compete for the ladies' attention, with more than a few impromptu contests of drinking, insults, or fists breaking out around them. Fortunately, the ladies were either only mildly amused or just indifferent. Elise engaged with many of the warriors, listening when they told their stories, laughing at their jokes, and generally being a good guest. Valeria was a little more subdued polite, but she didn't speak much. Maya barely tolerated any of the warriors looking at her, and she mostly tried to pretend that none of them existed. If any of Torfin's people were offended, they hid it well. They didn't all like Leon or Artorias, but they at least respected their power and their relationship with Torfin. They weren't going to cause too much trouble for Torfin's guests. Because Torfin was busy handling the feast and making sure all of his guests had places to sleep, he and Leon didn't have a chance to privately speak until that night after the feast was over and the warriors had returned to their homes. There weren't many places they could speak, though, so their private chat wound up in a corner of the hall while the ladies were getting ready to turn in for the night. So, Torfin began as he and Leon sat down at a small round table, Torfin with a horn of meat and Leon with water. What brings you all the way back here, Little Lion? Don't get me wrong, it's good to see you back and doing all right, but it seems like you were living a good life down there. I can't imagine you'd want to return for no reason at all. You don't think I just want to show my lovers where I grew up? Leon asked with a sarcastic smile. Torfin chuckled and said, I love my home, but from what your father told me about the South, the Vales aren't the kind of place that people come to for fun. Leon smiled. They're a real bitch to reach, that's for sure. Without silk grass, I don't think there'd be many who'd be willing to make the journey, those mountains are just that bad. Torfin hummed in agreement. He'd made the journey south and back again once before, though he hadn't ever gone further south than Clear Ice Fortress. But he still knew the discomforts and hazards of the route all too well. Leon continued, I guess, to make a long story short, we're looking for someone, and I have some reason to believe he went east into the forest of black and white. Why would anyone want to go into that mother-forsaken hellhole? Torfin's face tightened in distaste. If they did, they're probably dead by now. I know, but I have to check anyway. Might be related to my father's death. Made any progress on that front? Torfin asked with a dark look. You know that all you need to do is say the word and I'll be there for you if you need me. Your father was my friend, too. I know, and I appreciate the offer. Leon's tone was nothing but genuine. Thorfinn couldn't help but start smiling as he noticed all the little oddities in Leon's behavior that weren't there anymore. He was relaxed, confident, and speaking in complete sentences rather than terser fragments. "This man you're going to find," Thorfinn began as he watched Leon closely, "you're going to kill him, right? I mean, I can't imagine you would come all this way otherwise." "I don't know," Leon replied. His aura began to roil and churn and fill with killing intent, making all of Thorfinn's hair stand on end. However, only a moment later, Leon composed himself. "I would like to kill this man, for obvious reasons. I might not, depends on how we find each other." "Why would you not?" Thorfinn asked in alarm. "I've been led to believe he's a good man who's doing what he's doing because he's been forced," Leon explained. "I'm reserving my judgment until I meet him for myself. I would very much like to kill him, though. More than I think I can express. So, to tell you the truth, I'm kind of hoping he tries to kill me. Assuming he's still alive, of course, which doesn't look likely given how long he's been missing." Thorfinn nodded along, understanding that he was missing a lot of context, but not feeling like having Leon sit there and explain everything was going to pan out. "Is there anything else I can do to help right now, then?" he asked instead. He decided that it was simply better to make the offer and trust that Leon had everything in hand, even though he dearly wanted vengeance for his murdered friend. But that vengeance wasn't for him to take. "Just keep an eye out for anyone who might be asking about me or my father," Leon replied. "There hasn't been anyone like that showing up in the past year or so, has there?" "I couldn't say. If there has been, their questions haven't reached my ears." "What about your thanes? Speaking of which, where are they? I haven't seen them all day. They haven't been around much, so I doubt they've had to deal with any southerners lately." Asbjorn is in the west watching over the passes to the western vales. Freya is helping the farmers of the Greenhand tribe with harvesting silk grass, and Harold is keeping the peace among some of the refugees who decided to settle here rather than go home after that nasty business with Hakon Firebeard wrapped up. "Ah, right," Leon replied with a smile. "Speaking of that man, you know I encountered him in the south, right?" "What?" Thorfinn's relaxed demeanor suddenly turned tense as his expression warped in alarm. "Yeah," Leon confirmed. "I was stationed at the fort blocking his access to the Bull Kingdom. I fought him, though I hate to admit that I didn't fare all that well when we crossed blades. Hakon was eventually defeated by a bull mage and executed." "Huh," Thorfinn murmured as he settled back in his chair. "Interesting, I'd not heard much of the details about his death. Then again, I'm hardly surprised. I'm glad to see that you survived, though. Thanks. Do you know when your thanes'll be back?" Leon asked, surprising himself by how willing he was to see them. He'd never gotten along with any of the thanes, but he'd only been back in Thorfinn's longhouse for less than half a day and he already felt intoxicated by the nostalgia. "A few weeks at the earliest, I'd say," Thorfinn replied. "Damn, not sure I'll be staying that long." "Well, anytime you want to come back, don't hesitate. You'll always have a place in my hall." "Thanks, I appreciate it. Anyway, I'd like to stay here for at least another day and recover from the journey north, if that's all right with you. I'll be heading east either tomorrow or the day after, while Elise and the Heaven's Eye people who came with us will want to stay here and negotiate for silk grass. I do hope there won't be any untoward behavior from any of the Valemen towards her during her stay." "Ha, as if you even need to ask. If any of those milk drinkers make any unwanted advances toward your woman, I'll discipline them." "Thank you," Leon said. "I doubt there'll be any problem with Heaven's Eye here and you keeping the peace, but I had to make sure it was said. Both Valeria and Naiad will be coming with me, so Elise is going to be left here without any of us." Thorfinn nodded. "She'll be fine, I give you my word. Anything you need, little lion, you have but to give voice to it and I'll do what I can to help." "Thank you," Leon repeated. He wasn't sure how far that offer extended. He doubted that it was an actual blind offer of unconditional, limitless assistance, but he wasn't going to be testing it too rigorously. He just wanted everything in place so that he could focus on what was coming next and deal with the fact that his enemies had found their way into his old home. As he thought about the forest of black and white, Leon's heart began to race. There were secrets to be seen in the old vale, and enemies certainly abounded within. But right then, in that moment, there was nothing he wanted to see more than his old home and the grave of his father. Chapter 483. Remnants of home. The morning after Leon's party arrived at Thorfinn's longhouse, it quickly became apparent to Leon that any notions of his of staying with Thorfinn for longer than a night wasn't going to work out well. They were so close to his home vale that Valeria was on edge and terribly restless. He could hardly blame her, though, for that only meant they were incredibly close to possibly finding out more concrete information about her father's whereabouts. For him, it also meant seeing his childhood home once more, as well as finding whatever the hells lay in the east that was so important it made it onto the map in the cradle. Leon eventually decided that he'd have to proceed on to the Forest of Black and White immediately, if only to assuage everyone's nerves. Elise was disappointed that she wasn't going to come with, but her first priority was the supervision of the negotiations with Thorfinn to trade for silk grass plus. The prospect of venturing deep into a wraith-infested vale wasn't once that Leon wanted to share with her, at least until she was also powerful enough to not need his or anyone else's protection in such a place. So, she stayed behind with the Heaven's Eye representatives, leaving Leon, Maya, and Valeria to continue on without her. Leon even ended up leaving Anzu with her to ensure that no matter what might happen, she'd not have to work too hard to return south, should the worst come to pass and they never came back from the Forest of Black and White. Maya, for her part, wasn't too thrilled at leaving Elise behind, but she preferred to travel with Leon into the wild and unknown rather than staying behind in Vale Town, while Valeria was quietly ecstatic that she wasn't also being left behind, even though she did feel for her fire-haired friend. They set out around noon. Leon set a hard pace for them to move at, which the other two were more than willing to match, and they reached the mountain pass that led to his home vale by nightfall. There, Leon had them stop for the night. Valeria's anxiety had only grown as they drew closer, but the last thing Leon wanted was to enter the forest and be immediately set upon by ice wraiths and their pet banshees. When the sun rose the next morning, though, he was quick to get his small party moving again. "Wow," Valeria said, wonder and awe inundating her tone despite her anxious silence of the previous day as she took in her first look at the Forest of Black and White. Leon felt a small amount of pride as he did likewise, staring out from the hills on the far side of the mountain pass at his old home. That pride was joined by a feeling of gratification at seeing that the forest's name was still as ironic as ever, for the seemingly unnatural vibrancy of the colors of the forest was still strong. Even with most of the vale covered by the trees, that still meant that what stretched out before them was a carpet of dark greens and pale blues, with the occasional smattering of reds, purples, yellows, and lighter greens showing the forest clearings. In the distance, they could also see the titanic mountain upon which Leon had awakened his blood, sitting almost in the middle of the vale with the rest of the frozen mountains surrounding it like an icy crown, but most past that mountain either dissolved into the gray haze of distance or was blocked by clouds or the forest canopy. As they paused to drink in the sight, Leon eventually found his eyes drawn in two different directions. The first was obvious, that of his childhood home. The tree cover was too thick for him to directly see the clearing of purple grass where he and Artorias had once lived. It was even not too far outside the range of his magic senses, but he still knew exactly where to find it. The second direction, however, was toward the far side of the vale. He'd never been that deep in the vale before, but the map he'd found in the cradle had clearly indicated that there was something there. "This place feels wrong," Maya said into Leon's mind, pulling him out of his thoughts. "What do you mean?" he responded, cluing Valeria into their conversation. "It feels stifling, like it's trying to stuff my aura back into my body," Maya replied, her face scrunching up in distaste and discomfort. Valeria glanced at the two of them, hoping either of them would directly bring her into their conversation. Maya wasn't so accommodating, but Leon filled her in on Maya's discomfort. "Ah, I can feel something similar, though I thought it was just the altitude or something," Valeria said. "It doesn't seem to be a problem, though, I'm fairly sure that I can still use my magic just fine." Leon glanced at Maya, wondering if she felt the same. Maya only shrugged and turned her attention back to the veil. "All right, then," Leon said, thoroughly confused, but if Maya was so flippant about it, he figured it couldn't be that big of a deal. He certainly didn't feel the same way, and in fact, felt quite invigorated being back in the vale. For him, it was a homecoming. He'd had to leave in the first place because he didn't believe he was strong enough to survive without Artorias, but if he had the power he had now back then he doubted he'd have ever left. "Keep me appraised. If you start feeling sick, let me know and we can stop for a while, or even turn back." Valeria lightly frowned and Maya remained indifferent, but Leon didn't think either would stay quiet if whatever was affecting them grew worse. Without another word, he began to lead the two down the hills and into the forest proper. Any discomfort they had was quickly forgotten in light of the beauty of the forest. The route that Leon led them through wound through some of the less dense regions of the forest where the trees had more space between them and more of the colorful flowers and plants could be seen. Part of the reason he went this way was that it was a slightly easier path to take, but he also wanted to show off his old home a bit. It seemed to have the intended effect, for Valeria's head was on a swivel, taking in every sight and sound that she could. Even Maya looked reasonably impressed, though she remained stoically staring ahead of them and occasionally pulsing her magic senses. Leon was doing likewise, but other than a pack of nearby wind wolves to their south and a black iron bear to their north, there wasn't anything around that would brave being anywhere near beings with their auras. Leon did happen to see a few of the gnarled, twisted trees that housed tree sprites, though, and he steered their group clear of those. He quite vividly remembered the last time he saw someone grabbed by one of those monsters and he wasn't keen on seeing it again. Of course, he didn't let his guard down at all, even with his magic senses. Tree sprites could be in just about any tree, they were only twisted after a long period of habitation, and besides, just because Leon knew that just because he couldn't see a threat didn't mean it wasn't there. He couldn't see hide nor hair of the ice wraiths or their banshees even with his powerful magic senses, but he knew they were out there somewhere. Ooh, he heard Valeria gasp from just behind him. When he turned, he saw her captivated by a bright blue flower that was slowly unfurling before her eyes. It had more than 24 vaguely heart-shaped petals that folded in on each other and covered a golden disc petal that glowed like the sun in the sky. Even more interesting, though, was that it glowed with a detectable amount of light magic. "I'd be careful touching that," Leon warned as Valeria's hand began to reach out for the stem. "It looks pretty and can be used in the production of healing potions, but in its unrefined state it's quite poisonous." Valeria grimaced and hurriedly pulled back. I just thought Elise would have liked it," she said. "I think she would, too," Leon replied. "Think we should try and take it back? It could probably survive a while in one of our soul realms. Is it a problem if it's poisonous?" Valeria asked, her voice dripping with apprehension. "Not really. With our power, it would be a minor inconvenience at worst. But up here, even a minor inconvenience can get you killed." Leon waved his hand and pulled the flower into his soul realm, along with about a foot of dirt in every direction of it. He also grabbed a few more of the same flowers that were growing nearby, just in case Elise wanted to breed them. "This place is beautiful," Valeria said as they turned their attention back to their journey, her mood quickly souring as she remembered why they were there. "I wish we were here under better circumstances." "As do I," Leon replied, his tone turning grim. "Let's keep moving. We'll reach our destination soon." Valeria nodded, and the three shot off again deeper into the forest. They didn't stop again for a while, not even for other gorgeous plants and flowers that Leon knew Elise would have killed to get her hands on. It wasn't until they came within range of the divine scar that they again stopped. The massive crevasse carved into the western regions of the Vale was nearly impossible to miss since it ran for miles and was wide enough that even at the 7th tier, Leon wasn't sure he could leap across its wider portions further to the south. It was quite possibly the one thing he was most looking forward to showing off, and not even the search for Justin or the prospect of seeing what had become of his old home was enough to stop him from stopping for at least a few minutes. Besides, he hadn't seen or heard any evidence that would support his guess that Valeria's father had come this far north since leaving Tira. Torfin hadn't heard anything about Justin or his people in Vale Town, nor had Leon seen or heard any sign that Justin had passed by this way. So, despite the importance of their task, Leon found himself having to work to maintain his motivation to keep going at a swift pace as every fiber of his being screamed at him to slow down and relish the feeling of being back home, to breathe in the air and feel the trees and maybe hunt for a bit, just like he used to when he and his father were the only two humans who lived up here. Valeria and Maya's reactions to the divine scar were fairly understated. It was certainly a thing worth admiring, but neither of them paid it too much attention. It was just a canyon, after all, even if it didn't seem entirely natural. Leon was a little disappointed, but he got them moving again only a few minutes later. However, as they passed around the thinner northern tip of the divine scar, Leon felt the attention of the Thunderbird pass over him for a moment. He slowed a bit, expecting his ancestor to speak to him, but he heard nothing but silence from his soul realm. As quickly as it appeared, his ancestor's attention pulled back. Confused, Leon shot one last glance over his shoulder at the divine scar as he left it behind, wondering just what in the hells had drawn the Thunderbird's attention like that. Unless she was just checking in. I suppose the easiest explanation is usually the correct one, Leon thought as he put the matter out of his mind and focused back on the task at hand. They didn't have much farther to go once past the divine scar. They had to turn southeast for a few miles, but even in the dense forest of black and white, the three mages made great time, and Leon knew exactly where to go. It wasn't long before Leon was slowing them down for a final time. "This is it," he said as he brought the party to a halt in a small clearing that had a distinctive boulder poking out of the ground in the center. It was the early afternoon. They had plenty of time to give the remains of his compound a fairly in-depth investigation. "About a quarter-mile east is my old home." Instantly, Maya projected her magic senses eastward, but she didn't say anything more. Leon had projected his magic senses in that direction several times to ensure that they weren't about to walk into a trap, but other than that, he hadn't taken a good look at his old home. The nearer he drew to it, the more nervous he got about what he might find. All he'd been able to bring himself to do was to give the remnants of the old compound the most cursory of inspections for any magical auras. He'd not been able to sense any, nor had he sensed anything that might tip him off to any measures taken to conceal anything, leading him to believe that the place was as deserted now as it had been when he'd left. "Let's take this slow," he said, "we don't know what we'll find. First sign of danger, we'll fall back into the forest. We'll use this place as a meeting point if we're separated." Valeria took this deadly seriously, and she gave him a stony nod. Maya, on the other hand, gave him little more than the briefest of smiles, her confidence in her power giving her complete certainty that they'd find nothing there at least she couldn't handle. Leon hoped that she was right. Without another word, they ventured one last time into the forest, taking a much slower pace. Leon kept his eyes open and his magic senses projected, on the lookout for anything that might signal a threat. But no threats showed themselves, nothing stood out to him, the forest seemed peaceful. And then, finally, after more than 4 years, Leon caught sight of his old home with his own eyes through the trees. The grass was the same shade of vibrant purple as he remembered, the air still tasted as sweet, and the walls of the compound he'd grown up in seemed just as safe and sturdy as they'd always been. He felt tears start to form in his eyes as the three of them pushed forward into the purple grass clearing. It almost felt like his life was flashing before his eyes, for with every step, a new memory of his childhood sprang to the forefront of his mind. Returning home with Artorias with a fresh kill. His father's proud smile the first time Leon saw through a feint during their training sessions. Artorias teaching him to shoot a bow by making wooden targets and hanging them on the trees that flanked the clearing. The feeling of elation he had when he first ascended to the first tier at the age of 9. The diligence with which Artorias made sure Leon knew how to read, write, and do basic math. The sight of his father's corpse, his skin ashen gray, his body motionless. The incision he had to make to put the heartwood seed into his chest. The grave he'd had to dig. With that sobering thought, Leon refocused, and almost immediately, all of the things that made this no longer his home stood out. The most obvious thing was that the wall he could see was the only side of the compound's palisade that was still reasonably intact. One side had been almost cut in half from an attack by one of Artoria's killers, while the other two looked like they had been torn asunder by something trying to break in, and all the inner sides of the palisade were scorched, obviously touched by the fire Leon had set when he left. As a result, Leon's small party didn't have to jump over the walls or take the tunnel to get inside, which was just as well, for Leon could see that it had collapsed sometime in the years he'd been away. Upon entering the compound proper, all romantic thoughts Leon had of returning home vanished. His home was a ruin of burned timber, little more than a few piles of scorched and broken wood and stone. It seemed that the fire enchantment's failsafes that Leon had used when he left had done more than he'd thought, rendering his childhood home little more than a pile of charcoal, even though the walls had remained largely intact. Leon's heart sank as his mood soured. All elation he had at returning to the forest of black and white evaporated, leaving nothing but the cold and cruel reality of what this was. His home was gone, and it would never return. He may have modeled his mind palace upon it, but the simplicity and security of his time spent here were gone forever. But then, as Leon took a few steps forward, his feet carrying him to the pile of stones in the center of the ruined compound, the remnants of the obelisk that had stood at the center and kept the compound safe through its enchantments, the cairn that Leon had built that served as his father's gravestone, which seemed to have been mercifully untouched by anything, whether time, the fire, or anything else that might have wandered through. He saw something that almost managed to release those tears in his eyes. A sprout about as tall as his knee was sticking out of the rubble, with dark brown bark and a handful of bright golden leaves. The sapling of a heartwood tree. The seed that Leon had planted within Artorias had taken root and now grew out of the earth. Leon fell to his knees, his hands reaching to brush at the leaves. But he caught himself, not letting his fingers come into contact with them. It was surrounded by death and destruction, the ashen remains of his childhood, but the sapling, glowing in the light of the afternoon sun, its leaves radiant and shining with life and vitality, was as sacred to Leon as anything possibly could be. He couldn't touch it. Valeria and Maya were staring at him, their eyes boring holes in his back. Leon pushed himself back to his feet and stepped back. He was about to address them when he felt the Thunderbird's attention again, and he almost asked her what it was that had captured her interest so. But then, Valeria's head suddenly turned and her expression transformed into one of horror. In one of the corners of the compound was a mound of ice, hidden by some of the foliage that had given Artorias and Leon's baths some privacy. "Rhea!" Valeria suddenly shouted, rushing over to the hidden ice. Leon was suddenly put on edge and his sword appeared at his hip. He hadn't seen any auras around, so he'd thought they were alone. But when Valeria stopped and stared down at the ice, Leon relaxed and recalled his weapon into his soul realm. His magic senses weren't picking up on any threats in the area, and it was pretty clear that what she was looking at wasn't something that was going to try and attack them. But this close to it, he was just able to see barely visible through the ice's near-opaque surface a blonde woman lying on the ground, a hole in her chest, her eyes opened in terror, an arm partially outstretched as if she'd been frozen in the midst of trying to defend herself and fallen over. There was no question in Leon's mind that she was dead. Chapter 484. Justin's path. Leon, Valeria, and Maya stared down at the dead woman frozen in ice, none of them speaking for what seemed like minutes on end. "This is Rhea?" Leon finally asked. "Yes," Valeria confirmed. "The Rhea that you told me about back in Tira." Leon pressed, barely able to hide the anger in his voice. That she was here of all places was something that he'd considered, but to see it confirmed before his eyes was something else entirely. He was both barely able to believe it and also furious that she had violated this place with her presence. "Yes," Valeria repeated. "The Rhea that works, or worked for your father." "Yes," Valeria shouted as she turned and glared at Leon. "It's her, the same woman that served my father as one of his most powerful mages. She was 7th tier, and now," she trailed off, unable to finish her thought. "She hasn't been dead for long," Maya observed after a moment of silence. "What do you mean?" Leon asked as Maya approached the block of ice that covered Rhea. "I can tell that this ice is newly made, though it does feel a little strange." Leon frowned and took a closer look at the ice. It covered Rhea from head to toe, and then some. It seemed to devour the heat around it, and even Leon felt the chill as he brushed his hand across its surface. "This feels like demonic magic," he said, his eyes scanning every square inch of the ice. Indeed, there was a certain quality there that felt familiar, an inhuman thing that made the ice colder and more dangerous. A darkness there that had nothing to do with the magical element that was ensuring the ice remained cold and dry despite the lack of magical energy to feed it and the bright warm sun shining in the sky. "Demonic," Valeria said in shock as she took a step away. "Yes, it feels inhuman, unfamiliar," Leon said, unable to find the right words to describe the feeling he got from the ice. "It's like thousands of tiny insects burrowing through the surface, fighting off my senses. Or maybe like muddy water, mostly opaque and indiscernible. It's not a particularly pleasant feeling. At the very least, it doesn't seem like she was killed by Justin," Leon thought to himself, though it was hardly definitive proof. For all he knew, Justin had an ice demon on his side, though as he thought about the ice wraiths, he thought that the solution was probably much simpler than that. "It's unlike any ice I've ever created," Maya added, her heart-shaped face turning up in disgust as she, too, took a couple of steps away from the icy casket. Leon turned his attention inward, in Zaffin's direction. "Hey demon, I could use your help." Here, he felt Zaffin's attention fall upon him, then turn outside of his body to take in his surroundings. "Of course you do," Zaffin drawled. "I'm surprised you don't ask for my help getting dressed in the morning." "You sure could use it," Leon frowned. He thought he was dressed rather well, all things considered, but that was neither here nor there. "Not going to lie, Zaffin, but I'm surprised you're still being this flippant. I seem to recall you losing your cool a little bit when the Thunderbird told me who I'm descended from. I'll admit that I lost a bit of composure that time," Zafin unashamedly replied. Dragons are mystical beings even to demons. They are the elements given flesh, with the great dragons in particular having been brought into this world at the creation of the universe itself. Such beings are worthy of every respect, both for their power and for the institutions they built that have survived into the present day. You, however, are no dragon. You're just a young boy that has made some barely respectable progress on his journey to apotheosis. Leon did the mental equivalent of a shrug, then said, how about you just tell me what in the hell's I'm looking at? You're looking at someone stupid and weak enough to get herself killed by some rather weak ice demons, Zafin dryly replied. Ignoring the demon's comment about Rhea herself, Leon asked, and you're certain that this ice was created by ice demons? Wouldn't have said so if I thought otherwise, now would I? I think you would've. You love to stroke your ego, I can see you spinning some tall tale just to make yourself look good. Know me so well, don't you? Well enough, I should think. If you need anything else, boy, just ask. With that, Leon felt Zafin's attention fall back into his soul realm, leaving him and the other two alone again. This was definitely made by ice demons, Leon said out loud, trusting completely in Zafin's assessment of the ice. Maybe, the ice wraiths that infest this place are some kind of demon, then. There's something in her hand, Maya said, leaning down to inspect Ray's offhand, held a little bit behind her. Looks like paper. Think we should thaw her out? Leon asked, dropping down to get a look of his own. Maya nodded, and Leon glanced at Valeria, silently asking her opinion. The silver-haired woman was still staring down at the ice like it had threatened to rise up and bite her and hadn't taken another step closer since Leon had said it was demonic in nature. Is that even possible? Valeria asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. Whatever killed her would have to be powerful, shouldn't be too difficult, Leon replied. Whatever froze her isn't nearby feeding more power into this ice. Shouldn't stand up too long against my fire. Then do it, Valeria agreed as she took a hesitant step forward. Leon lightly smiled, but he didn't proceed. Instead, he took a closer look at Valeria in an attempt to puzzle out her thoughts. She didn't seem to be grieving as he would have expected, and actually seemed quite unperturbed at the sight of Rhea dead before her eyes beyond the initial shock and horror. Are you all right? Leon hesitantly asked, almost not asking at all. Valeria gave him a searching look and responded, yes, why wouldn't I be? Didn't you know Rhea? I know that you told me you weren't too close with any of your father's agents, Leon asked. I'm fine, Valeria replied with a serious look. I've seen too much death at this point to be put off by the body of someone I was only passingly familiar with. I suppose, that's that, then. Leon set the matter aside for the moment. If he noticed Valeria acting strange, he could always ask again, but at this point, there was no reason not to take her at face value. Turning his attention back to the block of ice, Leon called upon his fire magic. From what he knew about demonic powers, their effects lasted for a longer time and could spike quite a bit higher in power compared to human magic. However, there was nothing to suggest that he wouldn't be able to melt through this ice with his regular fire, it just might take a little bit longer than if it were human-made ice. Still, he took the utmost care as a hot flame appeared in his right hand and he brought it close to the ice. It took little more than a shred of willpower for the flame to grow in his hand and began to bend and reach out for the ice. Only a moment later, the fire was large enough to act as a small blast furnace, erupting from Leon's fingers and washing over the ice. Leon was gratified to see that it was having some effect, as the ice started to noticeably shrink under the heat of his fire. He had to rein himself in once Ray's body began to be exposed so as to not set it aflame, but it only took a few minutes to break through most of the demonic ice. As soon as it was exposed, Maya took Ray's hand and pried open the fingers with a sickening crack that Leon was sure broke several of the dead woman's fingers and sent a shiver running down his spine. What was revealed in her fingers was a small piece of paper, which exasperated Maya to no end. She rolled her lake blue eyes and held it out for Leon to take. Leon received it and took a look. It was immediately apparent that it was nothing more than a simple note that looked like it had been written in a hurry. All it said was, "Done here. Moving east to find pillar." Leon said as he stood up and relayed to the other two what was written. Any idea what this could mean? None, Valeria said as she glanced back down at Rhea. If you don't know, then there's no way I would, Maya added. Leon nodded in thought, his eyes closing as he contemplated the problem. At the very least, he said as his eyes fell on Valeria. I think I can say with reasonable certainty that your father was here. Maybe they found this place and Ria was sent back to Tira with the blood sample for analysis. Or maybe the blood sample was sent back to her. That would make some degree of sense, she said, but that couldn't have been that long ago. My father's been gone for months. I find it a little hard to imagine that he's been here the entire time. That's a good point, Leon agreed. We can't know where he was or what he was doing in all this time, but I think it's not too far of a stretch to think that he was here relatively recently. Maybe he left this note behind so that when Ria returned, she knew where he went. Only she was ambushed by an ice wraith or something moments after reaching this place and was swiftly killed. She clearly didn't have enough time to defend herself, let alone bring the note back into her soul realm. That does look like my father's handwriting, Valeria conceded. The note looks kind of old, though. Leon gave it another look, and indeed, it seemed fairly worn. The edges of the paper were torn and frayed as if the note had been left out in the elements for a while, though for all he knew, that was just damage from having been frozen and then rapidly thawed. So, maybe Ria, hells, I have no idea what went on here. Leon threw his arms up into the air in an exaggerated display of exasperation and defeat. Regardless, I don't doubt for a second that Justin was here and went east. Who knows how long ago that might have been? Could have been yesterday, could have been the day after he disappeared. Who can say but the man himself? So let's go find him and ask him. That earned him a smile from Valeria. Do you have any idea what this pillar is? She asked, keeping things as professional as she could. None. Leon glanced back down at the note in his hand. Whatever this pillar was, it was to the east, and so was whatever had been marked on the cradle's map. I know that there's definitely something out there, though, something connected with the Thunderbird clan. Maybe it's whatever's responsible for making this place so damned uncomfortable, Maya suggested. That could be a thing, Leon replied. I have no idea what this discomfort that you're feeling even is, so I can't speak to it. If Justin felt it, though, maybe he knows what it is and went to investigate. If it was made by your clan, then it could be some kind of defense mechanism, or maybe a way to help your people train, Valeria suggested as she took a few steps away from Ray's thawing corpse. My father taught me about such things years ago, great wards that can hamper a mage's ability to project their magic outside of their body, or even interfere with how the magic flows within a mage's body. Is that what you're feeling? Leon asked. Valeria vaguely nodded. It's a bit hard to say, I've never experienced being in a ward like that before. But I imagine that it might feel similar to this. All the more reason we should head east, Leon said without hesitation. When do we head out? Leon sighed and glanced around at his old home. He wanted to spend a bit more time here, but Valeria and Maya were clearly impatient to get moving. He remembered leaving a few things behind buried under his hut, and while he wanted to grab them, he acknowledged that the sooner they got moving, the better. Besides, the sooner they took care of their more pressing business, the sooner he could return and properly visit the place. With a reluctant frown, he said, we need to get to a safe place before nightfall. We still have a few hours, but it's better to get there early than late. Where to? Valeria asked. There's a large grove of heartwood trees to the northeast, Leon said, noticing a brief frown crossing Valeria's face. There's very little that can make trouble there. Even ice wraiths don't intrude upon the sanctity of that place, and, so long as we don't overstay our welcome, that's where we'll be safest spending the night. In the morning, we'll head east and search for Justin and this pillar that he seems to be seeking. Leon's eyes went to Valeria, hoping she'd give voice to whatever occurred to her when he mentioned heartwood trees, but he wound up being disappointed. Everything all right? He asked her, deciding not to just leave whatever he saw to chance. Yeah, she hesitantly responded. If it's a grove of heartwood trees, though, you know that means it's probably an ancient graveyard, right? Leon's eyes slid over to the cairn where the heartwood sapling was pushing its way through the stones. I'm aware, he said. Valeria, following his gaze, paled when she saw the sapling. She began before Leon loudly and blatantly interrupted her. What do you think we should do with Ria? He asked. We probably shouldn't just leave her body behind like this. Wouldn't sit right with me. Valeria stared at him for a moment before bitterly smiling and turning her eyes to the ground. Burn her, she said. Don't leave anything behind. That's how it's done in the Nexus. Leon nodded and once more called upon his fire magic. As soon as he was done, he led the other two away from his compound in the direction of the Heartwood Grove. He spared only one last glance backward at his old home, and specifically at the Heartwood sapling. Just a few more days, then I can properly pay my respects, he thought to himself just before the compound vanished in the trees behind them. Chapter 485. Heartwood Graves. Leon, Maya, and Valeria reached the Heartwood Grove a few hours before nightfall, and as soon as the latter two set foot into the area protected as it was by steep cliffs and hills on nearly all sides, it was easy for them to see why it was such a safe location. The Heartwood trees here were ancient and majestic, even the smallest with trunks thicker than the length of a cart. They contained great power, too, and the auras they exerted put a great deal of pressure on the party, dampening their aggression and ensuring peace. Leon had often wondered in his childhood whether or not these trees were sentient in any way that could be recognized by mankind. Artorias hadn't been able to give him an answer, and Leon was never able to find out on his own, but he still had an immense amount of respect for this place. The list of places that he would call personally sacred was short, but this grove was one of the few on it. For him, the auras these trees exuded was less oppressive and more peaceful than it seemed to the others. He felt comforted in the silence of the grove, at peace, serene. If he spent the rest of his life surrounded by these trees, basking in the peace they brought, he knew that he would die a contented man. Of his small party, however, it seemed he was alone in these thoughts. Valeria seemed strangely on edge as she stared at the trees, her eyes wide with wonder and fear, her shoulders a little hunched over as if she were trying to make herself look smaller in the presence of these titanic trees. Maya's response was a little more subdued, though no different in substance. She kept her eyes down on the ground in front of her and her aura was remarkably restrained. Whether it was his own desires or the influence of the grove, Leon didn't feel like breaking the silence that fell amongst them. He wordlessly had them set up a small camp in the clearing around the tree in the center of the grove, and once they were done, Valeria and Maya wound up wandering off. Leon wasn't too worried and he periodically checked in on them with his magic senses, but for the most part, he left them to their own devices while he found himself getting comfortable amongst the roots of the tree in the center of the grove, a giant of a tree even here, hundreds of feet tall and with roots thicker than Leon's entire body. For Leon, it was the most comforting place around, one he found himself drawn to in the moment. Otherwise, he would have given the tree a wide berth, not daring to disturb it with his presence. But it called to him today, and he lay down at the base of the tree to rest. There, nestled in the twisting roots, Leon began to quietly meditate. He didn't do so for any practical reason. He wasn't training or practicing his magic. He just found himself unable to resist reveling in the serenity of the grove, taking in the ambiance. The wind rustling the golden leaves in the long grass, the sounds of distant animals hunting or foraging, the buzz of insects. All of it was tremendously calming, and he soon found his eyelids growing heavy. He was rather gently roused not too long before sunset by a tree branch brushing against his face in time with the wind. In fact, he found that his entire body had been embraced by tiny branches and leaves that sprouted out from the roots. A strange sense of panic set in where Leon began to mentally freak out, but his body remained calm and at ease. As if sensing his distress, the leaves and branches unfurled and retreated into the roots, leaving Leon as bare and exposed as he was when he laid down. As if awakening from a nightmare, energy suddenly filled Leon's body again and he almost leapt out of the roots before they could entangle him again. However, as his feet touched the ground and he turned to look at the tree, Leon felt no hostility from it, no sense that whatever had just happened was meant to harm in any way. If anything, Leon felt a sense of warmth and security coming from the tree, more so even than usual. "Relax, boy," came the Thunderbird's voice from his soul realm, soothing and calm. "Heartwood trees are not things to fear. I just woke up," Leon began, but he trailed off as he began to process what had just happened. When he woke up from his nap, he was comfortable and at peace. He was as relaxed as he could reasonably expect to be given the circumstances under which he'd come here. It had been quite disconcerting to wake up so covered in the tree, but the leaves had insulated him from the outside, acting almost like a blanket and a bed at the same time. Leon closed his golden eyes and took a few long, deep breaths, steadying his heart rate and calming himself down. "There you go, no need to get all flustered over a little bit of provided comfort," the Thunderbird said. "What even was that?" Leon asked as his eyes opened and he continued to stare at the tree, though now he stared at it in a new light, almost as if what had just happened was all the confirmation he needed to know that the trees were sentient. Heartwood trees are revered in the Nexus, the Thunderbird whispered. Even the primal gods and devils were respectful around them. Do you remember the burial rite you performed for your father? How could I possibly forget? Back in my day, such rites were performed for all those in the Nexus who achieved apotheosis, yet who died anyway. Some peacefully took their own lives after breaking under the weight of immortality, others were killed in more violent ways. All were buried with heartwood seeds implanted in their hearts. Leon picked up on a great deal of respect coming from the Thunderbird. He could tell that she was no exception to those who revered the trees. It was believed that the spirits of the fallen would live on through the trees. Some even believed that it was possible to revive the dead through the rite, though I can't recall any who actually succeeded in such attempts. Is there any truth at all to any of those claims? Leon asked, thinking again of the heartwood sapling in the ruins of his childhood home. He wondered if Artorias was still in there somewhere, living a new life within the tree. I can't say, the Thunderbird softly replied. Heartwood trees are sacred to the people of the Nexus, and putting them through the required tests is heavily discouraged. Even those who've broken that particular taboo haven't found anything that would conclusively prove those beliefs right or wrong. So remember this, Leon, these trees are not just your average wooden leaf. They have wills of their own, an alien mind that cannot be communicated with or even understood. They are tremendously powerful, with powers wholly impossible to replicate by the elemental magics of the rest of the universe, and if you anger any of these trees, you'll meet a bloody end. Fortunately, it seems these trees have taken quite a shine to you, you think? Leon asked as a smile began to spread across his face. I do, the Thunderbird replied. I can feel it ever since you arrived in this place. The auras of the trees have grown stronger, and they almost seem to be reaching for you. So long as you are here, I don't think even a primal god at their peak could harm you. If only these things were portable, Leon replied. Is there any way I could, I don't know, thank these trees for their hospitality? If they have wills and minds of their own, then surely I can pay them back a bit for offering us sanctuary. Ask nothing of them and leave in good time, the Thunderbird replied. There's little else you need to do. Nothing else? Leon skeptically asked. Nothing else, the Thunderbird confirmed. They're trees, what could they possibly ask of you? Couldn't say. Leon gazed back at the massive heartwood tree. It was truly a majestic thing if it brought peace and comfort without asking for anything in return. Leon gave it a respectful nod of the head in lieu of anything else, and he heard the tree creak and groan as if in response. Its leaves sparkled in the light of the setting sun and a cool breeze blew through the grove, giving Leon what he interpreted as a friendly gesture of goodwill. Whether it was or not wasn't something he could say, but that was how he chose to interpret it, anyway. Hey, he said, I don't suppose you can sense anything else about the veil. Are you asking about anything in particular? The Thunderbird inquired back. This aura that's been weighing on my companions, what is it? Is it anything I should worry about? Number. As far as I can tell, its function is simple, get whoever wanders in here to leave. It's a fairly common way for mages from the Nexus to discourage weaker mages from elsewhere in the universe to trespass on sites they claim, since it would make those mages want to leave without knowing exactly why. It's not as blatant as a wall or guardian, but it's often more effective, as it will more often than not make a trespasser leave of their own accord. I see, Leon murmured. I came across something, a mention about a pillar, somewhere in this veil. Would that have anything to do with this aura? Maybe, but that's too vague to say for certain. I haven't the faintest idea of what this pillar could be. I think it may be the source of this aura, Leon replied. Nothing else about the veil should stick out to people quite like the aura, so it makes sense that anyone from the Nexus who knows what to look for would go looking for whatever the aura is protecting. Makes sense to me, I suppose, the Thunderbird replied. Be careful, though, Leon. I sense other things out here. Yeah, I've come across evidence of demons, among other enemies around. Stay on your guard, then, and respond to any threats with overwhelming force. Anything that lives out here will respect nothing else. Leon frowned but said nothing more. He turned around from the great tree and began to walk back toward the camp as the Thunderbird's attention sank back deep into his soul realm. The camp wasn't too far away, and as he approached, he noticed that neither Valeria nor Maya had returned. A quick pulse of his magic senses was enough to set his momentary worry at ease, for he saw that Valeria was still wandering around the grove, while Maya had posted up in a pond of crystal clear water and seemed to be using her magic senses. Valeria, He wasn't too curious about since she didn't seem to be doing anything other than just walking around, so Leon made his way over to Maya instead, who was staring off into the distance with a trembling aura. Upon reaching the pond, he took a moment to just admire his river nymph lover. She was standing in the thigh-deep water completely nude, the sun shining through the trees onto her bronze skin, her light brown hair cascading down her back far enough to cover her tight rear from his prying eyes. Leon, she breathed into his mind without moving a muscle. Still, Leon could hear the need and love in her voice as clear as day. Maya, he whispered back, and it was only then that he saw movement within her. She shuddered in pleasure with the use of her true name. "What are you doing?" he asked as he took a few steps forward and pulled his boots into his soul realm. Without hesitation, he stepped into the pond. "Trying to see what's ahead of us," Maya replied as she turned to face him, showing off her body as she did. He saw the heat in her eyes, a desire for something that became obvious as her eyes drifted down along his body. However, a moment later, her expression morphed into something more serious and frustrated. "I haven't been able to see much," she said. "There's a river not too far to the east, and I can't see a thing beyond it. My sight is completely blocked, my magic senses scattering as they move over the water." "Huh," Leon said as he took her in his arms and pulled her close. "I told you once of the river nymphs that lived here, right?" "Yes," Maya replied as she snuggled closer a little bit, pressing her body into Leon and burying her face in his neck. "You told me you once saw a gorgon here." "That I did," Leon confirmed. "There aren't many rivers here, but I'd be willing to bet that the one that's giving you problems is the same one that's ruled by that gorgon." "That might be a problem. If she sees me, she might interpret my presence as a threat. Without an empress nearby to mediate, we could end up fighting." Leon tightened his arms around her, noting her use of the word mediate. He thought all gorgons were wild, unrestrained creatures, and he would have asked for clarification if not for Maya's body shuddering in his arms with fear and anxiety, clearly indicating that this wasn't the right time for that. "We won't get close," he said. "If we don't approach her grotto, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The bridge we need is far to the south of where that gorgon is based." I don't want to see her," Maya murmured, her words tinged with fear and something else that Leon couldn't identify. "We won't, we'll steer clear," Leon said reassuringly, but he could tell through their connection that his words had little effect on Maya. "She's what I could have become," she continued. "Had I never found you, had you chosen to reject me after what I almost did to you when we met, had I..." Leon didn't know quite what to say, so instead of speaking, he snaked one arm out from her back and took hold of her chin, tilting it up so they could look each other in the eye. They'd had this conversation before, but with the gorgon so close, he could feel the insecurities that she rarely displayed coming back to the surface. "I'm not going to lie, I hated you for how forceful you were when we met," Leon honestly stated, and a tremor of hurt and hopelessness ran through Maya. However, before she could do anything more, Leon opened himself up to their connection as much as he could, doing his best to impress upon her the depth of his love for her. "I'm past that, though," he continued. "I understand that you were motivated by fear and not malice, and you gave me time. In that time, I've grown to love you. Everything from your power to your carefree attitude, your talent with water magic, your beauty, even your tendency to sleep all day. The way you look at me, the way you look at Elise, Maya, I can't overstate just how much I love you." Tears began forming in Maya's eyes as Leon went on, and she couldn't bring herself to form any words. "The way you acted when we first met was honestly quite terrible, but once you understood that I didn't like it, you stopped. Stopping when you realized my distress despite whatever you had been taught. That's the sure sign of a good person with empathy, one who's worthy of love. Anyone's love. I've been told by my father and Trajan in several different forms that even the best of people can do bad things out of ignorance. It's obviously better to not do bad things at all, but I'd say that how a person reacts once they learn what they've done as a bad thing is only a little less important. You were scared and acted based on the information of your mother. When it became clear that I wasn't into it, you backed off, in your own way, while also making sure that you didn't let the asset that would help you to stave off your transformation get away. I love and respect the hells out of you for that, even if I was the asset in question and the method you chose to get what you wanted was pretty terrible. I've said this to you and I'll say it however many times you need me to. I love you, and I forgive you for how you came off when we first met. Never doubt that." Leon found that he was starting to ramble and repeat himself, but he wasn't sure what else to say. Despite this, A smile slowly broke out over Maya's face as she confirmed his final statement with what she felt from his soul realm. And in turn, Leon felt her fear and anxiety begin to lessen. I was so close to falling, she quietly admitted. I would have given you more time, but I had none to spare. Leon pressed his forehead into hers, at this point having long since forgiven Maya for being so forceful and demanding of his sexual attentions that she almost raped him. She backed off and had shown remorse. There was nothing left for him to forgive. They'd moved past it, as far as he was concerned. He felt like she knew that. She just needed to hear it again now that there was a Gorgon nearby, now that they were almost face to face with the monster that she could have become. He'd repeat it however much she needed to hear it, though. He knew that she had made a serious mistake and that most people probably wouldn't have so easily forgiven her, and he would never blame them for holding onto that hatred. But he was different, in this unique case. He loved Maya and he just wanted her to be happy with him. As they stood there in the pond, Maya pressed up against him, neither moving, both just feeling each other. They stood there until the sun went down, and only decided to get out of the water and return to the camp when the first shrieks of distant banshees began to rend the peaceful atmosphere that they had grown so used to since arriving in the vale. Fortunately, Valeria beat them to the camp, so all three, with the faraway banshees killing any desire they had to stay awake for too long, decided to turn in early. Even then, the only reason any of them slept at all was because of the nearby heartwood trees dampening their instinctual fear of the banshees. Thanks to the grove, they had a relatively peaceful night. Chapter 486. Wraiths. It was a peaceful night in the Heartwood Grove. The sounds of distant banshees never ceased, but the aura of the trees protected and gave peace to their minds, allowing them to have a restful and uninterrupted night. The next morning, Leon got them moving again as quickly as he could. He had no idea what the punishments could be for overstaying his welcome in the grove, but he had no intention of pressing his luck. He'd never stayed more than a single night in the grove, so he figured that was a good pattern to stick to since it had worked out well enough so far. Maya and Valeria were a little nervous, though. Going east meant different things for all of them, but for Maya, it meant an increased chance of running into the Gorgon, while for Valeria, it meant potentially getting closer to her father. By what scant evidence they had, it seemed that Justin had gone east and never returned. Knowing Justin's power, that one hypothesis was enough to have Leon feel like he was walking on broken glass that was only growing sharper with every step he took deeper into the vale. All of his nostalgia and delight in being home again had mostly faded, leaving little else save for the dread and instinctive fear that came with being back in such a dangerous place. At the very least, he wasn't sure where they might be able to sleep for the night. He wasn't keen on attracting the attention of any ice wraiths, but if they had to sleep out in the forest, they'd have to rely on his ability to ward the wraiths off. Leon had always trusted Artorias to protect him in his childhood, but that protection was now gone, leaving all of the pressure on Leon to keep the small group safe. He was confident in his skills, but the knowledge of what might be testing those skills was enough to have his heart hammering in his chest all on its own, without even adding the stress of the inevitable confrontation with Justin, finding whatever might have prevented him from coming back west, or of finding out what the Thunderbird clan had left out there. And so, the three proceeded out of the grove and back into the forest proper early in the morning and began the trek southeast toward the Troll's Bridge. If they wanted to get east, they'd have to cross the Gorgons River or go around Banshee Lake far to the south, and the bridge was the only place they could safely cross the river without going so far out of their way. With their power and their silent focus on just getting where they wanted to go, they reached the bridge in a matter of an hour and a half. There, they paused and waited. It didn't take long for the troll to show itself. Leon had thought that maybe it might be out hunting or whatever it did to find food, but he was disappointed. It looked much the same as it had years ago. It was a huge creature, taller than Leon by a good margin, with a hunched back, long arms that hung down far enough to brush against the ground, and a fur-covered body. As soon as it reached its end of the bridge, it began to beat the stone beneath it and roar in a clear show of intimidation as it tried to scare them off. For just a moment, Leon froze. The last time he'd been here, his father had lectured him on how reasonable people used means other than violence to accomplish their goals. That it was better to avoid violence where possible, that killing everything that inconvenienced them rather than saving such means for their mortal enemies was not the way that thinking, feeling men act. Leon's face burned in shame as he wished he'd taken those words to heart more than he did. He wanted to think that those he'd killed in his time had all deserved it, that everyone he'd killed and the actions he'd taken had all been necessary. But he knew that wasn't the case. Slowly, Leon inched forward and took out 3 silver coins as he did his best to appear strong and confident, to project power and prevent the troll from thinking it might be able to extort more from him. Fortunately, the troll accepted the toll and allowed the 3 to proceed. However, as they crossed the bridge, Maya paused for just a moment as her eyes turned north toward the river's headwaters, the center of power for her people in the Vale. But then the moment passed, and she kept following Leon deeper into the Vale. An hour later, at about noon, Leon brought them to a halt in a clearing to rest. "Why are we stopping?" Maya asked. All 3 were strong enough that rest wasn't strictly needed, nor was there much of a need for any of them to eat. Valeria didn't say anything, but Leon could see that the question was on her mind, too. He sighed, knowing that they should be moving as quickly as they could. From her obvious impatience, Leon could tell that Valeria definitely wouldn't enjoy taking a longer break. But he could see ahead that the forest was growing darker. It wasn't really getting much denser. The trees and the underbrush remained about the same as in the western half of the Vale, but the trees seemed older and were certainly much bigger. Their canopies stretched higher and their leaves blocked out enough of the sun that the forest in the east was significantly darker than it was in the west, even at such a sunny time of day. Besides, as he turned his head southward, he could see a few glimpses of the mountain upon which he'd awakened his blood. It was the clearest sign that this was the furthest east he'd ever been in the Vale. After this point, "Be ready for anything," Leon said in response. "I have no real idea what awaits us in this half of the Vale. My father never allowed us to venture this deep. I can't sense anything dangerous, but still." Leon made quick eye contact with Valeria and Maya. Valeria swiftly nodded her agreement, while Maya frowned and projected her magic senses. Then her frown deepened, and she projected her magic senses again, but much stronger this time, strong enough that the forest seemed to pulse around her. "What is it?" Leon asked in concern. "My magic senses are being disrupted," Maya answered. "Out in the northeast corner, there's something that's just swallowing them up. There's a hole there that I can't see past." Leon projected his own magic senses out as far as they could go, hoping that he might be able to sense what it was that Maya was talking about. His maximum range was just a little over 10 miles, so he wouldn't be able to reach the edges of the Vale, but it was still worth a try. His magic power washed over the trees and the plants, plumbing the dark depths of the forest and moving on, sending a flood of information back to Leon. Most of this information was immediately discarded as the magic senses equivalent of white noise. Even with his brain adapted to magic power, there was no way he'd be able to interpret so much information even if he tried. As his magic power dissipated into the surrounding land, his awareness dimmed until he could neither see nor hear anymore. His power wasn't disrupted in the way Maya described, but he believed her nonetheless. "Let's be careful and move a little slower," he said. Even with Maya's 8th tier power, they weren't invincible. He'd rather believe that Artorias, even with all of his power and skill with the blade, was right to be apprehensive about this part of the Vale rather than arrogantly continue on and stumble right into the jaws of some powerful beast looking for a snack. He was mildly relieved, though, that he wasn't able to pick up on any obvious magical auras that would suggest such a possibility was even plausible. A few powerful beasts were roaming around, though. He saw a 7th tier griffin with gorgeous, sleek black fur and feathers, a pack of 5th tier wind wolves tearing apart a 6th tier boar, and even a strange cluster of dead trees that was clearly an unusual grouping of tree sprites, none of which he felt were worthy of too much concern. Maybe Dad was only concerned for my sake. Leon couldn't help but wonder. Regardless, he reiterated his desire for them to continue with the utmost caution and they got moving again. The eastern half of the forest was fairly different from the western half, if only because of the fact that the trees blocked out so much sunlight. But that wasn't to say there wasn't much light. Most of the abundant flowers glowed in brilliant colors, casting their rainbow hues all across the forest floor. Leon found himself being distracted at the sight of the bright and vibrant forest even though the trees above them were dark. It felt like wandering through a mystical cavern rather than the middle of a forest at midday. All 3 found themselves unable to stop themselves from admiring the sight, but the forest spell was broken when a thread of killing intent wound its way through the air. Their reactions were all the same, coming to a rapid stop, projecting their magic senses, and arming themselves. Leon, Valeria, and Maya all stood back to back, waiting for whatever seemed to have sensed them to make its move, their eyes jumping back and forth through the shadows between the flowers below and the sun shining through thin cracks in the leafy canopy above. What the hells was that? Valeria wondered aloud. Whatever it was had power, Leon muttered, that single thread of killing intent having sent shivers down his spine. I can't see anything, Maya complained, though none of them moved just yet. From Leon's soul realm, he felt Zaffin's attention come back to the fore. What just happened? The demon asked. We felt something watching us and getting ready to attack, Leon replied. Their killing intent was potent. I felt it, too, Zaffin said. It felt. The demon didn't finish his sentence and instead sent a pulse of his magic senses through Leon out into the forest. A moment later, Leon heard the faint sounds of cracking spreading ice, of the forest ground flash freezing. Something's coming, Maya whispered. I can hear it, Leon said as his eyes wildly darted from shadow to shadow, looking for the source of that sound. His instincts were screaming at him what he already knew, but he was refusing to accept. It was too early in the day, the sun was still high in the sky, but that didn't seem to matter. His childhood nightmares were about to bear down upon them. Over there, Valeria whispered, her voice shaky, her eyes wide and fearful. When Leon turned to look at what she saw, he couldn't blame her for that reaction. He felt his legs go weak and his heart rate spike as he saw, for the first time in years, the thin, translucent, malevolent form of an approaching ice wraith. Its eyes glowed bright blue, countless blue veins snaked through its icy body, and its aura was tremendous and oppressive. Leon felt nothing from it other than power and killing intent. There would be no attempt to talk, not that he thought that was ever really an option. They'd have to run or fight. There were no other alternatives. And then an ear-splitting shriek ripped through the forest as an inky black cloud came slowly, almost lazily drifting into view just above the wraith, a skeletal face pushing out of it like the darkness was a veil covering its form. Then another appeared, and then a third. Over there, Maya whispered into Leon's mind, and he glanced over to see a second ice wraith appearing on their flank, ice slowly spreading from its feet across the forest floor. This one was also accompanied by 3 banshees floating above its head. Zaffin, any insights? Leon asked as terror began to grip him like a vice. He turned back around and saw a third ice wraith and its banshees approaching from another flank, and a fourth from another. Given what he could sense of their auras now that they had made themselves known, he knew there would be no escaping them. Their chance to run had come and gone. They'd have to fight now. They're lesser ice demons, Zaffin observed, his tone one of absolute seriousness. I can't imagine how they got here. There's no way they're powerful or smart enough to come here on their own. These things want you, or more specifically, they want your blood and the power within it. My blood? Leon asked as the ice wraiths slowly walked toward them, their auras slamming down on the 3 like a mountain. All 4 wraiths were at least 6th tier, but their auras were so oppressive that even Maya hadn't yet moved to quell the threat. Not yours, specifically, but you're a mage. You have power in your blood, and they want it. If I had to guess, these are the servants of a much stronger demon that, for one reason or another, hasn't given them any orders in a while. I can't imagine any other reason why they'd be acting like this. They seem to lack direction. Leon glanced around, confirming once again that they had been boxed in. Given that they slipped past our magic senses, I question how directionless they seem, Leon replied. You're going to have to fight, Zaffin stated, a hint of worry in his voice. My power is ready just in case you need it. Thanks, Leon almost sarcastically replied, the information only a minor balm to his frayed nerves. Suddenly, the banshees all shrieked in unison, sending pain rippling through Valeria, Leon, and Maya, tearing their magic power out of their blood. All 3 screamed in pain. Valeria hit the ground, barely catching herself before her face hit the dirt, but it didn't seem to Leon like she was in fighting condition anymore. She stayed there, limply kneeling on the ground as the banshees sped towards them. He and Maya, on the other hand, managed to remain on their feet. Barely. They circulated their power and called upon more from their soul realms, but they had no time to truly recover before the wraiths were upon them and the fight began in earnest. Chapter 487. Facing old fears. Valeria was as good as down, having been incapacitated by the simultaneous shrieks of a dozen banshees. Leon and Maya were still on their feet, but their magic power was in turmoil, and now the banshees were bearing down upon them. Stay here, defend, don't attack, Leon was able to mutter to his river nymph lover. He wanted them to stay where they could cover each other and Valeria, who was still barely able to keep herself off the ground. Besides, his entire body was flaring up in pain. He didn't think he had the mental capacity to watch his own back, and from what he could feel through his and Maya's connection, she didn't, either. There was no more time for words, the banshees were upon them. Black claws spewing inky black darkness like smoke extended from the flying creatures and were aimed at the two, but quick swordplay from Leon and a swiftly conjured wall of water from Maya staved them off. It bought just enough time for Leon to begin regaining control of his magic power. It started with a spark in his heart, a tiny blue speck of power that carried the Thunderbird's lightning. In less than a second, arcs of lightning exploded out of that spark and traveled throughout Leon's entire body, practically lighting him up from the inside with silver blue light. The darkness that Leon hadn't even realized had crept into his body was banished, and his magic power was his again. He couldn't help but roar in satisfaction as his power flooded through his body, filling him with energy and fighting spirit. After the brief but intense pain of the banshee's shriek, Leon felt so good he almost leapt into the fray without another thought. But he paused and focused on Maya. More specifically, he focused on their connection, the river of power that flowed between their soul realms. His power would enter her as hers entered him, making neither of them more powerful or granting each other their respective powers, but allowing them to sense each other's thoughts and emotions. Or so it was supposed to be. Leon wondered if he could possibly exploit that connection to aid Maya in her attempts to stave off the banshee's attacks. Right now, he could sense her struggling to get her magic power under control, though she still had enough at her command to defend herself from the banshees. However, the ice wraiths were taking slow, ominous steps toward them. Leon sent a spark of power, just a hint of the Thunderbird's lightning into the river of power that connected them and hoped with everything that he had that it would be enough. After that, he conjured a silver blue lightning bolt in his offhand and hurled it at the ground near a pair of banshees. The lightning bolt hit the ground almost as soon as it left Leon's hand, exploding on the forest floor and inundating the banshees with the lightning of the Thunderbird. The darkness was stripped away from the monsters, revealing what appeared to be the desiccated flesh of a long-dead human child, still writhing in pain as lightning began ripping into its form and burning it from the inside out. The two banshees fell to the ground, dead. In response, Leon noticed the ice wraiths pause in their advance, but another shriek from the remaining banshees captured his attention. Their shriek hit his ears like the horn of a charging bull, but Leon was ready, his power coursing through his veins and preventing any attempt at infiltration by this foreign magic. Leon remained unaffected, and a quick glance back at Maya showed her standing up straighter and back in full fighting condition. Leon smiled, his racing heartbeat slowing as he began to internalize the fact that he could fight with these monsters, that they couldn't harm him anymore. With two more lightning bolts conjured and hurled at titanic speeds, 3 more banshees fell to the ground, their corpses smoking as Leon's lightning burned all their darkness away. With only 7 banshees left, Maya was able to hold them off with her powers by conjuring a pair of serpentine water dragons about as large as she was that encircled the 3 of them and, with large icy fangs as long as daggers, snapped at the banshees when they flew too close. This gave Leon enough room to conjure yet another lightning bolt. This one, however, he held back on. This was not a bolt for the banshees, but for Valeria, to help her in the same way he helped Maya. Instead of throwing it like a javelin as he would if this were a real attack, Leon thrust the bolt out like a spear, letting it graze against Valeria's shoulder. It was a light touch, but several potent arcs of lightning jumped into her, burnishing her armor and causing her body to seize up. For just a moment, Leon was worried that he put far too much power into the bolt and that instead of aiding her, he'd caused her real harm. But then Valeria relaxed and jumped back to her feet. "Thanks," she shouted as she then conjured her glaive from her soul realm and stood back up, ready to defend herself. Her knees still seemed a bit shaky, but Leon could tell that she was otherwise fine and in fighting shape. As he was tending to Valeria, Maya had one of her serpentine dragons lunge forward, thinning their defensive circle a bit but catching one of the banshees in its sharp fangs. The water dragon snapped the creature in half, but the darkness that coated the banshee's body flowed into the dragon instead of dissipating. It dyed the dragon pitch black, causing its watery form to wither and writhe. Leon saw Maya immediately cut off her power to the dragon, letting it collapse in on itself before the darkness could spread further. At this point, with half of the banshees dead, the remaining 6 pulled back. Leon, Maya, and Valeria were by no means out of the woods yet, though, for the ice wraiths now took their place. The one closest to Leon was only about 30 or 40 feet away, and it extended its ethereal hand toward him. The ice that covered the ground beneath it suddenly exploded up and outward in the shape of a hand, 5 finger-shaped spikes rocketing toward Leon with nothing short of lethal intent. Without hesitation, Leon switched from lightning to fire and let loose with an intense gout of orange flame. It splashed across the oncoming ice like a wave on the beach, halting it completely. But the ice wraith just pushed harder, the massive ice spikes flattening into a wall of ice that spread past Leon's wall of fire, trying to go around. Leon just extended his fire wall to compensate, with both pressing against each other with all their power. The surroundings quickly filled with the resulting steam, and many of the flowers and trees around them caught alight. Leon could hear the crashing and battering of battle behind him, but the ice wraith in front of him held his attention. Spikes tried to bore through his fire, their demonic qualities protecting them from his fire just enough to poke through but not quite reach him. Leon could only crank up the power, letting magical energies flow from his soul realm, into his blood, and then out of his hand. He spared just a little for his blade, smiling as the blade heated up and began to burn, the adamant metal resonating with his blood. Leon then swept the blade across his body like he was trying to cut through the ice wall. A wave of fire erupted from his sword and added enough additional pressure to stop his fire wall from being so easily penetrated, but it wasn't enough to push the ice wall back. Realizing that he wasn't going to be able to just overpower the wraith, Leon grimaced and just pointed his weapon at a single point on the wall and let his power explode. Out of it, a stream of potent fire was released from the tip of his sword, traveled through his fire wall, and splashed against the ice wall, failing to completely penetrate even with a more focused approach. But Leon wasn't deterred. He could sense a momentary waver in the aura of the ice wraith on the other side of the rapidly growing walls, enough to know that it had taken a noticeable amount of power from the demonic creature to patch whatever damage he'd managed to do. A smile once more spreading across his face, Leon pressed on, twisting his sword like a drill and letting his fire both hold the ice wall and bore into it. He didn't want to try and break through everywhere as the wraith was doing, he wanted to break through in one place and force the wraith back. It seemed that the wraith thought Leon could do it, for a moment later, an ear-piercing shriek tore through the clearing as the banshees returned. Leon screamed back, both in pain and in anger as he was forced to cut off his fire and call upon his lightning once again to fight off the banshees' dark powers. This also allowed the wraith's ice to proceed unchallenged as Leon's fire fizzled out. Half a dozen ice spikes bore down on Leon as he fought off the effects of the banshee's shriek. Roaring in frustration, Leon didn't have the time to switch back to fire even with his lightning-enhanced reflexes. All he had time to do was to let loose with as large a blast of lightning as he could, doing nothing more than directing it toward the ice spikes. Silver-blue lightning illuminated his body as it poured out of him, arcing and dancing across his form before exploding outward and slamming into the ice spikes below and the banshees above. In one cataclysmic blast of power, nearly draining Leon of everything he had, the ice spikes and the ice wall behind them shattered under the heat and the power behind his attack, while two of the remaining banshees fell to the ground, dead. Behind the ice wall, the wraith cocked its head, looking for all the world as if it were shocked at what Leon had just done, or at least that was the impression that Leon got. Whatever the reason for it, the wraith paused for just long enough for Leon to take stock of his situation. He had Valeria and Maya fighting the other three wraiths right behind him. He couldn't take advantage of his prodigious speed without leaving them vulnerable, so he'd have to fight his wraith head-on. The aura coming from it seemed to be 7th tier, but it was hard for Leon to tell with such an alien being. Regardless, it had shown enough power to stand against him and not come out the loser even with Leon using all the power he had at his command. That left one option: he'd have to close the distance, attacking it straight on so that it couldn't attack Valeria or Maya behind him. Leon pulled every ounce of power he could out of his soul realm to replenish his depleted mana supply and then charged without another moment of hesitation. He wanted to end this as soon as he could. In a flash of light and tremendous roar of thunder, Leon seemed to vanish and instantly reappear in front of his ice wraith, his sword already raised and coursing with silver-blue lightning. The wraith had only enough time to begin raising an arm before Leon brought his blade down onto the creature's icy form. It was a powerful monster, there was no doubt about that. Its defenses were formidable, protecting it from almost any attack, especially more mundane slashing or blunt force wounds. However, when Leon's blade slammed into its icy flesh, its body seemed to melt away before the fury of Leon's power. Silver-blue lightning tore into it, cracking, ripping, tearing into the monster's body. In a moment, the wraith shattered into thousands of tiny pieces, while a significant portion of its torso was instantly liquefied by the heat of Leon's lightning. The wraith was dead, but it had cost Leon a great deal of power. He almost fell to a knee after it, and the banshee shriek that followed almost immediately after its fall didn't help. However, it did serve to galvanize Leon's fighting spirit and help to give him the visceral, furious motivation to stay on his feet. Turning, Leon saw that Valeria was just barely managing to hold her own against her wraith. She was vastly outclassed, with only her armor and one of Maya's water dragons keeping her in the land of the living. Maya herself, on the other hand, was doing much better facing off against the other two wraiths, with 3 more water dragons keeping them on the defense. However, those 4 water dragons were weakening with every banshee shriek they endured, creating more and more opportunities for the ice wraiths to successfully strike against the ladies. Summoning every last scrap of power that he could, emptying his bloodstream of magic power, practically reducing his physical strength to that of a regular human, Leon prepared one last magical attack. He was hoping that Maya and Valeria would be able to finish the job after this because he knew that he'd need quite a bit of rest to recover his strength once this was over. His sword sparked and crackled with silver-blue lightning as Leon's power flowed into it. He held nothing back, letting the blade glow silver with a halo of blue light from the sheer amount of power he pushed into it. The adamant metal held it all and seemed greedy for more. Leon felt like he could push every spark of power he had in his soul realm into this weapon and it still wouldn't reach its limit. So he kept going, far past the point where any other sword, even those well enchanted to hold lightning magic, would have exploded. Only when his body was left dry did Leon stop and finally swing his blade. All of the power that Leon had built up in that moment of preparation surged out into the air, sending one large bolt of silver-blue lightning tearing through the tree canopy and incinerating a huge portion of the leafy forest ceiling. More importantly, the blast caught all 4 of the remaining banshees and tore them to pieces, leaving little behind but a few wisps of smoky darkness. Most importantly, though, was that the ice wraiths were also caught up in the blast, though not to quite the same extent. A few arcs of lightning reached out from the blast, barely missing Maya and Valeria by Leon's flagging willpower, and embraced their bodies. It seemed almost graceful until the ice wraiths were hurled back, their bodies cracked and leaking dark blue blood, their glowing blue eyes dimming. Leon fell to his knees, unable to do anything more, feeling weaker than he had in years. Maya, however, wasted not a second as her water dragons pursued the ice wraiths. The weakest one that had been fighting Valeria was enveloped by one of the serpentine dragons before it could recover and squeezed to death, its body collapsing into thousands of ice shards. The remaining 2 came out a little better, conjuring ice walls that prevented the dragons from immediately wrapping their snake-like bodies around them and keeping their fangs at bay. However, they didn't try to stay and fight. The dragons ripped down the wall almost as if it were made of plywood, but by then the ice wraiths had vanished. Leon hadn't been able to see how they did it, but after several long, quiet seconds, it became clear that they were gone. What had once been a dark, peaceful section of forest had been completely changed by the battle. Nearly all of the vegetation around the 3 of them, especially where Leon had been throwing around fire, had been destroyed, either burned up or torn up by Maya's water dragons. A hole almost dozen feet wide had been created in the leafy ceiling, ringed by fires started by Leon's lightning, that allowed the early afternoon sun to stream in, bathing the battlefield in sunlight. Nearly all the trees around Leon had been blackened by fire and lightning, while a few sheets of ice remained from the wraiths. The remains of 12 banshees were scattered around, emitting a terrible fetid stench that would have turned everyone's stomachs if they hadn't been otherwise distracted. For Leon, though, all of this destruction wasn't the important takeaway. Rather, he was consumed by the fact that this had only been a relatively small group of wraiths and banshees, and they'd only just passed the halfway point on their way to the northeastern corner of the Vale. If this was what they were encountering here, he didn't want to even think about what they might encounter deeper in the forest. Chapter 488, Facing Old Fears 2, You too, all right? Leon asked as he practically gasped for breath. His limbs felt like they were 10 times as heavy as usual, his body was utterly devoid of magic power, and he barely managed to push himself back to his feet. His heart rate was falling and the dregs of his stored magic was slowly being pulled out of his soul realm and back into his body, but he could tell that he was done fighting for a while. Valeria seemed about in the same position as he was, but Maya was a little more energetic. "I'm fine," the river nymph responded, her voice shaking in anger as her lake blue eyes glared off into the dark forest in the direction that the ice wraiths had apparently fled in. "Doing good," Valeria panted as she kept staring off into trees, on the lookout for any other threats that might present themselves. Whatever is dampening my power in this veil isn't helping, though, Maya scowled. If I had been fighting at full strength, those vile creatures would have been begging for mercy before they even got close. I suppose, then, that we should find whatever is weighing down your powers and deal with it, Leon replied as he began to stumble back over to them. Have to admit, I wasn't expecting that kind of a fight, at least, not so soon. I take it those were ice wraiths? Valeria asked as her breathing steadied. I'm really glad Elise didn't come with us, Leon nodded in response. I hope she sees it that way, he said, knowing just how difficult it was to get her to stay behind in Vale Town to begin with. He loved Elise with all his heart, but he knew that she didn't take being told she couldn't do something well. These wraiths seemed a little stronger than what I remember, though, my father always made killing them look so much easier than this. Maybe they're stronger this far east. I mean, I've never even seen them active during the day before, though they did flee from the sunlight, he thought to himself as he stared up at the giant hole in the canopy his final attack had made. They're gone, that's what matters, Maya said, though from her tone and body language, Leon felt like she would have preferred it if the surviving ice wraiths had stuck around a little bit longer so that she could kill them, too. Let's stay here for a while, Leon suggested. Rest and recover so that if we're attacked like this again, we can be ready. Valeria and Maya agreed, and the three relaxed as much as they could in the clearing that the battle had created. Maya even conjured a bit of water to douse the fires that Leon's power had started, which had been starting to spread out of control. Leon, meanwhile, took to investigating the corpses of the banshees that had been left behind. They were about as he remembered, small, humanoid, possessing the proportions of a child about 4 or 5 years old if he had to guess. Without the darkness magic that covered them, they looked like nothing more than shriveled, long-dead bodies of human children. Zafin, Leon whispered into his soul realm. The demon had been watching the battle, but he hadn't said anything that might have distracted Leon while the fight was going on. Boy, Zafin replied, good job not dying. Based on what I sensed from those lesser ice demons, that's not as easy of an accomplishment as it might seem. Thanks, Leon unsarcastically replied. Got any insights? If there's anything you could tell me about these creatures, then I would be grateful. They're certainly demons of a lesser variety, though I'm unsure how they may have gotten here, Zafin said, his usual arrogance and unserious attitude gone in favor of what seemed to Leon to be an almost academic curiosity. It's possible that they may have been summoned into this forest by people who wanted more power. It's even possible that your clan summoned them to help project power. Regardless, they're barely a step above animalistic intelligence, they're good for killing and that's about it. There has to be some kind of controlling will behind them, a more powerful demon that directs them. I've never heard of anything quite like that, Leon said, speaking to all that Zafin had just posited. If there had been a more powerful demon living in this vale, I can't imagine that my father and I would have been able to live here in relative peace for as long as we did. That's a good point, Zafin conceded. Have you seen or heard about any evidence of construction? Creatures like these prefer the cold and the dark, sunlight can weaken them considerably. If they have been here as long as you say, then at the very least I'd have expected some signs of established demonic civilization. What would that look like? Leon asked. Nothing I've yet seen, Zafin replied. Great spires of crystalline ice, each connected to each other by dozens of bridges of varying size. Seems like the sort of thing that should be seen from a long distance off, Leon observed. None of it sounds familiar, though. No, the more I think about it, the less I think these demons have any kind of leadership at all, Zafin continued. This attack seemed random and poorly timed. There's no evidence of any settlement. These demons, for the years you say they've been here, should be a lot greater than they are. Something else is going on. Leon grimaced, knowing that this was a mystery that likely would never be solved. Someone or something had brought the demons here an unknown length of time ago, but at least long enough for any signs of their habitation in the beautiful and pristine forest of black and white to have vanished save for a single ancient stone bridge and to have gotten a reputation as a dark and inhospitable place. He hated that idea. He wanted to know why there were demons here, how long they'd been here, and what their current circumstances were, and it infuriated him to know that that knowledge was likely beyond him, long dead with whoever first summoned them. Do you know anything about the banshees? Leon asked, no trace of hope in his voice. They're animated by darkness magic, Zafin replied, stating the obvious. Darkness magic is unparalleled in its ability to manipulate the mind and the body, rivaled only by the powers of light magic, and even then, light is mostly restricted to growth and healing. But because of its nature, darkness is ripe for abuse, which is why, I suppose, that most of you mortals have such a dim view of it, despite it not being that bad of a magical element on its own. It's a darkness attack that the banshees use to send magic power within the body of their foes out of control. Leon stated. Yes, Zafin confirmed. And it's darkness magic that animates their bodies, animates these corpses, Leon further observed, his eyes landing on the curled-up form of a dead banshee, the resemblance it had for a dead human child unnerving him more than he'd thought it would. He had been about to give it a light kick just to make sure it was dead, but thought better of it upon closer inspection, its mottled gray skin and thin, emaciated form turning his stomach and filling his head with sad and depressing thoughts about just what the creature had been before turning into a banshee. Yes, Zafin again confirmed. But darkness magic isn't needed to do these things. Leon inquired, thinking of the stone giants and the bronze golems in his family's archives. Both of them were animated by lightning wisps, not darkness magic. No, Zafin answered. After achieving apotheosis, power can be split off to create wisps, facsimiles of life that can animate a suitably enchanted form. As you've seen with your stone giants, they can even evolve into more lifelike creatures if given enough time and magical power. If you were more observant, you'd probably have noticed that your fish girl uses attacks that take the form of serpents. Leon cocked his head in confusion. What does that have to do with anything? Nearly all of Maya's attacks he'd borne witness to had taken the form of serpentine dragon-shaped blasts of water. It just reinforces my point, she likely doesn't even realize what it means, Zafin haughtily replied. The greatest power in all the universe is the ability to create life. That's why we call ascending past the 10th tier, apotheosis, or the process of turning into a god. The ability to form power into wisps is effectively creating some kind of life, so gaining that power along with immortality means turning into a godlike form. That's a hell of a claim, Leon said. Makes sense, I suppose. You're certainly arrogant enough to claim the mantle of divinity despite being far, far from having power worthy of the title. Keep on that track and maybe I'll remember that it was your family, your clan that made me this way, boy, and that it's you and you alone that stands between me and regaining my power. How do you figure that? Leon asked, smiling in amusement. Because you're ignoring what I need to heal, Zafin replied. Build that enchantment scheme to absorb the mists of chaos and I'll show you what a Lord of Flame can do. I'm looking forward to it. You'd better blow my damn mind, demon. 2 pieces, or I won't be the slightest bit amused. I couldn't possibly care less about your amusement, Zafin shot back. But, to get back to my original point, your fish girl uses attacks that take the form of living creatures because she's approaching the level of power that is capable of creating life. What she's doing is hardly creating life, though, she's probably just acting on instinct, not realizing why forming her power into such forms makes them stronger or more manageable. Leon relished learning all of this, but as his gaze turned back toward Valeria and Maya, he was prompted to move on, for Valeria looked about ready to collapse, while Maya only seemed to fare marginally better despite her iron composure. Leon could feel her fatigue, anger, and frustration through their connection, telling all he needed to know about her current physical state. And that wasn't even touching on his own physical state. His body was so devoid of magic power that there was nothing he wanted to do more than slip into the peaceful embrace of sleep. Is there any other wisdom you can provide regarding the ice wraiths? Leon asked Zafin. I'd tell you to keep your eyes open, but I doubt your puny human eyes can even perceive the evidence of higher beings that you need to watch out for, Zafin dismissively replied. I suppose, if you do encounter something powerful enough to command these lesser demons, do be a good human and make use of my power. I know that you're nervous about everyone else seeing our connection, but when push comes to shove, if you've got nothing better to use, then use demon magic against other demon magic. It'll be your best bet to walk away with your life still your own. You just said a lot of words and I liked very few of them, Leon replied. Great, now my partner is starting to not like words. Splendid, the fire demon sarcastically replied as his attention sank back into Leon's soul realm, leaving him to his own devices. I'll say this, Leon said out loud, drawing Maya and Valeria's attention. I'm tempted to just call it a day after that fight, but I can't imagine a worse decision we could make than to stay here. You'll hear no arguments from me, Valeria exhaustedly replied, the prospect of getting moving again already putting a bit of animation back into her tired body. I'm ready to get moving again. I doubt we'll get very far, Leon replied, silently noting Valerius' obvious fatigue alongside his own tired muscles. He'd expended so much magic power that even after minutes of absorbing magic power from the air, letting his body create more in its bone marrow, and pulling out what little remained in his soul realm, he felt like it would require at least a good night's rest to recover completely, though it would take much longer than that to fill up his empty soul realm again without outside assistance. So, to find a place to lay low for the night, he quickly projected his magic senses and took a good look at the area they found themselves in. Leon continued, "Still, we should get moving again. I can see a lake not far from here that looks like as good a place as any to spend the night. It might take a bit of time to get the proper wards set up to stave off ice wraith attention, so let's get moving now while we still have daylight." "Sounds like a plan," Valeria said with about as much cheer as she could muster, which wasn't all that much. Maya, meanwhile, gave Leon nothing more than a silent nod before she returned to glowering into the forest. Leon could feel killing intent roiling in her aura, her magic power churning with her anger at letting those ice wraiths escape. "We'll get them if they come back," Leon assured her, whispering comfortingly into her mind. "And we won't be taken by surprise again. I promise you that. If we see them again, I'm going to tear them apart," Maya replied, keeping her vow simple yet losing not a single iota of killing intent with its lack of additional details. "I'd expect nothing less," Leon replied, briefly wrapping his arms around her from behind. A minute later, the three were back to trudging through the forest, but this time, all three were much more alert for any changes to their scenery that they could discern. Leon, in particular, was keeping an eye out for any sign of demonic magic that he might detect that could spell an imminent attack by ice wraiths. Given his connection with Zaffin, he was uniquely qualified to look for such magics. Their journey, however, remained peaceful as they continued on. If they were being watched by any more ice wraiths that managed to slip past Leon's senses, there was no evidence that Leon could find of it. This comforted Leon none, though, for he was certain that they were being watched from somewhere. He felt no magic senses washing over them, nothing that he could point to as evidence, just a strong suspicion that more ice wraiths or just something in general was watching them. But nothing attacked them. It wasn't long before they arrived at the lake that Leon saw with his magic senses. It was a fairly small thing, barely worthy of being called a lake, but it was an open area of the forest that let in plenty of light from the late afternoon sun. It did strike him as a bit odd that the trees, which were otherwise so dense, were all at least 100 feet or more from the shore of the lake, but his magic senses couldn't pick up anything strange about the water, so he dismissed it as meaningless paranoia. "Let's set up close to the bank," Leon said, his golden eyes warily watching the tree line. "If you say so," Valeria replied, her voice strained and tired. Neither she nor Maya said anything, but Leon could tell that every step was growing harder for them the further northeast they walked. He hated to see them working so hard just to put one foot in front of the other, but he also took it as an encouraging sign that they were apparently drawing closer to the source of whatever seemed to be weighing their magic down. It was likely that whatever the map from the cradle was pointing to and whatever Justin had gone to investigate were linked to this unknown source. Leon could understand her hesitation. It would make them a hell of a target and give them very little cover. However, he was willing to risk that rather than having them spend the night among the trees and glowing flora with layers and layers of leaves between them and the open sky. The only thing that had him feeling a bit more down was the fact that they'd probably need to set up a watch. All three of them sleeping at the same time just felt like serving themselves up to the ice wraiths on a silver platter. A few minutes later, they found a suitable place to set up their tents not too far from the shore of the lake, but distant enough from the tree line that they'd have a few seconds to get on their feet in case they were attacked during the night. In a matter of 10 minutes, Leon and Valeria had both of their tents ready and set up. Maya would, of course, be sleeping with Leon in his tent when she wasn't on watch. However, barely a minute passed after they finished before a titanic aura suddenly exploded out of the lake, practically knocking all three of them off their feet with its unforeseen intensity. "What the?" Leon barely got out before his sword was back in his hand and he stood side by side with Maya and Valeria staring into the lake. "What's going on?" Valeria asked in panic as a few threads of killing intent wound its way through the aura they were sensing. "We may have missed something," Leon replied, his voice wavering as his heartbeat accelerated with fear. This mysterious aura had him silently panicking as he wondered if they had accidentally wandered into the territory of some terribly mannered and terribly powerful creature. "No," Maya whispered, her voice barely audible to Leon. He glanced over at his river nymph lover and saw her shaking, her eyes wide and disbelieving as she stared at the water. "What is it?" he asked aloud for Valerius' benefit. "Naiad." "No, no, no," the river nymph repeated, apparently not even aware that she was speaking into his mind as her aura rose to match whatever had just made its presence known, though her face was morphing into one of greater and greater fear. Leon's head whipped around back to the lake, a horrific thought coming to his mind. It was soon proven accurate as, not too far from the lakefront, the water began to rise. This bump on the water grew tall and thin, before almost instantaneously taking on the form of a pale, buxom, beautiful young woman. However, any admiration Leon may have felt for her soft, heart-shaped features, and her nude, well-endowed figure vanished as he realized that this woman had no legs. Instead, her hips just kept going for a few dozen feet, her pale skin transforming into dark green scales. This was a gorgon. The gorgon that he'd known resided in this vale, he recognized. Unthinkingly, his golden eyes met hers, taking in her reptilian pupils and the cold regard that they stared back at him with. Knowing that this monster was probably more dangerous than the ice wraiths they'd just fought off a few hours before, Leon could only think one word as his heart sank in despair. Shit. Chapter 489. Facing Old Fears 3. Leon stared in shock and horror at the gorgon, his eyes locked with hers, gold and dark sea green. She had slit pupils like a reptile, which made a degree of sense given her serpentine lower half, and as her mouth opened in what seemed like surprise, Leon could see a pair of long sharp fangs that rather uncannily resembled the fangs of a vampire, though hers were quite a bit longer. And then, her demeanor suddenly changed like a switch had been flipped. Any surprise on her face vanished as a predatory gleam entered her eyes. She smiled, baring none of her teeth, and her voice rang in their minds like a lightly resonant bell. "What have we here? 3 young things have wandered into my domain." Her voice was soft and soothing, a voice more suited to a lover in an intimate situation than a deadly monster at the edge of the world. For Leon, it only served to highlight the stark dissonance between her human and serpentine halves. The gorgon paused as she stared at the 3 of them, seeming to revel in the shock that her appearance caused, which gave Leon enough time to compose himself and to examine his companions. Valeria, despite being the weakest of the 3, seemed to be doing the best of them, at least mentally speaking. As a 5th-tier mage, she had little idea just how powerful the gorgon was. Maya, on the other hand, stared at her twisted kin with nothing short of terror, her aura chaotic, her legs shaking as she took a couple of steps back. Speaking into her mind, Leon said in a tone as comforting as he could manage, "I'm still here with you, no matter what." Maya froze for a moment, then seemed to straighten up. The terror written all across her face swiftly vanished, replaced a second later with steely determination and the silent threat of violence if anything should happen. And then the gorgon's voice whispered into their minds again. "Who are you, and why have you come here?" As she spoke, she slowly began to slither toward them as if the surface of the lake were solid ground. Leon's heart began to race as he noticed that she didn't seem at all perturbed by Maya's presence. At least, she didn't seem to fear Maya's power. Leon did notice, though, that the gorgon seemed far more interested in Maya than she did in either him or Valeria, which he thought was a small mercy given the obvious differences in power between them. Still, he was hardly comforted, but he figured that it would probably be best for all of them if whatever this situation was could be solved without violence. He was a far cry from recovered from the fight with the ice wraiths, and fighting a gorgon who was at least of the 8th tier was high on his list of things he did not want to do right now. He stepped forward and put himself between the gorgon and Maya and said, "This is your territory. We apologize if we're trespassing, we'll leave if our presence offends." The gorgon's eyes found his once more, and his pulse quickened in response. For all his 7th tier strength, he felt like a minnow trying to stare down a shark before those eyes. "An introduction would have served you better," the gorgon said, finally reaching dry land and lazily continuing to slither toward them. "Is that not what you humans do when they first meet? Tell each other their names. My name is Leon, if that matters. While it's true that humans exchange names when meeting, I don't expect to learn yours." "Of course you don't, you look like you'd know all about my kind," the gorgon replied, her tone coming quite close to sarcasm. "I can smell you from here, you and that naiad reek of each other." The gorgon finally paused not too far away from them, but more than close enough for all 3 to feel the pressure of her presence, to feel threatened by her proximity. If they were going to run, Leon knew, their chances of surviving such a decision was on the cusp of guaranteed failure, if they hadn't blown past that point already. Leon was about to respond, but Maya approached and laid a hand on his shoulder, silencing him immediately. She nodded to him and he stepped back while she stepped forward. Leon also noticed that Valeria had come closer as well, looking more than a little nervous given how Leon and Maya were acting. A moment later, the Gorgon made a look at Maya that had Leon thinking she spoke into Maya's mind and didn't include him or Valeria. Fortunately for him, Maya cut him in on her end. "Yes, he's my mate," she said, a protective glare entering her eyes as she faced down the Gorgon. The monster then stared at Leon again, an almost hungry look in her eyes. A second later, Leon felt Maya's aura spike in intensity and killing intent began to radiate from her without restraint. Even Leon found himself growing a bit weak in the knees under it, while Valeria beside him was barely able to remain on her feet. "He's my mate," Maya repeated as droplets of water coalesced around her body in a clear display of intention. If the Gorgon made any moves against Leon, then Maya would stop it. Leon, of course, had no desire to just watch that happen, so he started to channel his own power and righted himself. He'd moved to help his lover in her battle, he just hoped that Maya was powerful enough to not need it that badly. Turning his attention inward, he asked Zafin, "Demon, can you tell how strong that one is?" He felt Zafin's attention come back to him, then a pulse of his magic senses leave his soul realm, all while the Gorgon seemed to be speaking with Maya. A moment later, Zafin responded, "She's a powerful 8th-tier being. If I had to guess, your fish girl is the weaker of the two." Leon clenched his jaw, unsurprised and not reassured. "Thanks," he said as he refocused back on what was happening. It seemed to him that the Gorgon was being quite long-winded with Maya, since his river nymph lover didn't seem to be responding, but her aura didn't diminish in the slightest, indicating that at the very least, no accord had been reached. Based on how much the Gorgon was staring at him, too, he figured that he was the subject of at least some of what she was saying. He also felt a few threads of killing intent, giving him the impression that unlike what happened between him and Maya when they met, this Gorgon probably wasn't going to restrain herself if she wanted to take something from him. Finally, Maya spoke again or, at least, let him in on her side of the conversation. "I've heard about you from my mother," she said to the Gorgon, eliciting a look of surprise, the first reaction that cut through the Gorgon's attitude since their exchange began. "I am a naiad born of the Empress of Saren. He is mine and I am his. I will not allow you to take his blood, no matter what you say." The Gorgon grimaced at the mention of Maya's mother, or who Leon assumed was her mother, and her aura seemed to dim. Her reptilian eyes swept over Leon and Valeria once more, lingering for a moment on Leon. In that moment, Leon knew exactly what was going to happen. He saw it in the Gorgon's eyes. He didn't wait for the killing intent to hit him, he just acted, drawing his sword and calling upon what few scraps of power he could command. He moved not a moment too soon, for an instant later, a stony fist burst through the ground and slammed into him. With his power coursing through his veins, Leon was able to take the hit well enough, and a second later he let loose with a blast of lightning out through his legs, shattering the stone fist to the sound of deafening thunder. Valeria, who had been next to him, drew her weapon, too, and prepared to face off against the Gorgon. Maya, however, moved first, summoning another of her serpentine water dragons in less than a second and letting it charge the Gorgon. Then, before the first hit the creature, she conjured another from the lake behind the Gorgon and had it charge, too. The Gorgon derisively smirked and built a pair of stone walls to cover herself, the stone snapping into place just as the water dragons were about to crash into her. Instead, they hit the walls with tremendous force and immediately lost cohesion, collapsing back into formless water. The walls then slid back into the earth to reveal the Gorgon still standing there, her lips turned up in an expression of dismissive mirth as if bragging that the attacks had been so weak that she no longer needed the walls to protect herself. A moment later, 4 hands made of stone erupted from the ground at Maya's feet and wrapped their fingers around her calves, anchoring her in place. Or at least, they would have, if Maya hadn't immediately melted her legs down into water and slid out of their grasp, reforming her legs a couple of feet away. However, Leon's thrill at seeing his lover instantly escape was dampened when bright red magic-rich mana began to spill from small lacerations in her legs. These cuts seemed barely flesh wounds, but he'd never seen Maya injured even that much before. His face turning into a deep scowl, Leon channeled his magic power into his weapon, letting it fill with all the silver blue lightning he could summon. At the same time, Valeria began to summon floating icicles and hurling them at the Gorgon to little effect. Unfortunately, as they shattered upon hitting the monster and left no visible wounds, while Maya summoned a third water dragon and sent it charging at her foe. The Gorgon smiled, seeming utterly unfazed at the power being brought down upon her. A wall of stone spikes burst from the earth and skewered the water dragon, tearing it apart and sending the water washing into the lake. Valerius' ice was barely a nuisance, so they were largely ignored even as they hit the Gorgon's body and shattered. Leon's lightning, on the other hand, drew her attention. He felt her gaze turn from Maya to him like a ton of bricks, her killing intent almost disrupting his attack before he managed to get it off. However, he barely managed to hang on and prevent his power from uselessly crackling out of his sword. He just kept charging, letting the blade start to glow silver again as it absorbed his lightning. It wasn't going to be much, definitely not a match for the last attack he threw at the ice wraiths, but he wasn't just going to stand there and let his exhausted comrades fight without him. Fortunately for him, Maya waved her arm and brought into being several more water creatures, having seen her dragons being torn to pieces. A stag, a lion, a tiger, and a bear all appeared before her and charged in separate directions toward the Gorgon, demanding her attention and keeping her from disrupting Leon again. The stag and the bear charged headlong at the monster, but the Gorgon sneered at the water beasts and their straightforward attacks. Before the stag could lower its head and bring its antlers to bear, a stony arm exploded out of the earth beneath it with such force that the conjured creature was turned into a cloud of water. Droplets. The bear fared little better as a stone claw ripped into its flank faster than it could react, causing it to collapse back into a wave of water. The lion and tiger, however, had gone around the Gorgon on both sides in a flanking maneuver, sacrificing the other two to try and get closer to the monster. The tiger moved quicker, leaping at the Gorgon with its claws and jaws outstretched. With almost dismissive ease, the Gorgon used the tiger's charge to obliterate it, conjuring a stone spike in its path and letting it impale itself upon it. The lion, in turn, slowed almost to a halt as the tiger collapsed into formless water. The Gorgon didn't even look at it, treating it as if it were nothing she needed to worry about. A moment later, Maya unleashed a wave of water out of her body, her eyes wide with anger, frustration, and fear. She didn't create any creatures to act with a degree of autonomy, she just let loose with all of her power, letting a frightening torrent of water burst from her like a broken dam and rush down toward her foe. The Gorgon finally chose this moment to move. Her smile grew wider as she charged to meet the wave head-on. Maya's water hit her with all the force of a 50-foot tidal wave, more than enough to crush several companies of Bull Kingdom soldiers. But instead of being crushed, the Gorgon simply melted away into the water. Maya reeled back, her surprise so strong that Leon almost balked at what he could sense through their connection. A moment later, the Gorgon reformed on the other side of the wave, her serpentine lower half pushing her out back onto the ground where she slithered with horrifying speed right at Maya, her arm outstretched and aiming for the river nymph's throat. Maya wasn't going to be able to respond in time, that much Leon could see plain as day. She had been thrown too off-kilter by the Gorgon slipping right through her water despite Maya's power saturating it, and Valerius' continued attacks were so ineffective against the monster that she was being practically ignored. This was it, there would be no more charging his power. He had to use what he had, even though Leon doubted that it would be enough. By this point, his blade was glowing brightly with silver-blue lightning, and he hoped with everything that he had that it would be enough. Leon swung the blade, roaring with exertion as he stabbed forward, aiming straight for the Gorgon's heart. A blinding bolt of lightning was discharged from the weapon, bathing the surroundings in silver light tinged with blue. It was accompanied by a clap of thunder so loud that the nearby trees flexed and leaves were torn from their branches as the shockwave hit them. This powerful bolt seemed to hit the Gorgon as soon as it left Leon's sword, exploding upon her body and turning her into what looked like a vaguely person-shaped pillar of silver-blue lightning. Leon's vision went dark for a second or two as he barely managed to keep himself standing after that attack. He estimated it would have been strong enough to vaporize the Earthshaker Paladin in one hit under the right conditions despite his relative lack of magic reserves when the fight began, and he hoped that it would do significant enough damage to the Gorgon that Maya would be able to finish the job. When he refocused and saw the situation, his heart sank. The Gorgon had been stopped in her tracks, but apart from a few light burns across her hands, she seemed otherwise none the worse for wear. In her hands she held a long black rod that continued to crackle and pop with silver-blue lightning, flashing with arcs of lightning as if it were holding a charge. The Gorgon, though, held it as if it were a mundane thing, completely separate from Leon's power. "Run!" Zafin suddenly shouted, In Leon's mind, "You can't beat this creature, even if you called upon my power. There's no point in staying here to be killed." Leon agreed wholeheartedly that they weren't going to do much against this creature and that it was better to retreat now, while they were still relatively uninjured, but he wasn't going to just take off and leave Maya or Valeria, both of whom seemed a little stunned by the light and thunder of Leon's lightning bolt. The only fortunate thing, in fact, that Leon could see was that the Gorgon wasn't moving to take advantage of the situation. She seemed far more interested in the lightning that danced across the black rod than with Leon or the other two for the moment. Leon stumbled over to Valeria to see how the silver-haired woman was doing after his flashy attack. She seemed fine, and when Leon lightly rested a hand on her shoulder, she jerked up and seemed to recover. A moment later, Leon was at Maya's side, desperately crying into her mind, "Maya. Can you hear me?" "Yes," Maya moaned as she righted herself. "I don't think we can win this." "I don't think we can, either," Leon admitted. For Valeria's sake, he said out loud, "Time to run. We can't stay here and die. We have to run." Maya didn't argue, and Valeria was completely on board with that plan. However, the Gorgon simply sneered and said, "None of you are going to be leaving quite so easily, go." Leon shouted, and all three of them turned tail and ran into the forest, leaving their tents and the camping equipment they'd already prepared behind without hesitation. The only saving grace that Leon could think of was that the Gorgon seemed to primarily be an earth mage, despite her retention of the ability to transform into water, which he knew would slow her down. He hoped it would be enough for them, in their own weakness, to escape. Chapter 490. Desperate last moves. Leon, Maya, and Valeria tore off into the forest, leaving the Gorgon in the lake behind. He didn't know exactly why, but it took the Gorgon a few seconds to start her pursuit, which he was immensely grateful for. As a creature of earth magic, her speed wasn't anything to brag about, and that one trait was enough for the three to put some distance between her and them. Even Valeria, who was at least 3 tiers below her in power, was able to stay ahead. Unfortunately, when she did get moving, the Gorgon moved quickly enough that the gap between them didn't widen as much as Leon would have liked. However, what was much worse was the fact that he knew that she was powerful enough to easily blanket the entire vale with her magic senses. There was effectively no way for them to escape her sight by running alone. Leon's mind raced through the possibilities as he led the other two deeper into the dark forest, over tree roots and past spectacularly glowing flowers. They moved swiftly, but even with Leon leading the way, the Gorgon stayed in hot pursuit, proving Leon correct over the course of about 10 minutes that they weren't going to be able to shake the monster from their trail. As it so happened, they had started running in a roughly northwestern direction. Leon hadn't intended to go that way, it had just worked out that way when they took off into the forest. That gave them a few options to consider. Their destination was the northeastern corner of the vale, where Leon felt certain this pillar that Justin was seeking was located. There was the possibility that there might be something there they could use to escape the attention of the Gorgon, but Leon wasn't hopeful enough to risk their lives on such a course of action. He was leaning towards something much more dangerous. He still had his invisibility ring and his supply of spells had been largely restocked after 2 weeks in his workshop. Back in the capital, he felt like maybe he could pull off some kind of hit-and-run tactics with the Gorgon, trusting in his lightning magic to get away so long as he opened up enough of a window for Maya and Valeria to escape without him. He didn't need much of his magic, less even than was required for a lightning bolt, in order to gain a boost to his speed. There were so many other factors to consider, though, that kept Leon running even when that possible plan entered his mind. They could still keep running, he'd thought. They could probably just turn a little bit more to the west and figure out some way to run straight to the edge of the vale and leave the Gorgon behind. In doing so, they'd abandon any hope of seeing just what Justin had gone to investigate, and possibly even any hope of seeing Justin himself. Leon wasn't ready to just let that go. He didn't want to wait until he was 9th or 10th tier to come back, not when the trail seemed so hot right now after they'd found Rhea. For Leon, leaving the vale would be the worst-case option, something to use just in case everything else failed. So, after running almost 3 miles away from the lake in less than 15 minutes, tearing through the forest's underbrush along the way with little regard for caution or safety, Leon made his decision. The Gorgon hadn't called off her pursuit, and it had become clear that whatever she wanted, she wasn't going to stop until she had it. He'd have to directly act if he wanted her off their tail. "Keep going north," Leon shouted into Maya's mind, trusting in his 8th-tier river nymph lover to keep herself and Valeria safe if he got himself tied down in a pitched battle. I need to throw her off. I'll find you later. Out loud and without waiting for Maya to respond, Leon shouted to Valeria, "Follow Naiad." A moment later, he activated his ring of invisibility. Light bent around him, flashing for a moment before his form seemed to wink out of existence. "I'm not going to just leave you," Maya then shouted into his mind, her pace slowing with Leon's disappearance. "If you're going to fight, then so will I." Leon grimaced as he turned around to face the Gorgon. He'd already called upon his bow and a few choice spell arrows and had one knocked. He hated this idea, but he couldn't bring himself to tell Maya to leave him behind again. His only real concern was Valeria. She was too weak to survive for long in the forest of black and white if she were to attract the attention of more ice wraiths, so he didn't want her to go off on her own. It seemed he wouldn't have to worry about that, though, as Valeria followed Maya's lead and slowed down. "I'm willing to fight," Leon heard her say, though her flagging aura spoke volumes about how capable she was of following through. He wasn't able to hear Maya's mental response to Valeria, but from the way she and Valeria looked at each other and nodded, it seemed that they'd come to a quick agreement about something. A moment later, light began to bend around Maya's body as the emerald ring on her finger flashed with light. Leon almost laughed at his own stupidity. He'd completely forgotten that Maya had an invisibility ring of her own. He still worried about their chances, but with the both of them preparing to make sneak attacks on the Gorgon, they might just be able to open enough of a window to escape, or even to win this fight. Leon saw as he looked back a brief moment where the Gorgon paused. Clearly, the disappearance of the most powerful people that she was pursuing had caused her to raise her guard and give her a second thought or two. He felt the monster's magic senses pulse out, searching for them, but he was gratified to see that the Gorgon apparently still couldn't find them. The monster's expression grew wrathful, and she made a beeline for Valeria. Leon was a little frustrated to see that Valeria had stopped, but without him or Maya there to cover her, he couldn't blame her. Moving through even the western half of the forest was dangerous enough alone at her power level, let alone the eastern half. But this also gave him a good opportunity. "Take the Gorgon's left," Leon silently whispered to Maya. She didn't respond in words, but he felt the vague notions of her whereabouts that he got from their connection indicate that she was moving in that direction. He then peeled off and got set up to attack the Gorgon's right as the monster moved to reach Valeria about 200 feet past him. The Gorgon was moving quickly and didn't seem to be taking any precautions. With Leon and Maya gone, she had only Valeria in her unwavering gaze. Despite her relative lack of speed, her long snake's tail had her moving quite smoothly through the dense forest, and soon enough, she was coming close to Leon. "Wait for it," Leon whispered to his river nymph lover as he aimed his bow, a thunderblast spell tied to the arrow. Just another second, the Gorgon drew near Leon, almost passing him as she sprinted or slithered quickly for Valeria. Leon waited until right before she passed him before he drew the bowstring back and loosed his arrow. There were only about 30 feet between them, and the arrow crossed that distance so quickly it was almost instantaneous. Leon's aim was true enough, and the arrow hit the Gorgon in the side of her neck. The arrowhead didn't penetrate far into the Gorgon's skin, but that was hardly what Leon was counting on. As the arrowhead broke the Gorgon's skin, the thunderblast spell detonated in a terrific clap of thunder. Half a dozen young trees close to the blast were shattered into sawdust and splinters, while the spell's tremendous lightning bathed the surroundings in light and sparks. Unfortunately, one of the arcs of lightning came close enough to Leon that his ring's power failed, forcing him back into visibility. Even worse, it had taken what little magic Leon had managed to regenerate to power that spell. But as he staggered back, he saw something that had him feeling more encouraged than dejected. He watched the Gorgon's body go limp and be hurled by the blast roughly in Maya's direction. The river nymph, who was far enough away to maintain her invisibility, struck quickly, conjuring a water dragon and having it tear past the trees and savagely rip into the Gorgon. Only a moment later, a stone spike erupted from the ground and killed the dragon, but not before damage had been done. The Gorgon swiftly got back up and glared into the forest, locking eyes with Leon, but she both failed to find Maya and she was bleeding from a dozen wounds scattered all over her body. Most were superficial at best, but the bleeding from her neck and a gash on her abdomen where the water dragon had sunk its teeth indicated that the surprise attack wasn't for naught. "I am going to devour every bit of flesh on your body," she furiously growled as she began to slither in Leon's direction. This, however, gave both Valeria and Maya a good shot at her back. Valeria took as much advantage of this as she could, pulling a bow from her soul realm and firing an arrow with one of Leon's white fire spells attached at the monster's back, while Maya summoned half a dozen water wolves that tore off after the Gorgon. The Gorgon growled like a wild animal, stopped in her tracks, and conjured a stone wall to block Valeria's arrow, having seemingly grown more cautious of such things after Leon's surprise attack. The arrow hit the wall and exploded in white fire, proving the monster correct in her caution. Maya's wolves, on the other hand, rushed in from the side, with two of them managing to lock their jaws around parts of her serpentine tail before the Gorgon was able to rip a stone out of the earth and detonate it, killing all of them with stony shrapnel. By then, Leon had already prepped another of his weakest spell arrows, took a deep breath to get a bit of magic power into his blood as he called upon scrap and spark of power that may have hidden itself in his body, and loosed the arrow at the Gorgon, just barely having a clear shot around her stone wall. The Gorgon shrieked and conjured another stone wall, blocking Leon's arrow. What wasn't blocked, however, was the fiery explosion that rippled out from the impact point and bent over the top of the wall, licking at the Gorgon's head. It didn't seem like it did much in the way of damage, but it was enough to prove to all four combatants that the Gorgon was now on the defensive. It seemed this was not a place that she wanted to be in, but she didn't seem aware that her opponents were on their last legs, so after shooting Leon and Valeria one last hateful look as they prepared more arrows, the earth beneath the Gorgon opened up and she disappeared within. Maya had just finished summoning a pair of water lions, but as the Gorgon vanished, she held them back. Leon and Valeria, too, relaxed their bows and waited, their magic senses projected, watching and waiting for any sign of the Gorgon's reappearance, both barely managing to stay on their feet. The Gorgon did not reappear, leaving the three to stand there for an entire minute in silence, their guard as raised as it could be. After what seemed like an eternity, Maya spoke to them both. "I think she's gone. Those injuries we inflicted were probably worse than they appeared. Stay on alert, anyway," Leon said, recalling his bow and arrows into his soul realm and half-walking half-staggering over to the broken section of forest, where the stone walls still stood and the broken trees lay and several fires were starting to burn. If she can move through the earth like a stone giant, then she could pop up anywhere at any time. Maya let her invisibility drop as she took a few steps in his direction, though both she and Valeria refrained from getting too close to him. They both understood that it was better to remain a bit distant for a while, so that the Gorgon would have a tougher time attacking all of them at once than she would if they bunched up. But there was no sign of the Gorgon still around, she'd vanished into the earth. Once Leon had confirmed that with his own eyes, his gaze turned upward. He could get a few tiny glimpses of the sky through the thick leafy canopy more now that he'd destroyed several of the trees in his initial strike, and he could tell that the sky was growing dark. Night had almost fallen upon the vale, and with it would come more ice wraiths and banshees. "We need to move," he said. "I want to keep going deeper. Your thoughts?" His question was directed at both Maya and Valeria. If they both agreed to turn back, he'd do so, but he'd come so far and he didn't want to turn back around now, despite the dangers they'd faced already since crossing the river and their current state of near-total magic depletion. "I want to find my father," Valeria firmly stated, her breath sounding thin and raspy. "If he's out here as we think he is, then he's probably in some kind of danger. I can't leave until I know for sure." Leon nodded and turned his eyes toward Maya. The river nymph queen, the only one of them still capable of fighting with any magic at all, was staring at the ground where the Gorgon had disappeared, a look of muted fear and disgust on her face. A moment later, though, she looked up and met Leon's eyes. "I'll not let that one run me out of this vale like a beaten dog," she viciously declared. "We keep moving." Leon nodded again as a smile appeared on his face. He expected no other answers from either of them, even though the day's events had proven just how dangerous his old home could be. "Very well, we need to find somewhere to spend the night, and we don't have much time left to look, so let's move fast." Chapter 491. The pillar. The night following the Gorgon attack was harrowing and restless. Banshees shrieked close enough that Leon, Maya, and Valeria were constantly on edge. They occasionally felt the chill of ice wraiths as they passed nearby, and none of them could shake the oppressive feeling that the Gorgon was only waiting for the three of them to fall asleep before she struck. Fortunately, neither Leon nor Maya strictly needed to sleep every day, and Valeria only needed a token amount, but not getting a full night's rest still left them all feeling extremely tired and irritable by the time morning finally arrived. Despite these dangers, though, they made it through the night without being overtly bothered. They had hidden themselves not too far from where they fought off the Gorgon, in a denser patch of foliage to conceal themselves from view, while Leon carved a few enchantments on nearby trees to hide their auras from ice wraiths. He and Artorias had used such enchantments many times before, but now that he was more experienced in the field, Leon realized that these enchantments were actually deceptively simple. They were light enchantments with a few amplification runes, enough to make the ice wraiths think their immediate area was bathed in sunlight, and thus making them avoid the area. Leon never realized when he was younger, but it struck him just how correct Zafin had been when he described the ice wraiths as being unintelligent and lacking in proper leadership. If Leon tried to use similar methods to hide from humans or other creatures of comparable intellect, it would probably have the opposite effect, serving only to shine a spotlight on them rather than hiding them from view. None of them spoke at all during the night, other than a few quick words once they got settled in and concealed in the bushes and flowers, which amounted only to what they ought to do if attacked. Their options on that front were limited, being run or fight. Leon settled on run. Staying around to fight would only lead to their deaths, as their battle drew more and more attention from other creatures in the forest. They only felt comfortable moving again, let alone talking out loud, once the sun started to peek through the few holes in the canopy and slightly brighten the inside of the forest. By then, the near-constant shrieks of the banshees had abated, the chill of the ice wraiths had receded, and all three had regenerated quite a bit of their depleted magical reserves. Leon counted them lucky that even in these dark parts of the forest, the ice wraiths and their pet banshees were still much less active during the day than they were at night. Still, as the three began to rise out of their camp, they were quiet and on edge. Silently, Leon motioned for them to get moving again and set a route roughly northeast. None of them were yet willing to admit defeat even after the harrowing experiences of the previous day. About the only thing that was said out loud was a warning from Leon to stay alert in case the Gorgon decided to attack them from below. They would have a second at the most to react if she did, so letting their guard down would only result in them being gravely injured or outright killed. He and Maya kept their magic senses constantly projected and stayed on the lookout for ice wraiths, banshees, the Gorgon, and any other threat that the forest may present them with, and moved much more slowly and cautiously than they did the previous day. But that didn't stop Leon and Maya from being able to converse. Leon felt a little bad about leaving Valeria out of the loop, but he wanted to know everything that he could about their current situation. So, he began, speaking into Maya's mind, feeling a bit more willing to talk about what happened yesterday than you were last night. I suppose, Maya replied with a deliberately nonchalant shrug. Did you know that Gorgon? It seemed to me like you did. Maya was silent for a long moment, almost long enough for Leon to think that she wasn't going to answer. I don't know her personally, she finally said. I guessed that she was, in human terms, my aunt. My mother's youngest sister never found a mate for whatever reason. She left Saren before I was born, coming here, I suppose. I don't know that much about her. But you're sure that was her? She said as much when we spoke, Maya admitted, her tone sharp and spiteful as she remembered their initial fight against the monster. I think she spoke more to me than you might realize. She was constantly mocking me during that fight, telling me all sorts of things. Like what? Leon's tone was curious and concerned. He didn't mind if she and the Gorgon had shared river nymph secrets that he wasn't meant to know, but from the way Maya was acting, he doubted that was the case. More than that, he was worried about her. She wasn't letting on too much, but he could sense the pain and anger she was feeling clearly enough through their connection. Things I would rather not repeat, Maya replied. Leon was disappointed to hear that, but based on the steel in Maya's tone, he didn't press for more answers. After a moment of silence, he said, she said she wanted to eat me. I can't deny that that freaked me out a little bit, but on a more intellectual note, I thought they ate stone. They do, Maya replied, her face contorting in momentary anger and disgust at the Gorgon. They don't lose the ability to eat meat, but eating stone is necessary for survival. The former is optional, the latter is not. I see, Leon murmured. He could sense that Maya did not want to talk about the Gorgon right now, so he reluctantly let the matter drop, for the time being. They would have to revisit the issue, but for now, he had no problems giving Maya her needed space to think. He reached over and squeezed her hand, conveying as much as he could with that one gesture. From the way she glanced at him and lightly smiled, he got the impression that the sentiment was received. With a sigh, Leon turned his attention back to pathfinding and keeping an eye out for threats. And there were quite a few. He noticed a few ice wraiths slaughtering a pack of relatively high-tier wind wolves. He saw a tree that certainly held a tree sprite. He saw a large spotted cat, bigger even than the snow lion he'd killed to awaken his power. Perhaps most wondrously, he saw a creature that he'd never seen before, a quadrupedal thing about 2.5 or 3 times the size of a full-grown bull. It had taut black hide stretched over intimidatingly large, rippling muscles, a ridge of dark brown fur running along its massive, curved spine, 4 beady eyes shining like obsidian in its long, angular skull, a pair of vicious ebony spear-like tusks jutting out of its toothy maw, and hammer-like hooves that were displaying that similarity as the creature busied itself mashing an ice wraith into snow like it was nothing, a pair of crushed banshee corpses not too far away from it. Better to avoid that one, I think, Leon thought with a sense of terrible danger. It radiated an aura of the 7th tier, but from the ease it seemed to have taken care of the wraith and its attendant banshees, Leon wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. However, given that the other dangerous creatures that he was able to see were giving it a wide berth, too, Leon decided to try and find some kind of middle ground. He stayed away from the tusked creature, but not so far that the other monsters might be willing to approach them if they were viewed as easy prey. And so, moving with much greater caution than they had the day before, Leon's small party slowly made their way through the dark forest. They were all of them too anxious to properly appreciate the forest's natural beauty, their attention almost exclusively settled on keeping an eye out for more wraiths in the Gorgon, with their destination coming in second. After a while of peace, though, Leon was unable to stop himself from relaxing and trying to see further ahead of them. There were still at least a dozen miles between them in the northeastern corner of the vale where the cradle map was leading him, and over that much land, he struggled a bit to focus on details that didn't have a magical aura. But he started to devote more of his attention to getting an idea of what lay ahead of them as they proceeded. He wanted to see if he could find this pillar they were seeking before they just ran across it. So far, he hadn't had much luck until, that is, around noon, when he realized that there was some kind of artificial structure closer to them than where he'd been focusing. The northeastern corner of the vale bent inward a bit and seemed to be little more than rock and ice. However, there was a cylindrical pillar about 3 stories tall and maybe 5 feet in diameter about 2 miles away from them. Leon almost stopped walking out of surprise. The pillar seemed to almost blend into the background, for it barely had any aura as far as he could initially tell. However, after a few seconds of staring directly at it with his magic senses, Leon finally saw what the problem was. The pillar did have an aura, but that aura blended so well with the background magic in the veil that the pillar seemed practically invisible. But see it Leon did, and he whispered to the other two, "I think I found the pillar we're looking for." He quickly gave Maya directions so that she could find it with her own magic senses, but Valeria hadn't the luxury of doing so with hers. "Can you see any evidence that it's been visited recently?" she hesitantly asked. Leon took a closer look at the pillar's immediate surroundings. The forest had swallowed it completely, leaving the structure practically trapped in the branches of a pair of nearby trees. The bottom quarter of it was covered in moss and vines, and the base was completely hidden by the glowing multicolored foliage of the forest. As far as he could tell from so far away, the pillar hadn't seen a human visitor in a long time. It's too hard to tell from here," Leon answered, not wanting to crush Valeria's hopes or to confirm her fears quite so soon, but already, his heart was starting to madly beat in his chest on this off chance that they were going to run into Justin Isonos. Keeping his magic senses projecting and staying on the lookout for Justin or anyone else, Leon led the 3 toward the pillar. About an hour of tense marching through the dense, dark forest later, they finally came within visual range of the pillar. What little that Leon could see of it was made of stone, but most of it was hidden by leaves. More intriguing to him, though, was the fact that he could see millions of tiny runes carved into its surface that had escaped his magic senses. Whatever enchantment was carved upon it was terrifically complex. Leon was about to lead the other 2 over toward the pillar to examine it closer and to rest a bit when Valeria suddenly groaned and almost keeled over. "Hey," Leon loudly said as he moved toward her instead. "You all right?" Yeah, Valeria replied, sounding breathless and beyond tired. "It's this pillar," Maya said into their minds and drawing Leon's attention as Valeria leaned against a nearby tree, sweat starting to form on her brow. When Leon's eyes fell upon his river nymph lover, he saw that while she wasn't in nearly so bad a condition as Valeria, she was still clearly tired and struggling a bit. Her arms were hanging limply at her sides, her bronze skin seemed stretched over her bones as if she were somehow dehydrated, and her eyes were partially lidded. Leon quickly understood what the problem was. The two had mentioned that they were feeling magically suppressed several times, but they had pressed on with him anyway. However, it seemed that their close proximity to the pillar had suddenly intensified that suppression to the point of making them almost physically sick. "I'm going to get closer. I might be able to find a way to turn whatever enchantment is carved upon it off," Leon said. "Fall back a few hundred feet, but don't let your guard down." Maya could only nod while Valeria seemed about ready to collapse. Both ladies turned around and started to move back into the forest. Leon then ran toward the pillar, hoping that he could find the problem and fix it before it got worse and before anything that might be watching them decided to take advantage of his party's separation. Apart from the trees immediately next to the pillar that were covering it in leaves, the forest seemed to thin out a bit around the pillar, letting in plenty of natural light and creating quite the picturesque scene. Leon couldn't help but appreciate it a bit as he approached the base of the pillar. However, as his eyes swept over the area, he froze as something else came into view, then instinctively dropped to a crouch to hide in a patch of tall grass. He saw a small tent tucked behind one of the trees and so well hidden amongst the bushes and other flora that it had been practically impossible to see until Leon had come this close. "Heads up," Leon said to Maya, "don't say anything to Valeria, yet. I don't want her running this close to the pillar, but I've found a tent here. I'm going to investigate. Be careful," Maya replied, her tone deadly serious. "I'll be there if you need me." "Thanks," Leon replied as the emerald on his invisibility ring flashed green as his magic coursed through it, and the light around his body bent and distorted. Once he was fully invisible, he drew his sword and began to sneak closer to the tent. His guard was raised as high as it could be, and he withdrew his magic senses so as to not give his position away. However, as he did so, he realized that both he and Maya had already saturated the area in their magic senses for hours, so if whoever this tent belonged to was still there, they'd already know that they had company. And yet, as Leon carefully snuck closer using every trick he knew to approach safely and quietly, nothing about the tent changed. He heard no movement around it, he couldn't see anything inside moving about other than the occasional flap of fabric with the wind, and he sensed no strange magical auras in the area that might have given away the presence of someone else. Still, Leon didn't let any of that goad him into relaxing. He kept moving forward with the expectation that at any moment, Justin Isonos and 100 of his allies could jump out from behind the pillar and ambush him, even though he knew such a thing was impossible in every practical sense. The closer he came, the more the setup seemed both suspicious and completely harmless. The tent wasn't that large, maybe barely large enough for two people to use comfortably. It didn't seem enchanted, or at least, there wasn't any magic flowing through it, so Leon had a hard time believing that someone as strong as Justin Isonos would be using it. And, the closer he came, the more obvious it was that there wasn't anyone around. And then it hit him about 50 feet or so away from the tent. The stench of decay, of long rotting flesh in a damp, verdant place. Leon's nose wrinkled in displeasure, but after another 30 feet or so, he finally saw why the tent seemed to have no enchantments. The other side had been torn asunder as if some hungry beast had ripped it apart. The level of damage sustained would have completely destroyed any enchantment that the tent may have had. The hole in the tent also gave Leon a nauseating look at what was inside. He saw what was left of a human corpse, its limbs scattered around the inside, the flesh of its face having been torn away, leaving nothing but a bare, blood-stained skull sitting amid pulpy, fly-infested flesh. From what little remained, Leon guessed that this was the corpse of a male. His body had been here for at least a month, perhaps as many as 3 or 4, and that whatever had killed it had not eaten him. There was just too much meat left behind for him to have been made a meal. Could this be Justin? Leon wondered. Chapter 492. The next steps I found a corpse, Leon reported to Maya. Looks like it's been here for a while. Maya didn't respond with words, but he felt her acknowledgement. He approached the tent a little bit closer despite the rank stench coming from the rotten man. As far as Leon could tell, he'd been there, dead, for at least a month, probably more, which again threw off his estimates for Justin's timetable. Assuming, of course, that this man was affiliated with Justin, which Leon felt was a safe assumption to make. The more Leon examined the corpse, though, the less he thought it was Justin himself, in contrast to his initial assumption. There wasn't enough lingering magic on the corpse to get an idea of how strong the man was, but judging from his physical proportions alone, he wasn't Justin. He couldn't help but be disappointed. If Justin had died in the northern vales in Leon's old home, no less than Leon could simply chalk it up to arrogance and the universe administering justice on his behalf. The question of what exactly to do with Justin was still one that weighed on Leon's mind, for even though Leon had committed to making peace with him for Valeria's sake, he couldn't just let the man who ordered his father's death to walk away from that scot-free. As he gazed down at this half-rotted corpse, Leon remembered that Valeria had told him that one of Justin's surviving 7th-tier subordinates was a man with a shorter and stockier build, and that certainly fit what he was looking at. Alexandros, if I recall correctly, he thought. What Leon found a little more confusing, though, was the sheer lack of evidence for a struggle that he could see that would have led to the death of a 7th-tier mage. The tent had certainly been violently sundered, but apart from that and the violence done to the man's body, the surroundings were serene and seemed intact. Even if Leon were to go with his outside estimate and take the man as having been dead since shortly after Trajan's death, there still should have been some sign of the kind of battle that would have killed him: broken ground, toppled trees, burns and stone rubble, that sort of thing. Yet, there was nothing. The ground around the pillar was perfectly serene and intact, as far as Leon could tell. The trees were fine, the flora seemed undisturbed, and the man was lying in the tent as if he'd fallen asleep there, in rather disturbing contrast to the vicious wounds that covered his corpse. Leon was tempted to just light the body aflame since the miasmic odor was so terrible, but he decided to just step away for a little while to clear his head and nose. Turning his attention to the pillar after determining that there were no hidden threats ready to attack him, Leon finally got a good up-close look at the pillar with his own eyes. It had clearly stood there for ages, perhaps long enough to have been built by the Thunderbird clan before its fall, but it hardly seemed at all weathered. The moss and vines that grew upon it and the trees that had enveloped it in their branches clearly spoke to that age, but the runes inscribed upon it and edges of its boxy base seemed to Leon to be far too sharp and defined to have suffered in the elements as he would have expected it to. Additionally, the pillar was perfectly intact, without fault or crack that Leon could see, which he greatly appreciated as he approached to examine the tiny runes carved upon its monolithic surface more closely. Even in just the few swift minutes he took to look the pillar over, he had to admire the sheer complexity of the enchantment inscribed upon the massive pillar. The entire thing was covered in only a single enchantment, as far as he could tell, indicating that the aura that the pillar seemed to be emitting that was suppressing Valeria and Maya's power was its sole function. However, that complexity made it nearly impossible for Leon to figure out where to even begin to analyze it, let alone finding any controls that he could use to turn the damn thing off. With a sigh, Leon turned back to the tent. He felt like he could spend the next few years studying the pillar, but he hadn't that kind of time. Holding his breath, Leon began to rummage through the things that he could find in the tent. There wasn't much, mostly just some tattered bedding that was starting to rot, but Leon noted that there was a second bedroll in the tent beside the corpse. This guy wasn't alone, Leon thought. After another few minutes of poking around and examining the tent's surroundings for clues, he found little else of note, nothing to point him in a direction of where the second person may have gone or what their current status was. Maybe that other person was Justin. Well, probably, might be better to say. But we're still months behind him if this corpse is any indication. With little else to learn, Leon began to trudge back to Maya and Valeria, feeling dejected and just a little bit embarrassed that he hadn't been able to find anything more or a way to turn off the pillar. The thought occurred to him to try and destroy the thing, but he figured that even with his current power, he wouldn't be able to do much to a structure that had survived in such a state for thousands of years. When he arrived, he found them looking a little better than they had seemed when approaching the pillar. "Find anything?" Valeria asked, still looking a little pale but otherwise recovered. At the very least, she was leaning against a tree but didn't seem like she was about to collapse if she weren't. Leon nodded but decided to start off with something else. "I couldn't find a way to shut off that pillar, though, so we might have to live with it." "Has it steadily grown worse or was it more sudden once we got close?" "A bit of both," Valeria said as she glanced at Maya, who nodded in agreement. "It's gotten slowly worse the further east we've gone, but it wasn't much and gradual enough that it was hard to notice in the moment. Where we are right now, I'd say I could still fight if I had to." That spike in intensity once we got within visual range of the pillar was unusual. Leon nodded again and leaned against another nearby tree. "I found something else," he hesitantly began, his eyes finding Valeria's. He then quickly informed her and Maya of everything he found. Valeria let him talk, but as soon as he was done, she hurriedly asked, "You didn't find anything else that might have identified him?" "I did not," Leon replied. The rest of the tent was empty apart from the spare bedroll, and his clothes were too tattered to have any identifying marks. "I couldn't say who that man was, but I can say with reasonable certainty that he wasn't Justin." Valeria still looked more than a little worried, but she seemed to accept Leon's judgment. However, from the way her eyes glanced back in the Pilar's direction, Leon got the feeling that she was a hair's breadth away from investigating the tent herself despite the Pilar's aura. "What should we do now?" Maya asked them both. "Correct me if I'm mistaken, but without anything else to go on, this is where our trail ends. There's nothing else to see." "Maybe," Leon murmured as he projected his magic senses back over the region again. There certainly wasn't any sign as to Justin's whereabouts, or even any concrete evidence that he was here. "But I can't help but wonder if this is it." "I know what you mean," Valeria agreed, to Leon's momentary surprise. "Can either of you see anything else in this place that might be worth checking out?" "Something further east, maybe." "Not that I can tell." "Same here." Valeria raised a hand to her chin in thought. "My father, after he learned of my interest in enchantments, once told me about some of the defensive wards that people in the Nexus use. This pillar seems like one of those that he told me about." "Right, my father built something similar though much less powerful when we lived here after consulting some of my family's old books," Leon added, thinking of the obelisk that had been in the middle of his home's compound. "I never learned the specifics, and it was something he mentioned in passing," Valeria continued, "but this pillar strikes me as not something that anyone would just put up for no reason. What reason demanded that it be constructed? Why would someone not want people who aren't connected to the Thunderbird to enter this vale?" "I remember telling you about that map I found in the Stone Giant's territory," Leon said, to which Valeria nodded in recollection. "All we've found so far of structures that old as the Troll's Bridge and that pillar. Nothing so far that would warrant inclusion on that map, assuming it points to places where my clan built things. From what you've told me of these ancient people, they wouldn't set something like this up just to protect this forest from interlopers," Maya added. "I'd agree with that," Valeria said. "The preservation of nature has never been a big priority of those in power in the Nexus, from what I've been told. Nature magic makes preservation kind of unnecessary." "Then there's something else here," Leon said. "Something hidden. And if he told you about these things, Valeria, then I have no doubt that your father would realize this, as well. Then he may have gone off to search for this place?" Valeria asked, her tone hopeful. "I would think he did. The question for us, then, is where to go." As Leon spoke, he remembered that he actually had a physical map of the points that the cradle pointed to, and with only the slightest bit of hesitation from Valeria's presence, he retrieved it from his soul realm to show the other two. "It looks to me like this is pointing to roughly this area of the forest, basically the northeastern quadrant," Leon said, pointing to the relevant part of the map as Maya and Valeria took everything in. "The scale is too zoomed out to get a more accurate picture, though." Leon felt Maya project her magic senses again, searching the northeast more thoroughly and with more focus. However, from her expression, he doubted she managed to find anything. On a whim, Leon projected his magic senses, too, but between them and the massive veritable ice wall at the base of the frozen mountains in the northeast, there was nothing else of note that he could see with such a cursory check. And then, Leon felt something familiar, something that made him freeze just as he was about to propose they move past the pillar and explore the northeast a little more thoroughly. He wasn't sure if what he noticed was accurate, though, so he turned more of his focus to using his magic senses and used them to inspect the icy northeast in almost excruciating detail. And he felt it again, the faintest wisp of demonic power. "Shit," he muttered. Valeria responded with the question on her and Maya's mind. "What is it? All that snow and ice covering the mountains out there, I don't think it's natural. I can feel some traces of demonic power coming from it, maybe the ice wraiths made it." "Ice wraiths alone couldn't create so much," Maya said as she inspected the area. "Depends on how long they've been here and how determined they are," Leon replied. "However, I think you may be right. Regardless, there's demonic power coming from those mountains." As Leon was speaking, his magic senses were washing over the mountains and beyond the veil and coming close to the limits of how far he could push them when they were suddenly scattered and dissipated. "What is it?" Valeria asked, her tone taking a turn for the anxious. She'd noticed Leon's change in expression as he stopped talking. "There's definitely something out there," Leon said, his voice dripping with both excitement and terror. Something worth defending. Something worth putting up wards that scatter magic senses. How far? Maya asked. Oh, never mind, just found it. I didn't manage to see anything else, though. Just what looked like more mountains. But no one sets up those kinds of wards on a whim, Leon said. If you're right, does that mean that there will be more ice wraiths around? Valeria asked. From what you're saying, it sounds like Ice Wraith Central, or will be once the sun falls. That's a valid point, Leon conceded, checking his excitement. There's nothing else up here, though. I'm not saying we shouldn't go and have ourselves a look, Valeria said challengingly. All I'm saying is that we should probably make sure we don't let our caution slip. I think we can do that, Leon said as he glanced at Maya. I'm willing to go, Maya said as she nodded to Leon. I'd prefer if we could make this quick, though. The sooner we leave, the happier I'll be. Right, Leon said, understanding that they were all in agreement. They now had a new destination, and none of them were keen on sticking around so close to the pillar anymore. So, Leon led them on, toward the mountains in the northeast, toward the field and practical wall of ice that covered them, toward the great barrier that was blocking his magic senses. And with every step, his heart raced faster and faster. He felt like he was so close to something amazing and something terrible at the same time. Chapter 493. A monstrous offer far stretched the ice of the northeastern mountains, forming an impassable wall separating Leon's small party from what lay beyond, from what was scattering his magic senses. It wasn't like a sheer cliff, but the amount of ice, several great hills and ridges of it that curled upward and outward into an enormous icy curtain that came close to rivaling the size of the smaller mountains beyond was more than enough to form an effective barrier over which Leon didn't think he and his party would be able to move. At least, not without flying. With Anzu back in Vale Town, he with his flight suit was the only one of them who could fly. Without greater access to the air, not even Maya was confident that she could get over the ice. Part of that was because of the much more noticeable demonic aura it emitted once they got closer. Maya wouldn't be able to control that ice with it inundated with demonic magic. Looking out at this problem from a hill close to the ice stood Leon, Maya, and Valeria. It was damn cold even with a quarter-mile between them and the ice, and the forest of black and white had ended about a quarter-mile behind them, with nothing but broken, steadily ascending ground and the occasional patch of grass or stubby tree between them and the forest. From their vantage point, they could look out over essentially the entire vale, and look out ahead at their new obstacle. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be as many dangers out in the foothills of the frozen mountains as there seemed to be down in the forest, so they didn't have to contend with ice wraiths and banshees while investigating the demonic ice. Do you have any ideas, Zafin? Leon asked his demonic partner. He'd been staring out at the fields and great curtains of ice that stood between Leon and something that had probably been built by his clan. All of that ice was definitely made by a powerful demon, Zafin observed. Probably several. Note how all of it seems to stem from 5 sources, as if the demons stood at those locations and let loose with their power, sealing up these mountains with ice. Leon nodded to himself, agreeing with Zafin now that the fire demon pointed out the pattern. If I had to guess, I would say that the superior demons that commanded the ice wraiths, as you call them, probably sealed up the mountains, then vanished. Perhaps they returned to the void, perhaps they ventured into the mountains. No matter what happened, they don't seem to be around anymore, though their ice remains. Does that mean they might still live? Leon asked. He remembered the battle he had with the vampire that ended with him down an arm. Once the vampire was dead and the connection between his demonic patron and the fires that he'd started was severed, the fires immediately vanished. That this demonic ice was still present led him to think that the demons that put all of it there were still around somewhere. Maybe, Zafin replied. I doubt either of us will ever be able to say for certain. However, it would appear that for whatever reason the demons set up this barrier, it was probably to prevent something else from coming south through these mountains into the forest, so they built it to last. It wouldn't need them to continually supply it with power if it were properly built and enchanted. Would you happen to know any way to get past it? Leon asked. He could almost feel the immediate indignation rising out of his soul realm as Zafin practically spat. Yes. Use my fire. I'm not strong enough to use it continuously, though, and even then, that would be a lot of ice to get through even if we just made a thin path for us to move through. You're not going to be melting a path through all of that, Zafin said matter-of-factly. Have you ever tried to melt demonic ice? You're not getting through that in a timely manner. I hope you're not suggesting that we climb over all of that, Leon replied. You can try that, Zafin said, his tone taking on a few shades of delighted expectation. I would love to see you try and resist the cold of demonic ice. Even with the aid of fire magic, I wouldn't bet on you making it halfway. So that leaves cutting our way through these ice hills or flying. As if she could hear Leon and Zafin's conversation, Valeria murmured aloud, do you think there's a way around? Surely all of this ice isn't a ring around whatever is beyond these mountains. I wouldn't recommend going deeper into the mountains, Leon said. For the most part, the kinds of things that live in the extreme environment of the frozen mountains are much more dangerous than the fauna that live down here in the vale. The last thing we'd want is to disturb a flight of wyverns or griffins while we're just trying to find a way through the passes, assuming we even could find a way through. Right, Valeria said with a grimace. Not going to lie, though, I'd almost take fighting a wyvern over another group of ice wraiths. Maya, hearing their conversation as she bathed the veil in her magic senses, replied, all of this ice looks like it's covering a passage through the mountains. Notice how the peaks are fewer in front of us compared to our east and west. Leon looked up, using his physical eyes rather than his magic senses, and saw that she was correct. I wonder how far in all of this goes, Valeria said, continuing to think out loud. Zafin responded, though she couldn't hear, probably farther than she realizes. Listen, boy, you're not going to climb over that. If you want to risk flying in a place that, by your own word, is infested with wyverns and griffins, then do me a favor and let me out of your soul realm before you try. I'd rather not be in here when you get torn to bloody pieces by flying lizards. Yeah, I'll do just that, Leon sarcastically responded. He hadn't been planning on flying in, anyway. However, before his and Zafin's conversation could continue, he sensed the appearance of a massive magical aura not far behind them, an aura so dense with magic that he was completely unable to see through it. He spun around, his sword appearing in his hand with a flash of light. Beside him, Valeria and Maya had similar reactions, with Valeria summoning her glaive and Maya a water dragon. What they saw had all of their hearts sinking, the Gorgon rising out of the earth like a goddess of the underworld arriving to ferry their souls to the hells. She wasn't too far away, perhaps 30 or 40 feet down the hill they were on, with her lips turned up in a confident smile as she made no attempt to conceal herself, and she barely reacted at all to their blatant hostility. She seemed the same as the day before, with her entire serpentine lower half emerging unharmed from the crack in the earth that she appeared from, while her nude upper half was almost flagrantly uninjured. Leon and Maya had gotten in some good hits against her in their last violent exchange, but there was absolutely no sign of any injury anywhere on her body. Spread out, prepare to try and flank her, Leon ordered as he took a couple of steps forward to face the Gorgon head-on. Maya and Valeria, meanwhile, began to move out to the sides. Leon's heart raced in his chest as his adrenaline spiked. He called upon all of his magic power that he'd regenerated in the past day in preparation for a brutal fight, a fight that they wouldn't be able to run from with their backs against a mountainous curtain of demonic ice. But before any of them were ready, the Gorgon made her move. Oddly enough, however, her move wasn't hostile. She spread her arms out almost as if she were inviting their attack, but a moment later, her voice rang out in their minds, showing that that wasn't at all what she was doing. Peace, she calmly whispered. Please, peace. Leon froze in confusion and surprise, and his reaction was mirrored in Valeria and Maya, who slowed in their movement and subtly glanced at him. I mean you three no harm, the Gorgon said. I would break words if you would have them. From within Leon's soul realm, Zafin quietly said, my power is ready. You seem to have gotten your ass handed to you the last time you fought this creature, so don't hesitate to call upon it. It might just save your life. Thanks, Leon replied. To the Gorgon, he spoke out loud, though he had little idea what he ought to say. What do you mean by peace? I mean I don't want to fight, the Gorgon replied, her arms rising even further as if to show that she wasn't armed, though, to a being like her, that hardly mattered. Leon glanced at Maya. What do you think? He asked her. Not a clue, his river nymph lover replied, glancing back at him with a look of muted astonishment. Maybe we should hear her out. Leon cocked an eyebrow, but he at least didn't want to fight if he could avoid it. Still, he kept his guard up and his magic senses projected to watch the Gorgon like a hawk. Before he could say anything more, not that he had much to say in the face of this surprise, the Gorgon said, I understand your caution, but please hear me out before making any rash moves. I have some things to say and not as much time to wait around as I would like. What's that supposed to mean? Leon wondered. The Gorgon hardly seemed pressed for time, with her easy smile and almost relaxed demeanor. Leon glanced at Valeria and Maya. Both had gotten a fair bit of distance and were now waiting for him to decide what to do. And he had to admit, he was curious as to what game the Gorgon was playing. "How about you stay over there?" Leon shouted back. "So long as we all stay at a respectable distance, there shouldn't be any problem with exchanging a few words." Even as he said this, he focused his magic senses completely on the Gorgon, taking in her every movement, every fluctuation in her aura that he could perceive. If he caught so much as a whiff of killing intent of which he couldn't detect any right now, giving him some measure of confidence that talking wasn't the worst decision ever, then he wanted to be ready to respond in kind. "That works for me, it's not like I'll be the one raising my voice to be heard," the Gorgon responded, her smile taking on an ever so slightly mocking quality before settling back into something more friendly and unthreatening. "First of all, I would like to thank you. I wasn't in the proper state of mind when we met, but the power you used against me eventually brought me back to my senses." Leon gave her a strange, searching look, but said nothing. He wanted her to say her piece before making his own reply. "Unfortunately," the Gorgon continued, "even with the lightning that I captured from you, my condition forces my current lucidity to be only temporary. If I wish to retain my tempered state of mind, I'm going to require some assistance." "That's where you'll come in." Leon couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" His eyes sought out Maya, but his river nymph lover was staring at the Gorgon, unmoving and revealing nothing by her stony expression. The Gorgon's smile took a bitter turn and her eyes turned toward the ground as if she were ashamed of what she was admitting. After a silent second or two, she looked up again, but this time her eyes were locked on Maya. However, her voice still rang clearly in Leon and Valerius' minds, too. "Gorgonism is a strange thing. It twists our bodies into these new shapes if we fail to find a mate. Our power slows until it turns to stone, and stone becomes the only thing that can sustain us. I'll spare you the details, but suffice it to say that this is not a painless existence. Constant physical pain aside, the worst pain is in the mind. Everything that makes you becomes warped and broken, like looking at your reflection in a turbulent lake. This happened to me long ago. I traveled all over the plane, seeking out a way to end our dependence on finding mates, to cure Gorgonism once and for all, but I failed, obviously. Now I exist as a monster on the edge of the world, with nothing but a small school of lesser nymphs to attend to me, surrounded by wraiths and banshees and all else in this vale. But yesterday, you used your lightning upon me, and I captured it with a lightning rod that I found many years ago and many miles to the south. Using that power that I captured last night, I remembered myself. Clarity came with the pain of your lightning. It showed me everything that I've become while reminding me of who and what I used to be. I can't tell you how happy that made me once I realized what had happened. My joy was, in fact, matched only by my dismay when I felt the fog returning, when I felt my condition flaring back up and turning me back into a base and primal thing, a monster that seeks only to fulfill her most primitive desires. I don't want that. What I want is your help to keep me being me, to prevent me from sliding back into that fog, to help me return to what I once was." Here, the Gorgon paused, awaiting a response. Leon, though, was struck kind of speechless. Nothing that the Gorgon had just said resonated with what little he knew about Gorgons, though to be fair, he truly knew little about them. That being said, he did have a theory or two as to why the Gorgon was now lucid, if that term could be considered accurate. "Be specific with your desires, and with what you're offering in exchange," Leon called out. He was tempted to agree if only to satisfy his intellectual curiosity, but he wasn't about to render his assistance to this monster that had nearly killed all three of them less than a day ago without something in exchange. Remembering his initial encounter with Maya made him doubly cautious of agreeing to anything that might aid this Gorgon. It seemed that that was the question the Gorgon was waiting for, though, for her smile widened into something akin to pride. "I've watched for a while, now, trying to figure out just what you were doing here. And I think I figured it out. You want to get past that ice, don't you?" She waited again for Leon to confirm or deny, neither of which he did. After an awkward moment, she shrugged and continued on the assumption that her guess was correct. "I happen to have a way past all of this. All you need to do is to promise to help me in return for helping you. It won't be an onerous task that I require of you, either, requiring basically no effort on your part. You just need to bleed a little for me, no more, no less. Now, what do you say?" Chapter 494. Reaching an accord. The Gorgon stared at Leon and Maya in expectation, while practically ignoring Valeria. She waited for their response to her offer, to help her in exchange for being given a way to bypass all of the demonic ice between them and whatever lay to the northeast of the forest of black and white. Leon wanted to say no. He didn't want to indebt himself to yet another river nymph, even if this one was twisted and less focused on breeding than Maya had been when they'd met. Besides, there was only one place left for Justin to be in this vale, if he was still here at all, and that was past all of this ice. And that meant that there was probably a way past it that Leon hadn't managed to find or think of yet. Or maybe Justin could fly. The simplest solution was probably the likeliest. Still, Leon could fly, too, and if push came to shove, he could always do what Zafin had half-seriously suggested and escort Maya and Valeria out of the vale, then proceed to try and fly over the ice, all while hoping that he wasn't seen by any powerful winged thing that was looking for a human-shaped meal. Is this truly such a difficult decision to make? The Gorgon asked, seemingly running low on patience. If I were you, I'd want to get up there and see what was what regardless of what I had to do to get there. It's only a little bit of blood, you saying you know what's up there? Leon replied. The Gorgon gave him a predatory smile as soon as he said that, and he immediately wished he hadn't. Are you saying that you don't know what's up there? She shot back. I'd hardly have guessed. I would have figured that it was your primary reason for coming back here after you'd left, to reclaim what your ancestors left for you there. If you knew what was up there, I'd think you'd hardly need any time to deliberate. Leon grimaced more and more as the Gorgon made it clear that she not only remembered him from his childhood here in the Vale, but she also knew what kind of power he carried in his blood back then. Which then struck him as a little strange, since he figured she would have made a move against him and Artorias if she knew that much, but then again, he had little idea what her motivations were. After a long, silent moment, Leon ignored her statement and testily asked, for what purpose do you need my blood? We're going to need to know that and what's beyond these mountains if we're to make a decision about whether or not to help you. We need to know that what we'll find is worth the risk. As I said before, I want your assistance in curing my Gorgonism. Not specific enough, we're going to need the details, Leon said as he glanced at Valeria and Maya, trying once more to gauge how they were feeling about all of this. Valeria seemed a little more relaxed, though she was keeping her glaive up and at the ready, while Maya still stared at her twisted kin with stony determination and a robust aura. If the Gorgon made even the smallest of moves against them, he knew that Maya would attack in an instant without hesitation. I think it was your power specifically that woke me up, the Gorgon said to him, confirming at least some of what was already going through his head. The rest of the injuries helped, of course, but I think it was all that lightning that you used that made my current lucidity possible in the first place. I'm going to need a little bit of your blood, which, when combined with the magic repressing qualities of this place, as well as a few other ingredients I've gathered over the years, might be enough for me to brew a potion to aid me in regaining my former body for good and without the usual restrictions inherent to river nymphs. The power it contains could banish the mental aspects of Gorgonism permanently, if enhanced properly. That is what I want, and what I'm now asking you for. Rather than trying to take it, Leon almost refused outright. It was on the tip of his tongue, all it would take would be a single no. Her implied threat only made him even angrier, even if he knew that she was fully capable of following through. But then he glanced at Maya and saw her staring back him, her lake blue eyes locking him in place. I don't think she's intending anything that would harm you, the river nymph said. Giving her your blood would be safe. Leon grimaced, suddenly unsure of his decision. Why do you say that? He asked. I believe her, Maya simply replied. She's not lying, I would stake my life upon it. And if she can cure Gorgonism, it would mean much to our people. Leon's grimace turned into a full-on scowl. Do you think she'd consent to an oath upon her true name? The true names of river nymphs he'd learned were much like human monoglyphs. They could be used to directly influence someone else's soul realm, and oaths sworn upon them would wreak terrible and potentially irreversible damage upon the oathbreaker. As a result, they were rarely used, for such a risk was not one that most people were comfortable with. But Leon wanted assurances that his blood wasn't going to be mismanaged. You'd have to ask her, it depends on how desperate or motivated she is. Leon slowly nodded. Directing his attention back to the Gorgon, he asked out loud, I'm not entirely opposed to giving you some of my blood, but I have some conditions that I hope you can agree to. Is being led to the place beyond the ice not enough? The Gorgon asked with a knowing smile. I can't say, I don't know what's out there. Leon glanced north, the fields and great curtain of ice blocking his vision of what was nestled in the frozen mountains, his expression briefly turning to one of yearning and desire. He wanted to see what was being protected up there. The Gorgon's smile faltered a little, and she asked, what conditions are you speaking of? A pledge that my blood will be used for this potion of yours, and only that potion, as well as the recipe for the potion you intend to brew, Leon stated. He caught Valeria looking at him out of the corner of his eye, reminding him of the entire reason why they'd come to the Vale in the first place, so he added, and while I'm not going to demand it, I would appreciate your assistance in a matter of some personal significance. I can agree to the first, the Gorgon said exasperatedly, but your request will have to be more specific. I will not be making any blank promises. Leon smiled. I understand. The main reason why we're here is because we're trying to track some missing people that came to this Vale not too long ago. Do you remember any humans who may have come here recently that possessed 8th tier strength? The Gorgon's smile turned somewhat predatory and her eyes for the first time flickered in Valeria's direction. About 4 months ago, a group of 6 humans arrived, led by a human mage of the 8th tier. He was well built, handsome, and had hair the same color as hers. Leon didn't see or hear Valeria react, and for that he silently praised her self-control. He didn't know if he could maintain his stoicism if they were talking about his father, and that she didn't even blink impressed the hells out of him. Pressing for details, Leon asked, can you tell us anything else about what he may have been doing? About where he might be right now? I'm afraid not, the Gorgon responded. His power was enough that I wasn't going to approach them too closely. I did watch them from afar, though, and saw them exploring your old home in the western reaches of the Vale. After a few days, another group arrived, doubling their number, and they set off for the west. They seemed to run into some trouble, though, for the next time I saw them, 4 of their number were gone, and one of their strongest was fleeing to the west, a blonde woman at the 7th tier, I believe. She made it out of the Vale, but I watched those who remained be slowly picked off by the wilder locals over the next few days. Did the silver-haired man fall in battle? Leon asked. Not that I saw, the Gorgon replied. I last saw him and his last surviving companion travel back to your old home and leave something behind, a piece of paper, I think. Then, they ventured back out to the east. I lost track of them not too long after. I believe this was about, 3 months ago. I see, Leon whispered. And you have no idea at all of where these 2 went? I do not, the Gorgon replied. They were not after me, so I left them alone. Wish you extended the same courtesy to us, Leon thought with a light frown. So, he continued out loud, would you be willing to swear to me that, no, the Gorgon immediately replied. My true name is mine alone. If you do not trust me so much that you would ask me to make such an oath, then, we're going to have problems. I'd understand, but we'd have problems, nonetheless. An accord between the 2 of us of a more mundane variety will have to do. Fighting the urge to click his tongue, Leon said, I suppose that's how it's going to be, then. We'll have to trust each other's word. How much blood do you need? Not much, perhaps enough to fill this container. The Gorgon conjured a stone bowl small enough to fit in her palm. It was shallow, relatively speaking, but since Leon was going to be the one filling it, it looked worryingly deep. We can get that filled after you show us the way past the ice. Once it's filled, I would like you to explain the recipe for the potion you intend to make. The Gorgon took a deep breath, appearing as if she were steeling herself for something, or fighting to keep something else down. Her slitted reptilian eyes found Leon and held his gaze, and he began to feel a slight change in her aura. It was subtle, nothing too big, nothing to be concerned about, but still enough that he was able to notice. I might need a blast of your lightning before we begin, she said. Leon neither asked for confirmation nor hesitated. He conjured a bolt of silver-blue lightning in his hand and hurled it with all the force he could bring to bear, though he tempered his attack enough to aim at the ground in front of the Gorgon. She was still caught up in the lightning explosion, but it was hardly as damaging as it could have been if the bolt had hit her. Once their ears stopped ringing from the thunder and the arcs of lightning cleared up, the Gorgon simply smiled, seemingly unfazed, and said, I think we could have found another way, but that worked well enough, I suppose. Now, then, follow me. She then slithered off into the forest without another look at any of them, as if she didn't even care if they were following her or not. All right, Leon said, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding as the Gorgon put some distance between herself and them. Everyone good? Is this everything we want? I'd say this is the last chance we might have to change anything or to propose a different plan before we cross a point of no return. Maya just looked at him and said, I want to see this through. I want to know what she has learned about Gorgonism. Valeria seemed likewise willing to follow through with what Leon had asked for. Thank you for asking about my father, she said, finally letting herself relax as the Gorgon continued to slither away. She didn't give us the best news, but it was something. Now, I need to know if he's somewhere past all of this ice. He doesn't seem to be anywhere else, so, she trailed off, not wanting to finish her sentence, but Leon knew what she was getting at. They'd already found Rhea, and who Leon assumed to be Justin's last remaining 7th tier mage, dead, which meant that Justin's chances of continued survival were not great. The chances of him being past this ice were also not great, but he could completely understand why Valeria was clinging to this hope right now. Personally, though, he felt some small satisfaction in knowing that Justin's entire party had perished up here. It had felt like they were trespassing on holy ground for him, but knowing the losses they'd suffered went a long way to assuaging the offense he felt. Now, he was mostly motivated by seeing whatever it was in the northeast more than wanting to actually find Justin. If anything, he felt like it would just be in everyone's best interest if they were to find the man dead somewhere. Well, if we're all on the same page, then we should go catch up before she leaves us behind, Leon said, directing them after the Gorgon. All three set off after her, moving at a steady clip northeast toward the barrier of demonic ice. Chapter 495, Colossus. Leon, Valeria, and Maya quickly caught up to the Gorgon. The serpentine woman wasn't moving too quickly, so it was easy enough to fall into place not too far behind her as she led them toward the ice-covered foothills at the edge of the vale. Valeria and Maya were quiet, and Leon wasn't in any particularly talkative mood, but he still had a few questions that he wanted to be answered by the Gorgon, so he moved ahead a little bit to fall in beside her. So, he hesitantly began, not entirely sure if she would be receptive to more conversation. How long have you been here? The Gorgon shot him a strange look out of the corner of her eye, one that had Leon about to apologize for broaching a sensitive topic, but a moment later, she said to him in a heavy and weary tone, too long. Leon nodded, taking the hint to drop that line of questioning. Not a problem, I was just kind of curious because you clearly remember me from when I lived here. I do, the Gorgon said, her tone lightening up a little bit. You and your father were hard to miss. I actually approached him not too long after the two of you arrived. I think you were only 1 or 2 years old at the time. Really, Leon could guess that things had ended between them on a somewhat amicable note, otherwise his and Artoria's time in the Vale would have been much more complicated than it otherwise would have been. However, he never heard his father talk about this before, and Artoria's had always kept them at quite the fearful distance of the Gorgon. I never knew that the two of you knew each other. I wouldn't go that far, the Gorgon said, smiling at Leon in a way that clashed heavily with his view of her from the day before. It was decidedly unmonstrous. If it weren't for the snake tail and the serpentine eyes, Leon could even see the Gorgon as being civilized, with all the bearing and custom that was absent from Maya when he first met her. The two of us met only once, when I approached after he started building your little cabins. He almost responded with hostility when he sensed me, but all he did was interpose himself between me and you. We exchanged a few words, and once he made it clear that he didn't want to interfere with my business, we parted ways. Nothing more than that, just parted ways. Leon had a hard time believing that. The Gorgon had acted quite hostile and determined to cause harm once he and his party ran into her the day before. Nothing more than that, the Gorgon confirmed with a smile. All we did was agree not to interfere with each other, and we stuck to that agreement for the entirety of your time living here. Surprisingly civil, Leon thought. Never once did you think of breaking it? He asked. As far as I was concerned, so long as you stayed outside of my territory, you weren't my problem, the Gorgon replied. Of course, you were hardly much of a threat, so in the state I was in, I wasn't of a mind to hunt you down out of spite. It does seem a little strange that you weren't more hostile, though. You left me alone, that was enough, the Gorgon repeated in simpler terms. Had I been more aware of myself, less of a Gorgon, then we might have had more contact. I mean, I refrained from mating with anyone in my life, as should be obvious, but your father, now there was a human who could have made me break that streak. Leon smiled awkwardly, not knowing how he should follow that up. Fortunately, he didn't have to, for only a few moments later, the Gorgon came to a halt not too far from the first sheets of demonic ice. "This is where we need to be," she said to all three of them. Leon cocked an eyebrow as he surveyed their surroundings. Nothing but rocky hills were around them. They'd left the forest behind almost half a mile ago. Before them lay the ice-covered hills that extended up into the mountains, which the ice quickly blocked. "Damn," Leon said as he finally beheld the true scale of the frozen barrier. The great sheets of ice extended north, spreading out and flaring upward, forming the gigantic wall that was preventing them from investigating whatever lay beyond. "We're going to go under it," the Gorgon stated. "Under it," Valeria repeated with a confused tone. "There aren't any safeguards preventing that." "None that I'm aware of," the Gorgon said. "My current theory is that all of this ice was designed to keep something in rather than others out. Look at the pattern of the ice, see how it all emanates from 5 separate points." Leon nodded along. Zafin had said something similar, with the assumption that the ice had been created by the ice demons that had probably led the weaker ice wraiths. "Maybe I'm wrong, though," the Gorgon continued. "Maybe it's all just strange never-melting ice. In all the time I've lived here, I've never seen anything come out of the plane on the other side of this thing." "You've been to the other side?" Leon asked. "Yes," the Gorgon confirmed. "It was one of the first things I did once I arrived. I wanted to see what was beyond." Leon waited a moment for the Gorgon to elaborate, and she rather frustratingly didn't. Before he could ask, though, her aura suddenly spiked as she reached a hand out in front of her. Only a moment later, the stone and dirt immediately in front of her began to flex and sink. In mere seconds, a gentle ramp down into a dark tunnel that bored through the hills had been formed. "Just this way," the Gorgon said with a dissonant amount of cheer as she slithered down into the tunnel. Leon took a deep breath. Going underground with a creature proficient in earth magic was dangerous, and he began to hesitate. Beside him, Valeria was clearly feeling just as anxious, as she kept looking between Leon and the ramp as if debating with herself whether or not she should speak up. But Maya didn't hesitate for a second. She walked right past the other two and started heading down the ramp. Leon almost made to stop her, but her confidence and poise were striking enough that he ended up just scowling and following after her. Valeria just swore under her breath and then did likewise. The tunnel was about what Leon would expect: simple, dark, and cold. The walls were smooth, the ceiling was arched, and the only light source was the entrance, which was slowly getting smaller and smaller as they pressed on deeper into the earth. That wasn't much of a problem for anyone, though, since all of them were strong enough to have near-perfect vision even in the dark. Ahead of them, the Gorgon slithered on, pushing the stone back more and more to lengthen the tunnel. On and on she led them on, not once looking back over her shoulder, until the entrance was little more than a pinprick of light far behind them. It made for an oppressive atmosphere, and no one spoke for a long time. They didn't continue on like this for long, though, or at least, not as long as Leon would have thought. By his reckoning, they traveled through that tunnel for about 3 miles before it started to tilt upward. Another half-mile and the tunnel ahead of them suddenly burst with bright light as the Gorgon broke through to the other side. "We've arrived," the Gorgon smugly stated as she shot them all a proud look over her shoulder. But instead of making way for them, she slithered into the doorway and turned around, blocking the exit. "Now it's time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain," she hissed, her serpentine eyes locking onto Leon. He glared right back, but at this point, he had no intention of not fulfilling his end of the deal. He'd been waiting for the Gorgon to make any kind of hostile move, but they'd gotten through the entire tunnel without a single incident. But he wasn't going to just give up his blood without seeing what it was paying for. He sent a quick pulse of magic senses at the exit of the tunnel, hoping to see what was past the Gorgon. However, it soon became clear that the Gorgon had chosen her exit point quite well, for barely a few feet past her, Leon's magic senses were scattered, giving him only a brief look at the grassy exterior of the tunnel. With a sigh and a desire to just get this over with, Leon walked over to the Gorgon, lightly brushing against Maya as he passed her. "It's all right," his river nymph lover whispered into his ear. "I've been talking to her, it'll be fine." Leon gave her a bitter smile, but he was reassured, nonetheless, if a little curious as to what they were talking about. As he approached the Gorgon, he asked, "How are we going to do this?" "What's with that face?" the Gorgon teasingly asked. "Do you think I'm going to bleed you dry? I may be a monster to you humans, but I'm far from a vampire," Be that as it may, I'd still prefer to get this over with as soon as possible. I don't enjoy pain, you know. The Gorgon shrugged and reached into her soul realm, producing the stone bowl that she had shown Leon before. Give me your arm, she demanded, extending her hand to Leon. Leon took one last deep breath, then complied. Barely a second later, the Gorgon did something Leon had never seen before and turned one of her nails into obsidian, slicing into Leon's arm with one clean stroke. Leon grimaced from the sudden white-hot pain, but he held his arm steady as the Gorgon slid the bowl beneath his wrist to catch the blood that was starting to drip. It was a steady flow, filling the bowl with a reasonable amount of blood in about a minute, which Leon considered fortunate since his natural healing factor as a 7th-tier mage had already started to seal up the wound, and he didn't want a second slice. That should be enough to experiment with, the Gorgon said with a smile. In a flash of light, the bowl filled with Leon's blood vanished into her soul realm, while Leon at the same time pulled out a weak healing spell and pressed it to his wrist. A moment later, the Gorgon moved out of the way, finally giving Leon his first real look at what lay beyond. And his jaw almost hit the floor of the tunnel. For him, it was like looking out into a paradise. What lay beyond was a grassy field perhaps half a mile wide. It was warm, the sun was shining, the sky only had a few fluffy white clouds, and the entire field was surrounded by steep mountains. It was essentially a tiny hidden vale. But all of that was only the cherry on top for Leon. It was gorgeous, but not enough for him to stare in wonder. Rather, it was the corpses and the enormous colossus that had seized his tongue. Scattered throughout the field were 5 enormous corpses, each one only resembling the others in general body shape, bipedal, humanoid, and startlingly thin, but packing many human features, like a nose and mouth. Their skin was white-blue ice, sparkling in the light of the sun as the ambient chill they gave off caused a ring of frost 20 or 30 feet thick to form around where they had fallen, causing the grass that still somehow grew there to sparkle as if they were made of glass. If the corpses had been upright, Leon guessed they would have been about twice his height. Zaffin, I think I found where those greater demons went, Leon whispered to his demonic partner. He felt Zaffin's attention rise up out of his soul realm, but by then, Leon's focus had already moved on to the field's bigger feature. Across the breadth of the field lay a mountain with a perfectly smooth face, as if it had been cut in half and had one of those halves taken away. Carved partially into the face of the mountain and partially projecting off of it was an avian colossus. Its wings spread in a threatening manner, its talons tucked back in and resting on the top of a small hill at the foot of the mountain, its watchful eyes gleaming in the daylight. It took a moment for Leon to realize, but as he stared at this gigantic depiction of the Thunderbird he couldn't imagine this titanic thing being a depiction of anything else. He realized that the eyes in the colossus' head were singular precious stones of a white or cloudy color, though he couldn't say which kind. He knew for a fact, though, that both of those glittering stones were probably 3 or 4 times as large as he was, if his estimation of the scale of the colossus wasn't distorted by distance. So captivating was the colossus that Leon barely registered the others following him out of the tunnel and the Gorgon tossing a scroll on the tunnel floor and disappearing back into it. He was only pulled back to reality when he heard Valeria mutter, "I really hope she doesn't seal this thing behind us. I don't want to have to try and dig our way back out." Glancing back at her, Leon grabbed the scroll assuming it to be the recipe to counter Gorgonism he'd asked for and released his magic senses, hoping that he was now past whatever enchantment was preventing him from seeing this place before. His hope was correct, for a moment later, all of this tiny veil was for him to see. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to see anything of note other than the 5 corpses and the colossus at the other, and then he saw a small doorway about large enough to let all 3 of them through shoulder to shoulder, almost hidden in the shadow of the Thunderbird colossus. It was made of familiar dull gray metal, trapezoidal in shape, and with a small runic circle glowing in the center of it. "Can either of you see anything?" Valeria asked, sounding a little uncertain and hesitant as Leon and Maya gawked at the veil around them. For the briefest of moments, Leon wondered just why she wasn't as amazed at what they were seeing as he and Maya clearly were, but then he remembered that they were ostensibly here looking for her missing father, not to satisfy his curiosity and need to find whatever his clan had left behind. "I can see a lot," Maya snarkily replied, drawing a look of ire from Valeria. Knowing what Valeria was talking about, though, Leon quickly took one more look around with his magic senses as he put the Gorgon scroll in his soul realm, to be examined later. He bathed the field in magic, searching every pebble and blade of grass for signs that someone had recently come through. It didn't seem like there was anything to see, nothing jumped out at him as out of place. Until, just before he said as much to Valeria, he saw something that gave him pause. Around one of the demonic corpses, in the ring of frost that covered the grass, he saw several footprints, faint but unmistakable to his senses. There was definitely someone here recently, Leon said as he stared off at the corpse. Valeria's head whipped around to him, but before she could ask for clarification and before Leon could freely give it, Zafin suddenly started shouting into Leon's mind. "Boy, that statue is preparing to attack." Chapter 496, Colossus 2. Boy, that statue is preparing to attack. Zafin shouted into Leon's mind, drawing Leon's attention away from Valeria and back to the Colossus on the other side of the field, half a mile away. Leon could sense a rising magical pressure, and his eyes grew wide as its power and density quickly surpassed his ability to see through. Whatever the statue was preparing was far more powerful than any attack Leon could possibly muster with only his own power. "Scatter!" he roared, cutting Valeria off right before she asked about his previous statement, that someone had been there recently. Neither Valeria nor Maya hesitated. Maya noticed what was happening almost as soon as Leon shouted, and she peeled off to the right, trusting that Leon knew what he was talking about and that scattering was the right thing to do. Likewise, Valeria threw herself to the left, putting quite a bit of her 5th-tier strength into her legs and gaining 40 feet between her and Leon with a single movement. Neither of them moved a moment too soon, for as the words were leaving Leon's mouth, the great jewels in the eyes of the Thunderbird Colossus flashed with golden light and a bright gold lightning bolt erupted out of the blue, nearly cloudless sky and fell upon where the three had stood only a moment before. Leon sensed the magic condensing into the bolt even before it was visible and reacted with every ounce of speed he possibly could, instinctively understanding that even the distance the two ladies had gotten wouldn't be enough to escape its effect given the amount of power he could sense packed into that bolt. Drawing the adamant blade of his family and the Thunderbird clan, he held it aloft like a victorious hero and reached out with his element-less power, creating something like an invisible net in the air with which he hoped to catch or block the bolt. In the space of a flash and with an earth-shattering boom, the lightning bolt hit Leon's power with astounding force, far more than Leon could possibly muster with his 7th-tier powers. He was immediately hammered down to one knee and started sinking into the loose, grassy dirt as he pushed back with all of his might, his raised sword wavering as the lightning bolt above him slowed enough that Maya and Valeria could see it reaching down at Leon and extending back up into the clear blue sky like a singular tree root. Leon clenched his jaw and bared his teeth in exertion, the sheer power of the lightning bolt forcing him further and further into the dirt, his net of power straining and barely holding together. He did his best to keep it intact and to try and seize control of the bolt, but the thing was too powerful. Suddenly, Leon heard the Thunderbird's voice echo through his mind with all the speed her lightning magic gave her. "You can do this, Leon. This lightning is but power absent conscious control, no one of my blood could possibly fail to stop this thing." Leon braced himself against the ground as much as he could as he turned his head up to stare at the brilliantly shining lightning bolt above him, so bright that it washed out the colors of everything around for hundreds of feet. "Take it," the Thunderbird both encouraged and demanded, "seize it and make it yours. This thing is nothing compared to you." Leon became vaguely aware that he had begun to scream at some point, and that the power being transferred from the bolt to him even with the distance between them was great enough to start tearing apart the skin of the hand holding up his blade. Blood streamed down his arm, glowing bright red with magic power. But the lightning bolt slowed even further. To Leon's magic-enhanced senses, it had practically come to a halt, though the pressure forcing him down into the ground had not lessened at all. "That's it," the Thunderbird purred. "To become the king of the heavens, to become my truest successor, you must become the master of lightning, he who commands the wind and the rain, who summons lightning and thunder, who brings the tide and orders it to recede. This lightning is nothing to the brilliance of the powers at your command, so make it submit." With a roar, Leon pushed himself back into a standing position and constricted the net of power above him, enveloping the lightning bolt as much as he could. It extended up into the sky for miles, though, so the entire body of the bolt was effectively out of reach. But the tip was enough. Leon's power wrapped it and pressed in and seeped into the spectacularly radiant magical energy. Slowly, as the lightning bolt crept ever onward, inch by inch, Leon's power invaded it, slowing it down and bringing it under his control. Leon almost felt great about it, but he soon realized as the lightning inexorably advanced that he wouldn't make it in time. The bolt was just too big, too powerful, his power, especially after the past couple of days, wasn't going to be enough to subjugate it completely. But as a few stray arcs of lightning erupted between his raised blade and the tip of the lightning bolt above him, transferring magic power from him into the bolt and back again, he had an idea. The adamant metal of his blade seemed capable of holding near limitless amounts of lightning magic. He'd used it in his attacks many times over the past few years, and no matter how much of his power he poured into it, it always seemed greedy for more. And here was an opportunity to give it more. Leon braced himself as much as he could. Then, he squeezed the lightning bolt with his power, letting it burst out of a small hole in his net. The lightning bolt arced downward, the suddenly relieved pressure causing it to move faster than even Leon could track. The bolt had originally been aimed at the ground between all three of them when they had stood together, but with Leon's blade raised high, the bolt bent only a few feet from Leon and slammed into the adamant. Again, Leon was pushed back, the force of the lightning so great that it almost tore the weapon from his hands. But the weapon stayed locked between his fingers, his grip on it so tight that if he had the brain power to spare, he would have suspected it wasn't natural. For what seemed an eternity to Leon, but for Maya and Valeria was barely the blink of the eye, lightning surged into Leon's blade, and the blade absorbed all of it. Every spark, every errant arc, all of it was captured by the weapon. The sword was a greedy thing, eagerly devouring all the ownerless lightning that touched it, but inevitably, the connection both physical and otherwise that it shared with Leon caused some of that lightning to travel between it and him. The powerful bolt conjured by the eyes of the Thunderbird Colossus was intense, and even diminished, its power was more than Leon could easily handle. It rushed into Leon's hands, bursting capillaries and causing his muscles to seize. Traveling up his hands, his wrists locked up and his nerves felt like someone had dunked them into molten iron. Into his upper arms the lightning continued, ripping and rending flesh as it went. Throughout all of this, Leon concentrated on nothing but holding the lightning, on seizing control of it and controlling it like he would his own magic. And as the lightning raced up his arms, he felt it working. The lightning slowed, weakened, and eventually stopped just before it surged past his shoulders. It was now under his control. The bolt had struck, and it submitted to him, becoming docile and obedient after his efforts, indistinguishable from his own magic power. And then the pain hit, Leon finally breaking his concentration long enough to let it in. He fell to his knees, his blade still raised above him, glowing, snapping, and crackling with the stored lightning. He couldn't let it drop or all of that lightning would explode out on whatever the blade touched, for the blade couldn't just make all of that magic power disappear, it had to go somewhere. So Leon gave it somewhere to go. He clenched his jaw and opened himself up to more power from the blade. He pulled what he had into his soul realm, storing it as his own power, and let the rest take its place. He blocked the pain as much as he could, but it was all he could do to just kneel there and absorb the power, to dominate it and pull it into his soul realm where it would truly become his. For Leon, it seemed like hours had passed, his magic lighting up his senses and making everything seem like it was traveling in slow motion. In reality, though, by the time Valeria and Maya turned back around to see what was happening after scattering, Leon was already kneeling and absorbing the lightning bolt, screaming in pain. But neither could approach, for the might of the lightning in his blade was still too strong. Valeria tried to launch an ice spike at it, hoping to break Leon's grip on the weapon and save him from whatever was happening, but the heat of the lightning simply vaporized the ice before it came within 20 feet of Leon. Maya, too, tried to aid her lover, but the water dragon she conjured met the same fate as Valeria's ice spike. There was nothing either of them could do. It took about 10 agonizingly long seconds for Leon's sword to stop glowing, all of the magic power finally absorbed into his body. By then, though, the sleeves of his shirt had been shredded, revealing broken, burned, and bloody skin, most of it charred black. Leon's golden eyes had practically turned orange from how bloodshot they'd become, and he had a wild look about him, as if he were an animal cornered by a predator. "Leon," Valeria shouted, her eyes wide and terrified. "Are you all right?" Maya added as she rushed back toward Leon. But it wasn't either of them that cut through the haze of pain and the rush of all of his absorbed power, it was the passionate, proud, arrogant, imperious voice of the Thunderbird that managed to bring Leon back from the brink of blissful unconsciousness. "It has challenged you," she said into his ear, her pleased tone bordering on inappropriate at the display Leon had just made. "Now answer it in kind." Before either Maya or Valeria could get too close, Leon suddenly roared and staggered to his feet, his right hand releasing his sword and coming back to his ear where he opened his fingers and summoned the brightest, most powerful bolt of silver blue lightning he'd ever held, and hurled it with a strength worthy of his name and heritage. That bolt crossed the space between him and the Colossus faster than anyone could track and exploded across the Colossus, beak like a meteor. The stone cracked and split as lightning danced across the Colossus' face, only for all of that silver blue lightning to stop in place as if someone had frozen time, then suddenly vanish as the gemstone eyes of the Colossus flashed with silver light. Leon stood there, his arms limp, his eyes wide, his arms burned and bloody and limp, his legs shaking so badly that it was a wonder he stood at all. In his ears rang the raucous laughter of the Thunderbird, unapologetically gleeful. "Yes," she boomed, her voice like thunder in Leon's soul realm as she reveled in what he had just done. "Let it know WHO has come to reclaim it. Let it know that its master has returned." Maya wasted no more time, appearing at Leon's side and pulled him into her, letting him lean on her body for support. Valeria likewise ran over, and though she kept a more respectable distance, she also produced several healing spells which she hurriedly applied over Leon's wounds. Leon managed to stay conscious, all that had just happened over the past half-minute or so overwhelming him and leaving him dazed and speechless. Fortunately, no more lightning bolts followed the first. It seemed that whatever had happened when Leon answered with his power, it ended with the Colossus standing down. "You know," the Thunderbird said as Leon slowly came back down and started registering his surroundings again, "that thing isn't a bad depiction of me, as far as such things go. I've seen better, of course, but this one isn't awful. Something for lesser peoples to be proud of, I suppose. Still, it tickles me a bit to see it now." Leon's glazed-over eyes refocused back on the now damaged Colossus, its face shattered, with small chunks of stone tumbling to the ground. But the great eyes set within its face were untouched, still glowing with silver light, still appearing as immovable as the mountains around them. It struck Leon as an arrogant thing, lording over the tiny vale like a god, and Leon couldn't help but admit that it was a startlingly accurate depiction of his ancestor, at least in that regard. Taking a deep breath, Leon conjured a few more healing spells and layered them over the ones Valeria had already given him. "Thank you," he said to her gratefully as he separated from Maya. Turning back to his river nymph lover, he gave her a loving smile and a nod, their connection ensuring that he needed no words for her to understand. Her lips turned upward in a smile to match his, and she asked, "What now?" "It doesn't seem like another bolt is coming." "No, I think we're good on that front," Leon said as he took a deep breath to steady himself. He glanced around at the rest of the vale again, specifically at the demonic corpses, and figured that there was little reason to investigate them. It seemed clear enough to him that they'd all been killed by the Colossus, and if they were here now, they'd likely been here for a long time. What struck him as strange, on the other hand, was the fact that there were no other corpses around. If Chieftain had come through here and fell to the Colossus, as those footprints he could see in the ice surrounding one of the corpses suggested, then he would have left a corpse behind. The bolt Leon had absorbed had been strong enough to kill an 8th-tier mage by his, admittedly hypothetical, reckoning, but not enough to destroy them entirely. Chieftain must have made it to the door, he murmured to himself, half thinking out loud and half to the other two. "So let's go check it out." "You mean, get closer to that thing?" Valeria asked with some trepidation. However, her tone was even and calm, and Leon didn't doubt for a second that her nerve would falter at approaching such a terrifyingly powerful weapon. "There's a door between its talons," Leon said, pointing to the top of the shallow hill that the Colossus sat upon, at the base of the mountain just behind it. "This veil is meaningless, what matters is what's beyond, or beneath. So that's where we're going. It's worth pointing out that there might be more powerful security measures inside," Maya replied. Maybe not," Leon said. "I wouldn't be surprised if there are, but generally speaking, defensive measures are there to ensure a place's survival, so the power of an interior defense would have to be limited to keep collateral damage low. Besides, the Colossus seems to have recognized me, so I'm hoping that any internal security measures will as well." "That's real encouraging," Valeria sarcastically stated, but her expression was stony and determined. "Let's go and see what's here," Leon said, setting off toward the hill, his wounds having been closed up by his natural healing factor and the spells on his arms so that they were barely more than a dull ache. Maya and Valeria unhesitatingly followed, neither of them willing to back down now. Far below the veil, beneath seemingly endless trapezoidal halls, past empty bed chambers, through workshops and assembly rooms and storage rooms packed with enchanting materials and raw metals, past dozens of bronze statues each as large as a stone giant, was a vast domed chamber. The floor of this chamber had been polished to a mirror shine, while millions of glowing runes made of light of various colors hovered on the dome ceiling, constantly shifting and rearranging themselves in various patterns. The chamber itself was dark, with all of these runes sparkling like stars in the night sky. There were no adornments in this place, no pieces of furniture, no carpets, no decorations of any kind. However, directly beneath the center of the dome, where a massive diamond that glowed like the moon had been installed, was another dome, this one made entirely of bright opaque white light. From within that light came a voice, aged and tired, that growled like it was a thought spoken aloud. "Ah, finally, one of the clan has arrived." A pulse of magic swept out through this deepest of chambers and washed itself through the entire complex. In response, the bronze statues began to move, their eyes and joints lighting up as their wisps, long dormant, began to rouse themselves from slumber. And they readied themselves to fulfill their duties, to fight to the death in defense of this place. Chapter 497. Prince of the Thunderbird clan. As Leon led Maya and Valeria toward the door between the talons of the great Thunderbird Colossus, he turned his attention to the Thunderbird herself. He doubted she would, given how distant she usually was, but he hoped she would provide some insight regarding this place. The Thunderbird responded when he asked for just that. "I have no idea what this place could be. When it was built, my clan was so big and spread across so much of the universe that it was honestly impossible to know what each and every one of them was doing. I barely even checked in on the Storm King himself most of the time." "Did the exploits of your descendants not interest you at all?" Leon wondered as he and the other two reached the slope of the hill and began to ascend, only a few hundred feet now remaining between them and the door. She'd told him several times by now that they didn't, but with what he was seeing, he wanted to hear it again. With the Colossus looming over him, its jeweled eyes glowing white with power, the Thunderbird responded, "No, as you well know. My time was up when not long after the primal gods and devils fell. There's little left for me in the physical world." Leon heard sorrow, anger, and bitterness in her voice, though she tried to hide it. Before he could ask anything more of her, though, he felt her attention recede, apparently leaving him to his own devices now that he had conquered the Colossus' power. He was a little irritated, but such a powerful being in such a unique position was hardly one that needed to adhere to common social niceties, though he would have preferred a little more of her time. But just as he was about to turn his full attention back to the hill, Zaffin spoke up. "That was a good job you did, human. You absorbed quite a bit of magic power. I'm quite proud of that," Leon said, his face breaking out into a smile. "And it's something to be proud of for someone of your power, at least. You absorbed enough power to expand your soul realm, even." "Really?" Leon almost stopped in place, his eyes going wide. Is that good? I mean, it sounds good, but is that dangerous? Your soul realm will grow naturally, but if you want to achieve apotheosis, you'll have to make it grow a little faster than that. You can't overdo it, otherwise you'll end up like that cow king. You'll be fine, it wasn't too much. Think of it like exercise." "How much was it, though?" "I'd say about 5 miles. You even managed to hold on to quite a bit of that power." "Good boy, Leon, good boy." Leon nodded appreciatively, ignoring the demon's provocations. 5 miles was still a hefty increase given that he needed his soul realm to hit 100 miles in order to ascend to the 8th tier. "Thanks, Zaffin," Leon said as he, Valeria, and Maya arrived at the top of the hill. "What in the hells is this place?" Valeria asked, sounding more like she was wondering out loud. Answering despite the question seeming rhetorical, Leon said, "Someplace important enough to place on that map. Someplace that needed to be secure and remote. Someplace that was attacked by demons sometime in the last 80,000 years. It hardly looks like it was attacked," Maya said as she glanced first up at the Colossus, then back into the veil. "That, I think, would depend solely on how long ago it was attacked," Leon said. "Though, I would agree that it doesn't look like any significant damage was inflicted however long all that was. The field was flat and peaceful, filled with nothing but grass and the demon corpses. The Colossus was intact or had been before Leon semi-defaced it with his lightning bolt, indicating that the demons, for all their power, had been unable to harm it." "Not going to lie, that seems unlikely," Valeria said. "If those were the demons that created that ice wall, then I can't imagine that they couldn't have damaged this place. I mean, that Colossus attack was stopped by a 7th tier mage." "No offense, none taken," Leon said with a good-natured smile. That was a powerful attack, but I suppose I agree that it shouldn't have been enough to kill those demons. Valeria nodded. Maybe we'll find some answers inside. Leon nodded back and turned his attention to the door. It was strangely small given the size of the hill, the vale, and the colossus towering over it, but was at least wide enough for Leon and the ladies to enter side by side comfortably if they so wished. Still, compared to the cradle and Zaffin's prison, the door seemed positively minuscule. Flashing red on the door was a familiar runic circle, one that Leon carefully, hesitantly approached. Turning back to the other two, he said, "This statue is still functioning. We need to assume that other defenses in this place are, as well. So prepare yourselves for anything." Valeria nodded, while Maya gave him a dangerous smile. He could feel her anger and indignation after being useless during the attack from the statue, and she seemed practically electrified at the thought of getting some visceral payback. Leon pressed his hand to the circle and the door swiftly slid open. Unsure what he was expecting in the first place, the bright hall beyond was certainly not it. He, Valeria, and Maya walked in, their guards up, ready to defend themselves, though it was difficult in light of the splendor that greeted them. The hall was just like the prison as far as Leon could tell, and much wider and more open than the door would suggest. Its glossy gray metal walls were sloped, thinner at the top and wider at the bottom, with bright white fire burning in the lower corners to provide soft, indirect light. But the hallway gave a momentary impression of being rectangular, for dropping straight down from the higher corners were barely translucent monochromatic projections of light, showing heavily stylized exotic landscapes, heroic figures in moments of triumph, scenes of battle, and so much more that Leon's eyes started to glaze over from detail overload. The floor was rich gray carpet, while the ceiling about 30 feet up had a similar enchantment to that of the cradle's ceiling, showing bright blue sky interspersed only with a handful of fluffy white clouds, giving the impression that the ceiling was open to the sky outside rather than the mountain that it was. Completing that outdoor look, the hall was trisected by 2 rows of columns that appeared to be living trees whose leafy canopies extended up past where the ceiling appeared to be. There were hundreds of trees in the hall, each one with different colored leaves, adding a bright burst of color to the otherwise relatively colorless hall. Adding to the trisection were 2 rows of grass connecting the trees, which also furthered the impression that they were still outside. Leon's heart began racing the more of the place he saw, each and every sign of magic just another testament to the power his clan once wielded. It stood as a challenge to him, demanding that he reach for greater heights and surpass such feats of magic. But even these most basic of enchantments that adorned the walls and ceiling were beyond him, too arcane for him to reproduce. He hadn't the faintest idea of how to even approximate such things, and they were only the enchantments that decorated the entrance hall. All in all, this place was remarkably intact, and beautiful to boot. Leon wanted nothing more than to start sprinting further inside, flinging open every door and exploring every nook and cranny. All of this couldn't have been built for nothing. He was convinced that something had to have been left behind if the place was still in such a state. And that one thought brought Leon back to reality. There was no way this place could have remained so intact on its own, especially in light of the cradle, the prison, and the archives below Argent Palace. Leon took a deep breath to steady himself and slowly crept forward, his magic power rushing through his veins, keeping him ready and alert for anything that looked like it might jump out at them. Beside him, he could sense Valeria and Maya in similar states of heightened alertness. But nothing jumped out at them, no wards were activated, no traps were sprung. The place seemed as deserted and defenseless to Leon as the cradle had been. However, the functioning statue outside and the fact that there were no signs of decay or deterioration to anything they could see indicated otherwise. Saying exactly what was on Leon's mind, Valeria said, "This place looks like it's been seeing regular maintenance." Leon gritted his teeth and had them all halt as he stared ahead. The hall was long, almost absurdly so, but he could only see a handful of breaks in the projected murals that would indicate a door. "Yeah," he whispered. "Yeah, I agree. I think there may be someone or something living here." As Leon paused to contemplate the merits of trying to, as politely as he could, figure out a way to greet any potential inhabitants of this place, a voice rang out, a voice unmistakably masculine, one that sounded as ancient as the statue outside, and as tired as the dead. "Your guess wouldn't be wrong." Leon couldn't help it, hearing the voice come from seemingly nowhere set him off, causing him to drop into a combat stance and summon his sword from his soul realm. As soon as the blade was revealed, he thought he heard a slight gasp from the voice, but he wasn't sure. He felt Maya and Valeria tense up as well, and only becoming more so once the door on the other end of the long hall swung open and figures began to march out of it. "Please," the voice continued, sounding soothing and grandfatherly and without any sign that he'd gasped before, leading Leon to think that he'd imagined the whole thing. "We are of the same blood." Violence, as unneeded, that failed to get Leon to stow his blade, but he did loosen up a fraction. He noted the same blood comment, but that only served to make him distrust whoever was speaking, for the Thunderbird had on multiple occasions told him in no uncertain terms that he was the last of her blood that still lived. He quickly cast his gaze inward, hoping to see if she was still hanging around in his soul realm after the battle with the Colossus, but he was disappointed to see that she was nowhere to be seen. Leon grimaced and put the blood issue aside, at least for the time being. "We're not here for violence. All we're here for is to find someone who may have come here not too long ago." The voice didn't immediately answer, but the figures further down the hall were getting steadily closer, and as they did, Leon could see that they were huge, easily twice as tall as he was, perhaps as much as a stone giant. What was more, they appeared quite familiar, being almost identical in form to the golems that took care of his family's archives. "I do not want violence, either," the voice said, clearly straining to be heard despite remaining calm. "Please, my servants will answer questions." The voice said no more, but Leon and the other two didn't hold it against them given how much effort it sounded like it was taking for them to speak. Instead, they turned their attention fully to the figures approaching them. These bronze beings numbered a dozen, by Leon's count. "What should we do?" Valeria asked, glancing back over her shoulder at the still open door. Leon grimaced. "Whoever is here is connected to me, I think. I'm not going to go anywhere. This is dangerous," Maya protested as she stared at the oncoming bronze figures. Indeed, when Leon took a closer look at their auras, he found them to be tremendously powerful, 7th tier all. I'm going to risk it," Leon said, unwilling as he was to let go of this chance to see a part of his legacy. Besides, while the figures were advancing, he didn't detect a single trace of killing intent or any other sign of their hostility, and the voice had been welcoming enough. But Valeria and Maya were obviously uncomfortable. He was, too, of course, "But you two can wait outside if you want. I won't ask you to come with." Maya just glared at him while Valeria gave him a disbelieving look. "Hey, don't get mad at me, this is your moment to turn around and go back," Leon said with a forced smile. "If things turn sideways, as they so often do, then we all chose this. We all chose to continue on. Hardly a choice here, either turn around and save myself or continue and find my father," Valeria murmured as she shot a dark look Leon's way, who at least had the good graces to grimace. "Right, sorry," Leon replied, not trying to dodge responsibility, "just, I don't want anyone to jump into this pit after me if they don't want to." "I certainly don't want to, but I go where you go," Maya stated. "If anyone tried to bring you harm, they will die at my hand." Leon smiled in gratitude, but the oncoming bronze figures finally arrived before he could respond. They marched in 2 rows, with 7 in front and 5 behind. The one in the center of the group was the largest and most ornate, with its bronze form covered in glowing runes and engravings in a style that matched many of the decorative projections on the walls. More eye-catching than that, though, was the fact that there was no way Leon could ever mistake these things for anything other than golems now that they were up close. Their bronze armor had large gaps at the joints through which bright golden lightning flowed like a river, animating their bodies and giving them some semblance of life. The golems stopped about 5 paces or so away from Leon and his party. The leading golem, the eye slits in its helmet head glowing brilliant gold, took another couple of steps forward, ignoring the semi-brandished weapons and obvious magical readiness of Leon, Valeria, and Maya, and addressed Leon in an inhumanly deep, resonant voice, as if its words were echoing around inside of its metallic form. "Welcome, young lord, to the Northern Research Center of Jason Karanos, Storm King and Lord of the Thunderbird Clan. By His Highness, Nestor, Prince of the Thunderbird Clan, Lord of Storm Shaping, and Chief Researcher of this installation, I have been ordered to escort you and your companions further inside." "Wait, what?" he quietly but intensely asked in disbelief. "Prince Nestor, the son of Jason Karanos. He ordered you to welcome me." The golem twitched as if holding itself back from something before responding to Leon. Its voice came out as if it were clenching its non-existent teeth in anger. "Yes. Now, please stow your weapons and accompany me to better accommodations." The golem then stood to the side, swept out its hand, and lightly bowed, clearly showing that it wanted Leon and his party to start walking down the hall. The golems behind it likewise stood to the side, like servants at a palace waiting to see if there was anything their guests needed upon their arrival. But Leon wasn't thinking about any of that. He'd come across Prince Nestor's name several times. The golem beneath Argent Palace had dropped his name, and he'd found it inscribed on a door in the cradle. More astoundingly, though, was that the Thunderbird had specifically told Leon that Nestor had survived the death of Jason Karanos, but later died without children. Doubt, anger, excitement, and confusion all warred within Leon, fighting to become the dominant emotion he was feeling. If the Thunderbird had lied to him again, then his fury would know no bounds. Likewise, though, if someone were here impersonating a member of his clan in order to seize control of this place, Leon would be downright murderous. But if Nestor were somehow still alive, Leon needed no more invitation. He took off down the hall, Valeria and Maya only hesitating for a few moments before following. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.